to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. If I stay locked in the half-life, what
most legendary arenas that esports has ever created. Delegates from around the world have met on this stage, on this common ground, with one goal and one mission. Only one team will come out victorious, or only one team will come out as the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 champions.
JW gonna go for more, and he's got it.
You have to stop them right now if you're 100 Thieves. If this keeps going, it's only gonna get worse. Trips, he swept the entire horizon with that AK-47.
JW now, he sees the shadow. There's the no-scope, and I think they're gonna do it. JW over the top.
Flusher low on health, JKS. He's got the creek. He needs to put it in. It's a headshot to take him down. Nice triple for JKS. This should not be a winnable round for him. He's so low already. JKS on the other side. One bullet will do. Oh!
No way!
90 to 16 trims. A godlike clutch.
This one is going to deliver. Let's get into the action. Na'Vi starting on the T side here.
He manages to get away, but Simple actually catching a bullet in the meantime. Electronics farming frags. Just perfecto and Simple. He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting a shot, he's hitting another one! Simple! No! Simple! That's unbelievable! Na'Vi are up to the semi-finals and they smash the curse!
Na'Vi have had the best player in the world for some time now, but they haven't had a team that he can believe, and that has definitely changed. This is their biggest test so far. Astralis are waiting.
This opens things up. And remember, Golden isn't playing this B bomb site. They might have thought that there'd be only one player here.
And it just continues. Coming. Oh no! How many does he have him in a round?
We saw him win one against Liquid versus 4. He's only got to fight one and he's done it again!
Now, can he get the bomb plant? Kenny's on the one side there. That Krieg, I don't know if it's enough to buy them this round. He's so low on health. If they knew how low he was, they'd just be using the pistols. Hunter, they didn't check the corner, and a big double spray coming through on the Krieg. He turns 180.
Four Kriegs pulled out by the Astralis squad. Blamey! Ridiculous!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters 2020 Katowice Grand Finals. It's time to see the two teams still standing tear each other apart for the first ESL Pro Tour Masters Championship.
Na'Vi has never won an IEM Katowice. Simple has never won an IEM Katowice. Today, they take that stage to change that fact.
Nexa turning, he needs two more headshots. There's the one, the follow-up, and he gets it! A great triple here for the captain of G2. Will buy them a 9th round.
everything the Spodek has seen before. What a beautiful story of young talent from the CIS region finally finding the right home in Na'Vi.
In a 1-on-4. There's the first. Looking for a second, he connects it. Oh, and he gets a third as well. Surely he's not going to pull this one. Oh, Caldera! The man, the myth, the beast!
To finish it off, and it doesn't look possible here. Rain gets 3 kills though, and now 1 bullet left. The Patrick gets the quad kill. Are you kidding me? Rain, he picks up every single one.
Mouse's buy is going to be torn away from them very, very quickly by Simon. Oh my god, Nico gets 3, 4! Oh my lungs, I don't believe it! Shocks then has just to find one more. The molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shocks is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get him. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them you're ready. Flow again, hold back the lemon. You know who sit on the throne and who at the crown. I hope you get the message. This gon' be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared, who ready to win it on any occasion, yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all 0 for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends up done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive.
What's next? He's walking around and just walking in the stacks Wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets 1 more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Garrett, are you gonna be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition, we can't lose. We we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo, Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strolix winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Intel
It's our
Extreme
final day
Masters.
of the group stage here at IEM Katowice, and now we get to decide who are going to be the final teams making it to the playoffs. Now yesterday, we saw OG go up against Heroic. OG have been looking better and better and better on Ancient, but they didn't go for it. They didn't feel confident going for it. They've struggled in it recently. Heroic managed to get their map pick of Inferno, then rolled over them on Mirage for the 2-0. Then we saw Vitality, and now they had a great chance when they were going up against Fnatic. Zywu trying to get to the Spodek for the first time. He achieved it, and he achieved it in style. And then IHC. They were causing upsets all over the place, but then they met FaZe. It was a good fight on Inferno. They can be very respectful of what they managed to achieve in that one, but they weren't able to get it done. FaZe stomped them when it came to Ancient at the end, and it went 16-3. It was a tough time for those guys.
Well, James, yesterday we started the day with Outsiders, the reigning major champions against NIP, and the Ninjas were sent into the shadows. Afterwards, we had Complexity against Mouse, and the North American dream still keeps on living as Mouse is packing their bags. And the last but not least was Team Liquid against Spirit, and the North American Stallion just destroyed the spirit of the CIS team.
And now it's time to take a look at the games we've got coming your way today. A little bit later on, we're going to have FaZe taking on Liquid. And that'll be the decider on who we make it to the quarters and who will be eliminated. Both of these teams with their final tournament life. Then we've got G2 going up against Na'Vi. That's the big one. That's the one we want to see. Na'Vi have certainly improved, but G2 look like the best team, and they are the best team in the world right now. One of these teams will go to the semis, one will go to the quarters. And then our opening game for today, well, these teams, they're fighting just for another chance to play. They won't be guaranteed going to the Spodek. It's Fnatic taking on Complexity.
Talking about the last chance, OG against Outsiders, that is an elimination match. Afterwards, we'll have something more positive. It's going to be Vitality against Heroic. They already guaranteed themselves a spot in the playoffs, so it's more about like who's getting the quarterfinals, who's getting to semifinals. But the last game is still a mystery. We have no idea who will compete for the last spot.
And those last spots are wanted by all of these teams. It's the last day to find out who's going to the Spodek. It's the last day to find out how it's going to be going on here at IEM Katowice.
Well, that's right. We all are in the Hall of Heroes, but it's going to be the Hall of Heartbreak today. That much we can rest assured on. Welcome back, everybody. The Intel Extreme Masters is in town. That town being Katowice, Poland, the year being 2023, the date being February the 7th. Hell, I don't know what other details you might need about where you are and what you're watching right now, but what I can tell you is this action-packed day full of Counter-Strike, and we are ready to get it going. When I say we, obviously I mean Maniac. I mean Maui down on the end.
You say Hall of Heartbreak. Look at the images we have here. I mean, not that one, but some people were happy.
Nailed it. Absolutely.
That was straight on the money. Some teams will actually leave this all today with a smile on their faces.
Well, even they can leave with a smile on their face.
I think
right?
they should. I think they should.
You know, they were eliminating teams, Maui.
Yeah, IHC. I mean, they were playing Heartbreak for a couple rosters out there. I think a couple people are pretty mad that they lost to those guys. So even though their heads might be low in the moments after their loss, they should hold them high as they're leaving the Hall of Heroes, because one day their names, their faces, they could be up here.
Could definitely be up here, especially when you think about some of the stuff we saw just from the IHC side. Yeah, you know, I think they came out here and took everyone by surprise.
Yeah, and I think people realized they were playing legitimate CS. I think this is what's so impressive from a team that's coming out of a region that was a little bit one-trick pony at a time, you know, full aggression, maybe a lack of bases in the Counter-Strike. It wasn't what we saw from IHC. It was good CS. There was a whole lot of courage in how they were playing. They were stepping up. They were taking risks. I like what I saw from them, and hopefully, Trace, we get to see more of them in EU sometimes.
Yeah, but as this graphic will tell you, IHC eliminated. They're not the only ones. We got the chair kicker on his way out as well. You see a little Brolin over there, not super happy in Mousesports.
JDC, that's the one. Yeah. I think that's the one. That is the greatest heartbreak, if you allow me to use that term. We're talking about a team that came here fresh of a semi-final in Rio. They had a whole lot to prove. I know young roster, I know young players, but I think they themselves are aware this was nowhere near enough. I think there's a whole lot of disappointment to be had in the Mouse camp. Some of these games, they had it in their palms, but I just let it slip.
You could see the ring rust when you watched Mouse play yesterday, and for them to now snap the streak, because they were actually making the playoffs of 3 consecutive S-tier tournaments. They did it at Cologne, they did it at Pro League, they did it at Rio, and so for them to fall short here, you got to think that they're going to be bouncing back strong when we start that next Pro League season.
You got to hope so for their case, at least, especially if you bought some merch. You're like, hey, I'm a big fan there. Well, there are no receipts for that. Check it out, though. We talk about the Spodek, the saucer. You guys might not have any idea what we're talking about, but I can tell you that it's right down the street, and it's called the Spodek, which translates to saucer, in case you didn't know.
Oh, well, thank you very much for that little bit of trivia. We have here on our screen Cadian and Apex, 2 different stories but the same result, and actually a fight today between these 2 teams. Heroic did it very comfortably, making it to the playoffs, even though they had a Cadian that was a little bit under the weather. He said he wasn't exactly giving his best, but individually he was great. The rest of the team stepped up, and they ate OG alive as far as I'm concerned, whereas Vitality, they had to play with my heart, like the tension. I have one of these machines that's pumping, like when I'm watching the game, just to make sure that they keep me on track.
Yeah, and they do that just for you. That's at least that's what I heard them talking about and strategizing about. Guys, the heartbreak and then the successes. We have actually, like we said, put some teams within the Spodek. So in doing so, you think about exactly what that means and what that leaves for today on the last day of the group stage. Complexity, Fnatic to start things out, and what is going to be the B lower OG Outsiders. That's going to be over on the other stream. FaZe and Liquid in the middle of the day. Is anybody ready for that? It's freaking Tuesday, isn't it? Come on, man.
It's a good day for Counter-Strike, Stunna. And then we've got, obviously, on the B stream, OG Outsiders kicking things off. That's going to be an interesting one, I would say, and maybe we can't talk about that one too much just yet, but Heroic Vitality, that's a marquee matchup right there. I know that a lot of people, even though they've already qualified, they want to punch their ticket in further. They want that semifinal right now. They want to secure that position.
That, to me, is the definition of working smarter and not harder. Harder.
And Lord
it's not
knows how to do that.
procrastinating.
Yeah, I mean, you decided, hey, I'm going to come in here and we're going to win this other series, and then we're going to take another day to ourselves. Look, it's a pretty simple equation. I'm not very good at math. You know, let's just be honest with it. But luckily, we don't need that right here. There's only one quarterfinal spot left for the side of Fnatic, Complexity, Outsiders, or OG. Meanwhile, you look at Liquid and FaZe being about where they want to be. The Liquid had that 2-1 over Spirit as they come into today. They stay alive, but now you get FaZe. Congratulations.
Put it this way. The bottom part of what we're looking at is all or nothing. That's what this is about. If you're FaZe, if you're Liquid, there's just one spot in a quarterfinal to be saved. Same for these 4 teams on the right-hand side. Whereas at the top, I guess it's the greatest match to play when it comes to Counter-Strike. It's a very luxurious position to be in because you can just play with no pressure. You've made playoffs, but you definitely do want to have that top 4. You want to have a better bracket. You want to avoid, hey, the likes of G2, of Na'Vi, if you're Vitality or Heroic for that matter. So these are the games I really like. That's where things go crazy.
Okay, so it's just come down the pipeline, you know, not through the Twitter sphere, not through anything else. It's just this voice of God that I hear on my earphones right here. In the OG camp, and what to expect about their game today. Now, there has been a slight change. There will be no flames.
Oh, look at that. Look who's sitting there.
Yep.
Is that
goes
Rugga?
by the name of
That is
Rugga.
Rugga.
That's Rugga.
And, you know, for all purposes, that is okay, yeah, there we go. Cool. So Rugga stepping in versus the Outsiders.
It's
Merry Christmas.
It hurts a lot. I mean, not only for Flames, which of course we would like to see filled in, but you would like to think a team like OG has a sub. Why does Rugga have to pick up the keyboard and the mouse?
You would hope so. They had an academy team before.
Natus
You think that they would be scouting there out a little bit. But I think that there's a coach buff that sometimes happens.
Yeah.
I've seen Yanko in there. He's looked pretty good too sometimes. And so it's kind of just harder to game plan for that kind of lineup. Obviously, Outsiders probably don't care too much. They're probably just going to play the same game. That's what they're at least going to tell us. But the thing is that when people have different just points of emphasis in their attacks for OG or really in their defenses, I think that what Outsiders are going to do in this game is probably have to feel things out a little bit more in the beginning because they can't just go charge headfirst and see flames right against them.
I can't wait to pick your guys' brain about how you would use Rugga in such a situation. Don't worry, we'll get to that in due time. First and foremost, it's time to hear about the heroes of the players.
Inside the game, coming up, honestly, I looked up to a lot of, like, the Liquid guys, also some of my guys on the old C9 team. First one comes to mind is honestly like Nafly from Liquid, Twist as well. Also, you know, due to the fact too that they are Canadian, so just growing up with like people, you know, from the same country as you is pretty sick.
My hero inside the game, let's say, will be Kerrigan. The way I play and the way I think is just based off him and what he did. Since when I was starting out, he was the guy I was like tracking or like looking at, watching his demos, listening to all his like interviews and stuff like that. So I learned a lot just by basically copying him.
I think it's Forrest. I think he's been such a good player for a long time. He's always been like a top performer and it's super inspirational to watch him, and yeah, he's always been good.
I don't really have idols, but I really like appreciate like Fallen Works, what he did in CS, and I really like look up to him.
I guess someone who plays my role is like Props. We play the same res, we have the same initials, same role. I think we both know a lot about the game, and he kind of looks like me, so I'd say Rops.
First one comes to mind is Kobe Bryant, because his just motivation, consistency, everything like together is like something you can't really express or like put into words. So yeah.
Both of my brothers, they are always there for me, and last year was not the best from my own performance, right? But they were always there for me. If they see that I have a bad mood, you know, they ask me if I want to go out, and it's really nice to have brothers like that.
I don't think I specifically have a hero in my life. I have people that I probably look up to in terms of I did to my father, obviously, but also my mom in that sense, and the rest of my family. I mean, I want to create I want to put my own family in the same kind of situation that I did with my family. I have with a lot of love and a lot of respect and everything. So for me, my family as a whole is maybe a role model or a hero that I want to look up to.
Idol, if you would have to go that way, would probably be my grandfather, because I felt like he was a man with the right principles, and he acted accordingly.
Our commentators are working on their ball skills because they've already worked on their vocal skills. Now, I'm sorry, Hawker. It's game over. It's time to discuss. I know. I got to destroy you with this one. Come with me, boys. You got some work to do. Now, we've been touching on this. It's been the Hall of Heroes where we're seeing our legendary players. But I want to ask you in Counter-Strike, who are your heroes?
I am my hero until I start playing, and then I realize that I'm not a hero at all. I'm actually a complete failure and incompetent when it comes to Counter-Strike. But aside from that, I think, oh God, if I have to pick one person as a hero, I think it has to be Simple Man. From when he started in the game, you know, the hot hairs, just going for it full send all the time, to now is just like something that I'm really proud of. But I think for Cadian as well, like in different ways, because, you know, he's been close to our company as well for a very long time, always been in our back offices and doing like his scrims while he was doing observing or analyst for us. So I think I'm going to pick 2, damn it.
Okay, James will break the rules. Hawker, what about you?
I think I'll go with Carrigan. I just love last year. He showed what he can do. You know, age doesn't matter in CS, finding a way to have impact, always getting those reads. He's done so much in the game. I'm glad he had that year. Like, finally, that year where he just dominated. I'm so happy for it.
Well, there you go. These are these guys' heroes. Let's see who else has got some heroes in this game.
Excitement levels at an all-time high. Fnatic getting situated, complexity opposite of them. As I just try to figure out how to say the word complexity, it seems to be a little bit perplexed for my own brain. Nonetheless, we do have the Intel Extreme Masters final day of the group stage. We'll go to a quick break. We come back and tell you all about it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be RB.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Don't sleep on Cole. Jang easy.
Never did. I knew EG's win against Heroic was a fluke.
They're the favorites? Less than 25% of people picked them to win.
Less than 25% of who? Twitter brainlets? HLTV troglodytes? I didn't even vote.
HTV users on the match page.
HLTV users, which also happens to be the audience of this thread.
But not a reliable number due to the ease of manipulation by fans botting with their alts.
0 out of 8. Brain dead. Why would anyone care enough to do that?
Playing Anubis, true skill factor, EG 2-1 incoming.
Ultimate copium, EG on Inferno, lol.
Winning 16-1?
Lucky of 10 rounds, to be honest.
Okay, bro. Snoring right now? I sleep on my bed, but okay.
Keep sleeping, guys. Get a long rest.
Sleeping ATM.
Okay.
JT GOAT.
They beat EG FFS. I will sleep on them.
Gonna get destroyed by Na'Vi nonetheless.
I still believe in Cole.
Well, that's impressive.
Nice, guys. So far, we're really happy with the Halzerk pickup. I think one of the most important things for our org was maintaining Complexity's identity as a North American organization. And when it comes to that, Halzerk is definitely committed.
I'm gonna need me them ups every damn round.
I think he kind of misunderstood when we said we needed an aggressive offer.
I need more from you. All this potential, man. Where's the damn keystone?
They push you back on A, you need to fall back into bank and wait for us.
You think I'm gonna let them come onto my land? I'll be damned.
Just save, guys. Just save.
And the accent, it's just terrible.
I'm gonna need me them ups every damn round. Damn hillbillies.
I mean, I'm cool with him role-playing a North American persona, just as long as he doesn't frag like a North American offer.
All aboard the IEM Express. We are about to leave the station. I can assure you that somebody is going to get left here, perhaps even in the first match as we start with our lower bracket games. Hey everybody, we're about ready to jump into Complexity Fnatic. That would be the two words.
Somehow Complexity doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
I guess I'm just not used to saying their name this late into it.
It's probably Halser's kid that got you a little bit thrown off.
Yeah, that too. I mean, that's not even jarring. I'm just actually
damn round.
Torn every damn round. Wow. Anyway, yeah, shout out Halsark for obviously doing his part within the Complexity camp. But let's start our conversation around Fnatic and what got them into the position they're in. Maui, I'm looking at you.
Complexity are on the uptick. Fnatic are on the uptick. I've just got Halsark on my mind. I got Halsark on my mind, but if we want to talk about Fnatic, what got them here is a restructuring of this team. In the first half of last year, they subbed, or they took Alex out, and they made Mezzi the in-game leader. At the time, questionable move, but we've seen the results since then. Top 8 at a major, winning an Elisa event, once again battling for a spot to go deep here in Katowice. I think everybody now is on board that this Fnatic lineup is greater than the sum of its parts, because you look at the players on this roster, and you're not going to see any world beaters necessarily on there. You got the veteran presence of Crims, but then beyond that, it's a bunch of youngsters.
Do you feel like the blessing period is already in there? I feel like this is the game. This might be the game. You say everybody's on board. Sure, what happened at the major was great. Elisa, I don't really consider it too highly. Now here, if you bow down to Complexity, what does that say about Fnatic and their progress?
You see, with Elisa, that's how they got here, right? Like this is how they got their birth into this event, by winning.
Good for them.
So I guess they got that going for them out of that, at the very least.
Well, you would say that with Fnatic right now, they're just not getting many opportunities always. And when they actually get those opportunities, they have shown some promise. I mean, they made playoffs at Pro League, playoffs at the Major. What more can they do?
You know what won't get you far is having bad CT sides. And ultimately, for the Fnatic side, these numbers are going to speak volumes.
But the numbers are pretty good. If you want to talk about CT side, if you want to get stuck into the numbers, you have two players that I want you guys at home to focus on. This would be Roy and Nikodos. This is the 1-2 punch combination on the CT side. If you had the luck to watch the game against Vitality, you will have seen how dirty they did the absolutely dirty work from Roy and Nikodos. Roy is very artsy in the positions that he finds, both aggressive, but also he can be a bit finicky, sometimes hiding in smokes and whatnot, whereas Nikodos, very stable, very reliable. These two, that's what you need for Fnatic.
Yeah, and then if we flip that coin. So there's two parts on each game, guys. It's a CT side and a T side.
And I think what's interesting about the T side for Fnatic is that it is currently the second worst in terms of round win percentage. Yes. But look at who's actually doing the best there. It's Mezzi. And what's curious about the T side for Fnatic is that it actually is frequently setting up the in-game leader. And I think right now, it's actually safe to say that Mezzi is the worst remaining in-game leader at this event. Because setting yourself up for success when you're not necessarily even the strongest player on your team, it's a bit selfish to me. It actually doesn't even find many round victories either.
That's a bit concerning. I agree with you. I think in that game versus Vitality, you could see sometimes they struggle to have that first wave of attack that makes a big difference so that you can win the round. This was the issue. Trades were relatively even. I think Roy is a name that we usually look towards to take these risks, but somehow he hasn't been successful, and so the late game situations are a little bit complicated for Fnatic to handle.
Yeah, and you look at this lineup as a whole, there's one name that's obviously glaring out and maybe even glaring on the screen right now.
Looking at us from the freaking
he goes by the name of Crims. Now, this guy has probably seen just about every situation in Counter-Strike you can think of at this point, and one of the key focal points within the Fnatic lineup. Hell, he's even one of the only players that's attended all of them. So let's learn about Crims.
Fnatic is going up against Complexity today, and Nikodos, I'm going to touch on this thing from yesterday. Overpass has been so great for you guys, but it fell apart when we didn't expect it to. What did you guys put that down to? When you came back into Mirage, you looked like a different team.
I mean, we know Overpass, we got off to a bad start, you know. We weren't ready from the start, and they caught us off guard. They played us slightly bit different than we were expected.
Okay.
So it caught us a little bit off guard, but then we never got really back into it. I think we recovered a bit on CT and made it a competitive game, and honestly, we felt like we should have won the game, you know, if we just were ready from the start. So going into Mirage, we really just thought that let's just be ready now, let's just smash them. We know what they're going to do, and we trust in our game plan, and that's it.
And Mirage was insane. You and Roy together were just dominating. Did you feel like, okay, we can't allow this to happen, you're not going to let them just walk over you? Because this was ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I was a bit disappointed myself on the T side of Overpass, you know. Usually I need to find more impact as the AWP, so I really thought going into Mirage, I need to step up my game, I need to help my teammates better, I need to be a better teammate overall and just focus on helping my team.
I absolutely love that attitude. That's brilliant. And okay, before we get on to today's game, I want to touch on Crims because he's a legend of the game, won so many of these trophies, but obviously he's in a different position to a lot of you guys in terms of what he's done within the game. So what does he bring to the team? What does his experience add?
I think he just brings a really high level of calmness, you know, inside of the game, you know. He never gets stressed in those tight situations where the younger guys, or especially me, it can get a bit hectic, you know. In CS, a lot of stuff happens, but he's really good at keeping it calm all the time, you know, stuff like that. So that's one of his really strong points.
And talking about that, against Complexity, it probably will get chaotic. Most people have been saying, oh, this team shouldn't be doing too much, but they've done well enough to get here. They've beaten some good teams. So is the focus on you guys right now to stay calm in these situations, to not let it get blown out?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, we're definitely not going to underestimate them because they have good results. They should have beat Navi recently, you know. They played a really close game to them, and we're just not going to underestimate them and play our own game.
Play your own game. I do hate them words, but I do want to see them try and get the win. Nikodos going up against Complexity with Fnatic just a little bit.
Well, Nikodos says it best, and we're going to try to illustrate it and maybe even enhance it a little bit further. We talk about Crims, and him being a pillar is one thing, him being in sort of a leadership role over there is another, but the stability and the ability that this guy has displayed over the tenure in Fnatic, it goes without saying, Maui.
It's been 8 years since 2014. He obviously left very briefly for Godsend, but we're going to forget about that.
Never happened.
Look at some of these results. Look at this guy's Katowice performances. 3 first places. 2015, that's when Katowice was a major. 16, 18 on top of that. It hasn't been as pretty in the previous years, but if we talk about Crims, that is who we're talking about when we're talking about this Hall of Heroes.
Yeah.
There is legacy, there is prestige in his achievements.
There is prestige, and there is a word from that Nikodos interview. 1 word, 4 letters, calm. That's why Crims needs to be calm. Listen, we all like to live in a world where every player steps in today, they're fighting for their spot at Spodek, and they just magically play their best Counter-Strike. They don't let the pressure get to them, they don't get excited on communication, they don't make mistakes, but that isn't true. This isn't the life we live in. You have to earn that experience, you have to work for it, and that is what Crims provides. Being calm in overtime situations, being calm in 20 seconds left, that is what he needs to give to Mezi.
How many times have we seen players, they're not even on the halls here, but they're one of the last ones in the lineup, and they've been there for an eon or whatever, but they don't bring that stability. They don't have it on paper to show that they have the ability to remain as
lucid, clear-headed.
Yeah, they're that guy. That's the one you lean on when things get tough.
Well, I just want to cite one of Crims' quotes from Rio. When he saw that his team made it through the Challenger stage and just barely scraped through to get into the Legend stage, he said, we're making top 8 now. And he just said it with full confidence, and I'm sure that he's saying the same kind of words today to Fnatic, saying that, look at this lower bracket run. This is ours for the taking. I'm Crims. I've won 3 of these events. You guys just get on my back, just play our strats. Mezi, I know you're going to call a good game. Let's make it happen.
I think for Mezi, it's so important as well. We have to realize how early he is in his track as an IGL. He's now fighting for a Spodek position here in Katowice. But you look to your left, you see Crims, and you feel, man, he's confident.
Yeah, but what if you look across the aisle and you see this guy
terrified
playing on 640 by 40, not stretched, with a magnificent mullet?
Well, then you have to fear a little bit, because it's a different It's a different
Look at
animal.
This photo. Why is this so wow? Okay.
It's incredible. It's glorious, actually.
It's overwhelming.
It's deserving of its own hall. But so Hall Zerk has been
get out.
He's been performing fantastically at this event. This is what Complexity wanted when they made the swap to put in a Norwegian opper for their American junior, and now we're seeing that this lineup is coming all together, that Hall Zerk is the X factor in this team, and right now Complexity, they're just on the rise. It's looking a lot better. It's something that NA fans can believe in.
And I heard yesterday Complexity say, hey, we're playing 10 hours a day. We're trying to get the job done.
10 plus.
Right? Yeah, like, my goodness, that's a good bit of Counter-Strike to be playing.
I mean, listen, if that's what it takes to get this halter right here, right now, we see on our screen, I'm all in. Let's go play 25 practice a day. It's just, this story, the arc of Halzerk is crazy because I feel like a lot of people, myself included, had completely lost hope. I thought this was it. I thought I got hyped when he joined Complexity and just wasn't delivering, and that was going to be a what if, maybe whatever. And now in Katowice, he's providing, Trace, his best LAN event ever.
Yeah, probably.
That's the numbers. These are the numbers.
It's the time to do it.
Take it to the bank.
Yeah, and you know, you look at this Complexity lineup, they've had a few iterations. You've had a few different star players come through there, and you think, okay, yeah, this is the new era of Complexity gaming. But then that one fell short, and now this is what we have. You must be proud, Maui.
I think you are too, Stunna. I see you grinning over there.
Yeah, Grimmy Neutron's in the server.
Grimmy Neutron, yes. I mean, this Complexity lineup is one that just makes so much sense in terms of the trajectory of all the players. There's no power disparity between anybody that's on this team. No one that's too much of a veteran is going to look down on the rest. There's no rookie that's just looking up, say, help me, guys. Everybody's in this journey together, and that's why this recent grind that they've been on, the 10+ hours every single day, it shows accountability across the roster.
Yeah, and speaking of accountability, it's time to tally up those numbers yet again in our Colex Players to Watch.
Savor language and words, because no matter what anyone tells you, words and ideas have the power to change a game in Counter-Strike. It's our Colex Players to Watch. A wolf or a wolf in sheep's clothing, that is the question. For Fang, he struggles with consistency and he doesn't howl hard enough to put the fear into his opponents as a rifler should. We need to see Fang's teeth, where he can pierce through his opponents no matter how the game goes. If the wolf works with the pack, the Spodek awaits Complexity. Nikodos has been a key piece for Fnatic, Mr. Reliable, both in the play-ins and now in the groups here in Katowice. The sometimes too silent AWPer must make communication his priority. He must strive to find his own voice, and the longer he waits to begin, the less likely he is to find it at all. This is a battle, war. These are souls at a critical juncture. Either the fruit will die on the vine, or they will triumph as individuals.
Again, a couple of things that led us up to this moment before we get into the vetoes. Fnatic sent the major winners to the lower brackets on Sunday, and then Complexity winning over Mouse 2-1. Well, here we are. We've arrived at the station.
I mean, some of the results Mouse, or Complexity rather, have gone through at this event already attest to the progress they've made. There is improvement. That is non-negotiable as we see the maps rolling over.
All right, yeah, Inferno pick, that's been Complexity's new home map. They really swapped that one up. And then Vertigo, this was a nice punish coming out from Fnatic. It's one that they're very strong at. It's one that the IGLing actually is a shared duty between Roy, between Mezzi, and then Overpass, this was actually just the handshake map. Both of them very comfortable on it.
Man, wait, hold on a second. I'm just making sure in my crystal ball I'm not talking to hell, but actually Complexity did beat Heroic on Vertigo.
Yes, they did.
There is something to be said here. If you're Complexity, and if you see that Vertigo pick coming against you, I don't think you're feeling too out of sorts. You don't feel too uncomfortable. You did survive the Heroic train.
So, I know we often live off hopium up here, but in this moment with Complexity, can they hold the line here, Maui?
I'm smoking it.
She's smoking that Complexity pack.
I'm chiefing it. I'm smoking that hopium. I'm taking that hopium. I'm going to be in the hopium den, actually, after this one, because I think that this Complexity roster has what it takes to actually take down Fnatic. I do think that this veto works very well in their favor. I think the Inferno pick has been finding so much success for them lately, and Vertigo on top of that, Maniac, you already said, they beat Heroic on it. They get that CT side. They dominated Heroic when they were on the defense last time.
I didn't know I was going to agree with you. I thought you were going to go Fnatic, and I would shock the world. Listen, Fnatic, they use so much energy against Vitality. They might just be a little bit empty-headed, empty-bellied, Trace. I think this might be Complexity. This might be NA time, baby.
It just might be, but we have to sit back and be patient. That's how it works. We do know what maps, we know what the series is, we know what's on the line. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it's about damn time. Let's go ahead and jump into it. Last day of the group stage, everybody. Keep your eyes peeled. It's Complexity versus Fnatic.
Good luck with at that extremely hyper desk for the rest of the day, Stunna. You got some crazy people standing next to you. Bardolph and Hawker on wax for this first series of the day, the opening series on the A stream. I have seen a lot of great things from Fnatic. I'm hoping we see the same again. They spoke about consistency with some of these players, and I would love to see that as we start off Inferno series here.
Yeah, this is a fun matchup. Two teams rising right now. We heard the desk point out some of the wins both of them have got against teams who made the major playoffs. Maybe these teams are looking to make the playoffs here today. Final day of groups at Katowice. It's Complexity on the Inferno pick, and they're spreading across the map early. They've got a couple of sets of utility. Double nade into sandbags, clearing out Banana. But we're seeing the apartments play, and it's a double stack from the CTs. Beautifully done between Nikodos and Crims.
Fnatic players in the apartments, as old as time itself. Fasha trying to defend the B-bomb site, but they will make some inroads here. Complexity. 3 players on the site now. Mezzi has some control for the retake. There is a personnel advantage here. 4-on-3 for Fnatic on this retake. Don't see a kit on these players. I do see some Julies, though, in the hands of Roy. Hulzak waiting to swing with his teammate. Oh my god, he is ready, isn't he? Looking for a second one. He's put his teammate to swing with him as well. So many bullets with the Glock, but Roy's got 2 pistols to the one of those guys. Grim now in the clutch. 2 players to find. They've got to get on this bomb quickly. They don't really have time. Grim just dancing with 15 HP. Down he goes, but is there time to defuse the bomb? I don't think there is, but we'll soon find out.
Roy's running the hell away. He doesn't want to risk it.
Oh, that was so close. But he will be denied. Grim stayed alive for long enough.
And the NA shouting match begins. A man Hulzak, an honorary American at this point, especially after his performance yesterday against Mouse. 80 kills in the BO3. Nearly 100 ADR average.
Look at these bars.
So close,
look at those bars. Happy with that. So much personality in that one player. There'll be a force buy for the most part. Nikodos, though, is holding money in the bank. He wants the AWP sooner rather than later. I feel like he's been fairly dependable with the AWP in this tournament thus far. At least the matches we have seen. I love this buy from Complexity, though. The 3 MAC-10s to clear out all these players. Crim's trying to do what he can. Roy is here as well. Crims has fallen, though, so Roy's kind of on an island here. But he'll deliver. They're going for the 180 with those Julies. Never seen them fire so fast. 2 players remain for Complexity. HE's coming through. There are smokes that could be put forward for Fnatic to creep behind them. This is still very awkward for Complexity.
Hulzak gets back up into the apartments for the AK, now drops down to the mini pit. And another smoke up towards long. That's going to buy so much time. He isolates the short fight because of it. Fnatic trying to sneak in, and Fasha lands the shot. It's all on Hulzak. Nice clean AK, headshot onto the first. And Nikodos might not have the time here. Hulzak locked in with the AK, saving his team from what could have been a calamity.
Hulzak super ready at the beginning of this one. We saw that from the Glock frag in the first round. Very nice, very crisp indeed. I think perhaps Fnatic could have used that smoke to try and pull Hulzak out of the pit there. Maybe get one more kill.
Rifle,
I know, those Julies were unbelievable. The 180 as well, he was close to it. Everybody's showing they're dangerous regardless of the tools, but it's Complexity with the great lead so far. 2 MAC-10s will continue. We'll see if they're able to farm in round number 3. Just the beginning of a big fight to come on Banana. There'll be so much utility thrown there throughout the course of this game of Inferno. Nikodos is rotating over towards the B-bomb site. He's got a flash, so maybe we'll see some kind of play with Fasha's USP. Big plays with the USP from Fasha. Won't get around the corner in time.
Oh, hello, Mezzi. Oh, not the gun you want in that position. Player crouched with his back turned. Any other weapon you can try and spam to the body, but the USB is not going to work out for him. Fnatic maybe just setting up for exit kills here at this point. You figure it's quite likely Complexity will exit through Banana. Less angles to clear here. Grim has the control. So maybe some exit kills on the cards for Fnatic.
I think we're in for a promising... Oh, wow. Fnatic with these pistols. JT will die anyway. Is he chased after Floppy now?
Oh, the AK.
Oh, that's beautiful from Nikados. So much damage done. And again, that just alleviates the pressure somewhat for Fnatic. Normally in a 3-0 scenario, the Ts would have at least one full buy in the hole. So if Fnatic, if the CT side are able to find some success, then they've got to hold up against 2 rounds, basically. But that wipeout could pay off for Fnatic in the early stages if they can start well in this first buy round. There'll be a technical pause first, as one issue needs to quickly be solved. But you know, they've done a lot with little so far, and again, they've set themselves up to succeed. But first, they have to beat the buy round of Complexity and all these AK-47s. Very curious to see what they'll be serving us.
You know how I'd describe Fnatic as a team? I think I'd say they're kind of like the EU version of Outsiders, just with a little more fun sprinkled in there. Because like that's a round where they're trying to fully maximize what they can, damage the economy, and they managed to just make it a whole fight on banana. Beautifully done.
Yeah, I do agree with what you're saying there in the sense of the, I mean, we've used the word discipline in a number of these Fnatic series that we have seen here in Katowice. And that's certainly true. They'll take an advantage, but they won't just full send without thinking about what their options are. Very measured approach from Fnatic, and it's really engaging to watch. Just waiting for the 10th player to reconnect to the server. And then we'll be off to the races once again. It was a few years ago. I guess it was probably, it must have been before the pandemic. I went to Complexity HQ out in Texas on the Dallas Cowboys village, where the sports team had built their own hospital for the players and so on and so forth. Really fascinating place. All the kind of sports therapy. I have a bunch of stuff they had there, actually bought for myself, like Theragun and various other things. It's pretty awesome. They've got this machine you can put your legs in, and it can compress different parts of your legs for blood flow, massage and stuff.
Ooh.
It's pretty cool.
Sounds nice. Yeah, they've always been on point with their facilities, Complexity, which I always appreciate. And listen, I feel like this project is finally doing what they wanted it to. Finally, it feels like there's an NA team with some rising talents that can actually be really competitive at these sorts of tournaments. Exciting time for Complexity fans right now. This is the best this roster has looked in a long, long time. Here we go, back into the gun round. So with all that damage done to Complexity's economy, they have to be really focused in this gun round. Can't afford to lose this, or you could get reset very quickly. Nikados looking for something on Banana. He's trapped for a second, but he'll get away. It looks like the T side should get that Banana control they're looking for.
So Mezzi's holding in CT at present, in case there's any long play later on. Always interesting to see how the CT setup changes. 2-man swing from Complexity early. Lots of intel for Fnatic for rounds to come, and just how aggressive this Complexity team can be, of course. There's a lot more play to come. Grim down to 3 HP. He needs to dodge a decoy grenade explosion.
Yeah. Very passive CT setup. Complexity have done a great job getting map control on both sides. Now they come back to A, and yes, there are crossfires here, and counter utility. Oh no, Grim ends up falling in the flames.
Nice timing from Mezzi. Oh, Fang with a big headshot with the Galil though. 36 seconds on the clock. Options are open. Fnatic don't understand if there's a lurker towards Banana or not. This could still be going anywhere. Crim's now got to be careful. JT carrying the bomb is in the red. He's got 24 HP. If he goes down, this could cause chaos for Complexity. He will trade the frag though. That's the bomb on the radar now. The entries from Complexity will surely secure the round. Fnatic have lost position now. Will surely have to save with their remaining 2 players.
Lovely to see from JT. Throughout the tournament, we've seen in-game leaders have impact like that. Hooksy earlier in the tournament. Now JT comes in with a couple of entries at just the right time. And not easy entries onto that A site either. Had to hit quick headshots in order to pull that one off. And for Fnatic, a slow start here that could plague them on their CT side. Unfortunately, Nikodos not able to get involved in the action with that AWP. I think that's going to be a fun matchup to watch for, the AWPing battle between Hulzerk and Nikodos. Don't expect to see them go head-to-head, like 1v1 with the AWP, but just seeing who can get the most impact. Because both of those AWPers were kind of questioned by a lot of analysts last year. But at this tournament, they've both really stepped up. And that's Paul Grip.
Stuck in the corner. That's a rip. JT, though, that trade. Again, finding this entry as well, so low with the bomb, like one bullet, and that's a wrap for him. Very nice work. Winner of this series will play OG versus the winner of OG and Outsiders, which is also happening at the same time. So a long road ahead for all concerned, all 4 teams. No easy draw heading towards the lower bracket final.
OG, unfortunately, having to play with their coach. Rugger is on the server. In case you're interested in his stats right now, he is 0-0-5.
Yep.
But Fiku also doesn't have a kill, so, you know, you can't complain.
That's a rough spot, though, because...
Yeah, that is tough.
You can't just necessarily replace all the roles there with a considerably weaker player. So they may have to just change their setup entirely.
Yeah, I feel like you just loosen up at that point. Like, you have to do something with your individuals you do have.
Keep the ship afloat.
Absolutely. Wow, 3B setup for Fnatic. Flash at the ready from Mezzy. This double molly play has come in from Complexity, but this time Fasha can fight ahead of it. And another incendiary this time from the CTs means Complexity can't trade. Really nice counter from Fnatic. Complexity have run that same banana take a few times, but look at the response from Complexity straight over towards A.
Look at the response from Fnatic as well. They've got a 3rd and 4th player on the way immediately, expecting a response. They've got numbers towards B. Let's make a play towards A. Fnatic may be reading this as well. We can see Grim trying to creep towards long. Bomb is in tow as well. Mezzy last seen in Arch heading towards Library now as they start to move forward. Grim's that peak. They saw him coming and he still delivered. Grim will trade though, left and right. Roy's got so much to do. They're on the way. Looking between the hay bales, he might catch Hulzerk off guard, but Grim's here for another frag. 3k for him, but it's the end of the line for Grim. Thanks to Fasha, flopping a 1 versus 2. Doesn't know where Nikodos is, going for that basic short plant, has to plant fast. Fasha taken down immediately. Nikodos creeping on short will get that final kill, and Fnatic are finally on the board.
There we go, some success for Fnatic. This is a really high-level round of Counter-Strike. I think just in terms of the overall strategy. You see Complexity go for the same banana take. The reply from Fnatic, making sure they have a player who can be through that top banana molly quickly enough. And then Complexity tried to come back to A, but Fnatic read that ahead of time. They realize Complexity will have seen 3 on B. They'll try and take advantage of the weak point. And then that swing into short was so important from Crims. You see the wrap is coming into the site, so Fnatic can't really sit back and just let themselves get split from both sides. Crim's able to get 1 kill.
If you're wondering what Nikodos was doing at the end of the round there, he's just trying to scoop up all the utility they can. First round on the board for Fnatic, only 1 player surviving is a really bad omen. But they've got quite a reasonable buy. They've got triple FAMAS. We'll see if they practice the FAMAS. Oh, lovely flick onto Hulzerk. Saying hello early.
Not easy to do that with the peek down mid. Very tight angle to spot the head of Hulzerk. But Nikodos has been in really good form for Fnatic at this tournament.
He's that kind of old reliable, not always flashy, so might go under the radar somewhat, but consistent, delivers the frags. That is quite simply what you want from a sniper. Issues for Complexity as well. We see JT with the Desert Eagle. Money is also low, so this could be a swing round. Could be worth quite a few for both of these squads. They could cause significant losses. That's a significant loss of HP from JT. Grim. Little burst. As he falls into the shadows. 45 seconds on the clock. Flashes. Mezzy's in no man's land, trying to dance around the pillar. Fasha's here to help him out, but he can't deliver with that FAMAS. Fasha's got so much to do now. They're lining up for him. Floppy and Fang remain. Bomb plant would be great for them. That looks good to happen. You can see the cover there. Can they land the headshots, though? They'll be limited in their angles, especially with an AWP creeping through. One more flashbang for Fnatic. Fang starting to move in. Does Nikodos creep forward? Does Crims come to trade? Oh, the timing isn't great. The elbow spotted. Crims heading elsewhere now. That's a big frag for Complexity in this 2-on-2. Crims is the man with the kit. Look at Fang with the transfer. That's how you win a round. 5-1 Complexity.
That's crazy from Fang. It looked like he was going to get caught off guard because he was moving forward. It didn't look like he was ready for the banana player. So he has to hit an adjustment onto this first. Look at this. And then spots that second man.
He's a robot.
Unreal.
He's a robot. That is a huge 4K. Huge, huge, huge. All the advantages gone there. The timing was so weird in the ruins. To not have quick Crims swinging. He needs to be swinging there with the AWP. So awkward to take a duelist AWP there, but abuse your extra man and find that trade. Maybe the communication was off, I don't know, but it has led them to this situation where they've got one rifle and a bunch of pistols. They've been looking nasty with the pistols, but to be honest, everybody on the server is looking nasty with all the tools they have, be it an AK, be it a MAC-10, be it a 5.7 or a Desert Eagle. 1 to 5 is not the start Fnatic we're looking for, that much is for sure.
Yeah, Complexity starting very strong right now on their map pick. Now there is a stack here, including the rifle of Nikodos. That's a nice early kill from him, but they're gonna follow out the apartments. Trades necessary because it's back to a 2v2. Nade into pit, the smoke will make it awkward for Grims. There's the turnaround, and Grim gets the final kill. So awkward there, but Complexity's trades are just good enough.
Another timeout being called by Fnatic to discuss their options. Just a 1 kill for Mezzi, an outlier, looking at everybody else.
Yeah, he looks a little shaky.
He has been playing a lot of passive angles over towards A, trying to support the rest of the team and so on. But if you look at the sequence of frags towards the end of that last round, it just shows how sharp everybody is for the most part. All those trades coming through, playing off of each other, punishing with the information gleaned, how the pistols got to work here. They lost the rifle early after that frag, Fnatic. The pistols delivering though, but again, the urgency from all the players coordinating together. It's okay to go down if your teammate comes in and trades, especially of course on the T side, and Grim delivers that final frag for a big lead. 6-1 for Complexity. The rifle's out for Fnatic again. No sniper for Nikodos. We know what he's been doing with that already. So that will be a significant loss for the squad, but perhaps they can find success in a different setup in round 8.
Yeah, even though it's a 6-1 scoreline, this map has definitely been closer than that suggests. Fnatic have taken a lot of rounds close. That means Complexity's money is still a little dodgy, and look at the early damage both ways on Banana. Grim and Fasha forced away. Complexity grouped up towards B. And JT chose to get the MAC-10 in this round. Could have afforded the AK. And here comes that counter-aggression again. They're going to meet them head-on. Fasha finds one, but the trade's back. So good for Complexity.
That kill feed's like free-for-all deathmatch, but ultimately, again, it's the T side abusing the numbers, coming out on top. How much is there for Fnatic to do at this point? Two rounds from now, I want to see Nikodos with an AWP. So hopefully they think about their money in the next round. But again, it's a landslide of rounds for Complexity at present. Very nice work from them. Lovely to see them so aggressive. So aggressive and sharp. Really, really nice work. Another 2K for JT. Everybody fighting for a place in the Spodek. But there's much work to be done today.
For these teams especially. They're only in the lower bracket semi-final right now. So 2 series that need to be won today for these teams to make it through to playoffs. But this is the exact start Complexity would have wanted. I think for Fnatic, you see the idea is fine here. It's just the timing was a little late on this aggression. If they'd have gone 5 or 10 seconds earlier, Complexity would have been further back towards the half wall, and there's a chance that you can just catch them in that choke point. But instead, Complexity are on different angles because they've closed the distance. The thing is, Fnatic still get decent amount of weaponry in this round. They can continue to try and make these rounds competitive. We've seen them start with 3B pretty often. That will continue. Now, Complexity do similar nades on Banana, but they are straight back to A in this round. And because Fnatic only have 2 CTs on A, they're playing really passive. So they're not going to have an idea until Complexity throw these flashes. I don't think a rotate can get here in time right now.
No, I think they are the sacrificial lambs. This is about to be an honor killing from Complexity, or is it? Crims has been fragging really well as well, but him and Roy will go down at the same time. And indeed, I think that's a wrap for this one. Might as well save that M4 and the Kevlar. Just give them more money in the long term. 8-1 from Complexity, and we've barely mentioned Hulzerk's name in this series so far. Hulzerk is to come when we get to the second half. If he brings the form that he's had recently, then Fnatic are in for a dangerous ride. I think they're going to be in a car with no brakes at that point, because he was smashing in his last match. I think he got a lot of frags through that way.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try and read the numbers off the top of my head. Never a good idea.
I just remember he had nearly 100 average damage per round, which is just stupendous. I think it was 99 ADR.
Must be nice.
Must be nice. Can't relate. Nothing really to do here for Fnatic, unless Crims had an incredible overperformance. And Hulzerk apparently doesn't need them ops every damn round. He's doing it with the AK so far. That might be about to change, though. Complexity have finally built up a bit of money. So they're going to have the option for the T-side AWP. And they will take it. Hulzerk taking that T-side AWP on Inferno. Not always picked up by every team. Complexity happy to go for it. And Nikodos was dueling down mid earlier.
Hey!
And again, and this time Hulzerk gets revenge.
Yeah, we always say the AWP is most powerful post-plant on the T side of Inferno, but Nikodos has been so aggressive with these peaks that eventually, if he keeps going for them, it's going to get caught off guard.
Another quick round from Complexity. Into one man on B.
Got flash lined up as well. Fasher eats it straight in the face, and Grim is going to send it. No respect, big headshot, crouch peek. Thank you and goodbye. Another round in the bag. Another save for Fnatic, just admiring the paintwork on the A bomb site. They could spend this time to try and find the dog. This is nuclear from Complexity. They are not playing around today.
This is kind of the issue that Fnatic had in their previous Inferno game we saw. I feel like they were just losing a lot of early fights and a lot of early rounds against OG. When Fnatic played OG on Inferno, they only got 1 CT round in that second half. So I wonder if Complexity have seen that and are going for some of these fast plays. Ringing the bell, the death bell right now for Fnatic.
Ding dong ding. They've come to talk to you about your extended warranty. Please answer the door. Third timeout from Fnatic. They have 1 round to the 9 of Complexity. This is a brutal game of Counter-Strike to be on the receiving end of. Complexity look absolutely amazing though.
Yeah, they're playing so well. I love JT's calling. I think it's evolved through the years. He used to be someone who was much, much more on the side of intricate nades and intricate executes, always wanting to have the upper hand in those strats. But he's definitely added some more pace to his game as a caller. He's definitely added some quicker rounds and some more freedom for his individuals. And now Complexity have the individuals where they can make that work. And it's really been the timings that have been so good for Complexity. You see them just move together so quickly as a pack. They've been unstoppable so far.
Okay, so Nikodos knows he's expected. Changing the approach on this occasion, flashes off the angle, and mid is taken already. Have they got the intel that there are 3 players towards B? You can see the bomb is still T-Rampant present. Not doing anything too crazy, but it is a fast-moving round. The swing, Nikados is in trouble. Trying to punish the Tracers there. It's the HG to do the damage. And everybody's still alive. Very awkward engagement. And it seems that Complexity may head towards the B bomb site. Mezzi's not going to be too shy to find this info out. Nobody is home. Get that rotation on the go. Get the man by the well. Get the flashes lined up because Fasha is going to need the help.
Yeah, he's just re-smoked it at a good time. And he's also got an incendiary if needed. But the rotate is arriving here.
Well, the molly is out, and he needs those flashes to come in over the roof. Here it comes. Fasha will deliver. For one, he'll get traded. Nikados smoked off of the angle now as we've got plays through the smoke. This is absolutely wild. Grim and Floppy remain bomb planted now. Can they have the same success? Again, they are a man down, as they were last time. Grim does not respect any smokes or any players. Trying to smoke off Nikados. What is the next play, though? Grim, what a nuisance. He is walking through his own smoke again. Nikados wasting time looking for him. There he is. Now Nikados can entertain, and Roy can go for the defuse or deliver the frag as well. And finally, Fnatic are off that one round. They'll finally make it to 2. They can still get 6, but you can see they're not happy.
Yeah, it took them a while. But I think in this round, they start to figure out what they need to do. They made that info play on A-Long to see if the Complexity players were there. And Complexity have never been leaving lurkers. They've always been grouping up as a 5-man unit when hitting bomb sites. So the fact that Fnatic get that info that top mid is clear means they get to rotate back to B just in time. And the counter utility was so much better this time. They have to push through a molly on the Complexity side. The flash comes in at the right time. Now challenging Banana. It's not going to work at all.
Bullzerk is here, finding the big frags on the T side. Another entry from him. And he's just getting warmed up. He hasn't had to do too much just yet. Devastating start to round 12. You can see how much that one round meant to Fnatic, and it's back into the bin once again. Not really committed to either side just yet. Slowly walking towards A, but it is complete guesswork. And Complexity have the time to allow Fnatic to hang themselves in this round. To walk the plank, if you will. Crims may be doing that, but we know he's good for an entry as well. 2 players spotted. Fang holding an off angle. Fnatic just trying to get back into this round. The B bomb site still abandoned. The bomb slowly making its way over there. Grim will be the information man with 8 HP. They'll find themselves an empty bomb site, and this round will be over.
Complexity just filming a YouTube video on abandoned places right now. That B bomb site, completely lost. I love those videos. Exploring abandoned buildings. I'm too scared to do it, but it looks like a lot of fun.
We should definitely send you to an abandoned building.
I'm terrified, James. Don't do it to me.
Just put a GoPro on your forehead, you'll be fine.
The GoPro will keep me safe, I'm sure. Do Complexity hunt. Their money's okay. They've actually got nades as well. Like, Fang has a molly, which could go to Crim's position in pit.
I botched it. Do it now, do it now. Watch it, just run over it. Boom. Same side, he's outside.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow. Even saving is a nervous existence. 10 rounds for Complexity. We'll see if Fnatic can make it to 5. Heavy losses early in round 12. We'll see if they can change the nature of these rounds in round number 13. The future is bleak on Inferno at present, but this is more or less a full buy. Nikados slightly shy of grenades, but not the biggest of deals. I think the guns of Complexity are the main issue that Fnatic are experiencing. Very fast nades on Banana. And these problems on Banana may encourage them to just dump nades early. So Complexity changing the pace potentially could have some advantages as well.
Yeah, you're just seeing those mollies from Complexity on Banana, and Fnatic dump utility back at them. But it's Fnatic who are kind of coming off worse for wear in those sorts of trades. They don't have too many nades left now. Complexity only used a few of their own. Again, a gamble with a 4-man A stack. Fasha left alone on B right now.
They force them to use another smoke as well, so a minute on the clock, and there are 2 smokes remaining for Fnatic, one of which has just been deployed, as we can see. The last one's in the hands of Roy, who is on long. So again, the urgency of these rounds force Fnatic to dump most of their util. They've got a few flashes to make a play. Cribbs popping out. He's not pinned too bad on the duels today. Creeping towards B. The bomb deploying the util on the way now. Nikodos drops JT. Looking like an important 3rd round for Fnatic. Pre-fire from Mezzi will certainly be nice. 5 versus 2. They can still make this painful though. Grim will be traded. Oh, now it's down to Hulzerk in the clutch. He's found himself enough, 18 seconds to plant the bomb. No one else is here. This is winnable now for Hulzerk. He needs the 4K, and things start to get scary for Fnatic. Crimson Banana, Roy coming in from CT spawn. They both have kits. They're so nervous though. It's Hulzerk. He might have an AWP. Nikodos has lost his one, edging forwards, but they have to find out where he is. And this is burning so much time. Hulzerk just chilling now. If he gets 1 frag, he can just dance around this forever. Oh, he just doesn't land it.
Time? Oh, I think they might have it.
If he gets that 1 kill on Crims, that round is over.
Yeah, man.
That was a scary one for Fnatic, but they're able to get another round.
Yeah, honestly, Fnatic, I think you put it perfectly. They looked almost nervous in that retake. I mean, I know it was a 4v1 initially. Nikodos committed in and got a bit caught out with the AWP. But then, yeah, Crim's just about able to win that fight. Roy had to jump back to the bomb. There's no way in hell they were getting that defuse if they didn't win that first fight.
Yeah, he should have got that frag.
He should have.
He knows that's his round if he gets that kill. Crims is facing Dark, but it's 10-3 on the T side of Inferno. They're not doing too bad.
No, that's great. And I think that's the first round where the coordination looked a little off from Complexity. JT was way ahead of the rest of the squad pushing B, and there wasn't even a CT smoke up. So I don't mind the fact that there's been a timeout, which allows them to just make sure they stay on top of things. You don't want to let Fnatic get 5 at the half. You'd rather win a couple more and be really dominant at the halftime score. And here we go, Fnatic with finally some nades on Banana that might stop Complexity, or at least stall them in that position. Ooh, fast A. Pop looks prepared, at least into top mid.
Counter utility will be burned once again. This time Fnatic have held on to much more though. Much more. Standing on the shoulders of giants is Roy, but he can't quite find the angle. Shift walking into the corner. There will be a funky crossfire. When does Roy pop out? Not just yet. That molly might spread.
No way.
Gotta love it when that happens. The patience. Does Fang even check the corner now? 4 players on the A bomb site. Nikodos alone on B. Grim starting to edge towards Banana as Floppy shows some presence. 45 seconds on the clock. You can see him trying to bait a shot out one way or another. There is Roy. There was Roy. Peaks eventually punished. Oh, Fang looks nasty with this AK. Everybody's been on a deathmatch servers, that much is clear. Fasher creeping now, needs the info. Will he be ready for this angle though? No, he's not looking at all. Another one for Fang. 3 kills for him. Putting all the X's up in the corners. Nikodos just chilling on B. Has not much to do but save.
It has been a bit unfortunate for Nikodos. Quite a few rounds where his AWP just isn't in the right position. You can see he's only got 6 deaths despite Complexity having what is about to be 11 rounds. And the patience there from Complexity was on point. Didn't overcommit to anything. Waited out the counter utility when it was deployed from Fnatic. And it just seems like everyone's on the same page for Complexity. And that might be the case in this hunt as well. They're all moving in to try and get this all away. Don't know if they can close this distance in time though. Should be fine for Nikodos. saving the AWP at a minimum, but the best Fnatic can do is 4 CT rounds heading into the last round of the half. Oh, Fang wasn't fully looking that way. It's just a solid adjustment. Couple of good entries from him on long. And Fasha was clueless as to that close angle.
Coffee break might be required for Fnatic at this point. Although you would think this action might wake them up. Sheer brutality, heavy output from all the Complexity players. And again, you can see their approach is to hold on to their util as much as they can. Only one incendiary though at this point. Grim again shows some presence. Maybe go for some pre-fire. Nikados holding an off angle. Hulza creeping as well. Posted up now. Will he continue? Indeed he will. Nikados ready. That's the start they were looking for, but it's always about the finish.
Oh, Nikados uses that incendiary to try and establish an angle on Banana. Not even getting flashed in here. Goes for the fight and loses it. And now Complexity could pounce on this B-bomb site.
These frags are so nasty from Complexity. Looking for more now. Fasha falls off. That flash is never going to pop in time because Grim's up top. Slam dunk on the B-bomb site. 3-on-3. Fnatic have to go for it. The rotation will be long. Situation arduous. Roy's the only man with a defuse kit. It'll be close enough to the site. Are they going to pop flash floppy in? They are. Swings and down goes Mezzi. Utterly deleted. Crimson Roy remain. No smoke at the front of the site now. Crim's waiting for the peaks. Takes one in the face immediately through the barrel. Down goes Roy. This half is not going the Complexity's way. The trades are here once again. 12-3 at halftime. Complexity having a great time of things. An absolute stinker for Fnatic. We'll see if they can find the air freshener after the break.
Nervous too. Feel like his head's gonna flop forward one day. He's gonna forehead his keyboard. But you can fix those problems down the road.
No, you can't. Take care of your back.
You can only win now.
True. How much prize money is worth your back? You let us know in the comments. We get 10 likes for a Fast Outsiders round.
It's not enough. James knows his value.
Yeah, James owns on YouTube. He's demanding thousands of likes. Game Time channel, unparalleled CSGO channel. He has made it a point to be better than the other pros making CSGO channels.
Yep.
He's done a pretty damn good job.
Come on, Piku. Now or never, kid. Smoke in front of the pack. Oh,
he's getting it today.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, obviously Fuku's not performing to his best ability, but also like, is he just getting owned? Did he do anything wrong there? Flit's blind according to the kill feed.
You know, every time I do an unlucky or bad on my channel, it's games like these, right? And you go back and you watch, and it's always a mix. You know, it's like you don't get 114 completely unlucky. Okay, Zywoo's was actually his worst game ever. It was actually completely unlucky. Which makes sense for a guy who's that consistent.
Okay.
But most of the time, it's going to be like 2-3 rifle rounds that you notice they made a mistake on. One bad spray. The confidence falls off, you know, when you're 1-9, 1-10. And then the other kills, you're getting instud, you know, every other round. Which is a typical day in CSGO at the top level. But yeah, not much presence from him on P side, we saw some visible frustration from him. Into now, it may be too late to recover, maybe not. I don't know, but no money here again for outsiders, for OG. God damn it. For Fnatic, heroic, Anavi.
Fnatic getting beaten about as badly as you were getting beaten earlier in pinball, James. It's not looking good for them.
Listen, I could go on about that pinball thing, but we can talk about that later. Fnatic have only 3 rounds from their CT side, but it's in the past. You have to ignore that now. A new half, not quite a new day, but new opportunities certainly for Fnatic. Time to get on their bike and start moving forward. Nikodos will be the utility man for Fnatic. The rest have Kevlar and Glocks. And have a look at this. We've got a send down mid from Complexity. They don't want to give these guys any access to any bomb sites or any opportunities to come back or anything else apart from deaths, apart from L's, apart from 0 HP, one after the other. Down they go. Roy trying to do his best. He's got the bullets and he's got a 3K and time to reload, but he'll be taken down from the legs. That one got a bit spicy quite quickly, but then the milk came pretty damn fast.
Complexity just playing with pure confidence right now. The aggressive style's been working for them, so why change anything on CT's side? 4-man push down mid. Too many angles at the end for Roy there. He gets, unfortunately, caught out from the underpass. You would want to see him get a chance to get a fair fight after all these kills come in. But Floppy says no.
Floppy's a leg man. It is known. 13-3 for Complexity. Fnatic taking their last time out. Keita. I don't know what you say at this point, but you know, every team has had a monstrous deficit. Every team's been slapped about on the server. So it isn't anything new in that respect. So, you know, opening map of the series, won't be too bothered by it. Sometimes it happens. It is what it is. Let's just focus on the next round. Let's see what we can do. Although they haven't bought anything just yet, so are they going to play versus a 3-14 scoreline? It looks like they might be. Roy picking up a P250. Leslie's having a nightmare. He's got 4 kills. 4 kills in 17 rounds. I think Rugger's got, what, 3 kills at the moment?
Yeah. That is not a competition I was expecting we'd have today. I guess Fnatic want at least 1 gun round. It just feels better when you get at least 1 gun round. But that does mean this one should be clean as hell from Complexity.
No util for Fnatic. Farming.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, there's a bomb plant to be had here and some guns to be collected. They can hardly believe it. Going for that safe bomb plant. Under the Vino is where the guys at home, that's where you want to plant, but the urgency is high. There's a, oh, that HE grenade. Do the HE, please. I need the HE. Oh, if that HE came first, that would have been savage with no Kevlar as well. Could have collected 2 maybe. Nikodos looking over the smoke. Roy's here with the MP9. Nikodos now needs a miracle to win this round. He's got to find the right players, but they'll find him first. And it will be a 14th round for Complexity, but that's a noble effort from Fnatic.
Roy definitely feeling it, based on the pistol and then that round with a P250. And that's always a great sign for Fnatic, especially on their T side. He should be given some freedom to try and be that entry man, just open up rounds. I feel like if you have any chance here for Fnatic, you almost need to win some rounds where you just get like 1 or 2 instant entries and just force the constant saves and awkward scenarios for Complexity. So wouldn't mind seeing Roy just looking for some early fights. For Complexity, it's actually a scenario where you don't upgrade that many weapons. So you got the FAMASs stuck in there. You've got the MP9 still. See how they manage this round. Nico does ahead of the util on Banana. Between two incendiaries right now, but that means he might be unexpected. They still win the fight against him. The Banana control too damn good for Complexity. Oh boy, Mezzy, he's just not having a good day, is he?
Just get all the derp out now. Just get it out of the way. If this is to be a brief half, squeeze all the derp out and then move on for the next game. Minute 10 on the clock for the remainder of Fnatic. We know they can be pretty sharp, pretty handy on these AK-47s as well. Running out of opportunities to show it though. At least on Inferno. Vertigo to come. We know what they can do on Vertigo.
Yeah, don't get too disheartened, Fnatic fans. At least it is Complexity's pick. Probably didn't have that high hopes for Inferno. Although that CT side does need some work for Fnatic, based on the games we've seen here at Katowice. Roy is in the smoke, so he might try and get good timing and be a little further forward than Complexity were expecting here. As the G play is ready, there's Mezzy with an entry.
9 seconds to plant the bomb. This is where things can start to go wrong, but JT will be deleted. Ulzak doing what he can. Just keeping the pressure high. The remainder of the CTs are here. Floppy and Fang. Diffuse kit for the former. Swing in from the latter, and down he goes. Floppy will just be like, oh dear. Outstaying his welcome. Well then. So far, so good. One round at a time. Don't focus on the overall score. Focus on what's in front of you. And that's round number 19.
Take those fights at the end of the round, Mezzy. Love to see that. That is what I'm expecting from Fnatic. Just be a bit loose in the way you play. So far down, it's not like you have any real expectations of coming back at this point. Roy defending Mezzy. Ulzak tried a little bit of a lucky lineup. Was not meant to be. Now Complexity have a weakened buy, but their 2-star players have their favor.
1, 2.
Ouch. Now Ulzak may have the ore, but it's still not a great start to the round for him. Ooh, both rifles here.
Nothing doing just yet. More mollies to come. They know how brutal this can be. Fnatic with some revenge now. Nikodos has to be careful. Did he spot JT there? 3 pistols remain. JT going fishing. Still 2 players over towards the A bomb site. Roy's also there. So if they're lucky, Complexity, then maybe they could collect a rifle from this. But indeed, looks like they'll hold on to these pistols for the rounds to come. You can see Roy holding down 2 jobs here. 5th round's on the board, but this is the easier round. The road ahead is going to be very long, arduous for Fnatic. Complexity won't be bothered with these round losses. There are more pistols to come though. This was a force buy from Complexity, so Fnatic may get another one for free. But even after that, so much more work to do.
Yeah, this is the only way back, right? Making sure that Complexity are in poor positions economically. So I guess that's a start for Fnatic. No real need to hunt at the end here. Everyone will hold on to what they can. You can kind of see Fnatic not getting excited yet. Just making sure that it remains as almost pure business right now to try and get back into this one. It's a nice molly. Nikodos able to just line up a couple. Oh, man.
That had to be a frustrating round for him. 2 HE grenades, 2 mollies coming your way. Just wasn't allowed to get going. He must have known he would persist with all those grenades being thrown up. So this is a junk round for Complexity. You can make a lot with junk. It's a Gary's mod round. I don't know that Complexity can construct much of anything here. Despite the bell ring there. Mezzy trying to stay alive now with his 2 HP. So far, so good.
Nice utility from Fnatic, just keeping Complexity's pistols behind smokes. And it's not like you have much of an ability to spam with those pistols. So that should keep Fnatic pretty safe on this bomb site. Starting to do what they can on the Fnatic side.
Fnatic sent me their new jersey, which is quite nice. Complexity have previously sent me their big blue hoodie. And if I wear that on a plane, people look at me like I'm a basketball player or something.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of cool. It's a bit too big for me though. We got to say something to fill this time with the Seco. All right. Well, Fang's got his Kevlar. That'll save him some money. 4,300 in the bank. He could do with the extra money. A timeout from Complexity before they start their proceedings. Now the real game begins in this second half. Still a big deficit for Fnatic. If they can frag enough players, then every round might be 2. But often with a scoreline like this, it's like a half-buy or a pistol run that takes the leading team to gain points. But we won't get too far ahead of ourselves. 1 round at a time. But Fnatic absolutely have to be concerned about Hulzerk with an AWP. We saw the utility towards Banana in the last round where Hulzerk had an AWP. They've got to figure out a way to neutralize him, to keep him out of the game, because he could win it single-handedly if they don't.
Well, unfortunately, he can't get the AWP this time. He could have afforded it, but decided he didn't want to go without Kevlar, which is understandable. If you're going to be trying to challenge on Banana, those nades can come flying at you real quick.
And already have.
Yeah.
He's already been deterred from trying to play AWP no armor. Not going to be doable versus Fnatic. Again, this utility to take those CT angles away. Establishing control of Banana a priority. But if they shoulder peek this, they're never going to be ready for Grim. Unless it's Crims. I always believe in Crims.
Utility baited out on the Complexity side. Fnatic happy to just play in their default until something changes. Molly put into short, starting to pressure top mid. Complexity want to fight for top mid with this smoke. Fang will have a little angle to work with. Still, Fnatic really happy to take their time here on the T side of Inferno. And I don't know if they realize the info that Complexity have. They've re-peeked into top mid. They'll see this is clear. So Fnatic might have to be quick on their B play to make sure there's no rotation coming back to this B bomb site.
Are we going to see a flank down mid as well, I wonder? As the grenades start to stream in, 25 seconds on the clock, and 2 players still holding steadfast top mid. In the meantime, Floppy will deliver. Grim will be dropped. JT blind and extremely dead. Mezzy crossing with the bomb. Got to focus on the plot now. Complexity had the information, but maybe reading that they could make their way back. Wonder if it was worth having somebody look towards mid. Easy for us to say with all the information. Either way, Fnatic will prove successful in the next round. Won't be worth 2 with 3 players surviving for Complexity. They can spread the wealth and have another go if they can all survive. 1 round at a time. Fnatic certainly one of the teams with the discipline to keep focused on the small goals with a big deficit. Not let it get into your head too much. 7th round on the board then. They reach half of Complexity's score.
Mezzy really starting to show up now after a very slow start. He's had a couple of impactful rounds, which is good to see. Here is the B stream update. Outsiders in a very good position. Maybe not in this specific round. Although Fame could do this, he could do it. Rugger's still out fragging Fiku, by the way. Oh, and Fiku's gone. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Damn, Fame wins it. So Rugger out fragging Fiku on the first map. But more importantly, Outsiders picking up that first map over on the B stream. pretty similar in terms of how one-sided it was to how our game has been going so far. Fnatic could be changing that, though. They're starting to put together some T rounds. Rifle save. Hulzuk takes initiative, but it won't work out for him. And Floppy manages to get 2 back.
What a fantastic spray on Crims. Just repositioning. That was a beautiful 2K from Floppy.
Still alone, though.
He is indeed, but what do Fnatic make of the rest of it? Looking for a 3rd frag now. He's still got 100 HP, Floppy. He is extremely comfortable in this. Now they know that Long could be compromised, and there's enough time for Fnatic to do that, but he sees the creep. He's got to know that's 2 players. That's the bomb poking as well. That activates the rotation for Complexity. Has Floppy done enough, though? A rifle and 2 pistols on the remainder of Complexity as they make their way towards the A-bomb site. That good plant where you've got to face the wall to defuse it has been made by Fnatic. See Nikados creeping, looking towards top mid, spotting 2. Moving back slightly. There's a trade from Fang, though. The molly, does he go through it? Does he go past it? He has a smoke, but how could he pull out a grenade in this position? No kit on these players, so they've got to start moving fast. JT is going to run straight to his demise. Is it over for Fang? With no kit, I think his job is finished for this round. Fnatic moves to 8.
Yeah, I thought maybe Complexity would go over towards the apartments to try and get all those guns that have been dropped, but instead just tried to use the time they had on the retake, set up Fang with some of those trades. Unfortunately for him, though, not able to do enough on this occasion, but still not an awful round for Complexity. They didn't have a perfect buy in that one, and now finally they should have everything they want. They made sure to save plenty of money in this round so that they can get a great buy for the upcoming one. That will be including the AWP in the hands of Hulzuk, so that could be a nice difference maker at this point.
Yeah, this is the test that we were looking for. Complexity responding to Fnatic's plays on Banana. And Grim sending it forward now, but Nikados is here to save. JT will trade, however. Still 2 CTs here. Hulzuk in position should they dare. Enough utility for both squads. Complexity still with 3 smoke grenades for now. Not terribly challenged towards mid. The fight for Banana continues. And with that smoke, I think it might be secure for a while.
Yeah, it should be fine on Banana. And that means JT will leave Hulzuk as that AWP alone locking down that position. So reinforcements arriving to this A bomb site. And that could be very valuable for Complexity. Now they don't have to consider Long. The 2 players on the site can focus on their crossfire, Fang and Floppy, if they are tested. Mezzy not using nades here on Banana. That's a dangerous game. Hulzuk hits him with the AWP, and now Fnatic might run into this A-sided stack.
They have to know that there are 3 towards A. 24 seconds on the clock.
Back still with nades, but I don't know if they're going to use them.
Oh, Roy is lucky to get away with that one. Now what difference will that make? Floppy playing from the graveyard, sees all the information, but only the 1 kill. And the bomb site's been lost for the time being. 9 seconds to plant this bomb. Crims with that smoke for Long. Very specific lineup. 2v2 retake now. Hulzuk has a kit. Do they wait up the smoke or do they try and force their way through it? Grenades being lined up. Not going to find the right angles though. Roy's in the pit. Has Hulzuk spotted something? He's waiting for the jack-in-the-box there. Roy. Oh, he sees Hulzuk though. Sees JT as well. How does Crims clutch this one? Spots JT, but now he's stuck in the corner versus Hulzuk. The grenade won't be enough. Easy for Hulzuk. He's got the kid as well, and Complexity have got game points.
Oh, so close there. With the shot that Crims landed, combined with the nade, it almost finishes off Hulzuk, but he just about gets away quickly enough. I think Roy will be just a little disappointed from that mini pit position. Had that opportunity briefly. But getting that AWP out does make a nice difference in the round. It means that Hulzuk can just solo lock down Banana after they've got that control. And then even on the retake, he's effective here. You see the shot kept Hulzerk in place. The nade, therefore, actually landed and did good damage. It was very close. With 7 health left.
Yeah, Crim's going for the combo meal deal, the Hunger Buster. Not quite working out for him, though. Such an awkward position. Minimal options there. Very rough spot to be in. The whole game has been rough for Fnatic, who have a long way to go. They've got the bomb plant, they've got plenty of money, and they need plenty of rounds. The margin for error is 0 with Complexity on 15. Floppy will be on the FAMAS for this round. 3 plays starting towards B, and the engagements continue. Who will dodge the grenades now? You can see Complexity lining up these flashbangs, waiting to make these play, but the utility might stop them. Grim looking to swing now, sees Nikados by the tree position, and here is to help in Fasha. What does JT do? Awkward for him, 26 HP. We all know there's AKs at 27-1. In our hands anyway. Hulzerk now, perhaps looking to clear top mid. He sees Quarry and he delivers. That's like a hand he just landed a shot on. Very fast indeed. We said he'd be dangerous. Warded off the push towards A.
This is such a ballsy setup. You're leaving Hulzerk's orb alone on A, and it's going to be the right call right now for Complexity. Hulzerk had to feel vulnerable there to the apartments, to Boiler, but now he'll play back. That's allowing this B stack. That could be massive in this one.
Nikados swinging, Fang delivering again. JT with 2, the molly will certainly help, and Mezzi's got 4 HP. He doesn't really stand a chance here. Fnatic barely got started in this game of Inferno. Complexity smashing them from pillar to post. Timing. Oh, there it is, the last frag from Hulzerk, of course. One-sided affair on Inferno. Complexity in full control from start to finish.
Looking good for Complexity right now, but Fnatic still have further chances in this series. They've got their map pick coming up. They'll be looking to bounce back. But first, we're going to break down how that Inferno was so damn good for Complexity. We'll be back with the desk after this.
Welcome to CS Minds, everybody. I'm your host, Maniac, and I have here Floppy as our contestant. Floppy, how are you doing?
Doing great, thanks.
Now, your topic today, self-chosen, is NACS. You comfortable?
I'm comfortable.
You ready to roll?
I'm gonna try my best.
There we go. Who is the only NA org to win a major?
Cloud9.
Which 5 NA players won the Intel Grand Slam?
Elige, Twists, Nitro, Naf, and Stewie.
Correct. Who was their coach?
Adrun.
Which NA player created the legendary flashbang dance?
Jordan Gilbert, nothing.
Correct. Which ESL Pro League winning player retired from professional play to become one of the biggest Counter-Strike streamers of all time?
Shroud.
Correct. Which NA org were notorious for choking?
Well, Liquid.
Correct. Which organizations feature the most dominant SA roster of all time?
I don't know. NA organization, pass.
Which Team Liquid player scored the epic 1v2 no-scope at the ESL 1 Cologne?
Oh, that's time. Damn it, dude.
That's fast, huh?
Yeah, that was quick.
But that's it for the countdown. That's 6 points for you, Floppy. You will always be in our rankings forever. You satisfied with that?
I think I did okay.
6 points here. Well, thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you with the next contest.
I don't know that the word tumultuous is going to actually do justice to the first half that we saw from Fnatic, but ultimately we do see Complexity picking up the first map of the series. Just one step closer to where they want to be. Inferno going their way. We have Vertigo coming up next. Overpass should we need it. And at this moment in time, perhaps just maybe, Fnatic are waking up.
The perfect start for Complexity, Trace. There's no other way to put it. This was a dream scenario from the get-go on the side of the NA org. Good rounds, individual super sharp. Fnatic took probably 20 to 30 minutes to wake up in this game. Their CT set was extremely problematic. There was a whole lot of rounds in which they made mistakes. And somehow Complexity had no contest up until, what, 13 to 5? Something like that? This is where the game started, really?
It took them way too long to get into it. There was no composure shown from Fnatic, and I think that's the biggest worrying sign, because that first half, they were making plenty of mistakes, and obviously Complexity had a good game plan there, but you have to wonder, where were the trades? Why are they sometimes reacting the way
it was too easy.
They're acting? Yeah, it didn't feel like it was actually a Tier 1 team playing in the server against Complexity there.
It almost felt like a no-show moment. You know, let's take a look at round 6, guys.
This is a round where it kind of demonstrates how Fnatic were just panicked this game. They actually do pretty well. They get the opening pick. Nikodas finds that frag. But then look at how they fight in the bomb site. They're actually moving into B at this point, Complexity that is, and they throw a smoke for confidence. And look how Mezzy reacts. Like, this is not necessarily how you're supposed to try to help out your teammate. He just pushes right through the smoke, and he gets blinded as Complexity's exec starts, and yeah, there's this one kill from Fasher there in the back of the site, but it's not enough, and it's just a little bit too awkward. It's not a strong hold between the two of those site defenders.
Is it something where we look at that first half and we think, yeah, you know what, first game of the day? Do you want to write it off like that?
No. I think it's too easy, Trey. It's really too easy. But what it tells me is that Fnatic were nowhere near ready to start this game. Because when you're in 5v4 and you have the right read and everything is going according to plan, and this is the end result, this is a very strong signal that things are going to hell. And I think this feeling crept in them, and we could see that in many different scenarios, that Fnatic just didn't know how to close rounds in which they had really everything under control.
I'll say so there's the other game on the B stream, they're playing with their coach. So you're going to expect people to do things that are a little out of the ordinary. They're going to try to like find a frag that maybe they otherwise shouldn't. But when you're Fnatic and you should trust your team, you don't need to be making weird plays solo or anything like that.
And what we were showing here, Trace, that's the good. Maui and I, we're going to take a walk. We're going to take a walk, and for the Fnatic fan of the world, now this is getting even a bit more dicey. Maui, come with me and let's
down. Come on down.
Let's have a good time together. Obviously, I'm memeing a little bit. I'm sure for Fnatic, not too great. Round number 14, I want you guys at home to look at a couple of things. First, it's a 5v4 with 4 CTs in the positions, which is the one needed. We have a minute. Oh, if I do it here. Right, we have a minute and 5 left on the clock. We'll see Complexity with that long take, and that detail right here should have been the end of the round. We'll see Roy is going to be able to survive in that Molotov, basically becoming invisible.
Yes, and when you throw this Molotov, obviously you think that this cubby is burned out, and so Fang should have no chance, but what is this?
That was his verb. You want to go back? You want to go back and take half a second because we have to. Basically, just look at the time. It's, again, 40 seconds. This was 20 seconds after the first segment we've shown you guys. Roy was completely invisible, and out of the blue, he just decides to peek with no flash, no fake, nothing. I have no idea why he decided to peek, but it's not even the worst, because that second kill comes in. Once more time, we're going to go here back to understand how crazy this is, that second kill from Fang. He's completely caught off guard. That position here is in what I call an off angle. Fang just flicks him right back to hell, probably, I guess, this is where they were right now. Yeah, put him in the dirt, and now Fang, after 2 kills, that should have never been the case, one more time, because, you know, 2 needs 3, and he gets a 3rd kill. This is when I say, nothing could go wrong for Complexity. Nothing could go wrong. This round was all the way for Fnatic. Many mistakes were made, and Complexity had just their 11th.
Well, we have the perfect camera, too, for like either 2 thumbs up or 1 thumb up. So what are you guys thinking? 2 thumbs up?
Oh, no,
that's down. That's thumbs down.
Bad.
No, I was thinking about that camera, not the one that...
Oh.
Whatever.
Okay. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
You want us to come back to you?
Yep.
You guys start coming back this way.
Oh, actually, you know what, Trace? I got you. Hold on a second.
No.
Because I think Banks is
that's
willing
what I
to
was
check.
going to do. Hey, don't listen to him. Listen to me. We got James Banks.
Absolutely demolished by Complexity. It was on Inferno, and it was just watching them struggle again in situations where they should have had an advantage. They should have been able to play better. Another slow start, just like what we saw against Vitality. I spoke to Keita, the coach, and he said, look, this was not good enough from us. He says, hopefully this is something where we can come fired back up into the second map. But he doesn't even seem too confident himself. And to be fair, I'm not too confident, because Complexity, they're large and in charge right now. We'll have to see how it goes, Trace.
Yes, that's right. With Inferno done, And, you know, with the dissatisfaction over there in the side of Fnatic, we look at a Complexity 1-0 up in the series going into a Vertigo. So Maui, bestow some wisdom upon us.
Well, this is obviously a map that Complexity have already won at this event. They beat Heroic on it, and it was off the back of a crazy strong defense. 11 rounds on the CT side, and I want to say that Fang, if he's going to have more pop-off rounds like we just watched in round 6 and that other one we just demonstrated, then this is going to be very hard because he's controlling that ramp, and Roy's kind of having a weird game for himself. I feel like his read of the game is very poor right now, and if he's going to play like that, this is a Complexity 2-0 for me, Maniac.
Listen, I'm just hoping we're getting to see the Fnatic effect that they had against Vitality when they started the first map really poorly. Then they had a couple of rounds to come back, kind of catch your breath after a very hard start. And this is what happened in this map that we've just witnessed, right? A couple of rounds towards the very end. Hopefully Fnatic can get their shit together. But
there you go. Wow, that was so eloquently put and so gentle around the edges.
You know?
Yeah, you know what's not gentle around the edges is what's happened to OG today. It's a really unfortunate turn of events in terms of, you know, they're having to play with their coach and Rugga. There's a whole B stream going on over there. But yes, they do drop that first map 16-7, as to be expected. And ultimately, I think we do have a catch-up. So let's see what's going on over there. Nope, just kidding. I made that all up. It was all.
Well, you just caught the audience up. You just told them. You filled them in.
Well, yeah, essentially, yeah.
That's a complicated situation to be in.
Just in case no one has any idea what we're talking about, yes, Rugga steps in for the side of Flames. Flames not feeling super great today, or apparently well enough at all to come into the office. So not an ideal situation for OG. For the outsiders, you're probably really not just happy about this, but thankful too.
I have to say, with Dexter throwing out high fives that violent, I wonder if Rugga's used to this or he knows what he's in for there, because that might actually hinder his performance. You need to build the calluses necessary in order to take those.
This is a bit complicated for OG, of course. I think FiQ had a pretty rough first map as well. And obviously, you know what all people do? They do the tab and they say, oh, you got less frags than your coach. Striker, yeah, I'm looking at you. I know what you're doing on Twitter. I've been reading it. Just casually mentioning FiQ be below Rugga in frags. That is really unfortunate. Like, their team has like no bearing. It's like there's no importance. Why do we have to do FiQ so dirty? Why?
You know, I think what you're trying to say is nobody's safe. Nobody's safe whatsoever.
Way too mean.
Yeah. Well, check it out. We do need to go to a break so that we can get that second map started. We can find out if Complexity can best Fnatic here. It's going to be on Vertigo. And should we need it again, that third map being Overpass. So we cut to that quick break, and then we return for the Intel Extreme Masters, last day of the group stage.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Order in the court, it is CS Justice, and I of course have our defense attorney representing the client is of course Mr. Merriman. Thank you for joining us, and of course Roy, I believe is pronounced in Danish. Well, let's get on with it. We have our first case. I am the judge, jury, and executioner, but we'll listen to the defense. Our first case begins.
If you look at this guy's movement, he looks pretty new to the game, and he's not really scared of anything, right?
I mean, you're making points. 32 frags. It does look like his movement is of someone that wouldn't have 32 frags. Uh-oh. Just tapped out for a second there, wasn't he?
Maybe his parents were calling him or something.
Right.
Even if you're playing noobs, you are sometimes a bit scared of something. I've never seen a guy this confident in where he thinks they are. It doesn't look too good.
He was a guy who's got plenty of matchmaking experience. He's a pure aimer.
I need to hear your explanation for why he tabbed out and then clutched up.
It happens to all of us at the start of the game. Your mom or dad, dinner's ready.
Mum, I can't pause. It's an online game, Mum.
Yeah, back in.
Or his software outside of the game was a little bit tickling.
Or his gaming mouse ran out of battery.
I honestly don't know. Not enough evidence. Innocent.
Oh, Mr. He can't even. This guy's not cheating.
No.
Just looking them through the wall.
You're right. He doesn't realize there's a half wall in front of him, does he?
Exactly.
Oh, mate.
That's nasty.
He's one of those players, you know, it's harder for them if he can actually see them.
Even though he's terrible at everything he did, he got 4 kills through smoke. Pre-firing through the wall, shooting through the wall when he can't even kill them.
He doesn't know what he's clicking. He just one-taps you through a smoke.
So it could just be one.
Yeah, it's just one round. It's just one round.
Guilty.
You can't.
Oh,
what? I've never seen this in my life.
I've never seen those before.
I need to watch more of these cases.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
why is he holding it? He knows because the guy's AFK.
Ah, yeah, he knows.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
No, it's you can't see the chat that all his teammates are tilted and said AFK, AFK, so he knows the stick.
He's not afraid of anything, look. He knows exactly where he is. Now he pulls his weapon.
Yeah.
Right before he knows.
And... Okay.
He's gonna be a hard one to defend.
Okay, yeah.
Everything apart from last kill was a case of great communication. Heard all the steps. The last one... It was
Guilty. Oh, wow, that was fun.
Emergence, resurgence, detergence. One's needed by Maui Snake, the other by Fnatic, because they were lacking in that first map. They've got to bring it back here on Vertigo.
They absolutely do, James. Not looking good for them on that first one, but they did have a bit of a slow start against Vitality and still made that series close yesterday. So hopefully, for Fnatic's sake, they can get their heads in the game. Look at the mood in the Complexity camp, though. All smiles on deck for them as we are ready to get underway into Vertigo. It's Fnatic's map pick. We saw them play this previously and have some success on it. But as Maui pointed out on the desk, Complexity beat Heroic on this map. That is a good scalp to have under your belt.
We're in for a juicy one then. Mezzi deploying some smoke grenades. Hulzerk having a quick look. We know that Fnatic can make it real hard for the CTs to hold the top of the ramp. That's, of course, in the buy rounds to come. First, let's see what they do with the Glocks. Mezzi has a flashbang. Got 4-man on road. Well, this is going to dry peek without the flash, so perhaps the flash will be for the site itself. Complexity falling back now. They'll have some slightly better range, but these are just some opening skirmishes by Fnatic. They are non-committal. They've got commitment problems, and then they've got some position problems because Grim's coming in from the back. Roy's been dropped. He'll change his angle, and they're somewhat trapped now. So this may be going wrong. This may be going awry for Fnatic.
Oh, Grim can just tuck into this corner, and normally that could be a problem position. Normally you could get mollied, but obviously it's the pistol. They don't have that kind of utility. They don't have that kind of tech. They just got to go with what they have. 50 seconds. Grim is still fully controlling the A side of the map. I mean, mid is the only other option. And it means Complexity can stay with a 3B stack. And I think Fnatic might be about to run into it.
Calm before the storm. Boosted up next to VLC media player. Nikodos will join him. Oh, God, and he will be denied. playlist has been deleted. 5-on-3, Complexity defending the B-bomb side. They've got great angles, but Fasha is trying his best. Grim just waiting for his time to strike, but he not even get there in time. Definitely went that way. Mezzi in the clutch now. 7 seconds to find 3 frags. Rather you than me. Time is running low, so is the HP. That one felt a bit stunted from Fnatic. Tried to move away from the B-bomb site, but their map control was not respected by Complexity.
I do wonder if a gun barrel was spotted through the wood. I think sometimes it can clip through, but I feel like with pistols, that's unlikely. It might have just genuinely been a read, because Complexity had so much info. And it is quite common for teams when they're on that pistol to just try and boost players up, have a quick burst onto the site. Here's Glocks again for Fnatic. It's a second pistol round for them. Only this time, they're playing on impossible difficulty.
Glock rounds. Glock round speedrun. Most of these runs tend to fail. We did see the entries, though, onto the A-bomb site on Inferno with some Glocks from Fnatic. I think it's a taller order here. No balcony to jump out of, simply the stairs. Security guard Floppy says no, he'll get all the kills. Very nice anti-eco ace from Floppy. These guys are playing on Game Boy Advance resolutions on these monitors.
Ooh, so this is the pistol. Yeah, that's just a predict. That's a hard read. Love that from JT.
Ooh, spin that wheel.
Wait, does he see it? Oh, he might have seen it, actually. I don't know. I'm too blind, man. I'm too blind.
Even with glasses, we can't see. We like super suck.
Absolutely. Here's the gun round, and Complexity continue their confident and aggressive play style. Double swing onto mid. This is kind of half like a bonus for Complexity. They're keeping some weaker guns. So that's a nice start to the round, but Floppy has fallen elsewhere.
JT will find 2, but only get 1 kill. There are 2 on the ramp. He sees one of them. Perhaps Fang will have the sound cue so he can raise the alarm and call for rotation. Heavy rotation. So all 3 of Fnatic are on the ramp now. They have a flashbang, but they've got a minute on the clock. That is key because they need to find frags. Roy, he didn't see the back of the CT. Okay, maybe he did eventually. Perhaps one of his teammates saw it on his POV. They have 1/3 of the information. Time continues to run down. So silent Fnatic. Slow and methodical. Where are the other 2, though? Fang being here wouldn't be a surprise, but they don't know it for sure just yet. Again, they need frags before they can plant this bomb. Complexity are the ones holding the smokes. Fangs with a great peek, the perfect timing. Flashbang is inconsequential. Pressure's on you to perform. Fang can just sit here, draw you into the open, draw you into the light. For Hulzerk to pop out at an opportune moment. Slow creep and the bomb plant will be here. Big damage taken by Nikados. Has some help, though, in the hands of Roy. They might be able to do this. Nikados has to dance. Fang and Hulzerk need to pick the right time to push. Look at the peek from Nikados. Great work from him with the AK, leaving Fang in a dire situation. 1 versus 2. Trying to pre-fire as best he can. He has a kit. Trying to isolate the fights, but they'll still get him. Hard one for Fnatic, but they're on the board.
Yeah, it wasn't made easy for them. You see the reaction for Fnatic. They know how important that is. Can't be falling far behind early on your map pick. The thing is, that was a round where Complexity kept a couple of those weaker weapons. They took a few liberties in that round. Now they've got pretty much a full buy across the board. Not always ideal for Floppy to have the FAMAS, considering he's the B anchor, but he'll handle it. And look at this setup from Complexity. 4 CTs towards A, leaving mid wide open. They want to fight for ramp, and JT's going to get them off to a good start.
Could have been 2 there. Fnatic have to be careful. This looks like a hyper-competitive game of Vertigo that we have upon us right now. And it seems Fnatic are going to have to work much harder to find success on a ramp like they have done in the past in different series. Trades are here. Advantage Complexity. 4-on-3. Bomb not spotted just yet. Floppy Putting in some nice work with the FAMAS. Now he's a distraction. We can see he's got support from Hulzak with the AWP. That bomb still needs to be collected, but first they're going for the frags. Crims will eliminate Floppy. Maybe rotating to collect the bomb might save him from an unknown element in Hulzak. Angles being held elsewhere, trying to punish the CTs as they look for information. And Crims could just make the sound cues now. His teammates in position. Crims can bait the CTs to walk into Mezzi's angle. Grim being disciplined though. Fang moving into a dangerous spot once again. 40 seconds on the clock now as the util comes through. That's all the information for Complexity. Everybody waiting for the first head to show. See Crims jiggling there. He's still going to make his way to the site. Fang with a spray will be glorious. Mezzi in the clutch, 1 versus 3. 25 seconds, low on time again. Hulzak to trade, 3-1 Complexity.
And a team ace from Complexity. Everyone getting involved for them on their CT hold this time round. Really solid performance across the board. Floppy earlier getting a nice pick out towards B. They have a good solid rotate over towards this A-bomb site. And once this molly fades, Hulzak can come up above and get the timing right on the trade. So it is Fnatic back down to a weak bye. And Complexity showing us they've got some funky setups. They've got some interesting CT dynamics on display.
It's really interesting to see the angle clearing from a player just watching their POV. More interesting with an AK, but such is the situation for Fnatic. JT playing around the smoke. That's the bomb, that's Basha, that's Crims, that's Roy. On to the next one, 4-1 Complexity.
Sweep that one under the rug, forget about it. And that is an early timeout taken by Fnatic. Makes sense. They have not had a good start here. Even the one round they won was competitive, and that was against not a full buy from Complexity. Now they've got the full guns out. They've got the AWP for Hulzak. And yeah, we just really need to see them come alive right now. That's a tough angle to clear with the D. And no utility. JT this time, the beneficiary of some of the low buy frags. I'm glad that Floppy got that ace earlier. I feel like as the B anchor on Vertigo, there's a good chance you just don't get much action. So get your kills on the board early.
Had them stats, baby.
Exactly. You deserve it.
Now, I'm very interested to see if Fnatic can find success of old on this ramp. Because if they can't, what is plan B for them? I do wonder. We see Hulzak's not going to outstay his welcome there. Going to take a pot shot, announce his presence. JT caught off guard, and maybe Fnatic can find their success after all. Got a fair few smoke grenades in the hole as well. Got to be careful for these wall bangs, but they've got an early advantage. We know they're not shy for a slow round. So they'll make Complexity wonder. Grim and Hulzak both with full nades, still holding on to them for now. Are they going to go for some kind of a retake here? We see Fang creeping forwards. Roy behind the girder. Crims has an angle, a flurry of kills, and it gets worse for Complexity. Their money isn't spectacular, but Grim isn't done with this round just yet. Hearing one player start to rotate, but there's plenty of presence here. They're still looking for these peaks now. Roy just running around. Grim struggling to get the kill. Nowhere to go. The molly's up. Roy's on the way as well. Grim still alive. 7 HP. They're lining up for him. Hulzak on the B-bomb site. I think we'll be trying to find a place to hide. Fnatic on the scoreboard again. This A aggression early is going to be a key area for both squads. Interested to see how that one continues. But Complexity have lost a lot of money in this round.
Yeah, I feel like the fake flash from Grim with the pistol might have fooled me, but it's not going to fool Fnatic. Had to do something though, so I don't mind it. He was so low on health that I feel like he had to just try something crazy, see if Fnatic fall for it. But this is the first round where we see a more standard setup from Complexity. Think about the earlier gun round, they had 4 towards A, Prior to that, they had 2 players going aggressive on mid, so they got an early advantage. This is the first full 5v5 round where it's just their standard 3-man A setup on ramp. And the coordination looked pretty poor. JT was completely alone, had no idea that Fnatic could be so far up. So I'm hoping that Complexity can get that figured out in the future. The other option is, Hulzerk's AWP in that round was positioned over towards B. I think we might see that sniper back towards A in this one, considering they lost that control. And indeed, Hulzerk will be playing sandbags early.
Just a beginning here. Have a look at the players, though, to set up for Complexity. Not overcommitted to the A-bomb site. Fang has been quite dependable, finds another one. Has Crims been spotted, I wonder? Did they hear the tags? In the meantime, Fang is getting all the information the expensive way as far as Fnatic are concerned. They've lost 2 players, unable to respond. Bomb not spotted just yet. But now Complexity don't need to play so aggressive. They fall back on the B bomb site. They can abuse those numbers on a retake if they need to. Want to limit the variance now that they have found themselves with significant advantage thanks to Fang and flashbang support. Excuse me.
You are excused.
Fnatic can still be dangerous with these AK-47s though. This round can still be turned on its head. 42 seconds as they line up smokes towards CT. Mollies towards Floppy's position, forced into the lights where he's like, okay, well I guess I'll have to frag you then and make life even harder. 3 of the remaining 4 players for Cole are here. The flashbang's good though, but the cavalry, the swing is on the way. The traders here and Mezzi now in a 1 versus 3. Hold on a second, Grim and JT have dropped 1v4 even. 2 players remain, but there are 13 seconds on the clock. Avoided a grenade. Will he spot Fang? They're looking to peek together. He's going to have to go for this bomb plant. Fang is going to swing on the right-hand side. He hears the footsteps. 4 seconds. Is there enough time? I don't think there is. Counter-terrorists win. Close, but not quite. A 3K from Mezzi. Did the best he could, but Complexity took that round from the start.
Yeah, Mezzi looking a lot better individually, but man, Crims just could not get that initial kill onto the bomb site. That could have made a massive difference if it was just a 1v3 for Mezzi. Perhaps it's a different scenario, but you see Crims struggling. Mezzi eventually starts to pick up the trades, but too little, too late. And that round was a really good look for Complexity. The ramp play was so much better for them. The flashes that they threw for Fang were great. And it's a more standard round from Complexity that looks good, which we hadn't seen up until that point. Didn't quite catch the score there between the Outsiders and OG matchup. Remember, the winner of these 2 series face off against each other for a spot in the playoffs. Oh, and OG looking good. That's what we like to see.
Fnatic trailing by a map. Trailing by 3 rounds. The glass goes smoky. All eyes on the monitors now. Those absurdly low resolutions. I do wonder how many resolutions they tried before they got that far into a tiny one. We'll have to ask him at some point. Fasher with a Desert Eagle only. Maybe he'll find a rifle later on. JT with a sneaky angle. Down goes the bomb as well. This is a shooting gallery for Complexity, but Fnatic will turn it around. 2v2 favors the tease. Bomb's been spotted, that's fine. The urgency rises. They know the remainder must be on the rotation. And off they go into the site. Towards the site, at least. Looking for a response, it seems. They know one of the 2 players is here. Cutting noise now as they creep forward. Smokes are up. Both teams denied information. Going for the wallbang, Hulzerk. Not finding much of anything. Fasher in the open. Floppy with a FAMAS. Even with all those eyeballs, he might not be able to see both these players. Fasher by default, biding as time starts to move forward. And that's the round that Fnatic were looking for. Breaking the money of Complexity as well. This is their chance to strike now.
That's a nice recovery from Fnatic. Complexity will be a little frustrated though. They commit to the ramp completely. They clearly called that everyone needs to fight ramp, and it almost gave Fnatic those opportunities to get back into the round. I feel like they maybe could have got away with the early kills and just fallen back, but they all wanted to make sure they committed to the same call rather than one or two players falling back and just conceding. So it is a force for Complexity, but it's not great for them. And that is a hard fight to win with the scout. Nikodos waiting with the AWP, ready for that early fight.
Soon be served another one. Dependable Nikodos frags again. Look how tight that angle is with a 5-7. Both teams are going to fight tooth and nail for this game of Vertigo. Fang and Floppy remain. And again, Fnatic give minimal cues. They only give what they want to give. Apart from the rounds that Complexity have taken by force. They'll still be in the lead after this for a time. This is a force buy though from Complexity. The 5 players currently carrying $700. So they're going to be broke for a while.
Not easy now for Complexity. Hard to say who the favorites for this matchup were. I think most people would say Fnatic. They've just got a bit more tenure as a team. But Complexity have really been in good form lately. They've risen in a lot of people's estimations. As you heard from Maui over on the desk, he's up on Complexity right now. That's the nice way of putting it. He had his own words.
Yeah. Fellow diver Jason Lake will be happy about the recent progress. Complexity OG.
I love that 5-7 skin. I feel like you'd like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called, but I have it. I know that it's got unicorns on it, and it's great.
I have a, what is it? Oh, I can't remember. I've got one with
what's its name?
I've got one with LDLC stickers on it.
Okay, nice.
Case hardened.
There you go. Yes.
It's not completely blue, but there's enough, so I kind of have to use that. You know, if you got it, you got to use it.
Yeah, you got to flex it.
I'm sad we never got very game stickers in the game, just for the era of French Counter-Strike it represented.
It's kind of cool when organizations are like that. They're almost like legendary names in a weird sense because they just aren't around anymore.
Yeah.
It's almost like a mythical beast that might be awoken one day.
In terms of legendary names, again, if you look at IHC's recent losses, UK team into the bin. Maybe there'll be a legendary name one day. Outside of our shores, Hawker.
Maybe.
Men like into the bin.
Gotta love them. I'll call it trying something in this round. They're trying a little summon.
Fairy Tale.
That's the one.
Very cutesy.
I always like it when players have the glove and skin combos on point. Like if you have a full inventory and you've committed to that, I respect that highly.
Yeah, my CT loadout is red. My T loadout is green. Although my Emerald's bayonet has left these shores and is in the hands of Scrawny now. Fellow skin enjoyer. Well, let's see what Complexity can do in this situation. Fang and Floppy could really hold on to their armor here, but the rest couldn't go fishing if they can. Not much to lose in this round as they're going to lose the lead, but I'm sure Hulzerk would love an upgrade to this scout. Very dry round here for Complexity as they wait for the money to come in. It's like waiting for payday, man. You're on the noodles, you know, payday comes in, boom, get them chicken nuggies out.
Ooh, okay, Hulzerk. Don't mind it. I don't mind it. Not much else doing, but hey, a little bit of fun. Oh, and Royd actually dies to the bomb. So
there we go. Yeah, they've kept the T's close enough to die. And the action will resume now. Some quiet rounds as Complexity had to rebuild their economy. No AWP for Hulzerk after all. The M4s will be here. But if they're successful, perhaps he can take the one that Nikodos is carrying. The Glock for the Galil for Mezzi. Good armor penetration, but doesn't quite have that one-shot power that the AK has. Only 2 of these players are lacking in helmets. So let's see how the approach to ramp goes on this occasion. Fnatic have almost all of their grenades. Changing the pace, maybe a false sense of security for Complexity. Surely JT hears the scope. He's already made his way down the ramp. Looking like an aggressive hold then for the CTs. Very nice grenades indeed. That molly will certainly help JT stay in position for now.
JT's been very hit or miss on ramp. Some rounds has been having big impact, some rounds has been giving away his life a little too easily, and Hulzerk's orb just got cleared out by the Galil. JT wide swings, but he's only going to be able to get one with such a commitment.
It's humongous risk taken, but he was stuck in the corner. Does not bode well for Complexity in this round. They're heading towards being broken again. They'll need an individual performance to turn this one around. The bomb's just around the corner here for Crims. Floppy has no idea. Crims might be stuck now. He might be stuck with the bomb. That smoke grenade maybe allows us to be rescued by Nikados, indeed, and he's on the run now. Those sound cues will be heard. This round is turning around. They've got the information Complexity. They know what's likely to be happening here, and Grim is off to the races. Roy with an off angle already. We'll see how far forward Grim goes. He has to assume that the site's compromised until he knows otherwise. The Molotov will force him back into the hands of Nikados, but he'll deliver the frag, and down goes Roy as well. How about that for a round from Complexity?
So well played from Floppy. He realized someone needs to do something. He takes initiative, gets into an off angle. I'm a little surprised that Fnatic were going that way. I thought they might just all fall back and group up in the 4-on-2, but Floppy makes them pay. And that's something I love about Floppy. He's a pretty skilled player, but he's happy to take some of these more difficult spots. Be anchor on Vertigo. He's more than happy to play those positions.
Crims being on the wrong side of that Molotov changed everything for Complexity. Absolutely everything. That was the turning point. And Complexity quickly back into the lead. They were on the ropes there. They should have lost that round, but again, understanding the urgency, understanding the need to find a way back into the round, otherwise concede it and save. Floppy doing what needed to be done, getting the information, and then Complexity delivering on the other side of the map as well. Frustrating one for Fnatic, but they have a buy once again. Hulzerk's gone from the M4 to the FAMAS. Nikados will have another AWP. But if they lose this round, Fnatic, it will be their turn to eco. If they win this round, the same will be true for Complexity. A swing round in this first half then, as we are heading towards the end of it.
AWP of Hulzerk not wanting to be over on A after that previous round. See that smoke thrown by Fnatic lands a little lower. There is some playability around it. Looks like Complexity might just be setting up to play on the bomb site for now, although they have a bunch of players coming into position, so retake utility at the ready. Complexity do want to fight for ramp.
They understand how big a priority this is for Fnatic. If they can slow them down here, maybe there are advantages to be had elsewhere. They've used almost all of their util, Complexity. Fang is the only man of grenades now, but he's busy getting the opening frag of the round as well. JT in the boost, and that two-man advantage, if they can just disengage a bit and hold on to that, so significant for them. Really reduces the chances for Fnatic here, but we know even in a 2 versus 5, they are very capable.
Yeah, no need to give away fights now for Complexity. Just turtle up. Make sure you work together on some of these fights. JT's been boosted up. There could be danger here. They're committed on these angles. Oh, Crims almost able to transfer. JT decides it's time to bail out of the bomb site. That's going to allow a bomb plant for Fnatic. And as you said, no nades for Complexity to set up this retake.
Versus the AWP as well. That smoke will make life even harder. They'll have to swing. Someone's going to have to take a bullet for the president. Oh, Nikados has the angle, dropping the grenades. And look at the difference. What a disastrous timing for Fnatic. That wasn't a time to pull away. They're on the bomb now. Crims with a 2-man spray down. Do you know if it's being defused or not? Down goes Nikados, 2 versus 2. It is utter chaos here as Crims has to clutch. He's got an ace, and he will do exactly that. Madness on the A-bomb site. Timing awkward, but Crims will deliver.
It was just set up perfectly for Crims. The one man in that scaffold side, able to catch so many players in the side, so many players not looking his direction. And Complexity will be pissed that they weren't able to convert that round. A clean 5v3, they tried to tuck back, but they weren't playing positions where they could really work together that easily after they boost JT up. He has to bail, they think they can play retake, but they thought wrong. I mean, look how easy these are for Crims. Just boom, flash in, line up, beautifully done. And then the focus is on ramp. Another flash into position. Oh, those lineups, man.
He really saved them there. That timing for Nikados to come off the AWP to give his teammates the grenades was unbelievable. And look at the impact on that one then. Complexity, nothing in their pockets but knives and lints.
Oh, there we go, Grim. Get yourself forward for the boost. Oh, who's going up?
Now I've got vertigo.
Might not come into play here. Oh, hello.
Ceiling Cat is watching you creep around vertigo.
JT is alone on an island on the B site. He's not on a fun island. He's not having a tropical vacation. I can't believe I've just said vacation instead of holiday. That's what casting a Complexity game will do to me.
What on earth is a vacation?
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, hello, 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 hello.
Oh, just panic mode.
Yeah, you
I think he accidentally slid off, yeah.
When you look at that left, you slide, you start sliding.
Covered in baby oil. Opportunities missed. We ain't resting out here. Fnatic moving on to the B bomb site with numbers. Fasha's in trouble though. He's got to try and cover this bomb plot. Nikados will help out. Fasha will try and slip away. Mezzi will pick up the slack. Went a bit missing on Inferno, but Vertigo feels like home turf for the likes of Mezzi. Much more comfortable now. Paranoia for Fang on the A-bomb site. He looks to go fishing with his Desert Eagle. Again, nothing to lose. 7 rounds coming quickly for Fnatic. Stabilizing after a good start for Complexity.
Get out of there, Mezzi. Get out of there. The bomb's about to go off. He's good. He's good. He's chilling. Knows what he's doing.
Some epic names on that trophy.
Crim's playing below a cutout of himself. I mean, that's pretty baller.
Not too shabby, is it?
Already in the Hall of Heroes.
His portrait is awesome on the overlays. If you haven't seen it, you might see it later, but he looks like a rock star, and he is. Been on this team for so long. Part of legendary Fnatic lineups, and this one certainly has potential. But they need to make their way back. Absolutely smashed on Inferno. Against a tough opponent here on Vertigo, nothing is guaranteed.
It's really cool that Crims is the surviving player of the team also. Like, you'd have thought, you know, Olaf at his peak, you look at some of those players, but Crims is the one who's just always been reliable back in the day. And he just keeps on going. It's like a good old used car that just always does the job. Oh, Crims, speaking of, has been boosted, but the smoke makes life awkward. Floppy again with one of those sprays through.
Took the headshot because he tried to jump off the ledge, or slip off the ledge. That's a bit rough. And I think a kill in that particular position may be a bit of a clue for Complexity. There was the opportunity. And Roy will have to show some presence on the other side of the map. So things are a little trickier. Hulzerk with a different boost this time. We'll see how slippery he will be. Fang must have seen him. With the Galil trying to avoid the trade, he'll do that. They know there are 2 players here now. Rotation coming in fast for Fnatic. 22 seconds on the clock. 1 more to go on the bomb site. Nikados, his shadow is spotted. The swing is there, but Roy will cover. That was a great opportunity for Complexity, but Fnatic have managed to win those duels now. And with 1 more round to fight for in this half, looks like Complexity will be focusing on that one.
Ah, that's so tough for Complexity. The coordination just slightly off. And it's so tight figuring out the angles to play when you've got that boost up. But I feel like Fang just needed to be a little further back. You almost want the boost to be the first player to spot that man. And then Fang could swing a little later. And after the chaos goes down from the boost, he could get involved. Oh, here's Grim's slipping through the cracks. Grim had his back turned, so maybe you figure someone's here, but apparently not. Floppy will be fine.
It's not even worth him shooting. Just hide in plain sight. Man like Crims. Shoutouts to the Eyeballers squad as well.
Yeah, man.
Always try and catch their games if I can. Always bump into them when I'm in Stockholm.
I think they played Astralis recently, right? It was a
Possibly.
Cool matchup to have.
Good dudes. Doing good things for Swedish Counter-Strike. Bringing up new generations of talent. Last round of the first half. Complexity will have double MP9 and a FAMAS. The French guns are out. Somewhat limited grenades, but they have enough to do something. They also have the aimers to make this buy work. Easier said than done, though, against the likes of Fnatic. 12 kills for Mezzi, 12 kills for Crims, 12 kills for Flopzilla, who has an AK-47 as well. It'll be limited how much Complexity could hold on to this ramp now with what utility they have left. Fnatic on a pilgrimage. Complexity being proactive as well. Grim on the flank now. What is he going to find first? We can hear the swing towards the A-bomb site, and he may not make it to help his teammates in time. Hulzerk in a really rough spot. Nikados watching the back. His 6 is covered. Hulzerk now forced into the open, drops the bomb, traded. Now the question is, where is Floppy? 3 kills for Nikados. A quick reload with the AWP. Floppy coming in through CT, eating a humongous flashbang. Down to him to clutch this round. He'll be denied. Another one for Nikados. 9 rounds at the half. A very engaging game of Inferno when we're just getting started. More action after the break.
Nothing big. One up.
Last 3 were bottom fork.
Yep.
Max push up. Off B. One off B.
I'm not sure to just go ahead sandbag.
One more off B.
Never mind. They got the bomb.
Yeah, I ran away. He's going towards you, going to you.
Come here.
Other guy could have been through A. We only heard one guy.
I'm peeking from heaven. I'm gonna try to get emo.
Here be some twists.
Yeah, I think I just did. I think I just did.
Twist and running up A.
Coming up there.
Let's call it twist. Pick it up here.
Nice! Sick Ricky, you fucking beast.
Will OG fall for this trickery? Oh no, Rugga. He's not watching. James slides out, pulls the trigger, decides it's time to cut down OG. He is on 45 health, but he's going to fight every step of the way. Neofrag bests him. Dagster's tagged as well, so that scout's not able to get active in from long. Sure enough, Flit finding kills now. Welcome to the game. It was quite quiet from Flit up until these most recent rounds. And now he is getting back into the action.
Eco Cobra. We'll find out if there are levels to this game. Is that Flit's real crosshair? That's
the one he joined the server with it.
It's a smoke lineup crosshair. Well, after Inferno, he might need a crosshair that big. Make sure you're always on him.
4 of OG's 5 players all have the same crosshair, actually, with slightly different gap.
That's a real team.
Yep. Fiku's the only difference. But he's also the only pole left in Katowice.
True.
Doesn't clear his connector corner, and that will be the end of him. Short round incoming, as far as outsiders are concerned. Neofrag trying to find a timing here, walked up with the knife out, so hey, you've managed to slide behind Fame, and Chiron's making a bunch of sounds, so Neofrag knows exactly what's going on. Only problem, there's another dumpster player. He would have loved to just fight Chiron.
Ah, so many of them.
Like rats.
There's 4 of them coming up to the A site.
5th one's up connector, that's Jame. So this one goes down nice and smooth for the outsiders. They make a little bit of extra money, no deaths. It's good, it's easy. And it's only a 1-round lead now.
Jame has just been so consistent so far between all the groups matches. I feel like
this guy lost 16. He lost a 16-6 map, and still had a 1.34 rating.
Yeah.
How do you lose 6-16 and get a 1.34 rating?
It's actually a Jame only move. He's had great stats.
Nikadors delivering great frags towards the end. Will he continue with the same consistency that we often always see from him on Vertigo? He will need to if Fnatic are to be successful and take this to a 3rd and deciding map of Overpass. We know what they're capable of on Vertigo, but are they ready for Complexity? It's their turn to be the aggressors. Let's not forget how dangerous they were with the AK-47s on Inferno. Will the same be true here on Vertigo?
One of those P2000s chucked away in favor of Dulberettas. Ecodos still has his, though. It'll be fun to watch for. Meanwhile, for the Complexity side, a couple of smokes opens the option for that A execute if you want it.
The T-pistol for Fnatic was somewhat of a wet fart in the first half.
Ooh, where do these smokes go on B? Or do they save them for later? No, they've got them in hand now. Deep smoke and a gen smoke at the ready, and Mezzi spots them early.
How do you respond? Fasha has a smoke. There's no kit, there's no flashes, there's no Roy, and there's no Mezzi now after he's traded by Grim, dropping Fang. Fnatic at risk of losing both pistols here. Of course, they can quickly turn around. Grim has got the sound cues. He knows one's close. Oh dear. That is quite the peak from Grim. And things are starting to fall to pieces here for Complexity. Fnatic still have to go quickly. Oh my days! Who's that, Shaq? JT in a 1 versus 3 now. 2 more to find. Smokes are up and that one has collapsed. Wow.
Ouch. Fasha was a man possessed on that retake. Jumping into the bomb site, leaping into the action. And now it looks so good for Fnatic. I mean, Complexity had a strong start on this map. They were 5-2 up, I think.
Dude's out here playing NBA Jam, big head mode and all.
Oh,
God damn. What a way to lose a pistol round. That was a must-win for Fnatic, and they did it in a style which has to be mentally grieving for Complexity. Like, can't believe you've done this. Well, they have, and that means double figures for Fnatic. If Complexity won that pistol, the implications were significant, but they've got to focus on the next round. And, I mean, it barely looks like they lost the round with the buy that we've got coming out here for Complexity. A very dangerous round for Fnatic.
It's everyone's favorite game of who won the pistol. You can't tell by the buys. Complexity storming the B site again. Mezzi with just a FAMAS caught in the open. Does well to do damage to a second player, but look at how much ground has been gained here. Oh, great timing. He heard the nade thrown. Crims gets caught, and Holzerk will just back away.
If Complexity can win this round, it might even be more favorable with the reset and the loss bonus.
We'll Holzak's still got a smoke. He's just realized. Can make this retake really awkward for Fnatic.
Great timing. JT looking to the left though, drops from the right. There's no kit for these plays. They've got to get on this quickly, real quickly indeed. That smoke actually gives Holzak the line-up, and he finds the shot onto Fasher. Thank you and good night. Nikos may not escape either. Complexity make it work at the cost of everything.
They needed that. They needed that. Great lineup in the midst of the smoke, able to spray through. Nikodos just could not swing on that right side quickly enough because that smoke was down. And that's even with the CTs beating the smoke initially. This did not look good for Holzak in the 1-on-3. There's the transfer, and Nikodos arrives just slightly too late.
Man, what a situation. Fnatic have to find a way to succeed here. Calculated risk, we can see Nikodos keeping some money in the hole. If they get reset here, things are going to be quite dicey. The situation is going to be very urgent indeed.
Sort of smoke there from Crims. Timed that well because Crims got the info from Mezzy. There are a few players towards B. Don't want to let that site fall too quickly. Now Nikodos with the one saved rifle is playing for information. And oh, he's about to spot them. There we go. That's the info he needed, but he wants to fight. Flash in. Might be time to get out of there because there's a lot of Complexity players against you.
That rotation is certainly heard.
Okay.
But what of the other three players? Complexity, not really sure where they are, and indeed, they are playing this one quite slow. Molly's to clear. Oh, the rotation's gone back, actually.
Yeah, flank not quick enough. Won't even be a flank.
They've lost position, but they are close. They have one smoke and one molly. No kit once again. How much do they invest into the frags? That's a big kill for Holzak. Now, will they continue to pursue this? I feel like they would be playing to their doom, especially with no kit, and indeed, they'll go again the next round. Complexity move to 8. They survived the test. Haven't wiped out Fnatic just yet, though, in this round. So the next one will be dangerous. But we have a hell of a fight on our hands, that's for sure.
Yeah, a bit of scavenging work at the end for Fnatic. You gotta do it. Roy finding something shiny to put into his nest. And that M4 will be saved for the next round. Looks like there is a timeout called. Keita quickly on the mic, as it is a Fnatic taken timeout. Both coaches having a word. For Fnatic, not much to be said for this round, you would assume. For Complexity, yeah, massive round that they won earlier. Big swing round from Holzak. You can see the ramifications of that. Is ramifications an English word? I don't even know the origins of words, but it just sounds funky. Sounds like Egyptian or something.
What, because of Ram, like Ram is...
Yeah, literally, yeah, that's the only reason.
Yeah, I'm not buying this logic.
Listen, I'm trying to sell you on it, but I haven't really sold myself on it yet.
Just the one rifle once again for Fnatic. Dangerous pistols though, let's not forget Mezzy's opening frag in the last round with that 5-7. Many dudes on road on this B-bomb site for Fnatic. Many mollies for Complexity if they wish to pursue this. That's an encouraging start. They have some smokes though, swinging with the flashes. Not going to use those mollies, just sending it straight in there. And that can mean disaster. Fash up with some dirty angles. Complexity put their own smoke up, ran through it against an eco with mollies to clear many positions in the site. That encourages, that invites variance, and variance they have received. Look at this double peek now. How do you deal with this Fang? Well, he's got the information that he is screwed. And there is the trade. They soiled the bed in that round, Complexity.
They really did. And I do like how Fnatic played, because even when you have a stack like this, you might not always be able to get into these cheeky positions. But FaZe just says, you know what, there's all these smokes up. If I just run through them, there's probably enough chaos that they won't be ready for me to be in behind.
Oh, something wrong with the mouse?
Maybe.
Thought he was going for a slam there.
Yeah, look.
I don't know where the nearest store... Actually, I do know where the nearest stores are.
I feel like they should have spares, but then they never do for some reason, so...
Well, I mean, against an eco, I mean, you can't always do the same strat, right? You can't be predictable, but running through your own smokes onto a site of ecoing players can go wrong, did go wrong. They've got opportunities to put Fnatic away, but they can't have too many mistakes like that. 4 rifles and a Tech 9 for Hulzerk now as they start to swing, but guess who's got the AWP? It's Nikadoz. He doesn't miss often.
Oh, God.
Wow. Scorched Earth, lightning strike from Fnatic, and Fang is wondering where everybody's gone. Send the body bags.
Or he doesn't even turn away from the flash. Figures Fang might try and catch him out. Looks like Fnatic have done their homework here. That setup on the CT side was wild. They were so heavily stacked towards B, and Complexity just end up running right into it. And now this might start to get too tricky for Complexity. A flock of Glocks on the server. If I went to a zoo and saw that, I wouldn't be happy.
If you went to a zoo and saw a flock of Glocks.
Yeah, because it's not an animal. I'd be pissed. I'm looking for animals in zoos, James, personally. Don't know about you.
Wow. I don't know what to do with that. There is a Desert Eagle, though.
Oh,
so there's that.
I missed that.
Complexity have lost a lot of big opportunities. Again, we have seen great examples of how good Fnatic can be on Vertigo. You don't want to allow them to get back into the game, but that's certainly what has happened here. You can see the frustration on the side of Complexity. All of a sudden, they've got to work really hard to try and take it in two. Overpass gets closer and closer. All right then, Grim. All right then, Grim. Looks like one of them's pissed off at least. That's the kind of energy you want to see from Complexity because they have work to do here. 5-round deficit all of a sudden. Such a weird, like, just looking at the history of these rounds and a half is so strange considering what we've seen. Apart from that, that eco round, of course. After that, everything changes. A lot of timeouts, a lot of stress here in this game of Vertigo all of a sudden. Not in the hands that you might have expected. Complexity, suddenly the ones under pressure now. Need to try and have a mental reset and refocus. Hard to ignore what's happened in some of these rounds. You can see the body language on Grim, telling a story.
Stressful scenarios for Complexity. I think they'll know they have had options, but that low buy win earlier for Fnatic might have been the swing round in this specific map. It's put them into such a strong position on their map pick. Early action for Floppy. Will get out through the smoke. He's got teammates alongside him, but the nade damage is surprisingly good for Fnatic. Boost being attempted, but the swing coming in from Mezzy.
Oof. Mezzy will need a neck brace after that one. Fnatic almost saying, I heard you like defaults. Look at this utility. Seem to know what's coming. There's a lack of presence towards A at the moment. Bomb thrown to the floor. No one close enough to hear it, though. Fang creeping. Fasher and Crim's curious. This looks to be expensive for Fnatic with the angle Fang is holding. Avoids the flashbang. Crims will be entertained. He's got to focus on this rather than support the B bomb site, as we can see Complexity making inroads now, and things become awkward for Fnatic. They're a man down. They've got the AWP in the hands of Nikodos, but he doesn't have an angle yet, as we can see. How much do they commit to this? What is the play? They have 2 smoke grenades and a bunch of flashes, but JT's position is so strong.
I'm kind of surprised they're even hanging around here. This retake feels so tricky. Maybe it is just a scenario where you play for exits. Oh, JT with a good adjustment. And now Fnatic are not looking likely to get anything going in this one. So that's more like it for Complexity. Even though Fnatic were running that 3B setup again, this time they're able to handle the early aggression. They take a little more time in setting up the play. Definitely still chances here for Complexity. The issue is Fnatic have a good amount of money built up, so you're going to have to do it the hard way.
So you can see on camera left, stage right for Complexity. They're having fun. Floppy and Fang, they're in good spirits, but camera right, stage left, Grim is frustrated, but I mean, you can see him trying to get the entries there. So, having a tough time of things at the moment. They need to kind of spread that positivity, but I think he'll only be happy once he's finding success. And he'll need to, if Complexity are to bring this back. Still 4 rounds behind Fnatic, who have a full buy coming Complexity's way. Complexity breaking a 3-round streak for Fnatic there, so they've built themselves some cash this CT side, and they intend to use it.
Plenty of money for Nikodos, still able to have that AWP in hand, especially with some guns being saved. And a more standard setup for Fnatic now. Mezzi playing towards B anchor, they've got a couple of players this time towards ramp, and they do want to contest for this control. JT off the first man up for Complexity in this position. Oh, he almost got spammed, but the flash is fantastic. JT set up for an easy entry. And Nikodos says, I can't stick around with the AWP. I got to give this up.
That's the Complexity we were looking for. Floppy playing with his food there. Caught for free by Crims. But has he done enough to entertain? But perhaps not, because Fnatic seem to be heading towards this A bomb site, lining up the grenades, trying to buy some time. There's plenty of it for Complexity at the moment in this 4-on-4. So Nikodos has got cover from Mezzi to deploy big grenades, double grenades. Fasher's here as well. What do you mean you were planting the bomb? Crims coming through now, and Mezzi falling to pieces for Complexity. We've got counter strats from Fnatic, and they're 2 rounds away from overpass.
Oh man, as soon as that bomb starts getting planted, you've given away access to your location, and Fnatic pinpoint those nades perfectly onto the bomb site, and that just starts a flurry of frags. As the nades, lovely coordination, getting those landed at the right time. And Grim tries to activate. The other Complexity players have to try and get onto the site. Oh man. Grim not having fun right now.
Frustration, colorized. What's
Kind
the
of
play now?
Yeah, the last stand here for Complexity. If they weren't to win this. And again, this B aggression has been really effective. Floppy has had a few issues when there's multiple players coming his way. That's a fight Mezzi maybe could have won, but Floppy holds his ground. And look at this play up mid, it's wide open.
JT and CT spawn. Floppy may have done enough, because look at the position Complexity have seized based on his entry. Stuck in mid now, can't plant the bomb there. What's the next play? Waiting to be given something. Grim's creeping. And Grim, more frustration for him. Fasher saving Crims there, perhaps. Starting to look towards the ramp now. Also going for the transfer. They've seen the bomb as well. JT and Fang coming in from the back, and we have a role reversal as Fasher holds the stairs and Fang comes up. What kind of an entry is that? That's crazy. 2-on-2. They know where the bomb is, Fnatic. Nikodos creeps with AWP, plenty of sound cues. Fang taken out of the sky like a pheasant. And it's game point Fnatic.
It's one of the issues on Vertigo. Even when you get mid like that with so many players, it's actually still really hard to find a good route to a bomb site. You see, you're kind of coming over the top. That's not a good fight for Grim. Even if you wrap in through CT, there's a lot of awkward angles to clear. That was sick from Fang.
Entering the stairs from the B bomb site, if you will.
Yeah, almost a role reversal, but it's not enough. And now Complexity are in trouble. Their money is bad. They don't have any premium rifles. They barely have any rifles, full stop. Floppy's got the one Galil.
Bargain basement is discount. They use vouchers for this buy. Best scout skin.
Yeah, I like it. That's a classic.
Will it be enough though? Can he channel that blood in that water, that shark aggression? This is a very tall order. It must be said. Oh, Grim's going to need a therapist after this game of Vertigo. The remainder moving forward now. Oh, they've lined up in the worst way. JT to trade with the Desert Eagle. Fang's here to turn things around now. They have position. They have a bomb site.
What?
Now that frag onto Crims has come in. Fang refuses to lose it, looking for another one, but Nikodos will deny. JT, 1 versus 2. He has the bomb. And he's got around 30 seconds. Do they know that he's still on B? Can see Fnatic communicating the util. But they need to focus on the crosshairs for now. Those beeps to the go command. I'm sure the incendiary will be on the way now. Nikodos jumping, peeking, swinging with the pistol, and that will be enough. Fnatic take in Vertigo. There were chances for Complexity, but they missed them. They didn't pull the trigger when they needed to, and we go to overpass.
Won against OG. OG tried to do their best. They really tried on that overpass. The score line was pretty close, but at the end, it is the outsiders that we will see later during the tournament. They will still have an opportunity to play later. They still need to wait to find out is it going to be Complexity or Fnatic. So right now they'll have a bit of free time. But yes, outsiders are still in the run.
Hey Future Pros! Today we took the private jet and we landed in Overpass. And this time we have a CT molly which will help you get aggressive in the fountain area. To do this molly, squeeze yourself into this corner. Aim at this corner where the wall hits the pillar. Then start running and throw the molly right before you get to this line on the wall. Now you can take the fight right to the tees or cause some hefty damage to persistent rushes.
Does appear we will need that third map. Fnatic marching back and Complexity falling just shy there on Vertigo. Welcome back, everybody. The last day of group stages, the Intel Extreme Masters. We're in Katowice, the year and all that stuff you already know, so I probably shouldn't remind you, but I will remind you of what's on the line. Somebody's going home, and some people are going into the Spodek. With me, Maui, Maniac, Eminem as I like to call them. Guys, what happened? Why are we going to 3?
Sour aftertaste if you're a Complexity fan, Trace. I think this is where we're standing. I think for Complexity, confidence turned into complacency, turned into nerves. This was the story of the first half. A little bit messy, maybe overconfident, overzealous, taking a whole lot of duels because they were arguably more skilled than their opponent at the beginning of the game, but they allowed Fnatic to come back in way too many situations.
Yeah, I went back and looked and tried counting how many times Complexity were up 2 men or more and then lost the round. It happened at least 3 times, and you cannot forgive that if you are on their side. That's the lack of discipline and just the over-aggression, like standing their ground. And also, there's a little bit of like playing back too much, because in the beginning it was peaking too much, and then later it was just playing back and hoping for the best, and then Fnatic are able to just pick you apart at that point.
One by one by one, just really kind of dictate their own fights at that pace, right?
Yes, I think Fnatic realized relatively quickly in this game that if they were keeping a few key utilities for the last 30 seconds, they would eventually make it work. They had kind of survived the wave of everybody's fighting us. I think Mezzi probably talked to the boys, said, listen, they're fighting us right now. They're not playing the strategy game. Just be focused on your crosshair, be ready. But once they've been able to weather that storm, they knew they had it under control.
Now, on the other side, when we talk about this Fnatic team, we already gave him, all the accolades we could possibly find. I'm sure there's plenty more we can still give him. But for Crims, like he had a nice ace there early on, and I think that goes a long way, Maui.
Yeah, if we get into this one, it's a nice way to bring it back. This was one of the 5.
It was one of these.
Yeah, and then the post plant was so nice from Crims. Complexity didn't really have any utility to work with on this post plant, and then Crims was just able to play off of his teammates who were around the ramp and able to find 5 right there. That was a huge round where really there was no reason that Fnatic were supposed to get back in that one, but Crims just crept on up and he was able to play so well and so confident.
Yeah, and it would appear as though the flop has been stopped, unlike anything I've heard this entire week. Here's our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. What do you see in me?
Well, we have Crims here, very fitting after the ace we've just saw, and it goes back to what we were talking about, stabilizing situations. That's what Crims did, I think, early on in this game for Fnatic. Remember, when this ace happens, it's 12th round. It's 6-5 scoreline. There's still a whole lot of history to be made. Fnatic is in a dire situation after losing map 1. Who do you turn towards? You turn towards Crims, and he gives you that ace.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what it takes, just a little bit of a spark. Kind of ignites everything, right, Maui?
Right, and on the other side, Floppy was trying to be that spark, but it's just by role. He's not going to actually find the most impact always because, he's on that B side of the map, but it was generally speaking the A side that just got picked apart in the mid-late rounds.
And then, we can continue to look at this first half. Round 14, just 2 after the ones we saw with the ace with Crims. What are we looking at, man?
Yeah, again, from overconfidence to paying the price, to being nervous. And this is what happened to Complexity here. We see Floppy opens up with the spam onto Fasher, and now they are a little bit uncomfortable with how they want to handle this side. There is this boost coming over. Unfortunately, it's not going to pay off quite easy because the position is wrong. That here from Roy, the fact that he gets that duel prior to being seen by the boost is an issue. He survives the boost, and now the 4v4 is very uncomfortable. We see Halzerk is transitioning from a position without any utility, any smokes, and from that point on, it's just a domino. JT is alone. His position is very much known because of the boost, and what was a 5v4 extremely Complexity advantage actually turned around, and this very much symbolizes how uncomfortable Complexity were in the defensive A side, no matter if they had the main advantage, and that to me is an issue. It screams discomfort, actually.
Discomfort. And how did we know that we were getting to overpass? Could you have ever guessed that? After the first map, that is.
I mean, I think that Fnatic they simplify things a lot when it comes to Vertigo there. When things were going bad for them at B, they just, as we saw, grouped up towards A, just held their nerve, made sure they played off of each other, and they were able to close those rounds out. And I think for Complexity, we've seen a history with this team where they choke. They can actually have these big leads and then they fall apart. It's almost like the finish line's right there and then they just stumble on the last hurdle. And that's something that they have to get over because this has been so frequent, and it felt like they were actually doing away with those demons, the wins that they found earlier in this, over mouths, over ends, felt like they were turning a new page in their book, but it seems like that choking factor it's starting to rear its ugly head for this young squad.
Yeah, that's kind of rude. I mean, Liquid's sitting right there, dude.
Oh my goodness.
I'm kidding. It's a big joke. Yeah, Liquid just got situated right behind us. Maniac, when we look at Overpass, now that we have an even kill turn, is there one way that you can lean this seesaw one way or the other?
I lean towards Fnatic. I think they've shown more quality against Vitality than their counterparts of Complexity. Versus Heroic was a very bleak game. And Maui talks about tensions, talks about nerves. I think this is the main core of the story for Complexity. The few webcam shots we got of Grim, he looked very agitated. Some of these moments, talking to his mouse.
Yeah, I saw that.
Whatever you need to do to get your kills. But joke aside, that is an issue, right? I think they need to handle these nerves. Grim specifically has looked tense to me at this event, and I wonder if it isn't because of the status, either self-installed or that we bestowed upon him as, the superstar of Complexity. I said that a couple of times. He hasn't really been risen to the occasion, and I think he struggles with that. I think he wants more from him, but you have to find a way to turn that into motivation and not nerves, not tension, because that's what we're seeing, and that's a problem for Complexity.
Here, I got some motivation for you. He comes over here in the form of Connor, also known as Scrawny, Scrawn Dog. I don't know. I'm sure you got plenty. Yeah, that one, Corn Dog. Let's go ahead and grab him, Mike. We're going to get a quick B-Stream update because we did just eliminate a team. I don't want to give any spoilers, so tell us the story.
Tell you the story? Okay, well, I mean, unfortunate story, obviously, with Flames not in the server today. Felt like when we see the inconsistencies of OG, felt like today had to be that day where like Fiku, Neofrag, and obviously Degster had to show a bit more consistency. And with that in our minds as like the hope, it looked like maybe they could pull it off. But map 1, dude, Fiku actually underperformed less than Rugga. Just completely canceled out. And it didn't look like it was because he was trying to fill any type of role. It just felt like he was just, not in the server necessarily.
So do you blame him?
A little bit. No, I mean, obviously victim of their circumstances, and then outsiders just, they're not the type of team that's going to give you any slack. They didn't change their style. They were still super meticulous.
How did Chiron look?
Chiron looked excellent. Map 2, in the mid-20 kills, just alongside Jame. Another player that I think just like gave no space for OG because outsiders made 0 mistakes today.
Do you have them as favorite to go through the lower bracket?
It'll be versus Complexity or Fnatic.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's the how the teams. Outsiders, Fnatic, Complexity.
Well, I mean, Complexity are making playoffs, so.
Oh!
Fair enough.
Love it.
There you go.
He was in the den with me, the Hopium den.
Yeah, we've been huffing all morning, bro.
Wow. All right, on that note, thank you so much, guys.
Wait.
We'll go ahead and... What?
I just want to say you guys look really good today. All very dapper looking, so keep it going.
Thanks, man.
Sound great.
I like that.
That's about as much as I can say.
Send us to a break in your dulcet tones.
Goodbye, everybody. See you in a moment.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
So, What's That Util is the name of the game. I've got Saw, coach of Ents, and Deher as well in support. We're going to be working out why these nades are being thrown. We've got ourselves an overpass game, and let's see how the T's approach this round. Get to watch the full round play out. So it's Heroic Liquid, it's Heroic on the T side, and I'm seeing nades early. Here we go.
Yeah, basic. Full
so short round. Smoke, extinguish.
Yeah, and smoking the T-stairs kind of area there.
Yeah.
For map control, right? A bit slower default, just clearing map control.
Molly party.
Bubbles, yeah. 3A1 connector.
And they've got how many smokes to finish? 1, 2, 3 smokes left. There's one in the air now, I think. Underpass, I guess if they needed off the door.
And so far it is 4 smokes for map control. Molly balloons and, well, trade potential, they're going up A, flashing, going up from underground, clearing it, 3 guys together.
So that is denying a lot of the map control?
Yeah, it is. Basic map control, and then they have 1 smoke left, so it's not going to be any big execute at the late round. But so it is a big map, and at the start you can see, well, the CTs are blocking early control from the Ts. mollying short, double molly A, smoking monster. And then the T's on the other hand are smoking short and flashing short. So there could be potentially a T inside short. And then on A, they just smoke one of the mollies and they take map control with one guy holding underground, where they also molly balloons. And then they have Yabi and Shoes just holding for map control, basically. Doing small pressure, but just holding mostly. And then the A guys, Town and Tesses, are grouping up, getting this toilet smoke and banana molly. And they are like, the good thing is obviously they have trade potential. If you just put, like we have trade potential here, they are together, and then they will go and clear underground while Shoes smoke the door. So it denies vision from the CTs here, so they can't really know. And it looks like they're ending it with like this short pop. They are getting flanked by Elise from long, since they didn't like pressure long too much. And that is the overpass, since like you can see there's one smoke here, and later on there's gonna be a smoke on toilets and smoke on underground, so it's 4 smokes used there just for map control. And on top of that you could do a lurk smoke here, lurk smoke here, lurk smoke here, and that's like not really execute based any of this, but
Well, the desk may be excited for Complexity's chances, but Fnatic are a damn good team on Overpass. They were on an 8-map win streak on it until they lost against Vitality yesterday. And we got a knife round on our hands to decide who gets to pick for side. Looks like Complexity should have this one. Indeed they do. So they'll get to choose which side they start on. Big map here for both of these teams. Loser is eliminated. Both of them have had pretty decent tournaments so far, but you really want to go that extra mile and try and book yourself that spot to have to compete in playoffs. Let's see if they can do it. Who you got here, James? Who you feeling? It's tough, isn't it? It's tough.
Yeah, I don't want to make a choice.
Oh.
I often lean towards Fnatic, but you know, looking at the frustration from that we visibly saw from Grim on the previous map, I think he'll channel that into fragging as long as he's patient, and I'm sure he will be. So I think it's going to be very competitive indeed. And perhaps this round won't be after these 2 initial frags because the bomb is trapped in connector. I think we're going to see a number of X's here to join the ones we've got on the map already. That's a big flashbang though, but well, he's made his way in. How does he get out? Because all the CTs are here. That smoke will certainly help. Do they charge through it, I wonder? I mean, 5 versus 2, you don't really need to take such a chance. Well then, risks have to be taken in a 2 versus 5. And the CTs will spread out. Be like, all right, make your play. There are more of us than there are of you. Hard work to be done here by Fnatic. I'm not a believer in this one, Hawker.
No.
They're losing this round.
This is almost like an outsider's special where you know you're going to lose the round, but you're just trying to see if you can maybe do damage, get a little bit of extra money as a kill reward. 34 seconds though, so Fnatic will be forced forward any second. Fang is low, up towards bathrooms. So that's an opportunity for an easy fight, as long as you clear this corner, Mezzy. As long as you clear the corner, which he hasn't. Fan catches him out. Come on, bro. Crims finally gets something going, but he's got to push the bomb site now.
13 seconds. 4 players alive. Can there only be one? Oh, he's got the information now. Sometimes it'd be like that. Not much to say, really. Bomb lost in connector. Makes for a very awkward pistol round. Only got worse for Fnatic. Not too bothered by it, but that's the kind of mental boost. Like, if someone needed one, it was, of course, Complexity. They would have lost that round. That game, or Vertigo, excuse me. Right then. Off to the races. Deciding map of the series. For survival. To make it one step closer to the Spodek Arena. To continue the history. For a chance to join that hall. Or for some reinforce your presence there already.
Now the Glock round. You might be wondering why they go A long with the Glocks. It's not actually that common for a CT to be playing specifically on long. So even though it looks silly at long range with the default pistol, can definitely work. And now Fang is in at long bar, brings the jump around the corner. Oh, it's actually a team kill from Hulzak. That means Fnatic have already done some pretty damn good damage.
Yeah, that's quite something. These MP9s can be savage as well. Things become very awkward for Complexity. 1 minute on the clock. This round is winnable for Fnatic. They don't have Kevlar, but they do have a concentration of numbers together. They can swing, they can have Roy jump into an angle, they can trade frag with that MP9. They could potentially get a bomb plant as well, but they are running their clock down quite a lot at the moment. And JT is in a great position to shut down their options should they head in that direction. It will be through the bogs though, or will it? They seem to be hesitating. Well, it is off to the races then. 20 seconds, showing some presence, trying to bait the rotation actually. It's very unorthodox from Fnatic, but they still have to make their way to the site with no Kevlar. Floppy will be good enough to deal with it, slow them down, and stop the bleeding for Complexity as well.
Yeah, all good in the end there. MP9s are the ones that fall, but that's fine. The rifles were held on to. And now we get to see the Fnatic T side of Overpass. They're normally pretty good at slowly working that map control, using their utility. Saw a video just before this map started of some of the standard nades you might expect to see when you go for map control on Overpass. And already smoke used to get into this mid position, into Playground. It's a 4B setup for Complexity early. I think one of the unique things about Complexity as a team is they seem to like going for these more dynamic CT setups a little more often than most other teams. It's been very fun to watch throughout this series. And that's going to allow them to push into B short. So the CTs have got some information, while Fnatic are still almost all grouped up towards A. I mean, this means even if Fnatic get the connector control, it's still really hard to go back to B. And again, look at the minimap. Floppy's just all the way into Monster. So Complexity have so much info here. They know that they don't have to be worried about this B bomb site. They can fully focus on A right now.
If Floppy, one way or another, is able to show his presence in this round as well, that will be huge because it'll tell Fnatic that their slow style is not going to be respected. And Complexity could make a play on them at any time. 35 seconds on the clock. Well, things may speed up now with that frag, or will they? You can see the support grenades coming in from the B bomb site. That will delay enough. It only sees one. Floppy needs to stay alive now, delivers the bomb. That's fantastic for Complexity. Fang and Horsa coming through as well. And Crims again is off to the races. He may find himself in a 1v1 if Fang starts to rotate, actually. He's avoided two of the other players here.
Time.
10 seconds to plant this bomb. He's got to commit to it straight away. Fang up top. Crims soon to be in the clutch now. They're racing in from short, though. Won't be able to pull his AK in time. Halfway there on the charging handle, but not on the trigger. Got a bomb plant at the very least, so you know, he got pretty far considering the situation. But again, that early flank from Floppy may play in the minds of Fnatic for the round to come.
Yeah, you take that extra money and wow, you saw there Keita instantly signaling to call for a timeout so early on in the half. Maybe that is him saying, I don't like what I've seen with that big flank. I don't like that we've given up that much map control that easily. And it's also a scenario where that bomb plant puts you in a position where you could consider going for the full buy, but you would be missing a lot of utility. So you want to make sure you put together this buy correctly. Maybe get the 1 AK on Crims and some of the other players can just keep a bit of extra cash in the bank. But yeah, really good signs from Complexity. When they were at their best, they were playing with confidence like that, playing for info plays. That's when they have been good in this series. And it looks like they have mentally reset for this final map. We saw a smile creeping onto Grim's face earlier. Again, another different setup from Complexity, this time starting with 3 towards A, and they're going to fight for this mid control.
3 players still on 0 for Fnatic. If things stay that way, then maybe there's money to be made here. Nikados, all right then. Look how confident that was.
He's on the board.
Again, the door being blown off makes it really hard for the T side to exist in short B. Move through connector. Timing could be weird here. Fang will deliver the first frag. He's got Grim here if he needs him, but he doesn't. Fang's often been good for a multi-kill alone. In this series specifically, he's been important for Complexity. He has delivered the goods and continues to do so. Roy and Nikados remain now, 2 versus 4. Question of damage for them at this point. They are carrying the bomb. Nikados looking for more headshots with the scout. Maybe trying to finish off Fang. You can see Roy creeping up top. Now things get dicey. They know that Fang is probably still in connector and is very vulnerable. Complexity could have heavy losses here. As you can see, Roy start to creep in, but JT's covering the angle. You can see he swings. He understands the mission there. Just 1 bullet to land. Nikados could be elsewhere. He didn't see JT there. He might hear the reload, though. Just looking for this kill. Finally getting there. Could have a nice angle for a headshot, though. Quick jump peek, and there's rifles to be collected. This is so awkward for Complexity. He might pursue this duel, I do wonder. He knows where JT is. Hulzert could be anywhere, though. He's found himself a very strong position. 9 seconds for this bomb plant to come through. Does he peek him before he even goes for it? 5 seconds on the clock, and that will be an easy one. But the round wasn't easy. There wasn't much brought there by Fnatic, and they managed to do so much damage.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad for them. Making sure that they are able to buy enough to keep the pressure on the Complexity economy. And that could be an important factor into the future. Initial spray from Fang wasn't ideal, but the follow-up headshot was much better. And as you said, Hulzerk just spots him going into the smoke. And it's Fnatic showing some early frustration. Crim's not happy after these early rounds. That might change now, though. They've got the gun round, but look at the nade damage. Roy's down to 18 health.
Many of these rounds have ended with Fnatic in a desperate situation, running to a bomb site to try and plant before time runs out.
Careful, Crims, they're behind you.
Again, Complexity. You might think, all right, we're going to switch things up. They've seen us make a play, make a flank, so we won't do that for a while. They just go straight back to it again. Hulzerk compounding the problems for Fnatic as they suffer heavy losses. They will finally trade, but now they find themselves in a 2 versus 4. Bomb not seen just yet. But again, we're going to need a flash, a spark of individual brilliance. With AKs, Fasher and Mezi are certainly capable. Both pressing forward to find something, but eventually someone's going to have to go back and get the bomb.
Looks like Mezi will be the man to do that. And so Fasher, we'll see if there's any fight to be had towards B. Bomb's still far away. Fasher spotted. And the bomb is going to come to B, but it's going to be so late. The rotate's going to begin. That makes it all the more difficult for Fnatic. Going through that smoke is ill-advised.
He's outside monster. Coming monster now.
They know exactly where Mezi is.
Yeah, carefully saving.
JT's got the sound cues. 15 seconds. They surmise that he is saving. Now they know that he isn't, and here comes the damage. 10 seconds. He can't plant the bomb. JT will deal with him. But again, Fnatic, they're keeping the money honest for Complexity. If they can find a way in, there may still be opportunity for them to come back, but their money's still also in a ropey place. Crim's 3,400, Nikodos 3,500, Fasha 3,600. They're kind of broke.
Keita being really proactive with these timeouts, and with good reason. Honestly, this is very reminiscent of the start of Vertigo, where Complexity were happy to go for some aggression. They won some early rounds with some different setups, with some confident plays, but eventually Fnatic, after a timeout, were able to figure that out on that map. They were able to deny the CT aggression, and I think that's what Fnatic need to do here. They need to prove they can hold a default where they don't lose out to any of those aggressive plays. I'm sure Keita will be telling that to the team right here. Cheeky grin on Ulzag's face. Happy with how it's going so far. For Fnatic though, no bomb plant means no full buy, but a good amount of utility and pistols in this round. And again, they still just want to keep the Complexity money honest, because Complexity have not been able to build up any considerable cash.
Ulzag must be amazing for morale on a squad, especially with a contrasting culture, background, personality to the rest of the team. Will be really important when things are a bit difficult. Here's the push from Fnatic. Floppy will block through the smoke. They won't see anything, but feel all of those bullets.
Nice, boys!
Completely denied. Exactly the kind of round Complexity needed. No losses. And again, Floppy going close to the smoke there, blocking them so they can't see, can't make it out of the smoke. Traffic jam, and there's nowhere to go when that happens. A pile up in the tunnel that will be dealt with by Floppy and the M484.
Very nicely done from the main man, Flop. And for Complexity, they were already making confidence plays and info plays when they didn't have money in the bank. That's a round where they don't lose anyone. So now you've got a bit of a buffer. You've got another buy in the hole if you need it, and it's another aggressive play right into the action with Grim pushing mid. Mezzy able to trade. Fnatic instantly bringing it back towards B, where Crims is hungry for action.
This is amazing, because Complexity are setting the pace. They're setting the pace on their CT side as opposed to the Ts, but maybe there's finally an opening for Fnatic. Crims with 2 entries onto B. Nikodos holding rotation. This is the round where they start to break Complexity. Love the patience there from Nikodos. And indeed, big entries from Crims. And this is where keeping that CT money honest may start to pay off for them. But they might need to do it again in the next round. We'll see how much Complexity bring in. Fang's already got the money to drop for a teammate, should it be required. Maybe JT will need a rifle. But indeed, despite the round win, like the overarching storyline for me in this half is that Complexity are on the CT side setting the pace, which is supposed to be the T-Ty's job, Fnatic's job. And they're not being afforded the opportunity to do that. They are being oppressed.
And that's why those timeouts are coming in so early, because it is frustrating when that happens to you. I think you also just see the value of Crims for Fnatic in this round specifically. I think that Fnatic, this is a team that they don't have the most experience, right? They have players that have been around for a fair while, but Crims is always the one who seems to come up when they're on a bit of a losing streak, when they're in an important round. He just seems to come through with the goods. He definitely delivers in this round.
Beautiful work from Crims, but it's just the beginning of the story of Fnatic in this game of Overpass. If they don't continue that way, it could be the end of their story at Katowice. Complexity changing their approach now. So many aggressive rounds towards A, beyond A. This time they'll do something more standard with Fang around the toilets and many players towards B.
No CT aggression this time. Fang playing up in the bathrooms and a boost for info. So just as I say, no CT aggression, they are taking some space, taking some ground. Crims, the man on the other side, dealt with by JT. Oh, and he just about survives, despite spotting that man in connector.
Roy looking to make a difference now.
Man.
There's that classic sniper setup. Rifler for Divider, Orb for the inside, Fang pressing forward, spots the bomb. 50 seconds for Fnatic. Fasha may look for an entry towards B. Even if he fails, does that rotate an extra player over? Only 3 people here. Oh, Floppy with the timing. Just sweeping up. And there will be no rotation.
Yeah. Might be a save even. And like you said, that timing on the re-smoke is crazy good. Because you see Fasha's thinking, okay, maybe there'll be a little gap I can work with. Maybe there'll be a split second where I can get through this smoke before it lands. But it just ends up baiting him forwards into Floppy. He's been very reliable in that position.
Because it was clearly thrown from further away, the way it was bouncing as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't think anybody's there. He thinks he has an opportunity to just creep straight through it. Maybe someone's at the barrels. But he's not expecting Floppy there. Complexity showing strength. Really nice so far. A third timeout from Fnatic as they have to figure out a solution quickly. Fasha and Roy have 1 kill apiece. Nikado's not much better with 2. Mezzy and Crims both with 5, having a slightly better time of things. Let's not forget, 40% of those frags from Crims open up the B bomb site to allow them to get that 1 round that they've got. So really nothing's going wrong. Now, Complexity have to think about the timeouts from Fnatic as well. Do they take this opportunity to start going super aggressive? Do Fnatic expect that? A change of pace with this pause? Many questions to be answered shortly. 8 seconds away now.
Back into the action immediately. Orp out for both sides. And for Fnatic, it does just look like their standard default. Crims always towards B, and many more players towards A. And you can see Fang just sitting behind this smoke. Will eventually back up. You've also got the Orp of Hulzerk here alongside him. And again, Fnatic just playing this default. Fasha is slowly working up connector. In fact, Fasha's happy to take connector alone, so that's some nice positioning gained. Now it's a little easier for them to play between the bomb sites, which is normally the playstyle that Fnatic like to go for. They like these drawn-out rounds, and Roy, flashed in by Mezzy, picks up the opener, and Hulzerk has to be a little careful here.
Beautiful util from Fnatic. They're playing anti-AWP strats, but Hulzerk is still here. He's still ready. Rifle support or not, he's going to go for it. Fasha flashed in. Hulzerk to collect another one. He's got Grim by the truck as well. That smoke is quite strong. Gives you a lot more space when you're defending the A bomb site. Really hard to push through that as a T side. Hulzerk can focus on long with better angles. Now delay a response on B as well. Hulzerk over the boxes, spots Nikados. Going fishing now. Needs to get his reload on. And again, Grim's not even started yet on this A-bomb site. Floppy disrespecting again. Starting to flank now. Wow. Grim has to deliver. The grenades will start to stream through. Grim's holding the angle, dinks, but still alive. 10 seconds to plant this bomb, both in the red now. Nikados with 24 HP does run out of time and is running towards a position where he's going to lose his AWP as well. Floppy trying to find an angle. Complexity again shut things down. So let's not forget, it's a vintage setup we saw with the AWP and the rifle holding divider as the AWP looks further. The same setup again for Hulzerk, starts to move away because they don't have anybody on long. You see those anti-AWP grenades, the smoke at the front, the molly towards divider, then that smoke to the side to just take all your angles away, but it still can't stop Hulzerk. They literally, their whole round was anti-Hulzerk and he still fragged half of them.
Yeah, he did so well there. Getting forward, I didn't think it was possible for him to play forward. And this is the final timeout taken by Fnatic. We've played 9 rounds. They've had to take 4 timeouts. It's been that bad for them.
Hard counter strats from Fnatic. The pop flash through the smoke took off the rifle support, but Halzak doesn't care. He does not care.
Yeah. And Floppy made an info play on B short at an incredible time. Oh, hello. Boost early. Just to counter the potential boost on the other side. Won't be seen, though. So I think Complexity realized Nico does save the AWP in this round. And maybe they're not fully aware what else Fnatic have. So, you know, if it was just a hero AWP in this round, that could be a way that they try and open things up. Not meant to be, though. Fnatic will start to take map control elsewhere. A couple of players up A long. JT this time playing in connector. Top fragging right now. 10 kills to his name. But Fnatic have realized there's some weaknesses at A right now. They're starting to clear out these bathrooms. JT's still in connector, remember, so that could be awkward, but Nikodos watching for it. Entries all over the map for Fnatic, finally finding some success.
And not too late either. They'll break the money if they succeed here. Mezzi has to deliver this kill. Down he goes as well. Grim onto the USP now. Fasher to trade. Floppy last seen on B. 1v2 before the bomb is planted. Where is he headed? He's got the AWP.
The money's bad here for Cole. He actually has to save, and even that might not be great.
Yeah, not fancying the 1v2 then, once they know where his position is. I mean, the teams can take super aggressive angles, so he'll be on the opposite side of the sights of the map, rather, to Fnatic. And indeed, Fnatic could end with 7. As rough as it has looked, it can still finish pretty good, all things considered. But people need to start turning up. Fasher just with 2 kills at the moment. AWP has been a problem towards A. Headed towards B this time. That turned out to not be the right play for Complexity.
Terrorists win.
AWP saved, but Complexity broken. Despite such a strong start, they'll buy what they can in this round, but they should have a lot of limiting factors into this one. And that means there might be eyes on Halzak in this round, considering it was that AWP saved by Floppy. I don't think Halzak has had to do too much so far. He's had a pretty decent showing, 7 for 3. But it's been a lot of aggressive rifle plays for Complexity that have been effective. In this round, that AWP is positioned over towards B early. Fnatic putting a couple of players into connector. Should be able to get that standard map control they're looking for early. So Complexity have the AWP of Halzak posted up on Monster. Instead of just constantly re-smoking it in this round, they're letting him play here. That's allowing them to take some liberties on this B site and play a few more players towards A instead.
That boost is always good for one frag, isn't it? You have to discover it the hard way. Fnatic continuing with their own pace. Despite the situation, refusing to be conditioned by the likes of Complexity. They are heading into this AWP, which is probably still looking towards those stairs. Slightly different angle now. Ah, that timing is very, very curious indeed, but perhaps there's more concern towards short. With this time on the clock, you've got to use your utility, try and make things hard for the opponent. Down he goes. Halzak's here with the AWP. Battle sniper mode. Bomb on the floor. 17 seconds. Great angle for him. Running to their doom, Fnatic. As far as the clock is concerned, they've outplayed themselves. There's no time for error correction when things start to go wrong. 6 seconds. You've got to find all the frags. If they don't show, they win the round. Complexity. As long as one survives. Fnatic in the bin once again.
That's why you give him them AWPs. Halzak making it work with the AWP on the B bomb site. Oh, the smoke timing was so good. It means Halzak can focus on short. And even though JT goes down on Monster, it's enough info for Halzak to play around the pillar perfectly. Not enough utility for Fnatic to get him off that angle. And now it's Fnatic down to a half buy. And maybe something faster for Fnatic. We haven't seen this pace from them yet.
Got smokes towards the balcony, charging in. Roy will start things off in the right way. Floppy's in the red. Grim trying to help out as best he can. Floppy somehow still alive. The communication came in there. You can see Grim's hesitating. Floppy, what is he up to here? He should be a goner. He's still standing as Fang gets that last kill.
There's no way Floppy survives. There's no way.
You can see from Crims on the site, about to go for a plant. I think the call was there. Floppy still alive by the barrels, pulls out the MAC-10. Just in no man's land after that one. Going for the molly as well. Floppy with 2 HP. Just slowing them down and delivering the kills. Fang to sweep up the crumbs. Leave no trace on that bomb site. This is a disaster for Fnatic. 2 rounds to the 12 of Complexity, who are storming towards the next match.
Oh, Fang with the aggro spray, not successful. Probably should have got that opener onto Roy, but the spray went wide. Now Grim in connector. Needs to win this fight, and he will. Can get back to safety because Hulzuk has him covered with the AWP. Oh god, get away from that molly. Grim's already low. He is going to be able to get out alive, bringing it back to the 4-on-4. And again, they've got info on B short, but it's JT with an SMG with the MP9. So he can't peek towards Monster. He can't really see if they cross towards that B site. It's a risky setup right now for Complexity.
Still playing their clock game, but look at Complexity. They've got 4 smokes on the map at the moment.
Damn.
Fnatic have not given them a reason to use them. So as that clock continues to tick, they're going to end up in a similar situation where they're facing smokes they're going to have to run through, and they're probably going to get mauled.
That's nice. That's the way to use the smoke from JT. Just slows them from getting towards the site, allows the rotation. Oh, and Grim gets active on the other side of the map. He's going to see A is pretty clear. They should be ready towards this B site now.
Hulzuk has the smoke as well if he's in position to use it. And now the push comes through. The flashbangs are here, but not in time. Floppy being a nuisance again from up top. They've lost position Complexity. There might be a chance to plant this bomb. Grim has a HE, but he doesn't have an angle. 10 seconds to plant. They've got to focus on that. Here comes the HE grenade. Will it do the job? 32 HP for Mezzi. And Floppy gets another one. 3K for him. Again, awkward at the end of the round for Fnatic. Complexity just keep on winning, and it doesn't look that close.
Floppy's showing up now. And again, Floppy's so good in those tough positions. He almost seems better sometimes when he's put with his back against the wall. It's a nice try with the flash, but Floppy just emerges from the heavens. Mezzi has no opportunity on the bomb site. He was run down. What a showing from Complexity. What a tournament this has been for them. Still more work to do. But if they were to win this series, they would be 1v03 away from playoffs. Fnatic still want to put up a fight, though. Crims playing around this smoke that you'll see every round from the T's. JT is aware of the angles. They've got connector control, so he can fully focus this fight, but Crims wins the duel on the other side. He's been the main man for Fnatic here on this map. And they're ready for this connector angle. Oh, but Grim still wins the duel against Nikodos.
Yeah, funky one-way. It's not the first time he's been abusing that. Still chances for Fnatic, though. Grim giving a sound cue in that connector area. Not shy to take the duel, though. Hungry for revenge after the previous map. Oh, Hulzuk just catches Grim's jumping. Merciless headshot from Hulzuk. Now Mezzi wonders how surrounded he is. Again, that clock continues to tick. Grim emerging now, looking for that transfer, but Floppy's here for the trade. You can see him wondering about Monster. The bomb's stuck at the moment. Fasher needs Roy to make a play here. Down goes Hulzuk. Floppy heading towards A bomb, waiting outside B. Everything quiet as well. Roy's got a very strong angle indeed, and surely, oh, Floppy's just creeping, but the headshot will be delivered for a much-needed third round for Fnatic.
Getting a little wild in this one. I don't think that comes down to strategy. That just comes down to fights all across the map, and maybe that's what Fnatic needed to do in one of these rounds. Crim's doing a good job at getting that opening, And then Complexity were just a little precarious after that. As soon as you lose that B short player, those connector players feel like they're in much more trouble. And even though Complexity have 11 rounds into the last round of the half, they're still happy to take the time out.
Fash is still on 2 kills. Life has been difficult in this game, but again, so many of these rounds have been a mad rush in difficult situations onto bomb sites. Be difficult for Complexity in this last round. Despite their momentum, they are simply ill-equipped.
But we could still have another Hulzerk special. Focusing on getting the AWP in his hands. Ooh, nade stack. Not quite timed right.
Well, they know there are 3 outside B, but again, with a minute 30, doesn't mean much when it's Fnatic. Not much presence towards A at present for Fnatic. They'll be looking to establish that now, as we can see the rotation on the radar. All those potential targets make for a hungry Hulzerk, who makes his way towards B. As we can see, the bomb is still here as well.
And this time, unfortunately for Complexity, they don't have that much utility. They don't have those same smokes that could have been effective in the late round. That monster smoke's about to fade, and then they only have 1 left in the hands of JT. But it means the same setup where Hulzerk tries to take Monster. The issue is they're already crossed to the side, but Grim's going to go aggressive into them.
Well, that's 1.
Gives
He only
Hulzerk
sees
some
1.
info.
Yeah, and maybe they can full rotation. Oh, the team kill. Is this the start of something real bad? They've got 2 frags there. That's the bomb spotted by Hulzerk in no man's land. Fasher now in the corner. They know Fasher fragged a teammate, so they know that there's 1 more person there. But can they cover his back? Because a flank is coming in from the A bomb site. It's coming quickly though. Mezzi's making noise. Fasher lost in the meantime. Not really waiting for that rotation. Out of sync. 10 seconds to go and rescue that bot. That might be why things are really urgent. They can't rescue it and go back. Fang just needs to hide somewhere. They have no idea where to look. 12th round on the boards. Another disaster for Fnatic when they had all the advantages. They are going missing. Back in the milk carton. Let's see if they turn up after the break.
I'm going bridge. Off alive. Coming heaven. In bridge. I'm gonna go CT. I'm gonna need to plant. Go double CT. Nading him. Planning. And pin. I'm running out. He's tagged. Yes! Nice! Good fucking job, guys. Good job. Well played.
Fnatic are facing elimination right now if they can't figure this out on the final map of this series. And I think you can see that they can feel it based on some of those reactions. This pistol round is almost a necessity to keep them in this tournament. And from Complexity, they've been playing lights out here. Hulzerk, Floppy, Fang, JT, everyone's showing up. And if they show up in this pistol, they could be good to win this series.
Took the game away from Fnatic on their CT side, Complexity. And now they can set the pace in both halves. Fnatic, this squad will never run out of talent, but perhaps they've run out of gas as they can see the finish line getting further and further away.
Oh boy, it's the connector aggression, but Complexity is so quick up A long, there's no one to see this, no one anywhere near, and no kit for Fnatic. How the hell are you going to pull off this retake then?
Lurking like basement dwellers. CT plant is in. All right then. 5v5, bomb planted on A. CTs everywhere. Starting to creep now, starting to shift walk. We've got fights all over the map. This is quite something, unless you're a Fnatic fan. Then it is looking pretty difficult, waiting for the first kills to come through. They're walking into a crossfire. This is so awkward. Fashion needs to deliver a headshot. Someone does. Fang trying to trade for his teammates here. Advantage Fnatic. That bomb is ticking though. Just the simple engagements may slow them down enough, but it's only Hulzerk and Fang now. Someone's on the bomb. Swinging Hulzerk, trying to do what he can. And there's no time to defuse the bomb. They've done the job again.
Holy fuck, dude. No kit, no time. And so Complexity are so close to making it through to that lower bracket final where outsiders await. The shots were good from Fnatic, but it's just that setup. They took a big risk. Mezzi landing some great shots at the end, but who the hell cares? It's Complexity who are making noise right now on the server. 13-3 up. Fnatic do decide to force. They're so far down, they figure they've got to find some way in. That's a start. Oh, it's a scout on long from Crims. Tag lands. He's happy to fall back because they've already got the man advantage.
This is a really good start.
Yeah.
This is a really good start for Fnatic. We haven't said that very often in this game of Overpass. But it is certainly something. Mezzi knows that more needs to be done. Complexity bunched together now. They can't tank the damage from these scouts. That always ends in catastrophe, and that's just one of two. Mezzi will continue, but Grim is starting to wonder. A man who really needs to come to life in this half. Definitely wants to. Big headshot from him. Mezzi will be denied further information. A minute on the clock. You can see Crims jump peeking for info. There are flashes, there are Molotovs for Complexity. They have the tools for the job. That doesn't mean they'll work though. Smoke grenades will start to stream in, but they've got to take these angles away from Crims. Crims has to deliver. He'll deliver another tag at least. And when these pistols and his FAMAS starts rotating, then this proves more and more problematic. The flashes will continue though. They get closer now. Crims still alive. They're running distraction. Nikodos unable to land a shot. Floppy holding the angles. Looking to swing the double swing. They're turning things around, Complexity. Fasher and Roy remain 20 seconds to plant that bomb. One stuck on long behind the smoke. Fasher with the deagle. Hulzerk is the vulnerable one now. Oh, things are getting so awkward for Complexity. A little less now. They know where Roy is. Trying to get into position. That's Grim hiding behind the truck. 1v1 now for Roy. He doesn't have a kit. He needs the ace to keep Fnatic alive here. Grim just jiggling, just showing the sound cues now. Delivering the headshot. That's the kind of round that Grim wants, but not what Fnatic needed.
Some key kills from Grim. I thought they might have messed it up there in the 2v1 when they didn't play together. They couldn't peak as a unit, but Grim holds his nerve. And Fnatic are in such desperate territory. I think they might just force again. They're so far down, they can't imagine winning with a save at this point. It's 14-3 for Christ's sake. So that's what they'll be going for. Another desperate force buy. See the reaction on both sides. Stark contrast right now. Nice attempt on the boost, but no clean opener for Fnatic. Big damage both ways. Complexity all outside this B site right now, not defaulting in this round.
Dry peeking. That has been the order of the day by many teams. Could have the chain flashes here as well. Many targets seen. They have some mollies. They need to start using them. Complexity. They need to control the area. So awkward for Fnatic with the tools they have. Trying to cut the site in half now. Fnatic just waiting. It's all they can do. Nikodos up top with the scout. There's no smoke for this position. Maybe it came and went. Paulzek will try and create some space. Fasher taken down on short. And maybe the rotation is on. Looking for the molly. They're going to molly CT instead of short B. And just book it towards the A bomb site. Fnatic stuck in position for now. Could go for a boost potentially. It will be a different one though. And they will lose position for the most part. Nikodos on the way though. 2 tagged players. There's still something to be done here. So many plays to find though. Eating a flashbang as well. Time starting to get low. Looking to his left. But there's danger to his right in the hands of Fang. Mezzi and Crims have lost all position and lost much hope. That Hall of Heroes is fading for Fnatic as Complexity move closer to 16.
Yeah, and that's some good composure from Complexity. The round was getting chaotic. They bring it back to A. I think Fnatic might just roll the dice here, but it's going to be hard for them to get anything going. Complexity would have to roll Snake Eyes. There's a headshot from Mezzi. Lil in hand, but they just peek together. They know they have this. Complexity, map and series point. And Fnatic might be down and out of Katowice. And what a run this will be from Complexity. This team was slowly improving, but this has been a stark improvement from them. They've already taken down Ents. They've already taken down Mouse. Now they've got Fnatic in their line of sight. A lot of EU teams falling against Complexity. North America have hope. Crims has got a bloody Nova. That's not a good look.
The Nova's great, actually. I'll have you know. It is a fantastic headshot machine. But trade fragging, it's going to be pretty hard against a 2-man swing. Underrated weapon, but definitely a sign of the times for Fnatic. They have been on life support for a while here, and the plug is about to be pulled by Complexity, kicked out of the wall. Just edging their way forward, leaving JT in position. The smokes will deny the information as well. That lurk smoke, you can throw from short B as well.
JT was just making some noise on A, but Fnatic have made the info play. It might not matter though, the B site is so susceptible. It is that Nova. 1 headshot delivered, but 1 is not enough. Complexity have the bomb site, and they have this series in the palm of their hands.
3-man retake with a scout to survive for 1 more round. No kit. No rounds to speak of in this half. But they've made it a 3 versus 3. They are forcing their way into this. Fang's got 13 HP, Roy's low as well, but Fang delivers the headshot. Nikodos with 2 HP could be killed by the flashbang. Clock is ticking, he doesn't have a kit. There's nothing he can really do. Complexity have eliminated Fnatic from the series. They'll go forward to play outsiders, but Fnatic, their dreams, their hopes of the Spodek are over.
What a run this is for Complexity. There's still another series to play for them, but the fact they've come through, beaten so many European teams, this is a squad that were always solid, but never that competitive on the international stage. The fact that they are going to have a chance to play a best of 3 to make it through to the playoffs of Katowice, what an opportunity for this team. I don't think people believed that that was possible for this squad, but they've proven everyone wrong.
Very promising situation indeed, especially the style of the opponent they played and the lack of respect or proactivity The urgency from Complexity could pay off for them in the match to come. We shall see. But for Fnatic, it's the end of the road. A very frustrating series, a series that was lacking most of the time. A lot of data, though, for them to glean, to learn from, and they've got the right people to do it with as well. But there will be no playoffs. There will be no Spodek for Fnatic. Just review and lament.
Well, it is going to be Complexity with the win, but I believe we should have an interview ready.
We'll sadly be saying goodbye to Fnatic as they do fall to Complexity here. And Vasher, I want to touch this on this last map. We saw Overpass being a great map for you guys coming into this event. Against Vitality, right, you can say, yeah, that's fine. But against Complexity like this, they rolled over you. What was going wrong with you guys? It was so quiet.
Yeah, I think we had the right idea from the start. And then they won I think the first rounds they won were like with 1 or 2 alive. And then we kind of crumbled on the trades. And then, yeah, we had the right ideas, I think. But the execution was just poorly.
And I spoke to you before about what is in this team to bring you guys back into the game, but it looked very lackluster from that side of things in terms of what I'm looking on the emotions, what I'm seeing on your faces when there. Did you feel like it was a game you couldn't pull yourselves back out of?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think that's really bad from us because usually we have like a great mentality to come back, and I think no one had it today. And it's just poorly. We need to review it and just like make sure this doesn't happen from the Pro League coming up.
Definitely so. And just overall, you look at your performances, you took down MRBI, you took down Outsiders, you had a great challenge against Vitality, but this one's going to sting. But what do you make of it overall, your journey here at Katowice?
I think it was one of our worst tournaments we've played so far together. I think there went a lot wrong, like individual mistakes. Like it was by far my worst tournament ever, and like I felt like I could have so many more impact in rounds, but I just did stupid things, and like I was just not there, and I should mentally reset for Pro League, and I hope everyone does, and then I hope we can have a great run in the Pro League.
It's all about using it as motivation for the comeback. Vasher, thank you very much for talking to me. We'll see you soon, man. We'll send it back to the desk.
A desk featuring the man of the hour, the man of NA. I don't even really know how that kind of like equates mathematically, but it checks out. It's Halzerk with Complexity. Complexity finding what they needed to do over Fnatic, which is a great start for the day, but you've still got a long one in front of you, Halzerk.
Oh yeah, we played really well on the 2 maps we won, so that's really great. But we have to go back and watch what happened on Vertigo. I feel we got a lot of entries on Vertigo, but we didn't manage to close out the rounds. We had big advantages, especially like retaking A side. So we have to go back and watch what we can do better there. But I think we're going into the next match versus Outsiders with much confidence. Since the 2 maps we won, we are very comfortable on, and I think. Our matchup against Outsiders now, it's really good for us. They're major winning guys, but they have a new lineup now, or a new player in, so I think we have a good chance here.
Yeah, well, you talk about map 2 was a little bit complicated. You had us worried for a second. What was discussed at the end of Vertigo? What were the words that you guys had with each other?
I think when we started losing the bad rounds, the communication started going badly. People started getting a bit frustrated. And then the communication just kept getting worse and worse, and then there was no coming back for us. So we're just getting the communication back to the point we had in Inferno, and we did that. And when our communication is at that point, we are very good.
So obviously, Halzerk, this is a great result for you guys, but looking forward to Outsiders, I wanted to know, do you have any experience playing them in scrims or anything like that? Because they're such a unique team, it feels like some people need that.
I mean, we haven't been in Europe that long now. We have been quite a while now, a couple of weeks now, but we haven't practiced, at least not against the new lineup. We haven't practiced against them, so we don't have any results there to look back on. But I think if we get our maps, we are very comfortable, and I think we're going to take this away.
Now, yeah, we do have to get you out of here, as I'm told, but I have one final really pertinent question. It's very serious, okay? Did you know you were contagious when Grim picked up your resolution?
I mean, Grim doesn't have a resolution now. JT has it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
JT has it now.
So good calls all day. I mean, just saying. But the resolution it's a game changer. I'm telling you guys.
Okay.
It's the new meta.
I'm going to give it a shot.
Everyone needs to jump on it.
Hey, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to Complexity. And moreover, congratulations. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Guys, still a whole bunch of Counter-Strike to unpack. We say goodbye to Halzerk, and we continue to march down the road that is the Intel Extreme Masters. Yeah, we'll take that. Thanks.
I'll take the mic. I have double mic now.
Oh, and look at this guy. Talk about overachieving.
Double mic'd up on a Tuesday.
Got the club going up on it. No, for Fnatic, yeah, that was a rather uneventful way to go out on the last map. But all things considered, you know, the Crims, this is a guy we were looking at when we came in here, someone that has been throughout all of them present. And now this is where it doesn't stop necessarily, but
Listen, I just want to say the series is deflating from the side of Fnatic. There's very little that we can pick up on and use as positives or signs of hope for the future. But the harsh truth is they were 3-4 rounds away from beating Vitality in the best of 3 and making it straight to the playoffs. And sometimes that's what it comes down to in Counter-Strike. You have an opportunity, you don't seize it, and then the next day you show up, you play a little bit less a good Counter-Strike, you're a bit more sleepy, you're a bit slower, you make more mistakes. Fasher talked about it. He individually was honest about it. Very lackluster performance, pretty much no impact throughout the best of 3. And I am personally disappointed with Fnatic, yeah.
And Maui, if you had to look at the complexity side, right, for going forward, let's thrust you in a coach role. How do you keep them above water at this point and not say, oh, we made it this far and maybe a little bit complacency seep in?
Well, I think that you look at the Outsiders team and you probably just think about the fact that you can take this team down. Like, they look vulnerable. The matches they played so far have by no means been flawless. It doesn't look like the same team that we saw back at Rio. And so when you have that going for you and you know how many hours you've been putting in, I think that Complexity believe in themselves to beat just about anybody now. And it's not like Outsiders are loading up in the server against you and you're thinking that, oh god, this is like FaZe Clan or this is Na'Vi. Like, there's not that name value that's playing against you like you would have against other stars, actually.
And when it comes to series, I think the choke stigma that was onto Complexity is kind of fading away slowly here in Katowice. There was this one map on Vertigo that definitely looked bleak, but the bounce back is immediate. We've seen them going the distance in multiple different series now, winning the 3rd map, and I think every game that you actually manage to pull through, it builds a little bit more confidence in you moving into the next one against Outsiders.
And you talk about that distance. When we look at the brackets, that's essentially what it is. We're going for the distance, not for speed, ladies and gentlemen, but the cake is all in front of us. Isn't that right, Maui?
Right, and we see that things are setting up so beautifully for an excellent time in the Spodek Arena. At the top of the bracket there, we got Heroic and Vitality. At the bottom, Complexity, Outsiders to decide who's going to find that quarterfinal slot. And Group A is also very interesting if we get to that.
Oh, we will be getting that. Don't you worry. Heroic, Vitality.
There you got it.
And then over to Group A, Na'Vi G2. That's who's sitting very comfortably right now.
And there shall be light. Na'Vi G2 in there, still a spot in the semifinal to be found. That's going to be decided later down today. And FaZe versus Liquid. One team making it to Spodek, the other one right back to Krakow Airport.
Yeah, and you know, for FaZe, they want to come back here and reclaim the title. Hell, even secure the Intel Grand Slam. But guess what? You got your back against the wall, so we're going to find out, and that only happens after a break, gentlemen. Thank you so much. In doing so, we come back. We've got Liquid and FaZe on the docket. Liquid getting warmed up right behind us just now. And so, don't attune your attention anywhere else. We'll be RB.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome to AI Tweets. Today we have Team Liquid here with Yakinder and Nitro to guess, of the 3 tweets, which one was made by the player themselves and which 2 were AI generated and completely falsified.
And I'm here with Torzi and Dexter to try and figure it out. How's your Twitter game, you think?
I look at it, but it just goes in and then goes out the other side. So.
How about your own tweets? Are you...
Yeah, my own tweets are just stupid.
Okay, so are mine. Excellent. Now let's take a look at the first ones.
Oh, wait, I know this. First one is real. I saw this like 2 months ago, but I can't remember.
People keep posting it, I think.
Yeah, someone just retweeted it, but I would say it's the second one. No, he would never tweet something like that. I think Keaton is the guy who uses an emoji, no? And a hashtag.
Oh, okay. Getting into the, I like it.
I mean, this is a legendary tweet. I'm certain it's first one. I know this. Go first. I know the legendary tweet.
You sure?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm 100% sure it's 100% right.
I was just trying to cause some doubt. You guys are right. It is the first tweet.
Why you don't believe me?
I did. Wait, I went with
He
you.
faltered.
Okay.
I got
with you there.
You were like, when Anders asked, "Are you sure?" You were like, "I don't know." It's like
It's like code names.
Yeah.
Chris, let's go with the third one.
I trust you.
Yeah. I picked the third one.
You're wrong. You were right, actually. It was the first one. Your thinking was spot on. You changed your mind 3 times.
Yeah.
All right, so again, only one of these 3 tweets are real, all from Automatic here.
I feel like the second one's fake.
yeah, but it's actually a great story.
Second one.
Second
I
one?
remember
Yes.
it, yeah.
Yeah.
You remember?
I think so, yeah.
I haven't seen this tweet. I mean, if Chris saw it, I trust him.
Okay.
Oh wait, Tim is not like that. That he's like reminds me of all the teams who will be crying after losing to EG. He would never say that.
Plus, Automatic's not a person to go bragging about, oh, this is class or freaking we're gonna win. So the second one.
Okay, you're right. that was spot on your analysis.
I would want the second tweet to be real, but it's probably not. I want to go first.
All right.
First?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
we're here to make some dreams real. It's the second tweet that was actually the real one. The next one. This should be hard if the AI is good because Poppy, man.
It's the third one. Yeah. I remember this tweet, I think.
You're right. It is the third one.
That's a good one.
It's probably third one,
I
right?
think it's the third one. I feel like that's something
you think the IE would generate? Didn't think Valve could make ancient worse? Holy fuck! I don't believe in that.
I'll go with C. My gut's telling me to see.
That sounds like floppy, honestly.
Okay, we're going with the third tweet. Lock it in?
Yeah. Lock it in.
You're right. It is the third tweet.
Yeah, you got
that one.
Yeah, imagine that.
Maybe it's real.
Yeah. Okay. Well done.
AI is taking over.
2 out of 3, maybe like 2.5 because you kind of had it, but then you changed your minds. Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah.
But
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Pretty good job.
Okay, that was AI tweets and Yakinder Nitro joining us to decipher who was real and who was fake. AI is getting pretty good, but they also did very well. Seem to know their peers. So thanks for watching.
All eyes on the prize. Well, or at least staying alive in the tournament. Staying afloat at this point. That's exactly right. Thank you very much, Yanko. I didn't know we had the soundboard activated, but apparently we do. I love it, and I love to get into this game. Liquid v FaZe, and what's on the mind of the FaZe players? Coming back here, securing it 2 times in a row, and grabbing themselves that Intel Grand Slam off the top. That little bit of a cherry right off the top, you know. Yanko joins us now. We replace Maniac. We send him home for the day, get him some rest, and I've got Maui Snake Style on the end.
Maniac will come back, actually.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's be honest to the viewers here.
Yeah, okay.
Not give misinformation.
I didn't want to let anyone down.
Unless he catches whatever Flames has.
That's true. Or I think what Yakinder has, Cadian has.
There's
a bug going around here. Just saying.
Don't like
just stay safe out there, Trace, you know?
Yeah. Kind of like FaZe. Like, there was a whole thing about them being a safe bet. So what are they doing in the lower?
Well, they had to play against G2.
I
think that was the issue for them, right? And it was a 2-0, but the first map was really close. I think for FaZe, it's going to be another missed opportunity, right? I think they had a lot of advantages in that game. Just G2 sort of clawed their way back into a win, and that's it. Outside of that, FaZe pretty solid, pretty dominant, and I think for me at least, they're a big favorite in this matchup.
When I look at FaZe, I think that they're obviously going to have their eyes set on that Grand Slam, that whole prize, but I think that this tournament and the field has proven to be just much stronger than they would have expected, because you look at also the other teams that they're going to have to battle with likely if they do make the playoffs, and it's not going to get much easier. And Liquid, they're standing right in their faces right now.
Yeah, and if there's a time to like really, step on the gas, it is right now if you're Team Liquid. Hell, if you're FaZe, you just want to make sure the car is still running, I think, at this point, in the bracket, that is. Them coming in here trying to do it twice, that would be a feat. And you say the Intel Grand Slam, I think it was Twist we were talking to. He's saying, kind of keeping it on the back burner. They want to win the event, and that's an added bonus.
Yeah, of course, you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself or think about it too much. There's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. There's a lot of good teams out there. They already had to play G2. Navi looks like they're finding their form. Again, Vitality, Heroic in the other group looks strong, so just take it one game at a time.
Yeah, well, let's take it this game, or at least the game that we looked at with FaZe G2. You brought that one up.
Yeah, let's do that, because I think it's, FaZe is a better team than what they showed, and even though the second map wasn't close, I think it could have been close if they didn't give away a couple of rounds. So we're going to jump straight into Ancient here. We're going to start off with round number 7. This is a 4v2, right? And you can see Nico is like pretty late on this retake. He knew the train took damage. They were sort of thinking of saving. Nico broke it down with us, but then once he gets the kill, they're sneaking around. They're trying to figure out, if they could get a couple of kills. And 3 of the FaZe players are red HP, right? So on the A bomb side, there's not that many positions that you can take, and they sort of get isolated one by one, which is something you definitely don't want to see. Like, look how slow Nico is. He even turns back to see. He's thinking like Rain might be lurking. You can see Rain all the way here, right? He just went for the long rotation around towards the A bomb site, and that's why the FaZe players are a little bit scared. They know they're low HP. They don't want to give away any easy kills. Maybe they themselves at some point thought the G2 was going to save here. Nico is going to get the kill on Carrigan, and that's when the round sort of starts to, basically unfold itself. And unfortunately for FaZe, they lose this one. You could see the score 5-1. They're struggling to find rounds on the T side. Couldn't really win consecutive rounds. That was the problem for them in terms of the economy. You can see how methodical Nico and m0NESY were in this 2v4, making it look easy, which it wasn't. And now you go into the second half, very important round after the pistol. Great play. Brocky, perfect flash for Carrigan. Triple kill, spray down. Nico with his dirty pre-fire on Rain. And now, again, in a 4v2 situation here, it's a bit of a mistake. You can even see that the FaZe players are not even towards A. They're more focused towards the B bomb side. I think this is a bit of a misplay from Brocky when he gets mollied in this corner here, right? Like, he's going to try to push through it instead of just playing from behind, watching Banana for Carrigan and letting Carrigan watch K for him. He's going to commit to the fight against Nico, lose that. JKS wins the duel with an AK against Carrigan here, you see, right? Like, I mean, it's a bit of a difficult position. You think you have timing to push and get the kill. He also has an M4. He has a weapon advantage, but Nico somehow long range with the Mac 10 is going to get the kill, and you can see how isolated they are in 1v1s. Even though in a 4v2, you want to try and buy time. In this sort of a situation, you want to buy time for your teammates to come in so they can trade you, even if you're in a bad position. In the end, it's up to JKS in a 1v1, and he's been absolutely stellar so far in this tournament. Was stellar last year as well for FaZe as a stand-in, helped them lift the trophy. So these were a couple of rounds that, FaZe fumbled, which I don't think is going to happen in this matchup.
At least for their case, you can hope not. Yanko, come back and join us. And while we wait for Yanko to make his way back over here, it might take roughly 10 to 15 minutes. Eventually, he's going to show up. Oh, my God, you're so fast. Anyway, what we're talking about is our Colex players to watch. We're featuring 2 former teammates, one of those in Johnny Jabs and the other one in Twist. Okay, and we're back. That's right.
A little bit.
Colex players
Psych.
to watch. Let's go ahead. Yeah, you like that one? Psych!
What do you think the rating they had were? What do you think the ratings were on Twist? Because, they have Colex give that number.
Yeah.
I think Twist would probably be like 89. Elige would probably be like 91.
No way.
What do you think?
I'd give Twist like 91 and Elige 83.
Oh, okay. So kind of flip it a little bit. Okay.
Okay,
It's updated. It's updated.
Yeah. What we're going to do apparently is try this again. It's your Colex players to watch.
We are all connected in the great circle of life. These 2 players are connected as former teammates. It's the Colex players to watch. Everything you see exists together in a delicate balance, much like Twist. He's a star on a team of stars who haven't played to the levels they're capable of. See Rio. FaZe as kings must understand that balance and respect all the teams, from the crawling Na'Vi to the leaping Liquid. Being brave doesn't mean you go looking for trouble. Take Elige, this quiet and unassuming star whose recent performances have left much to be desired. Elige was at his peak when teamed with Twist. Finding the same chemistry with Yakinda is vital for Liquid's success. The great kings of the past look down on us from the stars, and these 2 stars were your players to watch.
Yes, Johnny Jabs, also known as Elige, a pillar of this Liquid lineup. He's been there for, I think, ever. So, you know, they've got that side going for them, all things considered.
Do you think they would be better off if they kept Twist instead of Elige?
Ooh,
damn.
That's a tough one.
And in the roles Elige has?
No, because Elige is a part owner of the team, so there would be some saboteuring
point,
going on. Yeah.
Well, at least we all know that now. Good job, guys. And if we continue our attention over here on the Liquid side, that little guy, Yakinder, man, he just seems to be a thorn in a lot of sides, albeit there were some moments of error there.
Of course, yeah. Yakinder hasn't necessarily impressed us in the same way that he has in the past. When we look at his score lines in some of the matches previously, it took until map 3 yesterday versus Spirit for him to really come alive. The first 2 games, not really too much to be even happy about, but he is the man that is responsible for bringing Liquid into what I would call the modern meta of CS, taking inspiration from his previous Eastern European team in Outsiders/VP, and actually showing Nitro, Daps, the brain trust of this team, how to put these things together, how to play the style that they have today.
So, Yanko, if I said something like, Yakinder breathed some fresh air into this team, does that sound about right?
I mean, that was when he joined.
Yeah,
a
while back.
Now even that air is stale. So I think for Liquid, you saw it right there. I mean, in the game against Spirits, in the round that they lost, across the series, across 3 maps, he has only 9 kills. In the rounds they win, he has 35. It's if anything, it's becoming more like his time in Outsiders. He gets a kill, they win the round. He doesn't get a kill, they end up losing, right? And I think for Liquid, you're trying right now to find more depth, so it's not so much dependent on him, especially on a map like Anubis, right?
Okay.
I think that's where it's most obvious. So yeah, a lot of Liquid success rides on his shoulders, and hopefully for them, he can deliver today.
And really, all eyes are on the 7 map pool still, right, guys? Just kidding. We'll get into that. Everybody chill out. Don't worry, there's plenty of time. We've got Yakinder with some words before we got into the action.
The lower bracket doesn't get any easier for Liquid as they go up against FaZe today. I've got OC with me here. And OC, I want to just talk about your lower bracket run so far anyway for you guys. That game against Spirit was pretty good, but your individual level seems really sharp right now. You just came into this with a different level of confidence?
Yeah, I've been trying to work on my individual level as well. So, just doing whatever I can to make sure my mechanics are on point. And, yeah, I don't know. I just came in, tried to do my job, and luckily, I did pretty well yesterday.
You're so casual and cool as well. Yeah, I just came here to do my job, but you are doing very well for sure. Obviously, it's a tougher test now, though, going up against FaZe. But would you say that FaZe right now are as big as a threat in the past, or do you think it's still a team that you guys can challenge pretty well?
I definitely think that they've shown some weaknesses lately, but they're still obviously a super strong team, and we haven't been playing our best as well. So I think it's going to be a really good match. And yeah, they're no team to take lightly. So yeah, just taking it like any other match though, and coming in with a game plan, just making sure that we're playing well as a team, and hopefully the things will fall through for it.
And do you feel any extra pressure in a game like this, considering who it is, the team it is, and especially I know Yakinder hasn't been feeling too well himself, and it's been a struggle for you guys. Do you feel like you have to step up further?
No, not really. I don't really think about that. I just take it like any other match it is. I think everyone feels the same way. We all know it's an important match in our heads, but same time, if we come in with that mindset, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot more emotions involved, and we might be playing a little more scared. So I think everyone has a good mindset coming in, and yeah, we know how important it is, but we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna try and do whatever we can to get the win.
Well, hopefully you can get the win. Thank you very much for your time, OC. We'll have to see how it goes, because FaZe Clan is going up against Liquid next, and it's elimination time.
There we go. Liquid just getting that final bit of prep and warm up in there. FaZe on the other side doing the exact same thing. And really what it's going to come down to here is kind of looking at where we're going to find ourselves. Digital battlegrounds. I'm talking about maps.
Well, no nuke for Liquid against FaZe, and hopefully no vertigo for FaZe against Liquid. So I think with the permabans, it gets out of the way. I think the picks are going to be the same. I think the pool is probably going to be the same like the last time they played at World Finals. Inferno for FaZe, Mirage for Team Liquid, right, and Anubis as the decider. I don't see the reason for teams to change it. That's the one map that Liquid beat them in last 2 series.
I think Liquid could swap and play Anubis or pick it. That's probably the only thing, but I think we would still get a Mirage decider. I think that just the order of maps is probably the only thing up for grabs here, because I think that FaZe is going to be picking Inferno also. So yeah, I'd love to see this video.
Yeah, Let me guess. We're going to go with Inferno first, because I just looked over my shoulder. I ain't going to lie. They're warming up on it. Okay.
Nice.
So Vertigo nuke out, just like we forecasted?
Yeah, that's exactly
yeah,
right.
The pick comes in as well for Liquid picking to start T side on Inferno. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is. And then, either Mirage or Anubis, I would say here. Okay, actually, they go for Overpass. They did this versus Spirit, and it didn't actually work for them, Yenko. And that's a bit concerning.
Yeah, well, maybe it's sort of a curveball, right? Something that, because we weren't expecting it. Maybe FaZe didn't either. Potentially also something that from practice results, maybe they were doing well in practice against them. I feel like this is a way to take it, and we can see that FaZe actually decides to veto out Anubis and leave Mirage in the pool. So on paper, at the very least, you're thinking for Liquid, this is a win?
Oh, okay.
I think because it's a curveball.
Like for them, because
they
obviously wanted to pick, the new Overpass was always going to be open, so they pick it, but maybe they weren't expecting to get Mirage as well, which was...
That could have been their pick.
The pick last 2 times around, and they won it both times against FaZe, albeit in a close map.
Close as the series could be, Maui. Thoughts?
I think that this veto went as well as it possibly could for Liquid, actually.
So series overall.
So for the series, though, I still have to give it to FaZe. I still have to lean their way. I think that even if it gets to Mirage, even if Liquid are able to sneak that one for Overpass, I do think that this is going to be a FaZe victory. I'm going to give it to you, Trace. I'm going to say 2-1, though.
Okay, so there will be some resistance met.
Yes.
Okay. Yenko, if I'm looking at this, I know there's some love there for the FaZe side of things and some love for the Liquid side of things, albeit probably more on one side than the other. But if you had to put your hat on one doorknob, which would it be?
FaZe, absolutely. I think they're in better form, better individually. Yes, they lost to G2, but they've shown more than Liquid has.
Yeah, a lot on the line regardless. We stare at the barrel that loads itself with FaZe versus Liquid, and we're going to do that right now.
Thank you, Monsieur Stunner. FaZe and Liquid indeed, losing to G2 and Na'Vi. Seething from those losses. They've won games since then, but they'll still be looking for revenge. This will be another step forward, but it's going to be no easy task for either squad. Perhaps we have more to see from Liquid after a gigantic game that FaZe Clan had with G2. Let's see what Liquid are able to do. Starting on the T side of Inferno, they'll have 3 players with utility. All Glocks as well. Straight Kevlar for FaZe Clan.
Oh boy, this could be a charge down mid, or maybe not. Maybe a sneak down mid. Ooh, very quiet, but Elige pops his head up and eventually taken out of the action. Twist looking for further fights. Karrigan establishes himself on this angle, but the bomb hasn't crossed. Oh, OC does get the bomb across safely, so now that should be a free bomb plant on this B site, and Liquid still have utility for the post plant.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem for FaZe to deal with.
Especially with no kit. They've got to be quick. And another CT smoke could be coming.
They've got a lurker coming up Banana, but for now, Nitro and Yakinda are holding things down. Nitro almost, but OC will deliver another frag. 2v3 in favor of Liquid. Rops and Brokey to try and do it, and now it's just down to Rops. Man like Rops, just with his USP. So much to do there. And it seems that he will be holding onto his Kevlar, presumably for a force buy to come. Seeing more and more of this these days. Again, got to be as efficient as you can in Counter-Strike because you're not given anything for free these days.
Man, what a wild start from FaZe. This is their map pick. They want to take a big risk on the pistol. And listen, it could have worked. That bomb crossing that late as the last player, that is terrifying. But OC able to get around the corner. And as soon as he did, it was daylight onto the B bomb site. Liquid getting into good positions, working together. And as you suggested, saved Kevlar will help the force buy in this second round for FaZe. I think FaZe have to be favorites in this series, but the fact that we're getting this matchup in the lower bracket just goes to show how stacked this Group A has been.
OC holding the pop flash, bottom of the stairs, end of the rail. Jump throw to allow your teammate to swing. Yakinda just jiggling around, trying to identify the makeup of the FaZe Clan squad. Often a job for a Mac 10. Elige, though, is at the bottom of mid with that Mac 10. While Yakindar continues to allow FaZe Clan to make a play. Let's look at his positioning here. Well, the smoke will deny us. Again, always interesting to see a professional's approach to clearing angles. Plenty of rounds for us to see that later on. 50 seconds on the clock here as FaZe Clan try to put Liquid into a poor position as far as time is concerned. 2 of the 5 players of FaZe Clan towards this A-bomb site abandoning mid.
Yeah, and Yakindar actually gives the AK to a Liege. So maybe he is going to be flying in first, but now with that SMG. Flashes at the ready. No one at top mid though. So this bomb site is looking likely to be wrapped upon. And with no counter utility for FaZe, you can't imagine them holding this successfully. Brokey not even going to get the first fight. That's what would have been needed. Rops cleared out of the pit. That is a clinical site take from Team Liquid. And nothing FaZe can do about it.
Nice to see a Molotov in the pit. I feel like our last game of Inferno, we didn't see many of those in rounds such as this. But Liquid are not taking any chances here. FaZe Clan, of course, are extremely dangerous. Karrigan does love a run down mid, especially when there's a big crowd. He's afforded the opportunity to do that in the Spodek. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens again, but they're not there just yet. Starting on the back foot here on Inferno, first map of the series. It's going to be an eco round next, along with what they have. Karrigan can drop the Mac 10 to a teammate, or the PC50, one or the other. So still tests to be had for Liquid, but so far so good. 2-0 for the North American side.
Yeah, looking good for Liquid early. Although their matchup history against FaZe in recent times hasn't been ideal. They lost the last series they played against them back in December at the Blast World Final. And then before that, the last time they played was actually Katowice, 2022. And that was when FaZe were at their best. So haven't had a chance to play them as much in recent times. But it is FaZe who generally tend to get the better of them. Here's some quick play. Nitro not ready for Karrigan and twists alongside him. Finally, OC brings it back with the lineup into even numbers, but are they ready for Rain?
Crucial response from OC. Rain starting to swing now. Ooh. OC delivers another one. They can protect the weapons as well. Elise showing too much, assuming no one's in CT. Taking some damage now. He's in low. Only Naf has some health there. Bit sloppy from Liquid. Revealing themselves to a Desert Eagle. You can see Rops coming in from the back. The threat of spam could be terrifying for Team Liquid. Brokey is here. He could still deliver some frags. Showing presence as Rops is still on the way. OC being very careful, escorting that bomb. 3 kills may not be enough to secure this one. Rifle collected now by Rops.
Taking his time on Banana. Never know if there's just one player that has been left behind. So you have to clear every single corner. And that just buys extra time for Team Liquid. Oh, and what a shot from Naf. Now there's got to be no way in. Naf goes aggressive. Brokey gets him. Both players low, but I don't think it matters. The time is the biggest factor. Maybe Brokey can try and get some exit kills or keep them close to the bomb. It's a nice shot from Brokey. Good damage from FaZe in that round. But the prior round was so convincing that Liquid have got a good amount of money in the bank. This was a great start for Karrigan, though. Just got there so quickly, Liquid weren't ready. And now finally FaZe will have their first gun round.
Could see OC taking a chance through the smoke to punish the reload, basing the data from his teammates if they saw anything, that is. He really had to make that play. They had to be successful with that 3K. Otherwise, Team Liquid were in all sorts of trouble. Then Elise showing to CT without checking it. Grenade in his hand. Almost dying to the Deagle. Shaky round from them. But again, it is just the beginning of this series. Fellow keyboard enthusiast Elise. Have a very long DM chain with him about keyboards. He'll be focusing on the sharp mouse skills as well. Definitely someone whose YouTube you should be following. Plenty of good stuff from him. One of the guys who understands his role as a player and a personality more than the most pros. Definitely a good role model for any aspiring players. So we can see Liquid have taken control of Banana, not really contested here by FaZe Clan, and now they're looking to take top mid. So this is a lot of information that's being denied to FaZe Clan. They don't have Banana, they don't have mid. How do they make the right play? They're basically at the mercy of whatever Team Liquid choose to do here. They do have 3 players towards B though.
Looks like that B play will be prepared shortly. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes into the bomb site. Rain is hard to blind in this position. Molly won't get him, so he's going to stand up above, and Carrigan swings into them. Quick-fire double from his own flash. This looks fantastic for FaZe. Carrigan eventually gets another, and Naf, well, he may... Whoa, okay, turns into CT, but there's still one more player on the site and 10 seconds. I don't think this is doable. Rain can just sit tucked in his position, and Naf has no choice but to save.
Counter-terrorists win. Quite the play from Carrigan.
Yeah,
just
man.
running distraction, giving everybody tunnel vision. Focus on me, 2 kills. Then the rest of the setup activates. Comfortable with the lack of info. Maybe expectant of that play from Liquid. 3 players in the right place.
He flashes himself in. So hard to do that effectively, but look at how good it was.
Beautiful, beautiful work from Carrigan. Always leading by example over so many years. Early problems then for Team Liquid. 2 pistols for the squad. Big fight on Banana as far as utility is concerned. Oh, it's so beautiful to watch, isn't it? It's beautiful to watch. Elige will be standing for now, though. Heavy exchange, much money thrown from team to team. But everyone's standing for now. Again, Team Liquid have secured Banana for the time being. You never know when a pop flash is coming, though. Rain only has a smoke, perhaps a smoke for the half wall.
And Broky bring that AWP back to B, but Carrigan swings before the smoke. They may get baited into the AWP here, not enough utility against him. So Broky gets a quick double, one with the nade, one with the AWP, and he's gonna fight through the smoke. Unable to hit the shot though.
Do they check for Rain? Do they realize there's another player?
They have to.
Do they think Broky was the one throwing the grenades? They're checking. They know where Rain likes to stand. Nitro is convinced. Ollie coming in over the boxes, and Rain will reveal himself with a 2K. They're looking the other way. What happened there? He falls eventually, but he's done great work. Just hiding, staying quiet. And now Naf finds himself alone. 34 seconds. Trying to catch the rotation of Rops. They have no idea he's got on the box site. Rops goes down. But where is Twist? He could be Banana, he could be CT. 24 seconds. He's going to take the gamble, and he will.
Naf is so good in these scenarios, and you see why. This is an unreal read. No way. No way. He's trying to fake the smoke on A, but Twist isn't buying it.
Oh, man.
See ya.
Why are you running, says Twist. Goes to collect the AWP. And it's a round in the bag for FaZe Clan. Outsmarted himself on that occasion, but you never know.
I mean, if there were going to be mind games, it would be between Twists and Liquid. Oh, I think Nitro just thinks to himself, well, it's mollied, so it must be clear, and that one oversight ends up being costly. Naf just typed in chat, 1-1. Russ, they're playing their own personal game.
I like it. Try and keep you abreast of the score in the server chat. But for now, Liquid are broke. The horse is a bit lame.
Yeah, it's definitely not a stallion, that's for sure.
I don't know if Liquid's HQ has changed since I last visited it. Such a long time ago. In-house chef and all sorts, very well equipped. Obviously, the Counter-Strike team is almost always on the road, but their initial setup, they had, of course, their row of computers for prac and so on, but then they had a monitor above each player that the coach could control. So if they were in a match or something, he could, you know, show someone forgot a smoke or whatever, or wanted to draw some kind of strat on the map, he could just display it above their heads. It was really cool.
That's awesome.
Then he had another room with a big theater in it, basically.
Oh, love that.
where Zeus was watching anime.
Rain, chill, bro. Chill.
I'm godlike flasher, bro.
Oh, yeah, Brokey. Take the credit.
Good spirits. Plenty of pressure to come, though. Nice to see smiles, good banter across the teams as we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3. Lovely work with the MP9.
Big money for Rain. Smile on his face.
Daddy. AWP comes out for Brokey, the only one on the server for now. 3-player starts on B for FaZe Clan.
Ooh, Nitro puts the smoke behind him, so he's still got vision on Banana. Against the molly from the T's will allow him to move in, but Karrigan thought about it. Looks like a CT Incendiary was in position. So he won't be making the move into Banana. Topsy-turvy start to the round, but looks like Team Liquid will finally start to get that map control. You can see Yakindar always liking this Banana position, but the flash back means that Rain will get to sandbags, and they used so many mollies already on the Team Liquid side. It's not bad to establish that control. Oh, another flash at the ready. They really want this opener, and this time Yakindar could actually look at the flash, or maybe he swings before it. Oh, Rain was almost caught running, but he adjusts in time, and now Team Liquid don't have that B control. They may be forced into this A-bomb site.
Time to get their skates on. What will Karrigan's timing be like? You hear the sound cues coming towards him. Nitro for jumping. The off angle from Karrigan is perfect. Running out of bullets, and Elige will trade. OC could be caught with the bomb here. That's a hand which proves to be very painful. Snapped off completely. But there's a trade here from Naf, so important. Robs must deliver now, trying to avoid the flashes. Sees Elige as well. Assailants from both sides and FaZe Clan take the lead. 3 players survive, including the AWP for FaZe Clan.
I feel like that might have been a self-flash from Naf. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, he lands in the mini pit. Rops is delighted for it, as it's the freest kill of the map for him. Yeah, Yakindar has not been at his best this tournament, sadly, for Team Liquid. If he gets that entry, it could be completely different. I mean, you see here, Rops gets that kill and there's no flash assist. So I guess maybe Naf flashed himself? Either way, it is FaZe who are happy to take that round. Nice initiative taken by Brokey. Means that it's easier for Rops to play his position. And Rops is very good in those sorts of spots. So reliable for this FaZe team. Looks like we should be ready to get back into the action shortly. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, their cash isn't liquid right now. It's tied up elsewhere, and so it has to be pistols. This is another match where I really think Rain versus Yakindar could be a big matchup. And I think Rain's getting the better of that so far on Banana. Karrigan here to assist. Flash, well timed. Just making sure they don't get overrun by pistols. Yakindar up close at the half wall though, but Rain clears him out. Perfect placement from Rain.
God.
He's feeling it, man.
What an animal. So fun to watch Rain year after year. Tech9 party is being neutered. That makes life a lot easier, in theory, at the very least. There is a flashbang here for Team Liquid to potentially use on the A-bomb site. They'll distribute the nades. I think we see a molly coming towards short again. Really wanting to force these players away, but Brokey is here with the AWP, and Nitro will get the information at great expense. Rain again with the M4A4. Just the 1 player lost so far. You can see Naf just faking some running away footsteps, trying to invite a peek, but it may come from a space he's not expecting. Robs to finish off the job there.
Can we do one of the anti-liquid here, Bobby?
You can see Karrigan making the call immediately for the next round. A timeout from Liquid. They trail by 2, but it's time to buy again.
Yeah, and for Liquid, listen, Naf has showed up. I feel like that's not even a question, though. Naf, for me, has been Liquid's best player as of late. So good in late rounds. I was talking to Maui, and we actually both had Rain as our most improved player of last year, which feels weird to say, because he's been around for so long. But compared to the year prior, Rain's resurgence has been fantastic. And I think it was just about getting the right pieces overall in the FaZe Clan roster. As soon as the team looks more like a well-oiled machine, he comes to life. Liquid need to show they've got some life in them right now, though. Got off to a decent start, but it has gone a little flat for them. FaZe on fire right now. They've won 5 in a row. Liquid again going up to Banana early. Rain swinging. This time Yakindar bests him, and maybe that could be the difference.
Karrigan creeping around the smoke. He's got 2 to his left, 1 at the bottom of the ramp. Oh, the timing. This is surely not going to work out for him. Indeed, it isn't. Yakindar punctured by Brokey. They know there are more towards B. Surely there's only 1, though. Do they read a rotation? Do they gamble towards A? Many questions for Liquid to figure out. Rops is elevated towards the A-bomb site. He could catch plays off guard. He will need to get 2 at a minimum here. 1 simply won't be enough.
Man, this is a good gamble from FaZe. Everyone rotating into position, and Robs doesn't get anything from above. Twist at least set up for a single kill. And look at Brokey, he's in position. This AWP could be the difference maker. Oh, but OC gets him through the box. They know that Twist is trapped here. They have time to work with. But Naf, trapped in this corner, still wins the fight. Nice kill from Naf, a team ace for Team Liquid as they finally pick up their first full gun round.
AWP for OC as well. Maybe this is a turning point. Big fights. Rops unable to deliver any of those kills. Saw the little jiggles, and as Brokey swung, I think he may have seen a play come out of the balcony, which I think was the turning point there for Brokey. I think he was repositioning to look at that balcony player, frag from the short position at the same time. And Liquid find a way in. 2 snipers on the server now. M4s and AKs, Galil for Nitro. Both teams well equipped. How will things change? Well, Naf eats a big flashbang, but delivers an even bigger headshot. Rops lost early will be a huge problem. Yakindar fishing towards B. Of course, Rain is here waiting. Flashes coming in. He'll eat it. There's the swing from Rain, looking for the transfer, but it will be a trade. Karrigan's in trouble now. Deploying some grenades. Will they pursue? He's in a great position if he can avoid the flashbangs. If they continue with the push here, you can see them inviting with some spray. There's a big flash into the smoke, avoids it. Nitro stuck in the smoke. Elise somehow trades that one, and they've taken the bomb site by force.
Yeah, you could see them spamming towards Karrigan's position, just trying to make it as difficult as possible for him, because I think they figured it would be 1 player on B, and that's what the CTs like to do there. You don't want to be playing back from the site where the mollies can come at you. You can't really take initiative behind your own smoke. You want to go into that position Karrigan was playing, but Liquid kind of ahead of the game there. And they delayed that flash for just so long. You could see Karrigan really wanted to play anti-flash, but they made it so difficult for him. You see just how stressful that scenario was. The chicken apparently doesn't have ears. See you later, soldier.
Mechanically separated chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Crosshairs in the right place. That's
what
that's what you get for crosshair placement. Damn, Rops was so close to his screen there. Could have got a static shot from it. Timeout from FaZe Clan. The score tied once again, 5-5. Let's have a look and see what these buys are going to look like. Karrigan maybe taking the short end of the stick here. Maybe Sand's primary weapon for round 11. P250 and a grenade. Putting his team in a position to succeed, but Rain has an MP9 now. It's going to be a bit harder to fight on B with that. Rops with an MP9 as well.
I think the issue here on Inferno is Inferno's pretty T-sided nowadays. Like FaZe in some of their recent games, they got 11 T rounds against G2. they always seem to get double digits almost. So Liquid have really got to get a move on here. Make sure that they do stay on top of this scenario. And as you said, good chance for them here with the buy that FaZe are forced into. Can't contest Banana. Not with this utility. Unless you want to use almost all of it early. So instead, a 3-man B stack early for FaZe. Hoping they can hold some utility. Karrigan will now put that smoke down.
I see a number of grenades.
Yes.
Very expectant. See Nitro looking for any boost shenanigans. Anyone over to smoke? Broky's holding short with the AWP. Smoke towards long. Disabling the double peek with the smoking boiler. This Molly's been pretty consistent on the short position, but that's a sloppy angle from Nitro. Showing too much body. And again, Karrigan still here with these grenades. And they are walking into the trap, or at least Yakindar is.
Oh, he's beaten the molly though. They don't know he's here. Yakindar finds the timing window and finds a double entry, but they're not ready for Rain. Still in the corner. Free kill onto Yakindar. But now the other players know where Rain is. They know he's got to be stuck here. Surely they get this, but Rain lines him up. And now Naf has it all to do. Okay, that's a headshot, not even a wall bang.
What?
He's not got time. You've got to commit.
Brokey can push through with the USP now. He's teasing, coming in a bit late. Brokey! You had to push that. It had to be the full push. The hesitation there has given Naf an opportunity at another 1 versus 1. What a wild round. We can see Rob's edging forward. He's got the AK, got the headshot, got the round. I need to see that pen shot again, though, because that was crazy that wasn't a penetration kill.
Yeah, maybe there's just a tiny gap, I think, but damn. Crazy, crazy round. I mean, Rain.
So much in that round. Rain with the swing with the MP9.
He swings into them to line them up. How mad is that?
Glorious.
Oh, and Brokey. I mean, that was nearly costly. Either sit back and play retake or go instantly. You have to make the decision. You can't go late. That's the worst of all worlds.
Yeah.
Robs makes up for it, though. And FaZe just about hold on, but this is an intense game of Inferno right now. And we still got full buys.
3 on 8 for FaZe Clan. Twists with the FAMAS by Boiler. His POV's been crazy to watch this week, how sharp his aim is. Always in seek and destroy mode.
Props is so close to the monitor there when you're looking over that smoke. He's always close, but he was even closer.
Wondered when that boost might come in. Doesn't yield anything this time, though. Brokey's on long with the AWP on this occasion. When they were lacking, he found himself towards short. Changing things up again, Yakindar just looking for an opportunity. Won't get it for free, though.
Now, that's the thing with Yakindar. You never know if he's just entering for an actual site take or whether he's entering by himself as just a fake. And that can be very hard to read if he is getting his entry kills. And this is a round where Yakindar is just lurking. Everyone else on Liquid starting to take space towards A. Top mid wide open. But they don't have to commit to this with 35 seconds remaining. And look at FaZe. There's no more utility for the CTs.
Yeah, again, FaZe devoid of information. They really need to identify habits from Liquid to figure out where to go.
Oh, look at this.
Or move forward with the cannon. He won't collide. It hits the chicken inset. They won't see the barrel of the gun. 2 have gone past. But Yakindar's coming in slow at the back. Brokey's got to pick his timing right. Yakindar just covering in case. Twist drops Nitro. Look at these frags. Liquid lighting up the kill feed in all the wrong ways. Receiving end of every frag. Can't even catch Brokey through Arch as FaZe Clan move to 7. No plant, no frags there for Liquid.
Yeah, they just didn't have enough of a wrap onto the site. I think the short players were a little slower than the long players for Liquid. And you really are just looking for that first kill to dismantle those crossfires that FaZe Clan have on the bomb site. This looks like it could be a tech pause for FaZe Clan. Didn't look like they needed one based on that last round. Maybe something happened while they were celebrating. Either way, 7 CT rounds. This looks very good for FaZe right now, considering how good their T side is. They have a higher round win percent on the T side of Inferno. And it is just such a good map for them. It's them and G2 who are dominant on Inferno.
Love that portrait of Khan above the players. Absolute geezer. Tech9 party is back. Liquid here with the red cups. Looking for a drink. Pretty thirsty in round 13. FaZe Clan not offering though. They want to leave them parched. Ooh, Leash teasing and Rops just disengaging immediately. Sees the threat of a potential double peek, not wanting to give them a frag early.
Liquid grouped outside A, but FaZe have a good idea and a good setup ready for that. Karrigan has even rotated away from B. So I think if this play were to come through, the utility would need to be exceptional here for Team Liquid. Smoke is up. Was able to get one from Pit. Repositions, Rops alongside him. These advanced angles are just too much here, Rops.
Oh, very nice headshot onto OC. That was beautiful to see. Cutthroat from Rops. FaZe Clan solidifying towards the end of this half. That was a very nice hold from them. 3 in a row now. Again, outside of the pistol and the consecutive rounds relative to it. It's an 8-2 scoreline for FaZe Clan. Their CT side looking like a fortress at present. And indeed, Liquid will need all the rounds they can muster. The AK is coming out once again. OC's got 6,000 plus, hasn't bought just yet. Terra's timeout will soon be concluding for Team Liquid. 2 rounds remain in this first half. How close will the score be, though?
Yeah, with how FaZe have been doing in these gun rounds, they could easily run away with this half. It was just those 2 in a row for Team Liquid. Other than that, it has been one-way traffic. In big part thanks to Rain, 17 kills. And we're not even at the end of the half yet. Dominant showing from him. And he's been so good on Banana. That's such an important area of the map. Nitro getting into position early. 2 incendiaries from FaZe, not into this position, so Nitro can stay sticky here.
Ooh. It's getting a bit dicey.
Oh, Rain burning.
Oh, he's going to get caught crossing by Nitro. He was ready for that one, and now Karrigan stuck in the corner. Very capable of a multi-frag, though. They may not expect him to be here as well. You can make no assumptions, though. Do they hear the scope from Brokey? If he went full bang here, it would be devastating, but he'll take Yakindar's cap off. Still, will they check for Karrigan? They will, but they can't take him down just yet. Looking for the transfer. The trade will be there for Nitro. Brokey still in position. Very capable of making this worse for Liquid. They're being patient, though. Nitro very low. Does he take one for the team? Rops is here as well.
And they might not expect Rops. They've already killed the 2B players. If they see this AWP, they might think he's solo.
How deep do you go, Brokey? Surely the advantage goes to Nitro. Never mind, it doesn't. OC with the bomb. Forced to Brokey as well. 3 kills for him on Banana. Looking for a 4th as Naf's hand is forced. No money really for Liquid. Oh, has he got the flicks though? Just doesn't see his hat here. And Naf is like, well, guess this round's over for me. Does not want to suffer the same fate, however. FaZe Clan moved to 9 rounds on the CT side. Looking very strong indeed.
Yeah, man, it's tough for Liquid because you know how good Naf can be in clutches, but you've got to make sure you put him in those positions. He's playing well, but when he's at the back of the pack, you have to have a good start to the round for him to be able to have impact. And Brokey, man, stepping up. This is what FaZe have in spades. It's not even a massive round in terms of overall kills from Brokey, but it's just a playmaking decision at the right time. And the swing from OC just slightly too slow for the attempted refrag. The overperformance comes through, 9-5. This is an excellent half for FaZe. Run boost across mid, Brokey.
Oi, oi.
Oh, get out of there.
Beautiful. Wow, and he goes for a second one as well. Escapes with 3 HP. Could take a passive angle for now. You can see the urgency for Yakinda. Many problems though as Rain continues to frag. Kill number 18 for him in the first half. He is on fire, Rain. Hot flashes as well. They're going back to the well. Karrigan looking for the info. He'll see 2 on the def cam. The go command is here. Brokey and Rain both in the red, trying to do what they can. HG will yield another kill. Rain's got to be careful. So close. There he is. That's encouraging for Liquid. 2v3. Brokey. They know he's low, but with an AWP, how much does it really matter?
Oh, and Rops making an info play down mid. Timing could be important here, but it's hard for Liquid to just hold this angle. They'll probably walk into it and have to counter strafe. And now Rops spots them. He's got an incendiary. He's got utility if he needs to slow things down. And he should hear those steps at second mid. And that means he will start to call for assistance, call for a rotate. He can play back and wait for the rotate to arrive. Big fight for Nitro up long. He wins it, and now Rops can be isolated. 20 seconds, they should commit to this, but it's still not easy to clear out Rops with no utility on that position.
Very strong angle. The barrel of the gun. No silencers again, and Rops is here for the last one. Big half for FaZe Clan, 10-5 of Liquid, but it's break time. Call your parents, tell them you love them. We'll see you after the break. 5 rounds for Liquid as they move to the CT side. Is it enough? Are they reliant on the pistol? Who has the best hair? All questions to be answered in this second half. FaZe Clan will have 2 players with grenades and all Glocks on their T side as they start getting moving. Nitro will have a smoke and a defuse kit. Often seen a CT side of 5 sets of Kevlar. Not the case here for Liquid.
Young peeks from Elise, just looking for a little bit of early information. He's got pretty good backup on this A site, and FaZe are about to go towards Team Liquid. Liquid have just fallen off mid as the play was about to happen. OC is the one man who remains committed. I don't know if he'll be able to see anything. Blinded, forced back off the angle. Liquid will have to play crossfires from the site instead.
Molly towards the pit, no one's there though. Now somebody is trying to find a crossfire. Down he goes to the hands of Rops, but the frags will be the lion's share going to Liquid. Falling back into the smoke now, not wanting to give the frag up. Carrigan will deliver the rotation, but Liquid will deliver the round. 6 on the board, the pistol taken, that was crucial for them. And here they are, they've taken both pistols now in this series. What is next for the Horsey Horse?
If you had any chance here on FaZe's map pick, you've won both pistols now. Surely this should be your opportunity. Especially with FaZe having to buy without even a bomb plant. Money not that great for them. Even with the pistols, they don't have much utility to follow it up. And that could make contesting for map control quite difficult for them. You can already see FaZe throwing their molly into top banana, but the counter utility is making it really hard for them to get anyone into position. That's a nice nade onto Yakinda. And FaZe maybe turned away from banana. Oh, another nade.
That's a meaty one.
It's the 2 SMGs on B as well.
OC with an off angle just to the right of the arch. You can see the angles being held by Rain. Not expecting OC to be there. Beautiful spot from him. Doesn't yield the kill he was looking for though. Rain trying to catch him in a jiggle.
Angle, man.
It is Yakinda now crouch speaking, having a look, but they will deliver. That's some good information though. That's also the bomb lost for FaZe Clan. Things get better for Liquid. Naf saved the Liege as he was in some trouble. There's the opening kill for FaZe Clan. Twist won't get a second one. 3 players tagged. You can hear 1 HP as well. They know that there's more damage to be done here. 40 seconds on the clock. Does he go for the chest, Rops? These players are very maimed. Heading towards the bomb, 27 seconds, but Nitro's creeping. Can see Rops. Oh, Nitro just behind the wall there. 20 seconds now. Edging forward. Does Nitro peek again? Indeed he does. Perfect timing from Nitro. 4 plays will survive for Liquid. That's important as well as they continue to press on and try and tie the score.
Yeah, I think that's what Liquid's focus was at the end there. Keep as many players alive as possible because you got the round win. Pretty much confirmed, thanks to these earlier frags. Solid stuff from OC with the rifle. You cannot afford to be just an AWPer nowadays in CS. You've got to be good with the rifle as well. OC proving he definitely fits that mold. So FaZe with pistols again, this time trying to go on to banana. But the lack of utility is still making it difficult for them to compete here. That's their last nade thrown into top B. So at this point, it likely comes down to finding a fair fight and just hitting the headshot. You can see Rain almost just pre-firing that corner. Pre-firing a couple of angles. Seems aware that there could be players in top mid. Oh, and there we go. 4th time lucky. Finally spots out OC. Oh, Carrigan with another headshot. It's only an MP9 on this A bomb site. But that incendiary is very well timed from Naf. That's going to buy time for the rotate. And it might even force FaZe back.
You can see the urgency for Nitro to close the net, but he's got the comms from his team. You can see him back off like, hold on, they haven't pushed A just yet. They could turn around. Now he's got to be real careful. Spots the bomb. Needs to stay alive. He's down to 17 HP. Just around the corner. Liquid still have some semblance of range. This is very awkward for them, actually. Yakindar's got range and health. The other two have got MP9s and low health. So even at range versus a Tech9, say, they're in a very sticky situation. FaZe Clan cut noise and start to get their skates on. They could try to obscure vision with the HES. Twist goes for the cross. Yakindar snaps him. That's a health play, and that's a big trade for Brokey. Fast bomb plant, found himself a rifle as well. He is in much better condition than these two players. But Yakindar wins the duel, a crucial one. 11 HP, nerves of steel, 8th round for Liquid.
Yeah, some important impact frags from Yakindar, who's been having a tough tournament and a really quiet map here specifically. He was on 5 kills up until that point. Look at that. I mean, Karrigan barely even looked like he stopped moving when he hit that headshot. And then even that dink onto Yakindar in towards CT was scary. Thought for a second Brokey was going to have a real good chance there, but the swing ends up being punished. And now we do get the full gun round out, but Liquid have had their economy damaged. It's not that much money in the bank for them. They do have the luxury of having that AWP for OC, though.
Battle Rage is on for Banana, at least in terms of utility. Timing grenades. Liquid show that they are studied. 1,000 HP on the server. Much to be lost in the next minute and 20 seconds. 4 players on A for Liquid. We can see a double long play. That's a pretty deep smoke. Even with a boost, I don't think they'll be able to see much of anything. Oh, wow. Those are some chunky grenades in response, though. How do you fight with 12 HP?
It maybe just send Rain in first. He's oftentimes happy to do it. Now Liquid adjust in their setup. They're going back to B with multiple members, but FaZe have not moved an inch. They have not budged, and they are ready to move into A. Liquid are going for the information play with 40 seconds remaining. I don't know if they're going to get back in time, though. FaZe already popping the flashes. Is a quick push into this A bomb site. Rocks from above, but OC still on the bomb site. 3 kills from OC, and finally the rotate arrives. OC eventually misses, and it's Brokey in a clutch again.
Planting to watch a smoke push. He knows where one of the 2 players is, heading towards the pit now. Might be heard, must be heard by the player above him. Re-smoking long. And they should have all the information, but where will he focus? He's out in the open, not checking the balcony, and down Brokey goes. Liquid move to 9. They'll go and collect what they need to. Still a high pressure situation, though.
That was really...
Delaying the defuse to just try and find the AWP.
Yeah.
They'll get there eventually. There we go, it's in the pit.
Yeah, I think Brokey moved it there when he picked it up briefly for the post plant. Man, great to see OC delivering. Some people aren't sure about whether he's a star enough AWPer. And I love that timing from Nitro. I think he may have heard that player move into mini pit. And you just never expect someone to come out through the apartments that soon. It's just a really unexpected timing window from Brokey. You can see he almost didn't think that was possible with the way his crosshair was just flicking all over the place. Could not figure it out. And Liquid getting it going on the CT side of Inferno. I was not expecting this. Normally FaZe's T side is rock solid.
Yeah, we've got a real match on our hands now.
High risk spot from Yakindar.
Yeah, 1 for 1 won't be enough really for a CT player. So early as well. High risk. This time the rewards isn't worth it. Now, will FaZe Clan go back to establish control of top mid, or will they just send it into the B bomb site? One might expect them to head towards A. God flashes being thrown onto the B bomb site. Elige with some smoke to create some space for himself. Everything being put out by smokes now, but Elige is still standing. Team on a rotation, flashes coming through. He's still here. Making their way over now, and all of Liquid are in the region of the B bomb site. Rops and Brokey have got 53 seconds, but they have to find frags. There's no way they plant anytime soon. Retake smokes being deployed now for Liquid. Also thins the numbers, thins out the threats. The places they need to worry about. Rob's looking behind him, but the bomb is firmly stuck on the site. If they cut noise, then maybe Liquid wonder. I don't know if they've identified that. The bomb's definitely on the site.
That's the smoke they were waiting for. I thought there might be a tiny gap. I'm not sure, though. Brokey planting. They hear it. They almost get the lineup, but now it's Brokey alone. Another clutch. He has to deliver. Unsuccessful in the previous attempt, but he's brought it to the 1-on-2. And look at this reposition. Oh, he's not ready for CT. Now he is.
They've seen him. They could smoke him. They're going to swing together. Where do they place the smoke? He can face them from CT or face them from coffins. They could smoke the bomb as well. Going for the CT smoke. OC holding the coffins with the AWP. Does he jiggle? Does he swing? Just as OC looks the wrong way, but the bomb will be defused. Timing was almost there, but not quite. Score is tied, 10-10.
Yeah, it's awkward when you've got that AWP and you're trying to defend the diffuser, especially if you scope in on at one of those angles. You're sitting there just terrified because you're thinking, what if he walks through the CT smoke?
It's a big frag from OC through the smoke there on Twist. Team Liquid with 5 rounds in a row in this second half. And FaZe Clan have to start to wonder now. When do they get control of this? When do they win a round? They plant the bomb. They're at maximum loss bonus. They'll have more or less a full buy. AWP is out. The AK-47s as well. But things are not really going their way. Yeah. Half started off well, but soon quickly went the way of Liquid.
Rotate utility was on point in that round from Liquid as well. Elige put that smoke down, but those counter flashes, man, that were thrown above, they just stalled FaZe for even longer. So even the fast play not working for FaZe. Let's see if they slow things down again in this one. Looks like a fairly standard default, although very quickly group up into top mid if you want to. And that's what FaZe are doing with multiple members at the start of this round. Brokey's just thrown some flashes onto Banana, but that seems like a fake more than anything. They don't want the Banana control. They want a quick apartments pop. Oh, Naf is changing position. This could be terrible timing.
As the bomb spotted immediately and dropped. Fantastic start for Liquid. Quick warning for them, but the frags are going the way of FaZe Clan. Running into the side. You can see the urgency from Elige trying to trade with his teammate, but he'll be denied. A wipeout's on A, and there's not much for Nitro to do. Going for that safe bomb plant, the default bomb plant. This is the default plant, not the short nonsense. Plant it so the CTs have to face the wall with their backs to the pit. That was quite the burst, quite the surge on the A bomb site for FaZe Clan. Started off in favor of Liquid, but soon changed. Numbers game again, just running into the site there. Twist shoulder to trade the frag. Off to the races they go. You see Elige jumping into the site, trying to play off of his teammate. He does get the trade, but there's a trade straight back. Such is the power of the T side and abusing the numbers.
Yeah, it's just tough there, man. Like, Naf is just changing position at just the wrong time. And it means that the short player is also vulnerable. With the smoke up on long, that's all FaZe need, because they've got that entry so cleanly onto the bomb site. And that spells trouble for Team Liquid. Nitro saved the one gun, but everyone else is broke. I mean, even if you full save here, like the loss bonus, it leaves some players in a really precarious position. So I don't blame Team Liquid for using a timeout right now. This is a big decision. I mean, you're only going to get 2 rifles. You know, Nitro can drop 1 more. Oh, it feels dicey. But then, if you save, you don't even have good utility. And we know how important that is on Inferno. So I think this might be the lesser of 2 evils, going for the force up.
Seems they are choosing the firefight. Do have a reasonable level of util, at least for the beginning. Maybe that could be the approach for Banana.
Giving you Kindar and M4. He's on 8 kills. Naf, the top fragger, on a 5-7. We've got to see these rifle players step up. I'm sure Naf can still deliver with that 5-7. So reliable as a player. Twist already up banana. He is always the entry man for FaZe in the default in this position. Vikindar up against him. But it doesn't look like they want banana.
They've heard the rifles.
Ooh, it was a big nade on Twist, actually. Down to half.
They've heard the rifles. They haven't heard the pistols just yet, I don't believe. So Team Liquid concealing the weakness, if you will. Nitro jiggling. Will exchange the smoke grenade. He is the only player on B. Although FaZe Clan still have 1 minute on the clock, they have Rops outside the apartments, just in case there's any crazy push or anything, keeping the CTs honest. They've offered grenades towards B, and now towards A as well. Once again, denial of information territory. Does anyone dare check top mid? Yukindar's rotating over towards B. He has no flash to offer towards this B bomb site. Will there be a boost, perhaps? Twist makes his way towards the pool. More players moving in now. Nitro showing presence, but he will be taken care of quite stiffly, quite handily by Karrigan. I think Yukindar may want to save this rifle now before the smoke goes, but the smoke has gone already. FaZe Clan retaking control now. It's a difficult start for them. You can see the boost. Brokey trying to deny that rifle from escaping. Either way, FaZe Clan look to extend their lead as we head towards the end of the first map of this series.
Yeah, at least Liquid will save some guns. But FaZe in full control now. I love how Nitro just starts spamming the smoke with a Deeg. It's like the loudest gun in the game. And Karrigan just looks at him and says, "What you doing? What the hell you think you're doing?" Shoots him straight through the smoke. Smokes are not walls for everyone watching at home. Gotta remember. Tracer spotted with ease. Karrigan having a little look through the notebook, through the CS strat book that he's got. Should be aware that Team Liquid have saved some guns.
Everyone thinks that book is strat. It's actually poetry from 4chan.
Oh, hell yeah. Give me a good green text. Well, Liquid again with a limited amount of weaponry and really limited utility. The main issue. Oh god.
Savage.
Okay, Rain.
Savage from Rain. Bullying Liquid in round 23. Okay, that could have a part to play in this round. You can see Nitro understands the urgency. 2 dinks, but Brokey will punish him for his urgency. That leaves OC alone. A rough round for Liquid. A rough situation for them as well. So much promise at the beginning of this, 5 rounds in a row, but now FaZe Clan have taken momentum as they head towards a 3rd round, securing the B bomb site. OT will have to try and hold on to his rifle, but Rops is always lurking. Oh, sees the elbow, and again, he is running pretty hot as well. Nasty headshot from Rops. 13 rounds for FaZe Clan. They're 3 away now.
Buy from Liquid should be available. However, I think some pieces of utility will be missing. Incendiaries are normally the hardest to come by if you are a bit short on cash, costing $600 for the CETs. Looks like they have still got a pretty good buy across the board. Nitro has had to go down to a FAMAS to get full utility and a kit, but that's what any good in-game leader will do. And it's a FaZe Clan timeout. I think they realize this is the breaking point for Team Liquid. If you win this round, you are set here on Inferno. I'm so glad players are bringing the monitors closer to them instead of trying to just hunch forwards.
Yeah, posture is important. Posture check. Posture check in the chat, please. Thank you.
True. And drink some water. Not that water on Inferno. That looks disgusting.
Liquid needs to find a way to turn things around.
Yeah, big round here.
See what they offer. Banana with 3 players. We've got Nitro by the sandbags. The shenanigans will start to begin. Karrigan looking for a meaty one. That's double nade for behind the sandbags. But Nitro's in front of the sandbags on this occasion, so he dodges those 2 HEs. FaZe expecting more damage, and there's the aggression. FaZe kind of backing off with the bomb on the floor. Okay, they've collected it now. Having to abandon Banana for the meantime. Can see a third player rotating back towards A as Yukindar goes to look at what the climate is on Banana. Back to the sandbags, Nitro holding flashes, but there's no challenge there, as there seems to be some urgency towards the A-bomb site. Or is there? Could be lining up some grenades from the barrel at the bottom of mid. You can smoke mini pits. Smokes up on long, Elige between them. Yukindar considering rotating now. He's on Speedway. Going back and forth.
Apartments pop again. We've seen this before. Not much utility, so I guess that's what they're going to go for. And Carrigan catches Elige. Nav this time is in the pit position, though. That's a much better spot to hold from Apartments.
OC heard the flashbang. Nav is waiting for it. Rops is going to be the first man out, but where's the rest of the squad? There's a crossfire here, and it's getting worse as Yukindar comes through as well. Carrigan still standing for now. The pre-fire from Yukindar would be great, though. Only the 1 kill to show for this. Seems that Liquid figured out the plan. Roki with the AWP falling away, wanting to hold on to that. Team Liquid are not done with Inferno just yet.
Yeah, this has turned into a very close map. FaZe still have money. That's a big issue for Liquid. It is going to be hard work throughout the rest of this half to break that economy. But this is much more like it. Flash into Banana. I think Nitro saw that second player, but just happy to get away with one. And you see the difference Naf being in pit makes. The flash was thrown, but he was just tucked into pit. If you're staring at a wall, you can't get blind. That's the lesson that Naf took. As soon as he heard the flash, he peeks out, catches a player in midair. And now only 2 rounds in this one. FaZe looking mortal on Inferno right now.
Big round. Everybody fully equipped, everybody dodging grenades on Banana. 3rd and 4th man from Liquid head from B to A. FaZe Clan tried to deny information top mid. Banana will have to wait. Nitro there alone with the AK-47. He doesn't even have a smoke, actually. Just chilling there on his own. Liquid believe in an A play. They are committed to this A-bomb site. And FaZe Clan look to be running fast, so maybe they've made the right read. The grenades will land onto Naf. Will they follow it up? The lurk smoke is out from Rops. Looking to line up a molly as well. But Twist is still on T-ramp, just in case of a rotation maybe. Are they committing to this A-bomb site? So much utility being thrown. Waiting for a response, but Liquid not giving them much of anything. They are deep on the site.
Util for FaZe is so low now, they might just have to go contact towards the bomb site. That molly is nice. Elige forced into the open. They heard him reposition, and Carrigan will be the leading man here. Good entry from him, but there's more where that came from. Yukindar arriving on the site, but the spray not good enough. FaZe hold on with that play onto A. They don't let the chaos go against them. And Nitro called a good round. He called for the 4-man A stack, but FaZe still able to overcome it.
That timing was really cool for FaZe. Fascinating sequence.
I love the nades into pit onto Naf as well. After he was there the previous round, they just say, screw you. I don't want to have to deal with this again.
Yeah, getting more value out of those grenades in the mid to late round. Often thrown up and down Banana. That's a great way to start moving towards the site. Swinging around the smoke from double stack with the flashbang. Trading out. Goodbye to Naf. A 3rd one for good measure as well. Then you see the smokes up. The flashbang swinging around double stack. As the smoke fades away, they've got plenty of angles for any required trade frags, and they find themselves on 14. Meanwhile, Liquid find themselves in a pickle. Elige with 2350 in the bank. Naf's quite short as well. Very rough spot for Liquid this late into the first map of the series. If you're joining us late, Overpass to follow. and Mirage should a decider be required. But for now, FaZe are close on their pick of Inferno. It's been a very interesting map so far. We'll see what Liquid muster. The AWP for OC, he will be naked for this one. May limit what he's able to do, considering all the utility being thrown around by FaZe Clan. Elige with a Desert Eagle only. So they've tried to get the big gun out, they have, but how will they make it work in a situation such as this?
Oh, he's burning a bit. Oh, a bit more!
Oh dear.
Toasty OC.
So high up, that's very bizarre. But so are Molotovs on many occasions.
Yeah, man, that's wild that the player below isn't taking damage. But he must have just been a bit further forward. Oh, Rain didn't jump throw that molly. He'll get it second time round.
How high do you have to be? That's a 3-click video if ever I saw one. How high do you have to be to avoid a molly directly below you?
That's a great
three men up, 4? Perhaps it depends on the debris in the area as well.
Just over a minute left. Just under a minute left on the clock now. Carrigan's got that smoke line up onto long. A couple of smokes into that position. Naf is going aggressive in the apartments with a player behind him. Oh, Rops is ready. Always where you least expect him. The apartments from Rops, only good for one, and the D does damage from Elige. Suddenly, it swings in favor of Team Liquid in this round. And the FaZe players are split apart from each other. The bomb's still back on A. Twist could draw the rotate, though. For 25 seconds, and it's Brokey with a P250 trying to entry. But Yakindar's low.
How does he find a graveyard angle, though?
Oh, no. Oh! Surely not. Yeah, he's denied. That's that. Liquid with a 12th round on the board. Just 3 kills, almost all at the same time for Team Liquid. And this is a map that FaZe, in the last 3 months, have only lost against G2. So for Liquid to be making it this close is really impressive. And maybe they can make it even closer.
Second AWP was collected by Team Liquid.
FaZe's money is actually really bad here. If Liquid win this round, this is going to be an incredibly close map. Biggest round of the map right here. And yeah, maybe that double AWP setup is something that could be unexpected.
Who fires first? Let's find out. That's quite a spray from Yakindar. The combo with the molly will do the job. The urgency's rising real fast for FaZe Clan now. Their loss bonus is rubbish as well.
Yeah.
It's in the bin, so they are in trouble already. Great angle for Elige, has a quick look, doesn't outstay his welcome. So there's some possession towards top mid, and now FaZe Clan will try to deny information on Banana. Walking into the AWP of OC, will they expect the second one in the hands of Nitro? First they've got to deal with Yakindar. Frag after frag for Liquid. A second wind on Inferno, coming back to life as Brokey walks to his doom. 2 AWPs, they find that the hard way. A bomb plant is so unlikely. Their money is busted. There's a hole in the back of the cash machine.
That was the opportunity for any slim hope.
He needs to hold on to his rifle here.
Yeah, that's...
Unless he gets a second kill towards the B bomb site. Press on towards A first, denied by Naf. Liquid could steal this one away from FaZe Clan now.
This is getting dicey, and honestly...
Carrigan just gave up on the bro fist.
Sometimes you gotta know when you have to take the out. Yeah, I think FaZe look frazzled in this round, honestly. Like, they lose the first pick. Carrigan's completely alone, swinging Banana. It's so hard to do any entry work like that.
Smiles from Daps. They know they have opportunity. The last timeout from FaZe Clan has elapsed. They'll find themselves on their own here, and Tech9 Party is back. This time, it's not Liquid. They are in a very good position indeed, a position to deliver. The 2 AWPs will continue. There's utility for FaZe Clan, and I'm sure they have a plan and an execute to try. Still a very dangerous round for Liquid. Plenty of talent to utilize these Tech 9s.
Not easy for FaZe here with a lack of mollies to fight for Banana, so they just leave it. And that means Yakinda, with the MP9, will fly down Banana, see it's clear, and tell his teammates on A, be ready. It could be a quick A play with the pistols against you. This setup's maybe a little sketchy if OC were to miss a shot. Oh, OC goes off the angle. Now that could be awkward, because now they don't see apartments and they're changing positions here. Knife out from Elige. I'm a little concerned. Smoke should give the game away, though.
OC will deliver. Elige is here as well. Naf in a short position, and it is shut down. 500 HP for Team Liquid. That one was certainly dealt with. The score is tied. FaZe Clan, their backs are to the wall now. They may have looked favored before, but you can't be comfortable now looking at the current situation.
This is tough, man. Like, even the buy in this round for FaZe is going to be limited, and you're heading into 14-14. There's no more room for error. You can see Brokey has got a Deeg right now. They've only got 2 mollies, a Galil for Twist. Normally a headshot machine, doesn't even get an AK into his hands. So a few weaknesses for FaZe in an incredibly important round. Oh no, okay, it's all right. It doesn't do too much damage to Carrigan.
I feel like Rain's gone missing on this half in terms of frags. I think most of his frags, well, I know most of his frags came in that first half. I think there's very few in this second one. A take off top mid, we could see OC trying to get around the corner, but Carrigan will deny. They've created some space for themselves, but there's a smoke as well they'll have to deal with. Elige is here, but they're coming in from short and long, looking for Twist. Won't find him though. FaZe not done with this one just yet. Twist with the Galil, shutting things down. Yakinda and Nitro, nothing else left to do. So game point will be heading FaZe Clan's way, and we're going to all the rounds.
Yeah, OC's had a pretty solid map, but in the most important round, he gets caught on long, not able to get back safely. And then you see how hard it is for the CTs when Twist is just sitting in the smoke and waiting for a fight from his teammates from short. He's going to pounce on the back of the smoke, ends up getting 2 on the round. Liquid have loads of money. They're fine on that front. This retake was never going to happen, so they say, why not save? 15 for FaZe. They've been pushed to the limit, but they are the ones with the chance to close it in regulation. Team Liquid still have a perfect buy, though, and still every chance of taking this to overtime.
Look how wide Carrigan goes as well, creating the space for the trade fraggers, and OC just couldn't make it around the corner. He knows what that means. It's a really frustrating situation for Liquid. Conceded game point, had opportunities, and they have one more, at least for overtime. Smokes towards Banana by FaZe Clan. Deny any aggressive play from Liquid. Gotta be real careful, Liquid, but not too careful. Have to find the right balance as the grenades start to sail into Banana. Twist will accept that damage. Could be a lot worse. Does Nitro get pre-fired here?
Is it another fast round from FaZe?
Carrigan charging through. Nitro blind, tries to do what he can. Yakinda only good for 1. FaZe in a very strong position. There are mollies for Liquid. Does Elige put one on default? The HE will be deployed first. And all the util for the retake. They have kits as well. This could be a really interesting retake if Liquid are focused. With these 3 incendiaries, 3 smokes as well, they can absolutely carpet bomb this site. Still 3 incendiaries. They're being lined up now. 1 for Dark. Forcing FaZe Clan into the open. They've got smokes as well, though. Brokey's got a gap for himself. Rain's angle is huge, but Elige will deliver the frag. That bomb is still ticking, however. Robs to try and trade. Naf and OC have to get on that bomb. And now it's just down to Naf line. But Brokey makes the final kill. And FaZe just squeeze Inferno.
It wasn't easy. They were pushed to the final round of regulation, but FaZe are that team on Inferno that can always come through. 16-14 in the end. Liquid put up a good fight on the first map, and that suggests we got a series on our hands here. And we've got a lot to break down from this first map. We will be back with the desk after the break.
Actually, I mean, they beat up Complexity 16-8, and that's not a bad overpass team. And if you think it is, you're just probably European and haven't watched the games for what they are, which have been great matches from Complexity. So that's a huge result.
You just hate us.
They beat Evil Z Geniuses 16-2, who they actually lost to, before that as well. FaZe 16-11, Liquid 16-10, NIP 16-4. They have strong wins on this map.
In the series versus Vitality last week, what were the maps played, and was Overpass a part of that?
Actually wasn't. So, Vertigo, Nuke, Mirage. Interestingly enough,
Heroic picking up Nuke in that best of 3, losing the other 2. Wowza.
Wowza.
We got a fast one on our hands thus far. Unless Vitality have something amazing in store for us, it feels like they are simply not the better team today.
We just don't want to see another, CT hold where they're like, get dry swung and lose 50-50. Let's get some trades, Vitality. Let's deny some openings.
Get some action,
There's no front side bathrooms.
Move it forward.
Okay.
Get a double kill out of him. No third, though. Shush.
All right, well, at the end of this journey, and by that I mean just about a quarter of the way through it, a third of the way through it, as you might call it, perhaps if we do need that third map, it does go the way of FaZe. It does get very tight there at the end, guys. You have to put some emphasis on that. And when I talk about these guys, it is that of Maui on the end, YNK in the middle.
This was a game that was, to me, two defenses. Two really strong defenses, and I want to actually credit probably the banana holders for both of these guys. We got a couple banana holders on this desk, but I think that in the game, in the server, we were able to see that people like Rain were able to show up. Actually, Nitro and Yakindar put together a pretty nice banana defense, and that kind of funneled both of the offenses to actually a pretty shortened and pretty constricted playbook.
Yanko, I was sitting here thinking about Maui the type to write a review on bananas for Publix on Google. Like, I bought a bushel of bananas. Let me just go ahead and write a review of this. Hold that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing
wrong with contributing to society via reviews.
That's not what I would call that.
It's altruism in the truest form right now. But okay, let's move on.
What is that word?
You guys
I'm going to look that word
Can we talk about the game now? Or
yeah, we can do
cool
that.
Or
so Liquid, they don't do it here. Round 5, pretty telling.
Yeah, so early on, I think Liquid had a good opportunity to take more control of that first half, winning the first pistol, right? So look here, they get a kill on Carrigan. Carrigan and Rain are the B holders, so Brocky's there as well. They still decide to go for it in a 3v4. Brocky pushes through the smoke, dies. And they know Rain is on this bomb site, right? And I think they might even see a glimpse of him in new boxes, but they take so long to sort of clear him, right? They have a molly, I think it's on the third player who's delayed. They're just waiting for Rain to peek. And God bless Rain. I don't know how he's just sticking here. I don't know if he thought they might know. And he still swings and gets two kills, right? And this is now a 2v1 situation. And FaZe is going to win the retake. This is a round that Liquid probably should have won. And it's a reset round, right? FaZe just won the previous round, Liquid won and converted the pistol, and here it's an impossible clutch basically for NAF to win. And you know, this happened again in a little bit later in the half. And yes, Yekinder didn't have a lot of kills in the first half, but he found entries. I mean, look at this round, right? He's gonna find a double entry kill again. It's Kerrigan and now Twist. So he understands, Rain's alive, so he's clearing. He's expecting him in new boxes. Rain gets a kill, repositions. I think they were maybe unaware that he repositioned. And he's going to get 2 more kills with an MP9. Liquid just couldn't get rid of Rain in the B bomb site, and he saved FaZe's behind more than once.
Big stuff from Rain, Maui.
Rain was finding so many multi-frags. Obviously, we're seeing these ones right here, and I think that when you're playing against an anchor that's having this much success, you have to either consider 2 things. 1, he's just hot, he's hot as hell, or 2, your trading needs to be better. And I think that's the biggest thing that I would have as a complaint for Liquid, because the spacing on some of these is just not ideal. Like, even though Yekinder found those 2 kills, there was no chance for a trade if he died in the first one or the second engagement.
But, you know, I can't blame him for that he kept going. It's like, here you need to sort of trade a little better. This is actually, if anything, it's round number 5 when he's in new boxes. Why is, you know, both guys are sort of holding him. Just get, you know, next to each other and swing together, right, and get the trade kill. It is a little bit weird, because why doesn't he peek? Like, you know, you probably, if you're him, you'd expect them to come searching you, so you want to swing at some point and take the fight instead of just dying staring at the wall, right? But I think Rain just outplayed them massively. Like, he knew that they knew that he knew that they knew that we're banana holders, so he just wrecked them.
It's like a chess game.
Yeah.
In a movie.
Banana.
They were playing, Liquid was playing checkers and Rain was playing chess.
Yeah, 40 chess even to some points. I mean, you talk about just a simple reposition like that causes such a thorn in the side of Liquid. That's not ideal if you're Liquid, right, Maui?
No, and it's kind of a performance that we have to wonder for Liquid. If they got just the teamwork down, that aspect down a little bit earlier in this half, then it would have been a completely different game, because once they swapped to the CT side, they were doing very well. Like, there was, like, FaZe had to come up with some brilliant rounds in order to find any success once they switched to the offense. But it just felt like for Liquid in this one, maybe the comms or something weren't just on point at the very beginning. And for a matchup like this, when you're trying to punch your ticket into the SPO deck and you're against FaZe, you know that they're going to be on point from that on round number 1. And so for Liquid to just come up short in some of these weird moments, that's gonna they're really behind now, it feels like.
Yeah, it's not really how you wanted that first map to end for the side of Liquid, but really we do take a look at our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. Isn't that right, Yanko?
Yes, it is. And, you know, Yekinder and Rain, they were going face-to-face really in Banana, especially in that first half. And Yekinder, even though his stats weren't amazing, I think in the first half, he did his job, you know, in a couple of rounds. Like, he would find an entry kill, get traded, but create space. We saw in the round that we pointed out, round 11, double entry kill on B. So he was having some good rounds there. Rain was on fire, but I think in general, you know, the reason why Liquid was close in this game was they won both pistols and had, you know, a 5-0 start in the second half, but the first 2 gun rounds, it's like 1-2 players alive. So FaZe was just buying and buying and buying. And once they won the first gun round to break them, that's when they went on a streak of their own.
Call that acid rain.
Yeah.
Feels like the rain's on fire.
Yeah, it does. It stings a little bit. Tastes not great. Like, it's like a whole thing right there. Acid rain, wow. No, when I look at this game overall, I start to think about Liquid and how FaZe, both of them are kind of back against the wall in like the worst kind of ways, right? For FaZe, you want to try to do this again. For Liquid, you want to just break the mold and maybe go further than Complexity might.
Well, yeah, but for, you know, Liquid in the second half as well, there were a couple of rounds where they had 4 players A, you know, just sort of a read, like a blind read. One time FaZe did an abs pop and 2 of the Liquid players were long, so they were behind the smoke. So 4 players are close to the A side, but realistically there's only 2 who can defend against that. So FaZe wins that round. And another time was when they blew up NAF in pit with HE. So again, hitting the site, they had an advantage.
Right, and I think when we move forward in this series, if we want to talk about Overpass a little bit.
No,
we don't.
Not yet. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump all over you like that. Okay. No, but yes, always going to have to hear about that B stream. What's going on over there, James Banks?
The first map's over between FaZe and Liquid, and it was oh so close. May have been FaZe pick of Inferno, but Dap said he felt like they should have got some better T rounds, some more T rounds, considering how well it started off for them. Now we're going on to Overpass, and Overpass, at least Liquid has played it here, though the result's not so good. Daps was telling me how he's very confident on it. It's actually a map they're really liking at the moment, so maybe just looking at the stats, looking at the numbers, is not they're telling the full picture going into it. And FaZe, well, they haven't played it here, they only played it once already this year, so maybe something a bit shaky. We're about to find out, but either way, this game's going to bang.
Correctamundo. Overpass it is. Maui, what do we know about both of these teams in Overpass? Oh, sorry.
Well, we got a mime on deck here. But I think that when we think about Liquid, we have to think about yesterday when they played against Spirit. The way that they kind of capitulated once they went to the CT side. I think they had a fine enough T side there, but it was just like the connection between Elige and OC was clearly off. We saw disconnect in one of the final rounds, a team flash.
Love that.
And also, I think that the B defense with Yakindar was like, he wasn't really finding any success over there either. It's tough right now to actually read whether or not Liquid is going to extend this series, but I think that it's definitely possible given the fact that the T side for them should be good enough. They should be able to accomplish 6-7 rounds. I actually want to put that out there. I'll put six rounds down.
If they win the pistol, then convert and win the first gun round, then yes. Otherwise, I don't think so. You have Rain on the A bomb side, right? Like, that's his playground. Also, Brocky running around with the AWP, Twist, drops. Like, FaZe are no slouches on Overpass. They're no slouches on any map with the players that they have. Don't forget 4 players in the top 20 last year. So, yeah, they haven't played in a long time. Played once in Blast with a stand, and before that, it was Spring Finals. You have to go back to look at their Overpass. So, maybe that could be a way in for Liquid, but also I just think for FaZe that they're playing better as a unit, right? So unless something happens, like we saw in Inferno, losing both pistols and not being able to have a good start and have to bring it way back, which they did, right? I think they can close this out 2-0.
Sometimes we look at teams and we think about, okay, well, yes, they lost the first map. Liquid kept that one pretty competitive. Would you say they're going to have any of that trouble here?
With what Yanko said about just teamwork, it does seem like it's on FaZe's side. So for Liquid there, like the rounds we looked at this one, just the trading and everything, that's even harder on Overpass because it's just so easy for the CTs to be so weaselly. You know, they're just slinking around the bathrooms and stuff. They're getting they're just getting too many looks in the bathrooms.
Yeah.
And OC isn't going to be as powerful on the rifle an Overpass as he can be on Inferno and you.
Some harsh realities coming out there. Daps heading to catch up with his team before we jump into the second map. Again, it is FaZe taking on Liquid live at the Intel Extreme Masters. Hey, Kerrigan.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Everyone is firing, everyone is up to par.
Раскид 4 яма. Сразу можно раскидывать. Окей. Бобу забери. Я первый выхожу.
This could be the perfect way to deal with a double orb setup so forward on A.
The bumps. It's ace. Голову ковырь. One mid. It's always mid. I'll jump. L3. I'm jumping up. Everyone there. Jump up. Hold it. Hold it. I'm dead. Dead. Ah, pass it. There's the plan.
Ult into Christian. Fire now. Fire.
Could lead to a plant. Safe haven in the smoke on the default box. He's evaporated. Oh, come on! Twist's unprepared. Rain has to save him. Good damage into the box. Simple, doing simple things, looking to clutch up. He's reading Rain, and Rain, a veteran of this stage. He knows he's got him trapped, but such low HP, the margin for error on Simple, a bullet from Rain would do it. Who blinks first? 10 seconds, he's on Simple, he has to plant. Rain is so wise to his tricks, now it gets the sound. And he springs to action. A missed shot, one bullet is all it will take from both of them. Closing this gap, Rain holding his nerve against the greatest. on the grand final stage. Rain can stop this. He goes for the no-scope. That's a thinking man's shutdown from Rain.
Liquid proving they are not going to be pushovers in this matchup against FaZe. The first map was close, but FaZe held on for a 16-14 win on their map pick. And now a curveball from Liquid. Previously against FaZe, they've picked Mirage and they've won it, but they go for Overpass instead. And let's see if it pays off for them with a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. It is Team Liquid on the T side of Overpass, kicking things off with a couple of sets of utility.
A different look from FaZe Clan, perhaps. Journey of discovery for us, the viewer. No kit for FaZe Clan. You can see Karrigan holding a smoke for Monster. He's got the Dualies as well. Again, if you're expecting many people, a big party, the Dualies or a 5-7.
Oh, Rain's just pushed into Playground. This is an awkward angle to clear with Glocks, but thankfully they spot Rain. They haven't spotted Rops, though. Not until Yakindar takes one to the face. OC able to trade, and FaZe still sticking around here. Rain almost lines up two, but can't get either of them. It's OC starting strong for Liquid.
Liquid playing to FaZe Clan's fiddle at present. They've got the frag advantage, but they are heading towards the Dualies. And look at the health on Elysian OC. All Karrigan needs to do is spam the inbox. Balcony smoke is out before the train comes over. Importantly, and here's Karrigan. He's got a deletion machine. Oh man, how did the last two even push this position? Brokey and Twist with the final kills. Capitalizing on the work done earlier around the party, and the party might start for FaZe Clan soon, unless Team Liquid can secure this map.
An absolute beatdown on Monster. Karrigan just strafing back and forth. And those last two players low on health are sitting there like, oh boy, we're in trouble. I'm in danger.
It's like playing a 90s arcade game with a giant gun in front of you. With this Dualies sometimes, especially with the way Karrigan plays CS. Well then, this is quite the clean Glock round from Team Liquid. Not just a unicorn, but a stat track unicorn. Triple FAMAS for FaZe Clan.
Don't mind the long play with the Glocks in this round. I think we saw Fnatic do this earlier.
Indeed.
And they wrapped into the bathrooms just like this. You can get a little closer and, oh, Brokey, gotta be a little careful. Not that many bullets with that M4, but against unarmored opponents, it's all good. Nothing doing for FaZe in the second round, or sorry, nothing doing for Liquid, because FaZe hold on with every single player.
It's exactly the kind of start you want to see. Only 2 frags for Liquid thus far, which will be great if you're FaZe clan. Lovely from Brokey. Had a few dicey situations in the first map, clutches that didn't quite work out for him. Great to build a confidence at the beginning of the second. Many Liquid players now looking for their first frag in this game of Overpass. Liquid's pick. Maybe we'll start to see why. 5 AKs and a Galil on deck. And a bunch of grenades as well. You can see that as per usual, the connector doors being blown off by the CT squad. Easy duel for Nitro to win versus Rain Range. Brokey will announce his presence, and as we can see, there are T's on the way from above now. Will they go and clear out this connector position? Brokey will at least isolate the fight, but he's got to be careful because down the stairs they come.
Ooh, and they know they've got to pick onto Rain in this round, so I think Liquid are pretty comfortable moving up towards A. Rain normally the A rifler, Brokey normally alongside him with an AWP if possible. But obviously just the M4 for Brokey in this round. Look at the adjustment from FaZe. They've gone a man down, and they're saying, you know what? Maybe we'll just take a gamble in this round. We don't have utility. We don't have much weaponry to work with in terms of premium rifles, so they risk the rotate up to A, and it looks on point right now.
Oh, Yakindar sharp on this occasion.
That's going to bait them in, though.
Struggling with the FAMAS. Brokey still close. That's the bomb in the open. No utility for Brokey, but he has his gun, and that might be enough. 25 seconds. What are their options? Do they protect the bomb? Do they try and stay alive? They'll do both, in fact. 3-on-3 now as there's a 2-man push for Liquid, coming from that long position. But this is precarious for them as Rops emerges from the smoke. Things get even worse. Elise trying to trade the frag. 8 seconds now.
The bomb.
They've got to focus on fragging Rops. Rops surely understands this. Committing to the bomb plant is their time. Could find a wallbang maybe. Oh, he's running out of bullets on Elise as well. Very awkward for Rops. Has to find a reload here.
Does have a kit, so he's got time to work with. He might stick with the USP.
Oh, he has to reload his FAMAS, but I don't think he wants to give the position up. He dinks him to 1 HP.
No way, man.
Brutal for Rops. Still thinking about it, though.
Oh, they're just going to fall away, though. I don't think he thinks he can do it.
He's going to do it. He's going to go for it anyway. No? He's not going to go for it. I lied. Oh, how close can you be? You can't get closer than that.
Got to get away from the bomb, Rops. Oh, yeah, I thought he might die. I'm going to be honest. It's difficult to get away because that bomb is just kind of above you.
When he sees how close he was.
I know, man. You watch back in the demo, you sit there like, oh, I wish I knew. Oh, it was looking so good for FaZe when they got this bomb down in the bathrooms. But Liquid do just enough to bring it back. That's the dink. Oh,
what an angle.
The margins, though. 1 more damage.
Chiropractor for Elise. Both teams will be on the buy. The FAMASs are out again. We saw Karrigan struggle last time when Yakindar snapped him, going for that FAMAS spray. Got to practice the crap guns.
Brokey had a really good performance on the first map. Top fragged the server with 25 kills. Definitely an important factor on Overpass, having a good AWPer, a reliable sniper in the bathrooms. He's got the AWP out here.
That molly overflows in case anybody is behind the tree. They'll be forced from their position. Very light on utility here, FaZe Clan. The AWP will surely make up for it. Has the potential to anyway. Brokey really alone here. How does he safely make it back to the site? No one's picking him from toilets at the moment. But he doesn't know that. He'll have to be careful. Timing will work out for him. So Team Liquid have shown some presence, and that with that smoke they deny information. They could be behind that. FaZe Clan not taking the bait though. They're being invited to rotate towards A because they don't have that much info. But Brokey is focusing. He's a non-believer. He's focusing on connector, and Yakindar might rotate in that direction. 30 seconds. You can see Liquid starting to move outside Monster now. Oh. Well, does that mean a rotation? Will they head towards A? Do they dare? Executing into B regardless. Naf spotted. Karrigan by the barrels now. The smoke is up, cuts the site in half, and they've got pressure. They have to plant that bomb. That molly is well positioned though. He needs a second one. Karrigan gets help from Twist. Bombs on the floor. OC just about finds the frag. The trades are here though. Twist on the pillar. He has to survive for 6 seconds. Naf in the smoke with 3 HP. He's looking down. This is crazy. Naf dancing. He won't find a frag in time. He won't escape either. Down to the last man as FaZe make it to 3. What a crazy sequence of events there on the B bomb site. Hiding on the barrels. That's wild.
Oh, and look at Heroic. They are just demolishing Vitality right now over on the B stream. This one hasn't been a contest. Heroic looking good heading into playoffs. That's what you love to see. Oh, hang on. No, it's all good. They get it. They get it confirmed. It is Heroic winning that one. Got a good series in our hands here, though. And that's the thing with Yekindar. Even if you spot him late in the round, you know there's a decent chance he's the pressure lurker. So that's why FaZe don't rotate. Even when Yekindar gets that kill towards A, especially when you spot him going towards Connector, you figure he could be the lurking presence that allows FaZe to stick around towards B. And it got incredibly chaotic, but FaZe were fine with that. They put their utility up. Naf unable to do anything at the end there. Low on money after dying after time. Oh, Jesus, man.
Beautiful from Yekindar. Man, that was such a sick dink. All right, well, there's a chance. FaZe Clan don't have they can't afford these losses. Forget about the round. They can't afford to even lose these players at the moment. So Liquid, whether they win the round or lose, if they can do some damage here, they can build upon that over the course of this half. Over the next few rounds, at least. 39 seconds. Many a team playing real slow and overpass now. Quite the technical map, not an easy map to play. They've chosen to test FaZe Clan on overpass. They've answered the call so far. But we're in the early rounds right now.
Yekindar been up, unable to do anything about it here. Twist FAMAS looking so solid. That is a clean quad kill with a FAMAS. Not against much from Liquid, but just shows what he can provide to the team with his aim.
Great coordination from FaZe as well. Protecting each other as best they can. Well positioned. You can see Twist was being waited for from that long area. Makes it look easy with the FAMAS as well. Into the steam room we go. Both teams on the buy once more. OC with the AWP. Brokey will continue with the scout. Looking for a tag or a headshot, misses both. OC now waiting for a peek. Can have Nitro walk up. We'll throw a grenade and bait a swing maybe. Molly for the top of the stairs. Now how does Rain survive this situation? Wild swing with the MP9. He rings the bell but can't connect the second dot. That's the early advantage Liquid were looking for.
Yeah, it's a weird round from FaZe because they don't actually have a great buy here. They've only got the one premium rifle. Brokey's scout still dangerous though. Lands the tag at range onto Elige. And we got some monster aggression from FaZe. They're down a man, so they're happy to take a risk. It's Twists, cut down with the FAMAS, and Naf should be ready for a potential second man, but Karrigan's actually just snuck below. And he hears that player running away. So Karrigan with good B control.
He must have seen the trajectory. Oh, has he? Don't think he realized. Getting caught off guard by Karrigan there. The smarts. This could turn around so quickly with the right play, with the bullets in the right place. Nitro and Elige are so tagged, and Brokey's looking to contribute some more. Down goes Nitro, but there's a trade from OC. There's the bomb spotted. They can invite the rotation now. Brokey's got to find the right place, the right flick. Won't happen. Karrigan now, with 20 seconds on the clock, tries to emerge from the smoke, but Elige is ready for it. It's okay, boys. It's okay. It's a great round secured by Liquid. They've done big damage to FaZe's economy as well. There's a chance now to show us what they can do.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, saving one is probably their best bet here. That's a nice shot from OC, close quarters. Oh, and Rob's just showing a little frustration.
He expects to win every duel, all the time, regardless of the situation. Ooh, we got sprays.
It's actually Team Liquid taking a timeout. Sometimes this can be because you can't fully keep track of your opponent's economy, so maybe you want a bit of extra time to make sure, or maybe sometimes it's just because you know your opponents have a slightly dodgy buy. You want to make sure you know how best to handle it. Does look like FaZe are going in with minimal investment. $1,900 losing bonus, so they couldn't really afford too much. Would need some sort of magic to win this round, although they do have the Magician on their team.
I'm sure the Desert Eagles have got lots of magic in them as well.
Okay.
There we go. And there's some magic for Elige. Magic one straight through the forehead.
I can make you disappear, Elige. Just you watch.
What is Twist's plan with this HE grenade? Maybe towards Monster if a push comes through. That could really soften things up for the squad.
I think Yakindar just took the gun that was dropped and threw it back at spawn, just to make sure that FaZe haven't got a chance to recover that rifle. Props with a rapid flick. Oh, he's close.
He's dancing. He's dancing. Now, are they ready with this HE grenade? It will be deployed after all, but no connection there. Chain flashes coming through. Twist drops. Karrigan only got the USP, and Rops is here to trade. Desert Eagle for him as well. Great angles being held. Rops with one more. Yakindar now very committed with the bomb. And now it's down to Brokey. 1 versus 2. Does he peek while the plant is happening? Bomb has been planted. Needs to avoid the double peek. Can choose elevation. No Kevlar, just a Deagle. Surely he goes for some more headshots. Or is he going to rescue a weapon? Maybe the one from earlier, which has been disposed of already, unbeknownst to him.
Yeah, going to be tough to find a gun here. A lot of them on that B site. And then there's one at T-Spawn, I believe. And I don't think Brokey has any way of knowing that. Oh, he's looking. He's like, what the hell?
He's found a flashbang.
That's all right. I mean, does he look? Oh, mate, it's even cheekily behind the car. So no way Brokey knows. Instead, he'll play for exit kills. Flash popped over the top. They are both hit. Won't be able to do enough, though. So Liquid starting to have a solid showing here on their T side. A couple of rounds now. Yakindar has been having nice impact. Didn't have the best kill-death ratio on the first map, but our desk thought he was doing his job decently well. And on Overpass, I think he will be important. Considering this is FaZe's map pick, I feel like you do... Oh, sorry, Liquid's map pick. You do kind of need Yakindar to just show up with some of those early kills. Make a bit of chaos.
Double orbs for FaZe Clan. No armor for Brokey. No Yakindar for Liquid. Making a fast play into Monster. He will be denied. Very early advantage for FaZe. They sent in a probe, didn't find much info. And now the round becomes a lot slower, and they've got 2 AWPs to walk into, Liquid. Rops with the second one. Only a smoke remaining for FaZe, but again with 2 AWPs. It's very hard to find information for Team Liquid. We'll see if OC's up for the challenge. He has got very fast reactions, but he's got to pick the right angle to push as well.
Yeah, OC not always an AWPer who takes all the initiative, but this is the sort of round where I feel like he might need to try and get a pick back for his team. Brokey's holding on the other side. Not an easy fight for OC. And Brokey does indeed land the shot. Team Liquid, 40 seconds remaining. What's the answer for them here? They've got to try and get this kill onto Rain first.
Oh, Rain missing the shot there. Nitro with the 180 through the smoke. He avoided a flashbang, but he couldn't land the shot. Brokey is here. And he's not the only one either. Down Nitro goes Brokey, still with no Kevlar. They know he's still there. Twist is the one to fall. Lots of tagging happening, and Karrigan will manage to trade now. Naf with the AWP. 10 seconds We've got the flank coming in from Rups, but he won't have an angle on a bomb plant. Karrigan looking towards Dice, but does he realize he's on the truck? He's got him off the bomb plant, actually, in a 1 versus 2. No bonus for Team Liquid. It will be painful with the money they have as FaZe Clan take control once again.
Yeah, you see Liquid trying one of those opening moves for Yakinda, but it's quite difficult to get those on Overpass. It's quite difficult to get an early frag in a round. Normally the CTs will be able to play stronger spots, will be able to just sit back and have advantageous fights. And so you have to go all in on that monster play, which wasn't effective. FaZe able to hold on from that point. Even after Rain went down, they have players on the bomb site ready to hold. And that's a beefy nade.
That really is. It's a Reuben sandwich right there. Hero AK for Nitro continues. Brokey. No Kevlar for him just yet. Had to spread the money for FaZe Clan. All together, Team Liquid, with just the 1 flashbang. They've got the smokes to execute wherever they would like to do that. FaZe Clan playing from the bomb sites at the moment. They know there's weakness for Liquid. They can't see it yet, but they can smell it. So they'll play at range. 3 players in B. A few smokes for FaZe Clan as well. Rain will start to creep forward once more. Oh, boost! Nitro catches Rain again. Expecting the response there. Brokey's got so much to do. He can't take a bullet. Otherwise, that happens. Down he goes. Advantage. Liquid now. Karrigan stuck on the corner of the smoke. Manages to dodge the bullet. Starting to creep through. But Elige is here as well. Loses the duel though, Elige. How somehow. Variance around the smokes. Karrigan eventually dropped. Rups cutting off the rotation of Yakinda. Now Twist is in a bank position. His bacon's been saved. And Naf is pretty far back at the moment.
They've got to get that kit on truck, remember. No kits right now. And that bomb is ticking. Oh my god, they're backing away. Team Liquid have actually done it. That's a round they had no right of winning. They only had the 1 AK. They boost Nitro. Rain playing forward in the bathrooms. Yanko on the desk was saying, Rain is normally so good in that bathrooms position. But Liquid are really shutting him down right now. He's 2 for 8.
Yeah, they understood the habits pretty quickly and punished him for his insolence. So Rain will have to think about that. Now, does that condition him to not go ahead of that smoke once again? Will he be sprayed through the smoke by Liquid? Hard smoke to spray though. Hit the wrong place where Traces might be punished, but still. Is he forced away? Does he play his own game? FaZe retain the lead for now. They retain a few weapons as well from that round prior. And money will be spent for this one. So it's their turn to have a ropey buy as Team Liquid try to catch up. 4 to the 5 of FaZe Clan, of course. They will be very well equipped for this one. Let's not forget, this is the pick of Liquid. The FaZe Clan are doing all right for the moment, but they are on the verge of being broken by Liquid. And then they can really start to pull away.
Orp out for Brokey. So he could be the man to watch in this round on the FaZe side of the equation. OC just taking a little nade damage early in the round. It does look like standard map control procedures for Team Liquid. Nitro tagged also in towards connector, but A long completely exposed. And Liquid haven't made all that much noise doing this. And you can see Rain is just not really looking this way. They've taken a gamble here, FaZe. They've got 4 on B. Rain will put that smoke down. That gives away some information. They're probably aware Rain is close behind it. And Naf, well, not ready for Rain's angle. The wrap has come onto the bomb site, though. And with full site control, as long as Team Liquid can flush Rain out here, I like their chances.
Will he look for Nitro? Can see Elige giving his sound cues away, winning the duel as well. Nitro's normally the one giving him pain in that position. 4-on-4 retake. Twist has a kit. They'll be looking to be gifted something here.
There's more smokes for Liquid. So hard to get into the site.
Yeah, those pistols. Karrigan's shadow is showing. Yakinda has an idea, but there are 3 other players coming. The pistol's at a risk. We can see Twist swinging in as well. The AWP is there if he can find an angle. OC drops, so is Yakinda. Nitro and Elige now have to deliver versus 3. Twist the one with the kit. Maybe give the rifle to Rops, I don't know, but he's out in the open now. They're taking all the bullets. They're taking the damage. And FaZe Clan have won. They've defused the bomb. They just ran out there, took the crosshairs away, and Twist had enough time. They bought him the time to defuse the bomb. That has to be frustrating for Liquid.
I thought we might just see the spray on the smoke initially, but no. They take the fights, and it's just enough for FaZe. A robbery of a round. Look at how close this is. This is so tight. They hear the bomb tapped. Nitro goes for the fight first, then wants the transfer. Oh!
Wow. That's one tick between the defuse and the frag. Daylight robbery.
I mean, that doesn't leave FaZe in a great scenario, though, weirdly enough. You win the round, you get some money, but you don't keep any guns.
They're still holding on, essentially.
Exactly. Their buy's going to be good, but not great.
That puts their loss bonus in the bin once again. Makes it harder to survive, but they've pulled away once more.
This would be a hard reset now. Ooh. Let's see how it goes down. Wow, okay. 2 players without Kevlar for FaZe, including Rops on the rifle.
That's interesting. He can use an AWP. But he may not want to change the configuration too much. Rops eating a flashbang, falling back. OC in the middle of the site, completely blind. OC no see, with Karrigan finding 2 frags on the B area. Rops is here as well. That's the bomb on the radar. And look at the rotation from FaZe Clan. 3 versus 4, gotta be careful. Twist falling to Naf now. Karrigan still alive in the middle of the site, and Naf is just hunting through the smoke. Somehow Karrigan escapes. Liquid still standing. That's all the utility got. A fake flash maybe for Brokey, but the AWP is more important. They know the CTs are here. That smoke is a pain. Karrigan being boosted back into the site. Naf, is he actually going to plant this bomb in broad daylight and escape afterwards? Wild Scene gets his bell rung, still alive though. Down Naf goes, and now it's down to Brokey. 1 versus 2. Nitro in the reds, and now it's AWP versus Zorb. Yakinda on the pillar. Shotgun mode. Convincey's on the right-hand side. It's the pistol for Yakinda to finish off the job. Wild Scenes and Liquid are back to winning ways.
What a ballsy call from Liquid to rush B in this round. The slow plays were working okay for them. Maybe they didn't realize FaZe was so dodgy on the buy. Either way, even at the end here, the coordination looked like it might have been off between Nitro and Yakinda. Yakinda didn't peek with his teammate, but he got into a good enough position to wrap round the side. And that's massive for Liquid. This now should turn into a good T side, because look at the buy from FaZe. They're all in on this round, and the buy still sucks. But it is Deegs, so I'm not assuming anything right here.
Brokey was looking to the right-hand side of the pillar while moving to the left. Free kill towards the end. See what they're able to do now. Karrigan with the scout. So long ago when he was main AWPing, many years ago. Well, this should be quite reasonable for Elysian Team Liquid. Should be. Made easy now, Twist is dead. Brokey, 1 versus 3. Naf past the angle. Fast one, out of the way, 6-6.
Deeg body shots, not as strong these days. Need more than the 2 tags to get that kill. And so FaZe should be forced to a full save. Liquid with every opportunity to take the lead on T-side overpass. And the cool thing about this series is when FaZe were a little unsure against G2, they also threw a wild card pick in there on the Ancient. And now that Liquid are underdogs against FaZe, they've thrown a bit of a wild card pick in the overpass, which is a map FaZe aren't tested much on. They've only played it 3 times in the last 3 months. And it looks like Liquid have come in with pretty good preparation for this matchup. There could be some fun in this round. A couple of nades, a Zeus for FaZe. A cheeky spot from Rain.
Junk by. Oof.
Battery won't save you, Rain.
Yeah, you're too wide. Praying for a monster play, but Team Liquid, again, are giving FaZe Clan a chance to make their plays using the time afforded to them. Some grenades of their own. Karen can dodge it for the most part. Spots one outside Monster. But FaZe Clan don't really have much to offer in a round such as this. They've lost the lead and they'll be behind very soon as well. Liquid should be collecting the bomb soon. Time starting to run low. Not clear which bomb site they're going to just yet, although Yakindar is a little close to A.
Here's the Zeus. Oh, I thought he might get baited in by the reload.
Get baited in by the rotation up the stairs. That is quite a nice, simple strat, but very effective. That's coming in from the back.
There's still 2 nades here. If this bomb goes down late, that could be dicey. Oh, it's fine though. Broken commits to the site. No issue any longer.
So from down those stairs, there is a lineup to bounce those HEs off of the front of the truck for the default plant, which could have been interesting, but for the most part, a pedestrian round for Team Liquid. We're back on the buy once again. FaZe Clan will have Twist on the FAMAS, and he has demonstrated that he certainly knows how to use that well. Heading towards the last round of the first half, it's just around the corner, but for now, Liquid are in the lead, 7-6.
Only a single incendiary for FaZe, and it is in the hands of Twists because he took the FAMAS. So that will be deployed towards B short early. That means they don't have the incendiaries to stop a fast play if Liquid wanted to run that. And it looks like Liquid do want another quick play. Everyone grouped to B early, and FaZe only have 2 CTs here right now.
Yeah, they've got an aggressive setup towards the toilet position, and there's the entry. FaZe are never going to get here in time. Yakindar coming through the back now. Karrigan's not going to see it coming, but he's able to survive for now. Running out of bullets, trying to create some space with the smoke. Not coming inside. The chain flashes are here, but Elige will stop Brokey from getting any more done after the frag on Naf. 3v2, and FaZe are disengaging to play the last round, what remains of them anyway. Aggression from Liquid on their T side to make it to 8. Not sure what to expect of the second half, but we'll see if FaZe can do anything in the next round, the last round of the first half.
Yeah, not the standard way you would play Overpass here from Team Liquid. We've seen so many slow-paced T-side Overpass rounds throughout the tournament. It is normally the slowest paced map in the pool, but Liquid have found a way to go for some fast plays. And they've got enough money here that they can absolutely try to hunt these last 2 players. Try as Nitro might, he's not looking the right way. So 2 guns will be saved for FaZe. If you've just joined us, this is an elimination match between these 2. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals, loser goes home. And for FaZe, with the Grand Slam potentially on the line, they do not want to be going out in group stage. Already 1 map up, however, Liquid fighting back. And FaZe with some limitations to their last buy of the half. It's not too bad all in all.
Yet another scout. Will that be enough of a tag with the scout? We'll find out later. We'll be looking to fish for more damage here.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite enough onto Elige.
Well, it depends on what happens afterwards.
You never know.
It depends.
Maybe there's
if he gets shot in the head, it's enough damage.
Well, absolutely. I wouldn't count Brokey out of doing that either. Ooh, Liquid sneaking to the right side as Rain commits to bathrooms. He's not looking the right way. Hard to adjust to this. Yakindar, clean entry. And what do you do if you're Brokey now? You've got a scout against an entire team of AKs.
Surely they charge the scout. We've got flashes coming through as well. Brokey announces his presence, and surely his time is up on this half of Overpass. Down he goes with a little more damage. This is the last round. Twist trying to find the wallbang. Yakindar in the red. They've got to find 5 frags here, FaZe Clan. 2 of the 3 players have kits. They've got utility as well. They can smoke off the toilets all long. Some flashes for a burst. There's a flank coming from Naf also. He may make this one short indeed. Looks likely with Karrigan getting dropped. Rops on the swing now. Wondering what's behind him, wondering what's in front of him. Down goes Naf, does his best, but it will be a ninth round for Liquid. They lead at halftime by 3. Can they force Mirage though? We'll find out after the break.
Out. Short as well.
I can't plant. One side, one side.
Side 2v2, 2v2.
Trash. Right side. Low man, low side.
He's low. Nice!
Nice.
Good job.
Fucking nice hold.
Team Liquid in a good lead right now. They found the weakness for FaZe on that first half. Rain with 7 opening deaths over towards bathrooms. He got dominated in that position. And maybe this switch up of pick could be ideal for Team Liquid because Mirage would be the decider if they can get there. That's a map they beat FaZe on last time out, so opportunities are plenty for Team Liquid in this matchup. Quarterfinal spot on the line. Let's see if Team Liquid can hold on here on Overpass. Oh, Yakinda might be in trouble here, already dinked. He's got a Liege behind to help.
How long will he last? Not very long. Liege has range, but they have the numbers. Safety and numbers in the T side. Well, that's some proactivity for Team Liquid. A long way though when you have to rotate through T-spawn. And you never know if they'll head down connector. Twist dropped by OC, looks to his right, sees players to his left, starting to fall back now. Will he be chased or will they head towards the A-bomb site? Either way, they have a numbers advantage. This rotation has been a slow one from Team Liquid, starting to speed up now. Oh, bomb's the last man. The bomb carrier, Brokey. He's going to get around the corner in time, but where's he plant the bomb? Got to be for the truck, surely. Turns around the corner in time, hopping his way to safety. Have they spotted the CTs at the back now? They are surrounded everywhere apart from long. Nitro getting shot in the face, as is Elige. These numbers dwindling for Team Liquid as they want to hold on to their lead, but it's going to get a little bit smaller, likely, unless OC has the round of his life here. 1 versus 4, made 3. Much more work to do. Full health for now. Has to find players soon. Doesn't have a kit. See Rops creeping. Put him out of his misery as FaZe take the pistol and move to 7.
Both pistols for FaZe on this map, just like Liquid won both pistols on the first map. So FaZe have any opportunity here on Overpass on Liquid's map pick. They have no excuses after picking up 2 pistol rounds. And you would have no excuses if you were to lose this round against 5 USPs. We're seeing these full saves more and more in the second round. It's also kind of interesting that OC, for example, got a couple of kills, because now he's got a bit more money. So that AWP is much more of a possibility into the first gun round. Those minute details can make the difference.
Need to practice that short beam molly.
Nitro doing a bit of heavy lifting there, man. He's boosting 2 players.
Karrigan with the Mac-10. Standard affair. Team Liquid trying to turn these USPs into one combined cannon.
Like Exodia. You combine all the USPs, and they suck a little less. Oh, Naf's not part of the fun. He's up on the A site.
There's always one. Refuses to follow the strat. Actually, normally there's 4. Doing what he can. That's some nice work onto Twist, but Karrigan's job is to be the cleanup. So we're looking at a very interesting game on our hands. FaZe Clan being tested, stretching their map pool. What kind of condition will their T side be in? 1 map to the good. It'll be a more comfortable test for them. Get to the OC with the AWP soon enough on the CT side as well. So I think we're in for a quite interesting second half of Counter-Strike here. OC will be going straight for the AWP. Kevlar, don't care.
That's the benefit of the kills he got in the pistol. You can see Nitro doesn't have enough for an AWP. But a bit of extra money goes a long way into the first gun round. Nitro will be taking the FAMAS to get some more utility, as will Naf. And that could be fine, because FaZe still have plenty of weaker weapons on their side of things, including a couple of Mac-10s. Early smoke into mid from FaZe. They're going to try and take a lot of ground over on A, while Nitro is taking some damage on B.
Very early on the barrels. Makes a lot of sense, though. Attention to detail from FaZe Clan. A warning of things to come. Just tells Liquid this is not going to be an easy one. We are ready for Overpass. After a close inspection of the lamppost, Elige will start to fall back, but I'm not sure if he makes it there in time because Rain is race carring down long at present. No lurker towards B for FaZe Clan. They are full focused on this A bomb site. Is that something that Liquid can identify as they send a 3rd man in that direction? You can see that there are 2 smokes and 2 mollies for FaZe Clan to make a play onto this bomb site. Rain biding his time. Yakinda waiting to swing. Rain pressing forward now. You can see that Elige is here as well, but Yakinda will be enough. 1 kill either side of the wall, and there are advantages for Liquid. They're ready for this one.
OC using that, Yakinda using that CT smoke to get away on long and set up to play for retake. And Twists taking initiative, but Naf was wise to his tricks. It's all on Rops, the one man you would want in the clutch. He knows that Naf is here below, but Naf didn't seem to see him. Oh, wow. Never mind. Naf goes back, says, no, you're out of here.
Nasty surprise from Naf with a FAMAS. I'm not even sure if Rops pressed mouse 1 there. That was so fast. Liquid seemed comfortable with that progress. Yakinda once to the left, swings to the right. Oh, you want some as well? No problem. That was very, very key as the push came in from FaZe Clan. I think they may have seen a Liege there towards the end, so some info for the rounds to come, but that's a great first hold from Team Liquid, an early test for them. They seem comfortable enough. We've spoken about Yakinda, a man who needs to deliver. Currently leading in the frags for his squad on 16, but Brokey leading overall with 17. And he will be on the AWP in round 19.
Too many numbers. Not enough time. Team Liquid looking good here. FaZe with another full buy though. Brokey's had to go without a helmet, but not the biggest deal in the world. Just make sure you don't get one shot by the M4, because that will tilt you. 4B right now for Team Liquid early. Often the case to stop potential quick B plays. It's very hard to go for a fast play towards that A site. And now Yakinda will start to adjust and rotate back to A.
No mollies this time for FaZe Clan. They want to execute the site. Going to have to try and find some entries first. There's a HE for Twist, but that's about it.
Oh, is OC exposed to the boost? He might be. Yeah. Crops eventually gets the spray to the body, and that entry could prompt this B-side push.
Karrigan checking the right-hand side, but Nitro catches him on the left. Naf is here with the AWP, cutting down the numbers, but the trades are here. Yakinda, that was a big duel for him to lose. Elige now stuck on the balcony, 1 versus 2. The money is terrible for Team Liquid if they lose this round. Elige really has to clutch it. He is kitless. He'll get a free frag though. 1v1 now. Finds Rain as well. They've got no idea. Made it look easy, Elige. Pedestrian clutch from him. Collects the AWP and takes round 11 for Liquid.
You normally see Naf in the clutch for Liquid, but Elige, the man rotating into position this time. And he's having a bit of fun with it. Happy that he won that one. Even when Yakinda's rotation was denied, the fact that he's able to get that first kill, he's able to spot that first player exposed is maybe a little surprising. The second man below has no way of swinging to help his teammate. They just didn't know exactly where Elige was coming from.
That could be quite the swing round. FaZe can't be losing 2v1s like that.
Yeah, especially after Rain does so much work. And yeah, you see Brokey just a little too exposed. And what can Rain do? He can't swing to trade from his position. Look at this from FaZe, a full force buy. But they're running on fumes here. They're running on empty.
Can't accept these marginal losses. That should have been a W for them. Two-man swing now. The trades are here. The flames are gone. Twist with the Mac-10 looking for an M4. Yakinda in the water. Rotation on the way. Smoke up top. Yakinda standing his ground. 3-on-3. Elige swinging now. The cavalry is here. The help is here. The trades continue. OC in a 1 versus 2. Forcing his way forward. Another 2v1. They can't lose it again, FaZe Clan. Rops exiting the bomb site. Moving towards short. We have an idea of where OC is. Brokey on the site. OC may be disengaging here. Or is he going up top? He doesn't have a kit, and he's falling away after all. Not allowing Liquid to build momentum. FaZe Clan forced their way back in, figuratively and literally. So many trade frags from both squads on the B-bomb site. Yakinda doing what he can from the water, but FaZe Clan eventually overwhelm B.
Yeah, just so hard to go for that retake with the AWP. Even if you find one fight, you're almost certainly going to be swung on by the second player. FaZe playing that post-plant much safer. You saw the player instantly drop back to Monster and say, I'm not giving away fights. There's no need to. FaZe bouncing back. And these are the sorts of rounds FaZe are able to win when you least expect it. That makes them such a potent team. Just when it looks like Team Liquid have the chance to run away with it, FaZe bring it back. 2-round difference and a bad buy for Liquid.
Timing as well. Running into the death throes of the Molotov to try and catch the CTs off guard. Team Liquid will have to be afraid now. They've got so many flashes though, Liquid. And those with the AWP, the Hero rifle, Hero sniper rifle, rotating to A at present as FaZe Clan start to close the distance. Speaking of, they're not the only ones doing that. Now, who baits whom in this long push from Liquid? They've got OC with the AWP as well. This could turn into a black hole for FaZe Clan, but they've got utility if they use it properly. That's a great start. Isolating the fights now. Rain taking his time though. He is alone in this one. This is a dangerous round. Yakinder dancing, swinging. Will he expect a leash? Going for the reload in the open, and there's the trade. That's important position as well. They can't split the site like that. Instant response from FaZe Clan. Oh, how have you managed to do that? Twist, 60 HP, right-click, backstab to Brokey. They're really not helping themselves out here. Maybe he just wants him to go in first. It's going to be Rockstone starting to push. Nitro with a 5-7, 30 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time, but losing the players as they exchange sides. 2 on 4. This is getting more and more awkward. They've got bomb plant pressure. Brokey will have to hold short as they go for the bomb plant, but the upper area is exposed as well. Where did they even stand post plant? Dropping more smokes up now. 2 versus 3, another awkward situation on the B bomb site. Elige rotating over, Brokey checking Monster. 2 from CT, 1 from short. He'll have to play off of his teammates. Elige and OC showing some presence. Brokey knows what that means. They're being baited, but where is the other guy? Where is the lurker? Flashes are up. Rops is in no man's land, still delivering both frags, Rops. Man like Rops, keeping FaZe Clan close. Nitro hunting with the 5-7. Out goes Brokey, back comes Brokey. They've clutched a really hard round on the B-bomb site.
Man, imagine the stress if you lose that round after the stab in the back. But it doesn't even matter. Brokey ends up surviving the whole damn round. FaZe back to B. We get a replay
Deepest of stabs. That came out of his chest.
But this from Rops. Ridiculous. He gets into water, and then after being blind, just adjusts onto both players. Nothing Nitro could do. Time was against him. FaZe win another massive round.
Showing their depth there. They had to dig deep for that one. They made it real hard. Bedlam around the smokes. Nitro with a 5-7. But maybe they'll get stronger as they deal with these difficult scenarios on the B bomb site time and again.
Would be really nice for FaZe to win this clean, keep some money behind, and put Liquid in a position where they're the ones that could be constantly reset. And with all this info from Rops, surely this round is free. Just like NA tiers, if they lose this one.
Barrel of Rain's gun might have been spotted there.
Maybe. They're going to come his way anyway. Oh, tease it. Oh, don't Not bad. I could all take that. Remember, quarter-final spot on the line for the winner. Loser eliminated. This lower bracket is rough.
Absolutely cutthroat. Very dangerous teams in here. Unfortunate, the situation for OG, of course. Hope Flames is back to 100% soon. We're in for a tight one now.
Do the short execute. So me and Hovey is using Natus.
All tied up. And a timeout called ahead of this one. It is Team Liquid with their second timeout taken. Making sure they know exactly what they have at their disposal for this buy. You want to make sure you know who has what utility. Early incendiaries can be important on overpass towards mid, towards monster. And the incendiaries might be lacking for Liquid. Only going to have 2 of them. But they do have the Orb of OC, so that can also be a way to spar for early map control. Get him established on an angle. You don't have to worry about mollying it. As for FaZe, was a clean round in the end. They built up some money. They did give the AK away over to Elige, and ooh, I'm a little annoyed that Elige hasn't bought a kit here. Just a little. Just a bit. No
They could
kit.
do with one. They could do with one, but perhaps it's calculated. We'll see if there's meaning to it later on, if things don't go their way. Time for Liquid to show us why they picked Overpass over FaZe Clan. Again. Nitro getting slapped with grenades on the B-bomb site.
They tried to get oh my god, another one!
Oh,
ouch!
This is beautiful. I do wonder if they're going to make a play against this later. Compromising the will they encourage him to not stand by the barrels and then abuse that with somebody dry peeking later on, perhaps? We'll have to see, but for now, Nitro is crawling. Almost a carcass.
Slow map control procedures for FaZe. Pretty standard round on Overpass here. Clearing connector from top and bottom. Now you can switch between the bomb sites very quickly on the T side. FaZe going back into short B. 40 seconds remaining. Utility at the ready. And remember, Nitro's already low on this B bomb site.
Here comes that utility. Mollies, but also smokes here. Kindar, good from multi-frag. That is exactly what Team Liquid needed. Stunting the approach from FaZe Clan. Footsteps are heard. Flashes are here as well. So many Liquid players and 20 seconds to plant a bomb. They can't find a frag. They're not being given anything. Now the push comes. Nitro trying to do what he can. Naf's going to trade the frag. 2 versus 4. Brokey's here with the AWP. Looking for another one. Unsure if anyone's coming in from the back. Holding the right of the pillar. But what about Robs? East Coast as well. Eating the flashbangs. But Liquid not swinging just yet. That's all their utility gone. Now they're going to have to go into the AWP dry. OC starting to press forward. Robs can hold a close left. Brokey's here as well. OC takes the angle. Robs doesn't trade. Elige delivers a headshot. A big one, but there's no kit for Liquid. Is there time? I think they've got this one. It's going to be close though. If it doesn't go... Oh, just in time there. That's a big victory for Liquid. Very nervous for both squads from round to round, but Yakindar delivering the impact frags.
Yeah, he was blind, and I wonder if the strat for FaZe is to go with the flash, because the smoke you can see is there, but Yakindar spots just before the flash. Maybe the timing was slightly off there for FaZe. And all you need is a glimpse in that scenario as Yakindar, as they line up with their backs turned. Close on the defuse, but not close enough if you're a FaZe fan. Liquid into the lead again. At least FaZe had that buffer in their bank so that they can continue to buy, but a third timeout taken there by FaZe to make sure they get this figured out.
Brokey's got his keyboard over his monitor stand. That is wild. Unless I'm not seeing that properly, but I think he has. Hope it's stable. Seems to be. 21 frags for Brokey, leading the charge on the server in that respect, but many players are not far behind. Aggression from Liquid now towards a Elige. Going to be popped though. That's a huge loss early. OC wants to try and tie the score back.
Nitro, man.
Yeah, he's still just eating. He's eating grenades like they're apples, like they're Granny Smiths, like they're pink ladies.
He's a nade magnet. And FAMAS will be given to him because he's so low, they just say, screw it. Let's make your day even worse. Flash into connector. Yakindar doesn't spot anyone before fading off the angle.
Both teams are edging forwards. But this is a big swing round. Oh, don't want to do that jump anymore. Well, Karrigan will jiggle and fall. Great timing on that smoke from Yakindar. So blind, still finding the kill though.
What? Okay.
Hello. That's got to be a nasty surprise. He must have been shaking when he turned around and saw that, but Rob's coming through, turns everything around. Liquid literally can't afford to lose this round. Brokey with the bomb in his hands or a grenade, I don't know which one. Naf somehow escapes the situation. He's seen the bomb. Where is Rain? They've got to go fast, surely. 2-on-2, 30 seconds left. Do they know where OC is or could be? Things slowing down now. 20 seconds as Brokey goes in quietly. Naf with the occasional peak timing. It's going to work for one of these players. The sound cues will take Rain for free. And OC's here for Brokey. Liquid had to win that round for their economy, and they will. Pulling away from FaZe Clan, putting them into eco territory once again.
These rounds are so tight. This series is shaping up to be such a close one. First map was already incredibly intense. 16-14 win for FaZe in the end. If Liquid were to win Overpass, oh, hello, Twists, a little frustration shown. Roban straight over, trying to make him feel a bit better. Problem is for Liquid, we've seen FaZe compete in these sorts of rounds before where they just have pistols. And FaZe actually go all in on this round.
A big buy.
They could have saved. If they saved one, they'd have had a full buy.
It must have a strong strat for this though. Timing, chain flashes. Are we going straight into B-Boys? Is that the play?
Such a bold call. But I'm not one to doubt Karrigan's calls.
Dropping a grenade is Karrigan. In a position where you might do a running smoke towards the balcony, avoiding the initial grenades, pop flash towards short B. And just like that, they're in position to split. No one's in connector. They don't know that, of course. Still 4 players towards B for Liquid.
I feel like the counter utility should be too strong here. Liquid still have a good amount to work with.
2 incendiaries for Liquid. And they are holding on to all 5 smokes at the moment. A smoke on Monster would be devastating. When do they throw one? They've got so much util, Liquid. There's 1 of 2 incendiaries. Here come flashes though. Twist with the opening. Spreading with the Mac 10. There's a trade from Brokey. OC's here. The T's are continuing to spread, but Yakinda and OC delivering the frags now. 1 versus 3. They've survived a massive test. They're so close to the finish line now.
Yeah, you felt like once FaZe got out of the monster tunnel, that was almost the hard part done. But it wasn't the case. Even though they get good trades, even though they got the nice entry, and this one from Brokey, OC just pops up for 1, slinks back, and the rifle support was there. They didn't have enough utility on the site itself to make the difference. Liquid just stay at range.
Oh, and calm. Some chain flashes. Might have done a trick there.
Ouch, Raid, ouch.
They needed the personnel.
Oh, ouch, Elise.
Yeah, this one's not free. This one is not free at all. We know what all these guys can do with Desert Eagles. A rifle to collect as well.
I mean, did Liquid know this was a low buy? Because now Rain's getting a gun. I mean, they know now. They've seen the Deeg.
Yeah, give that gun to Karrigan. Leave the other guys with the Deagle. Karrigan's got Kevlar. He can duel with a rifle. The rest, keep them on the Deegs. They need to swing. They need to dome. I think he is the courier for this rifle. Everything in its right place. Oh, no. Yeah, there we go.
Yes, Karrigan gets it. Remember, for FaZe, they took the risk to buy in the previous. They could have saved and had a full gun round here. Maybe they make up for that in this round instead. Currently, OC's AWP on A. That is not where FaZe would want to go. They don't have flashes for him. They don't have any utility to get that AWP out of there. Just this 1 incendiary, which will go into truck. They're going to try and pop here. It's actually into dumpster, so Naf can stay in position. Spray good onto the first and the second. Naf cutting them down, but Brokey trades. And OC caught in the open, could be in trouble. He's somehow still alive. And he might just have to play retake.
Bomb planted. Game on for FaZe Clan. Nothing to lose now.
Oh, Rob's naded. Stuck on the truck.
They might see the blood there. That will certainly help. Identify the position. Robs with the headshot. Just delaying, just buying time. They both have kits, but he's been quite the nuisance. Now, where is Brokey? Maximum range. Look at this angle. Will OC be ready for this? He absolutely will. Brokey caught in the clutch, and Liquid find themselves at game points.
That angle's so tough to play from Brokey. I feel like you're just sticking out a little too far. The right eye peek against you. Team Liquid on map point.
So many frags for Brokey. The clutches, though, have always gone the other way, I feel like. They need 4 in a row now. That bomb plant will certainly help.
Oh, and it's Yakindar on the AWP. He's got a good spawn. Haven't seen the aggressive mid peaks really from Liquid with the AWP. Now could be the time for it.
Quite interesting. He's had so many multi-frags for his team.
Wow.
Yeah, they're playing off the spawns here. OC with a big frag onto Karrigan. Welcome to Monster. I am the monster, says OC. Looks like this pick might just work out for Liquid. Mirage will be the deciding map. That's going to be fun if we get there. Looks like we might, but you never know. Everybody bunched up for the most part here for FaZe Clan. As the smokes come out, this is going to be quite the difficult breach here. Nitro still tanking damage round after round on B.
Ooh, careful, Rops. Careful, Rops! You can't try and spam back. Nav's got you. Booked.
Cheeky peeks. FaZe Clan. Looks like their plan is expected by Liquid. This might be unbreachable, especially with OC waiting. And then there were two. Brokey and Rain with 40 seconds to find an opening frag, let alone a bomb plant. Rain with it all to do now. Heading towards the barrels. And Nitro will deny. They've taken over past Liquid. Force Mirage to see who goes to the Spodek. Who makes it closer at least.
They take us to a map that they've beaten FaZe on the last time these teams played each other. This could be dicey for FaZe. This could be a scenario where playoffs are really called into question, especially with how Liquid are playing right now. It's over to Banks, who's got Nitro with him.
Nitro, I've got to touch on this, mate. That was a fantastic overpass coming out from you guys. I spoke to Daps in between and he was saying that you guys had the confidence playing. You've been practicing a lot. The stats didn't really show what that was coming into it. Do you think they were expecting it?
I don't think they were necessarily expecting an overpass pick today. But I think just in terms of us as like players and as a team, like we feel really comfortable on the map. So, and obviously we have like some scrim results first phase that we kind of like just rewatched and like revisited and talked about and like all the stuff that they do. So I think just in general, I think we had a really good read, and they also haven't been playing the map. Like they haven't played the map since the stand-in as well. So yeah, I think overall it was really good from us.
Definitely, and a bounce back after losing to Spirit earlier in the tournament as well, which you're going to very much appreciate. Now going to Mirage, what can we expect? Is this going to be a lot closer for affairs? Is it going to be a bloodbath?
Yeah, at the end of last year, I think we were the best Mirage team in the world, and then we lost to G2. We lost a little bit of confidence, but overall, we've been putting in some time on it, so I think it's going to be a great map.
Ready to survive?
Yeah, for sure.
I love it. Good luck, Nick. Thank you very much.
Hey Future Pros, do you hate it when those CTs push B short? Me too. That's why we have a molly for you today that will stop that exact scenario. First things first, buy a molly. Then line up with the middle of this wall. Aim halfway up on the right side of this radio tower. Then run forward for about 2 steps and throw. Voila, no more CTB pushes.
Bottom.
Yeah. I got it. I smoked out the barrel.
I have short.
Okay,
I have short.
right now.
One short. He smoked bridge. That short. Could be more. I'm on
monster,
short.
guys. Shadow. Careful. 100%.
In the molly.
That's right. Nice. Shadow guy?
Could be
No,
shadow.
last guy Shadow. He should be Shadow then. He's trash maybe. And this barrel.
Nice.
Let's go!
So Liquid, they give up Inferno, and then there's Overpass, and then you're like, damn, Liquid, damn, where'd you find this? And then ultimately they got it. They secure that one, they take us into the third, and I welcome you back to the Untitled Extreme Masters in Katowice. Guys, we have a game on our hands now. This isn't nearly a one-sided affair anymore, Yanko.
Yeah, definitely. Liquid, the pick pays off, right? They didn't go for Mirage, which is what they won the last two best of threes. They still got it as decider, so that's why we were talking. This might be a good position for them. And, I said I don't think they can get, you said 7-8 rounds is T without the pistol. They did end up getting 9 in the end without the pistol, but they won a couple of rounds in the middle of the half that really propelled them towards that good T side.
Right, and Liquid's T-side in this one actually worked out so much better than I thought it would, because I knew their T-side was good. We saw that yesterday versus Spirit, but they were finding a lot of real estate towards A. It felt like they were pretty frequently in water control also, and the lack of contest, I would say, from FaZe is where this game does not go as expected. I thought Rain was going to put up a much better fight in bathrooms. I thought there was going to be more concerted efforts towards water control from FaZe, and I felt like they were kind of on their heels for a lot of that first half, actually, which was not usually, it's not usually what you see when you see FaZe Clan in the server.
You're right, because in theory, you would think FaZe comes in, they play with that sort of bravado. Yanko, what do you see?
Well, it's difficult to play with the bravado when you don't have a lot of economy behind your trace, right? Like, so you are limited in the plays that you can make, and the reason why FaZe didn't have good enough economy was because of a couple of rounds, right? Towards the tail end of that first half. If we go into round number 9, you'll see that as an example of a round where Liquid is on an eco, basically, right? There's only Nitro here with an AK. I think it's actually Kinder who dropped it to him because Kinder is only on a Glock. And he gets a kill on Rain. Nice little boost behind the smoke, right? Then Brocky is alone in the side, gets one kill, smokes, re-peeks, gets punished, and Liquid does a great job of committing, just pushing into the side, taking, side control, and making it almost impossible for FaZe to retake. Now it's a 3v3, but after one more kill here from OC through the smoke on Kerrigan, Rops is way out of position, gets kill on Yakinder, but they can't really go for this retake. They're going to fall back, and this is what not only gave some economy, boost in economy to Liquid, but killed the economy for FaZe.
I want to point out one thing about Broky's style that probably doesn't help FaZe when they play this map on the CT side, is that he's way too comfortable just sometimes falling back to his favorite spot on a map. Like, the amount of times I saw him back truck in this first half, probably at least 4 or 5 times with the op, and that's kind of something that's a lot different than, say, someone like Simple, who's always going to keep re-aggressing. Even Jame re-aggresses a lot when he plays overpass CT side, and so for Liquid to have all that space, I think their mid-rounding was very easy for Nitro, Yakinder, or whoever who's helping calling in these kinds of rounds, and I also think that FaZe were just kind of devoid of info, and so those A hits were just so powerful when you just push everybody back like that.
Yeah, I think it could be as simple as that. We talk a little bit about some of these rounds, even towards the end of this first half.
Yeah, I mean, for Brocky, that re-pick, it's kind of, if he gets the kill, no one cares. Sometimes you get punished for that, right? You can't look into it too much, want to let players play their own game. But just a couple of rounds later, FaZe, Liquid goes, like, look at the money. It's empty for both teams. This is one of those crucial rounds. Liquid goes for a fast monster pop. Kerrigan gets 2 kills. Now this is a 5v3 situation in favor of FaZe, and it's going to fall apart, right? This is something that we've shown in the pregame happened against G2 on Ancient. It happened on Nuke as well. Like, at this situation, you need to communicate a little bit better. Be careful. Every player needs to look at the radar or look around. Where are their teammates? Twit's completely isolated on bridge. I'm sure he's thinking like he probably has good timing. They don't expect him, but 3 seconds later, that timing is gone, and now you're just standing there and allowing them to kill you, and there's no one who can refrag you. Kerrigan is low HP, right? So this is like a 3v3 now where Team Liquid has the advantage, and they're going to end up winning this round, and that's basically, they don't lose a round after this point. They win all the rounds for the remaining of the half. They have a 9-6 half. If FaZe wins, if FaZe converts the 5v3, it's 7-4. Liquid probably has to eco 8-4, and then you have more money in the bank. You can go for more plays. You can see the bravado, the aggression from Rain that we are so used to seeing. Like, that's way more difficult when you don't have the weapon, you don't have the utility.
Yeah, and it can slip out of your hands pretty quickly, huh, Maui?
Right, and this has kind of been the double-edged sword of FaZe for, I'd say, even the last year when they were playing quite well, is that they do sometimes lose discipline in the middle of rounds. Like, this isn't FaZe, despite being the best team of last year, they were nothing like Astralis, Prime Astralis. Like they'll go for individual peaks. They'll ego challenge sometimes, and that's why rounds can fall apart like that. It's like sometimes why it feels so oppressive to play against FaZe, because they will just peak you like that. But if they don't always win those fights, and Liquid are showing that they're a good challenge for them, then yeah, rounds like that can slip away.
And it is a little bit difficult to keep track of every single little thing that's happening in a round, right? Like, I don't want to put too much blame on anyone in that situation, right? Like, it's just Counter-Strike. You don't know if they're going to keep running up or not. You don't have perfect information, but still, you hate to see those rounds slip away, especially at such a crucial point in the game where there's no more money left for either team.
And I've got to say, for the Liquid side, it is very nice to see sort of like a Ykinder Naf tag team duo there, contributing in multiple ways.
OC as well.
Yeah, OC as well.
had 14 AWP kills. Yeah. I think Ykinder was leading the way in terms of first kills with like 6 or 7.
Right, and to see OC actually find that much value is so great, given what we saw yesterday on Overpass, where him and Elige were not finding any success defending A. I like that OC was actually rotating very well also on this map. The kid felt like a lot of the mid-round decisions he was making were right on point, and that's something you need.
Well, surely at some point when we looked at that, that Team Flash incident that happened, the Team Flash Gate, that's what we're calling it, right? It's like its own
Flashgate.
Flashgate.
Right? Yeah, Flashgate. There we go. Perfect. So essentially, when something like that happens, you're going to go back to the drawing board. Last night, surely there was a conversation had. What do those sound like, Yenko?
Well, I know what it sounds like because Elige came for the winner's interview and told us. He just told OC, don't worry about it. We're all good.
Wipe it off.
Let's keep going. We have another map ahead of us. And that, he's happy for him that he had for OC that he had a good series and that he's been improving. And, I think that's apparent on the server too. But now you go on to Mirage, and sure, Liquid had the upper hand 2 times. It was, I think, 16-14, or one of the times was 16-14 and an overtime. Like, it's been close. FaZe are no slouches on Mirage, so I expect another very close map here, Trace.
A nail-biter, Maui. What do you think?
This is where things get really interesting, and this is usually where FaZe just stands the tallest. This is where usually, map 3, so many teams last year got FaZe to that map number 3, and then they just turn it to another gear. And that's what's so worrying about Liquid. Sure, the curveball pick of Overpass worked out, but now you've backed FaZe into a corner, and that's when they're the most ferocious beast.
What are the odds of us looking at this series, and it goes the way of FaZe, and we think, okay, well, if Liquid would have picked up Inferno, well, there you go, right? Oh, boy.
Percentage chance or something? I feel like this is FaZe 75% of the time.
Damn. In theory, it would make the most sense overall. But yeah, it really does come down to just one map, and for both of these teams to find themselves sitting on a lifeline, this is not necessarily where you want to be, but the amount of experience we have here, that shouldn't be any question, right, Yenko?
Yeah, definitely. And, both teams can be confident going into the third map. Liquid because of their prior success on the map against FaZe, and FaZe just because of their current form, so to speak. So that's a recipe for a very explosive game, Trace, and a lot of entertaining moments.
Yeah, which is what we all signed up for. Speaking of which, we also have James Banks. I think he talked to FaZe.
Well, in between the break when these guys are going outside, I managed to catch up with Robin for a little bit. And obviously, he was talking about Mirage being their bread and butter. And he just feels like, okay, some of the moments in these games and these rounds, it was them losing things they would not normally lose. But when they come into this Mirage, he says the only team we can lose to is ourselves right now. So it's about them keeping their head in the game, staying strong, and hopefully getting the win and continuing on forward and eliminating Liquid. Let's see if it happens, Trace.
Yep, we still got the question marks. We don't have a clear winner yet. We know what's on the line. We know the Spodek is just days away. And for both these teams, for a team like FaZe, I said it before, they need to come in here if they want to win it 2 times back-to-back and then also pick up a Grand Slam. Now would be the time to show up.
And that's what's at stake here.
Yeah.
That's the true test for FaZe. They were sent to the lower bracket by G2, and I think some people were ready to just kind of wipe that off. You get a second life in this sort of event. Mm-hmm. You have a chance to still secure that Grand Slam with a nice lower bracket run into the full distance quarter semi grand final. But Liquid are proving to be a strong opponent, and that's where, even though I really give FaZe such a heavy favorite to win this one, Liquid, if Ykinder is playing well, if OC is actually going to be a contributing member, Naf has been super consistent.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice trio that can go toe-to-toe with the trio you would expect from FaZe.
Yeah, definitely, and I think you don't need to talk too much about FaZe on this map. Like Robin said, it's their bread and butter. Rops on the A lurk, right? Brocky, I think this is where one of the maps where he feels more comfortable, Trace. So yeah, I think it's just going to be a barn burner.
Ah, yes, a barn burner. Who's firing in cylinders? Blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just kidding. We're not doing any of that. What we're talking about is freaking Counter-Strike, guys. We're talking about the best of the best, trying to get it done and trying to find their way into the Spodek, which happens to be just a few days away. We'll be right back after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Welcome to In Your Head, the show where we get from the players' mouths specifically their thoughts on other IGLs that they have to play up against. When you play against Kerrigan as an IGL, from nap time to hair loss, how frustrating is it to play against Kerrigan?
Best IGL right now. Yeah, he's one of the best for sure.
You gotta give Kerrigan credit for being on this kind of level for so long and continuously bringing new rosters to the top.
He also showed that when he was in Mouse Sports as well. I think the way we like to play is pretty much the same way. Like, we both sacrifice a lot for the team, and
I think he's really good at managing his players. He's using them to their full potential.
Any other league in game leader would say Desk in Danger or Slight Tilt because they destroyed everyone last year.
He knows what rounds to call after winning a certain specific strat that he was playing.
He's deeply in the meta.
I'd say tricky, I guess, because I feel like he has like I said, his set strats, and then he can do like one little small micro change and to make it look a little bit different. But at the end, he's doing the same strat. That's like really strong.
Slightly tilt. First thing, just they have like really amazing players who all communicate well and have amazing team play and read each other's minds, so that's a benefit.
But for me, he's comfortable because I played against him so many times. I know him.
He understands what is the thought process of the enemy team after they lose that round, right?
So I will put Kerrigan in Slight Tilt.
Very difficult to kind of read what the plan is always.
I don't think it's hard to read Kerrigan, you know?
Straightforward CS and like really effective CS.
His ability to just thrive in chaos sometimes.
Maybe I would put him at the tricky as well.
If they don't create a space that they're supposed to create, I think they are easy to play against. But as soon as you give them the space and they win the duels,
one of the hardest opponents to play against, because
if you have a team that relies a lot on tactical stuff instead of individual, then you might struggle even more against them because they have strong individuals as well.
I will say neutral or tricky maybe.
He's good, but we didn't play enough to say Desk in Danger or Loss. I would say neutral.
Trick question here. If you were going to play against yourself.
I think Rain has played against me a few times, no? So he's
there we go.
You know, I've played with Kerrigan so long, and when I went to Mouse, I always knew how he called, but we always lost against them.
I think Desk in Danger. I think some of the kills I get sometimes. Like, I know Nico is whining sometimes, like, how did I die to Kerrigan? I heard that sometimes on stream. Okay. So I can imagine he has Desk in Danger, so I would also have that against myself. Okay. Suddenly I'm coming around the corner with 200 kilometers.
Seats in the Spodek. And a great view of that trophy on the line here. It comes down to Mirage, FaZe Clan and Liquid. The deciding map of the series. Somebody's going to be sorely disappointed after this one. Team Liquid will be starting on the T side. Sides decided after a knife for the deciding map in this series. Who have you got taking this one?
I think it has to be FaZe for me. I feel like they'll step up under the pressure. But as we've been saying, Liquid beat FaZe on this very map at the end of last year, 16-14. I'm sure it'll be a close one. Liquid already going for these smokes into A, and Rain might be cut off by this utility.
Saw people on the ramp quickly, did. Rain's got a gap at the very least. Just one more flash for the T side, taking pot shots through the corner of the smoke. He's got to be careful. Karrigan towards CT. He's got to fall back now, as you can see Yakindar's looking for it. Down Yakindar goes. Nitro dropped as well. One more in that CT position though. Naf escaping the palace, heading towards the ramp maybe. Indeed he will be. OC forward. 5 versus 3. There's a smoke and a defuse kit for Karrigan as well if he can find the angle, but Allegiance still in that CT position with that P250. Down he goes. OC and Naf may lose angles quickly. That bomb is ticking, but again, a smoke's been deployed now. Can he get on that bomb? Rops and Brokey with the final kills. FaZe Clan take the pistol.
Off to a good start, playing retake on that A site. Rangers decides to sit behind the smokes, and they get those initial couple of kills that make the retake much easier. It's quite cool to hear from some of the other in-game leaders and what they think of Karrigan. Seems like a lot of them were saying, we kind of know what FaZe are going to do, we just don't know how to stop it. And it's a nice way to describe FaZe. Such a skilled roster that even when they play just solid fundamental CS, they're really hard to beat. Oftentimes that's what they'll go for. I also like the point that Karrigan always is in the mind of the enemies after they win or lose a round and what he thinks they'll do. Here is a force buy for Liquid though, off the back of the bomb plant. And speaking of Karrigan, he might need to step up individually here.
Caught off guard, but will deliver the first kill. Trying to buy time, he'll be traded. Twist in no man's land, completely blind. Great chain flashes from Liquid, but FaZe Clan have got reinforcements. Rob's lurking in mid, OC and Yakindar moving into the site. Yakindar first, OC on the high ground. If Yakindar can plant the bomb, that might not come soon though, because they're waiting. Brokey just biding his time, spots Yakindar, an empty pillar. Great dig from Yakindar, but he's stuck in the corner now. Spots Rain, can he deliver that connection that he's looking for? Absolutely. Where is Robs? That's the question. Creeping forward on the pillar. Yakindar, does he slip away or does he commit to this B bomb site? Robs has no idea where he is. Yakindar starts to slip away. Full armor, can collect a rifle on the way as well. 40 seconds on the clock. Rob's still waiting, wondering. Yakindar being careful as well. The rotation is on now. Robs hasn't moved a muscle. Is there a kit for him to collect on his rotation?
Oh, it's a truck. He might not even bother with that. Yakindar reposition up into Palace. Not an easy position to flush out.
Stuck in the corner though. Even if Rob swings, it's a difficult one. Let's look at his thought process. How he clears out these angles. Yakindar could be anywhere. 10 seconds and Robs just doesn't have the angles. Too much guesswork. Yakindar with the deagle. That's an outrageous clutch from him. Delivering the frags on a B-bomb site, finishing off the job on A.
And in that previous matchup between these teams on Mirage, it was Yakindar who dropped 31 frags in 30 rounds. This is a map that Yakindar is pretty damn good on. It suits him pretty well. It's free, it's open for him to go for his entry plays, or apparently even to clutch. Incredible dig shots.
He actually just blocks Alicia's smoke in the window, which is missed. So there's opportunity for these Desert Eagles. No harm done though, as the window's now been abandoned. One to look out for in the next round. He looks to converge on the A bomb site. There'll be 3 players here. There's a crossfire possible. Very dangerous pistols indeed. The scout in the apartments, and Brokey might make his way over as well. Karrigan's made the forward play. And here come the grenades. There's some counter utility for FaZe Clan. They can create some space for themselves. Hot flash, Robs! A bit blind there. I think he ate too much of that flashbang. Otherwise, that could have been so brutal. Liquid lucky to get away with that one. 5-on-3, Nitro and Yekindar tagged. No bomb plant just yet. No more grenades though. How do they take an angle, FaZe Clan? More flashes forcing Karrigan from his angle, but he could do something with this scout. It's a stalemate of sorts. But Liquid have the numbers to trade. Karrigan continues to press forward. Spots one in sandwich, falls back to a safe position. Quick reload so he can spam. 35 seconds, Twist waiting. FaZe being patient. No rotation from Liquid. The bomb is on the bomb site firmly. 27 seconds now. Their own clock is the one that's running down. They're trying to make FaZe Clan wonder, but they're not rotating, they're not spreading. They're all focused on the A bomb site. Convinced it's going to be this. It's your move, Liquid. That'll certainly help. Karrigan dropping the bomb with 10 seconds on the board, and Brokey still waiting here in connector. Down goes the cover. OC plants it just in time. Naf's got 2 HP. He knows where he is. Naf running on the ramp. Doesn't commit to this Brokey. Touches the bomb. Naf's got one chance. He's got to play it well. He's creeping. He's on the right-hand side. Brokey's got his knife up. Does he not know where Naf is? Has Naf seen the bomb? So many questions.
Oh, steps. Brokey's got a smoke.
That surely draws him out now. That surely draws him out, Naf. He's taking his time though. He reads that there isn't a kit. He's going to make it as long as possible, and there won't be time for the defuse. He's played it so smart. Liquid barely surviving, but surviving. They make it to 2.
I'm so excited for this map. We're 3 rounds in, and it has been madness in some of these rounds. Can already see Yekindar feeling it here on Mirage. I love that we're seeing him show up because he hasn't been at his best this tournament. But he might start to show up when Liquid need him the most. And then it gets into this clutch. Brokey just doesn't have time. Naf, so good in those late round scenarios, knows exactly what he needs to do. And the madness continues as FaZe go for another force buy.
Only one player surviving. They smell opportunity, they believe in themselves. The Liege believes in pre-fire, and Rops is the victim. Connector will be smoked off at the top. This gives plenty of opportunities for Liquid. Denies information, but again, Karrigan being proactive. Previously the scout, this time the MP9. Rain hiding behind the smoke, but they've got the angles, Liquid. They are studied. 5-3 now in terms of personnel. 2 in CT for FaZe, but they've lost so many angles. Stereo frags for Liquid, leaving Brokey the last man standing. They've barely taken any damage, Liquid. Pre-fire, great angles. Easy frags. This will really slow down FaZe now. No more force buys from them. It'll be eco territory as they lose all their players. Liquid securing the round with confidence.
Liquid looking sharp here early on Mirage. Normally a map where you would say FaZe's individuals should be able to stand out. I like the point on the desk. I think it was Yanko who brought up that this might be a map that's a bit more suited to Brokey's play style on the AWP. And he's been having a good series already. See Liquid in this round shouldn't have too many issues. Already focused on mid, knowing that they're against the pistols. Again, FaZe were pretty big favorites in this series. I don't know if there's a clear favorite any longer. I feel like we've got a very close map on our hands. Remember, a spot at the Spodek on the line. If FaZe weren't to make it, what would that mean for them? Twists, unable to land a shot. B-site is stacked for FaZe, but still going to be difficult for them here.
That smoke allows FaZe to play around it, or maybe it doesn't, because Liquid are on an absolute heater at the moment. 2 rounds, 0 losses, plenty of money. At least just shy of $7,000, and there's not much more to rebuy. We'll see if Nitro continues with the MAC-10. This is a big start for Liquid. They have momentum, they're hitting their shots. They're not giving FaZe, I mean, very early on, FaZe Clan made things hard for them, but Liquid still prevailed. They're looking super sharp with these rifles as well.
Yeah, I don't blame FaZe for taking a timeout here. It feels quite early, but it also feels like Liquid are just running away with these rounds a little too easily. It's not even about the round wins that Liquid are getting, it's about the fashion in which they're happening. And taking a look at the buys, Liquid have loads of money. They could have upgraded some of their weaker weapons if they wanted to, but they've stuck with the Mac 10 for Nitro. They've stuck with the Galils, looking to squeeze out all they can from their economy. And look at the buy from FaZe. No AWP, a couple of players with basically no utility. Some weaknesses on display. FaZe decide to push into Palace, leaving mid wide open. And Yakindar loves to go for these early mid plays.
Avoiding an early loss will have its advantages for FaZe Clan. They know what they've conceded, so they'll know how to deal with that. They can cover CT as necessary. Now, how do Liquid identify what FaZe Clan might be up to? If no one's challenging mid, where is the hole in the defenses? Rob spotted by default, Yakindar dropped. That's a big frag for FaZe Clan with what's been going on so far. Creeping into a split of the B bomb site, possibly. Nitro, the Mac 10 will have to perform though. Maybe distraction will be enough. We can see Nafly on the rotation as well. Still 3 towards 8 with Brokey and Palace. Lack of info mid. Won't help. Twist must deliver the frag there. Elige still alive though. That leaves Karrigan on an island. That's the bomb, but there's the trade with the Mac 10 from Nitro. 3-on-3 retake scenario for FaZe Clan. Rain tries to land some shots as people make their way to the site. Nafly tagged as he looks to plant the bomb.
Another smoke lands from Elige on the left side. They're all in kitchen. How the hell do you get back into this bomb site? Smoked off from both angles. Brokey's trying to look above. Finally, the smoke fades, but currently no kit. And it's not easy to get back into B. There is a kit dropped at bench, so they'll try and have a look. Rain leading the charge. But Nitro's not giving him anything. The time is so far gone. They've got to get a move on here. Rain caught from different angles. There's no way FaZe can win this. Too much time lost on the retake. It's Liquid 5-1 up and making some noise here.
Too far take for FaZe Clan. Stuck, not given the frags. Just trying to figure out where people even were, what kind of setup they were. Where's the trade fraggers? Slowing them down so much. As soon as they started engaging, it felt like it was already too late. Invited deep enough to lose everything. It'll be another crappy buy for FaZe Clan, and they're losing rounds pretty fast to Team Liquid here.
Yakindar able to get one on mid before Rops trades. Still some good information, and Liquid do want to go for this contact A play. Rotation is here. Rops with a good spray on the FAMAS. This is still in the balance in this round. Oh, especially with a shot like that from Brokey. And the bomb is on the floor right now.
An unlikely round. Looks quite likely now. The scout from Twist leaves Naf in a 1v3. He's got full health. It is doable. He has the time, but by no means is it going to be easy, especially against the likes of FaZe Clan. You can see Rops dealing with Connector. And Brokey's just around the corner as well. Twist moving in as well. It's almost like he's a magnet for FaZe Clan players, Naf. Oh my god, what a snap from him. But he's left with 20 HP. Does he continue to pursue? Deploying a HE towards jungle. Twist will eat it, but he's all right. Awkward double peek with the scout. Oh my days! That's one way to do it. FaZe Clan on the scoreboard again.
Give him the fist bump. FaZe deserve it because that was a round they shouldn't have been winning. It felt like Liquid were taking over. It felt like Liquid was starting to run away with too many rounds. And FaZe come through when they need to the most.
Well, things just turned around quite dramatically, but FaZe Clan don't have momentum just yet. They need to look stronger in the bye rounds. Team Liquid got more work to do. They've got more money. Brokey's got a good angle though, refuses to take the bait. Oh, hold on a second. That's a great flashbang. Who's baiting whom? It's a double bait there from Team Liquid. That was awesome. Very cool play by them. And again, FaZe Clan are in trouble trying to move back into Connector, and another one bites the dust. 5-on-3. Team Liquid looking very strong, scary on this map. But Karrigan again, he's going to have to be proactive. A third push at the least in the apps. Nitro looking to respond. Does this slow down Liquid overall? You can see Brokey, maybe he gets into position here. Currently looking at short. And will Nitro be baited into an angle on Brokey? It doesn't look like it at the moment. Karrigan still holding in situ. Bomb collected in the meantime. They're heading towards B actually. Nitro making his way forward, but Karrigan holds position. Brokey now at the back with the AWP. Where is the bomb headed? One in the window. This one could fall apart through the smoke. Yakindar's up in smoke and we're down on a 2-on-2. 35 seconds. Bomb retreating from mid. Naf still in the apartments. Both players very, very low. Karrigan wondering what's going on. Rain, going towards the A bomb site. Brokey holding B in the meantime. 20 seconds on the clock. Does Brokey hold the angle? Team Liquid are hoping he doesn't. 15 seconds and they haven't even pushed the bomb site just yet. Grenade start now. There's the first one spotted. That's the bomb on the radar. He's missed a shot. 14 HP down to the Deagle. He has to deliver the frag. He may have done enough. I think he has. Nafly has to plant. Brokey has to swing. Takes down the trade fragger down to Naf now. Brokey with the flick and they've secured the round. This is madness.
So much chaos in these rounds. So many fights all at the same time, it feels, or one after the other. And Brokey initially missed the shot. Couldn't deny the bomb plant initially, but he makes up for it. Stays calm and eventually gets both of those shots. That was the miss that you thought might be the critical moment in the round. And he only had 2 bullets in the AWP. And he lands both of them. And you're just getting releases after every round, man.
Look at the relief. We're not even in round 10. And he understands the pressure. Liquid are proving to be a very dangerous adversary here on Mirage. Very dangerous indeed.
Mid-play at the ready for a couple of Team Liquid players. There is also Palace aggression. There's a run boost across for Yakindar. Brokey has been holding that Palace angle for a fair while. Still no one coming his way.
The hijinks in the underpass with those pokes of the AK and then the pop flash show how hard this is going to be for FaZe Clan. Team Liquid are prepared for this game of Mirage. Minutes on the clock, control of mid, 3 players on 8. You know what that means.
Ooh. Surely heard that. Oh, and Twist is looking focused. Both players in connector fall. Split onto the A site, no longer a split. It's only a play from Ramp and Palace. And the utility is looking good here. Flash in, Rain only able to get 1. Another incendiary though, and Naf slowed even further.
Do they keep going here? Their money's on the ropes. This could be a turning point in FaZe Clan's favor, especially if Liquid get wiped out. 28 seconds, Naf down. OC on Tetris with the bomb. 1v3, 1v2. He knows one's around connector. Does he know that both are? Twist looking to swing now. Double peek is here and FaZe Clan will secure the round. No bomb plant for Liquid. They're in trouble now in the short term.
Maybe a moment to breathe, or at least slightly calm things down here. A slightly cleaner round for FaZe. But Liquid have been really sharp individually up until the last couple of rounds where FaZe have started to take over. 3 rounds in a row for FaZe. You remember, a lot of people had FaZe as their team to win the tournament, their favorites. They have to be in playoffs. They simply have to be. Rop's able to peek mid. This is looking clean for FaZe against the Pistols. And a chance to build up that economy.
A chance to catch their breath as well. We saw Karrigan at the end of these stressful rounds. Liquid are going to make this one real hard. They're looking great on Mirage. Yakindar, be it a Desert Eagle, be it a P250, be it an AK, M4, doesn't matter. He is performing today. 1 minute on the clock, and now one is behind enemy lines.
drop. Surely heard the drop on the left side also. Maybe has figured out that Yakindar stole the M4. Oh my god, Yakindar and Naf with headshots. No rounds where you can breathe in this game, James. This round's back on the cards.
The level of talent on the server is somewhat ridiculous. Suddenly, they've got 30 seconds to plant the bomb, and surely it's a 2v1 wherever they choose to go. Brokey has to deliver again. What is his position this time? 20 seconds, stop a bomb plant. He has no idea where they're coming from, but he's got the sound cues now. They can't really check this whole bomb site. Hello, says Brokey. Buy time for the rotation now. 10 seconds for Yakindar to plant the bomb. He can still make it expensive. Creeping silently, but Brokey's around the corner and he's gone. No time to plant. Rain is hidden, and the round is with FaZe, but look how costly it was. That was supposed to be easy.
Yeah, we were talking about establishing economy, getting yourself into a more comfortable position. None of that happens. Yakindar does big damage. Naf lands a headshot. And even the AWP taken away at the end there. I mean, that's the opener from Yakindar. This is the other shot. Great micro adjustments, micro plays. Which is what makes Counter-Strike so great. Timeout required for Team Liquid. All tied up. But they've stayed so competitive in this first half. How can you not love Mirage? Especially when you have high-level individuals on the server, there is so much room for self-expression on this map. See Yakindar's playstyle coming through, aggressive plays, always looking for openers on mid.
The glass goes smoky. Both these teams want the smoke on the server as well. 5-5. Very unclear as to who will take this one. Frops has been spotted by Naf though. Some early information. Now, did they try and counter this somehow?
Ooh. Playing tricks with them, smoking behind the player already in ramp. Palace aggression at the same time. This is a wild setup from FaZe.
Two-man swing. I guess they saw each other. Nitro is here to trade though. Big frag coming up. More rotation as well. Rain could get a huge frag here, but OC's holding the angle. Rain looking away. The brutality of that for Rain, but great for Team Liquid. They've responded as they've needed to. 4v3 with a minute on the clock as they take connector.
Twist is still peeking into ramp. He may hear Yakindar coming behind. Carrigan's having a little look, seeing if he can spot anyone else. There's so much utility remaining for Liquid, but Carrigan just going for the fight, and OC prepared for all these angles. Twist has to be the hero, and only 33 health on him. I don't see a way out. He's going to get caught in the back. Brokey's still going for this, but the AWP not able to do enough. Team Liquid win a all-important round here, as FaZe are completely broke.
3 frags in a row where FaZe turned one way, shot from the other. That was brutal. But the decisions that Liquid are making, like that play from Yakindar, for example, are making it really hard. You've got to dig deep into your brain and try and figure out what these guys are up to.
It feels like FaZe are the ones just holding on, clinging on right now. Liquid are always the team who seem to have more money, who seem to be in control. Big force buy, FaZe investing everything. It's not a good buy. But if they lose this one, they can say goodbye to winning this half phase.
Liquid showing excellence on their T side of Mirage so far. Elige edging forward. Nothing taken for granted. Using utility well. Forcing FaZe from their position. And with Nitro on the apps, I don't know if you heard 2 players running on short there or just the one. But Twist has come back with good timing. OC delivers again. He's been puncturing player to player in this game so far. Really delivering with the AWP, and there's another one getting dropped.
Oh, Nitro actually got one before Carrigan could execute him from behind. Croaky will be a little mad at that. But it looked like Liquid were leaning towards a B split in that round. And yet they seem to figure out, okay, we've actually got Rain down low. And once they got the entry onto Rain, they were able to adjust and go back to A. Kindar losing out there, but only had the MAC 10. Team Liquid pushing FaZe to the limit.
This is a fascinatingly stressful CT half for FaZe Clan. And now they are flat broke. They've got the AK-47, Karrigan's got the Kevlar, he's also got a 5.7. So who does he give what? He'll be giving the 5.7 away to Brokey and a flashbang as well. He's got a really good spawn actually to try and make a play. If he wants to go to the underpass or run up mid, who knows? How do you break Liquid here in these last few rounds? Not looking likely, to be honest.
Yeah, limited options in this one. Kindar just continuing to show why he is such a nuisance on Mirage. Again, I said earlier, he dropped 31 kills last time they played FaZe on this map. Might be looking for the same in this one. Top fragging the server right now with 13. Team Liquid still fully focused on this round. They know that one AK was saved, and you can never overlook an AK. Karrigan will be playing his standard position. Over on B.
Rops has the 5.7 then. Close to Palace. Rain with one of two pop flashes. There goes the 5.7. And pretty much the bomb site. Karrigan's on short with the AK-47. There isn't really much for FaZe to offer Liquid in this round. Got your Kindar lurking. This is the most passive lurk for this area, and it will pay off in spades. That is the threat neutralized. Weapon disposal service. Karrigan's in a trash compactor like Shredder. Rain and Twist, the USPs, just waiting for the next round to begin. Liquid moving to 8. Who knows what to expect from their CT side, but their T side has looked sublime.
Yeah, it has just fallen a little flat here for FaZe. And we heard the desk talk about some of the economy issues FaZe were having on the second map. They're kind of getting put into a similar position here on Mirage. Liquid have always been comfortable with their buy, and they've constantly been forcing FaZe into these awkward scenarios. And even in this round, once we get back onto the server, you'll see there are some issues. There's no AWP, and there's early mid presence here. Twist going up, Yakindar goes down early, but Elige able to trade. And Rops is now in the underpass. Not easy to get out from this position.
Flashes continue. That's almost all the utility gone. OC still dangerous. We've barely seen him. I don't think we've seen him miss a single shot in this game of Mirage so far. Rops will be dealt with. A two-man push. Karrigan doesn't have his apartments push on this occasion. He's on short. Goes from bad to worse for FaZe Clan. Bomb collected. No, not collected, actually. It'll be left by the TV.
Yeah, I think this is a round where FaZe realized they didn't have the full utility, so they said, you know what? Let's just fight aggro on mid, not play a delayed round where the nades will dry up so quickly. Still Liquid ready for it. I love the way they put two into underpass. They know that Rops is stuck there. They know they can get him out of the round. And look at the risk FaZe have taken. 3 players on the B side of the map. Rain's starting to look back into mid. But is there a response that's quick enough? You've even got Elige who could cut off the rotation through mid.
Top connects to smoke.
Oh, Elige hears this. Knows there's a man in con. Lets him go and might get Rain instead.
20 seconds. Karrigan's made a footstep though, but he's still slowing things down. He's dodging the flashbangs, but he can't dodge Naf. Headshots galore from Team Liquid. as they secure round number 9. It is looking bleak for FaZe, at least in the CT side. They start to become more and more reliant on that second half pistol. Never mind the rest.
And if I'm Liquid right now, I'm saying, let's go hunt. Leave 1 or 2 on the bomb. We've got money for the last round of the half. We'd rather take this M4 away from Brokey. And they're doing just that, starting to encroach on his position. Now they know. There's a player on short, ready to cut him off. Nothing saved for FaZe. Liquid up to 9 rounds. They are in full control right now. It has to be a force buy for FaZe. It's the last round of the half, but it's weak again. Team Liquid are the ones looking much, much better on this map right now. This could be a big story unfolding here in the group stage of Katowice.
Feels like dire straits in the first half. Second could be very different, but for now, it is bleak. Liquid very close to 10 rounds, so much better equipped than FaZe Clan. No one has an ideal weapon for FaZe Clan. Not a single player, not an M4 of any kind to be found in this round. French gun, scouts and MP9s for FaZe Clan. Limited utility as well, at the mercy of Liquid. They are absolutely setting the pace from round to round here.
Ikindar pressuring connector again, but a B split looks most likely. Smoke's already into the bomb site. Carrigan is in the apartments. It will be huge if he could hold that position, but he might get ganged up on. Tag lands, but it's not enough. Twists doing what he can. There is a rotate into the site itself. It's Brokey here with the FAMAS looking to buy more time. He hears the bomb plant. He might deny this, but he doesn't pull the trigger. Waits for it to fade and takes one. Still trades back and forth. It's anyone's round, but Ikindar comes up with kills, leaving it up to Rops. He swings, but it's an MP9. It's not looking good for him. Ikindar might just hide here, force Rops to come to him.
Eats a big flash, Rops. Such a tough job, not gonna do it. Team Liquid, amazing half of Counter-Strike from them. Full control. Can they make it to the Spodek? Find out after the break.
Broke by for Outsiders. Orb first in the map, fires off. Outsiders going to hear that in middle, and so Hauzuk will move immediately, and his supportive element on A is going to be important again, because Floppy's in a one-and-done spot. Ooh, misses that first, does recover it well, but he's blinded. He has to fight for his life, fight for survival. They find him in the corner. There's no cover there. Hauzuk up close. Can he beat the flashes? They blind their own team, and he hits an easy one. Bomb drop. Molly's a problem. Chiron gets shot through the smoke, and Hauzuk putting on a show, putting on a performance. He's going to need them orbs every damn round, and as long as he keeps putting up the goods, Cole are happy for it. James too late to the party. Hauzuk's had the cake. Candles blown out, and James not long for this world.
Oh, lovely, lovely sequence from Hauzuk, and it's very reassuring to see him, you know, keeping up his strong performances all Katowice long. He's very quickly become an NA hero, right? Yeah. The Norwegian AWPer who was from a relatively obscure Dignitas lineup. Wasn't even someone that you looked at and said, like, yeah, this guy's got some real star potential about him, I would say. You know, sure, he had some good games, he had some quiet games in there, and Dignitas were a very middle-of-the-pack team at best. But since joining this Cole squad, since arriving in Katowice, we've seen a very scary Halzerg.
Yeah, it's definitely been his career highlight so far, and I think a very bright future ahead of him. And for Cole as well, it's just great to see NA with 2 potential spots in Spodek tonight. Which of them will be realized, though? If either. Tyron again, Molly the Dark. He's been here most of the T side for Outsiders, but you'll notice their util's pretty lacking in this round. They've got 1 smoke. Gonna try and take mid. Flit's already done so, pushed all the way through, but Halzerg's holding the double doors. Push. Oh! I don't know what happened there. He just, I think, dinked Floppy through the box, but...
Team Liquid playing lights out right now. Everyone delivering on their side. But on the other side of the server, FaZe Clan could be in trouble. Reigning Katowice champions from last year. That was the start of their incredible run, winning so many tournaments. They've got to dig deep right now because they're 5-10 down. And if they're not careful, this series could slip away, as could their chance to play in the Spodek.
All Glocks, even on Mirage. They won't have the range to face these USPs unless they can close the distance. Headshots won't be enough. They'll need more than 1. Run boost off the wall in mid. They go flying out. Yakinda considers it. Chooses to fall back. Smoked off the position now as they look to split the A-bomb site. OC saying hello. Elige trying to fall back as well. 2 frags in for Team Liquid. FaZe Clan fighting straight back with 3. Man advantages. Brokey goes for a triple plant. Elysian mid. We've got Naf in CT spawn. They've got an incendiary. They've got no kit. Naf is naked. But I'm sure everyone's aiming for the head. 3-on-2 in favor of FaZe. They need this pistol. They must succeed in this pistol. Rops in CT. Not for long though. History now. Creeping forward. Brokey by triple. Big shot from him. They know where Naf is and they disengage. Playing for the beeps here. Incendiary deployed. Nobody home. It's down to Twist on the ramp. Distraction being run elsewhere. FaZe do what they have to do. They take the T-pistol.
Pressure relieved somewhat for FaZe Clan. The pistol round was the start to the potential comeback here. And remember, FaZe also in the running for that Intel Grand Slam. And they are starting to run out of chances. They've only got 4 chances remaining. They need 1 more tournament win for that $1 million bonus prize. Right now, let's see if they can keep it up in this round because Liquid have gone for a bye. But it looks like a B split is being lined up here and Yakinda has a scout in the apartments, but he's the only player here right now. And that's not a good weapon to hold this many players off.
Great dodge from Robs. He sees many targets Yakinda, but surely he is going to fall. Eventually he will. They've taken position now, but there's another scout and there's more tagging. How far will they go? Robs eats 1 as well. Nitro and Naf are far away, to be honest. It seems they might not go for it. Could be a relief for FaZe Clan. 7 rounds coming their way soon. We'll see if Naf is able to steal something from this position. So FaZe Clan catching up quickly. We have a real game on our hands. They will be relieved to get far away from that CT side. Now it's Liquid's turn to be under that pressure.
Yeah, Carrigan calling with conviction in this round. Instant split onto B. For Team Liquid, their kill distribution is fantastic right now. No man left behind on the scoreboard. Everyone in double digits. Brokey still had a solid performance for FaZe in terms of fragging output. They've had quite a few good moments. They just weren't able to put it together towards the end of that first half. Now it looks like they have given themselves that opportunity to bounce back. Still weaponry for Liquid in this round, so they will try to limit the FaZe Clan's success. And a similar setup to the previous round from Team Liquid. 4 on A, this time flashing into ramp for info. Rob's definitely heard that, so we'll keep an eye on it.
Seems they're playing against the lack of information here. Pop flash and nothing was seen. So head towards that. Nitro shows some elbow, quietly slinks away. There's time for FaZe Clan to wait out any potential pop flash plays, etc. Of course, we know that there's no more utility left.
Look at these calls from Karrigan, man. Finding the one man on the A-bomb site this time.
He's close quarters, though. He's close quarters, inviting them to come a bit closer. Rain will accept that invite and do what needs to be done. Karrigan on the MAC-10 for the time being. Many CT starting to stream in. Okay, we might have some problems here. There's nothing to lose for Liquid. They've got a man advantage. They can try and spread for chaos. Rain has got some sound cues. He needs some help. He needs a crossfire. He needs some kind of cover. Delivering the headshots now. OC with that scout falling away. The main threat is gone. There is no kit. They're still making it expensive, though, as Liquid have done before. Yekindar fishing for a rifle. He will be denied. 3 frags for Liquid. They're still looking sharp on their CT side. And now the 4-buy comes through.
Yeah, that'll do for FaZe. That's all right. They still have been able to build up a decent amount of money. But it is a scenario where Liquid now get the guns in hand. And they have been looking so good individually on the Team Liquid front. Yekindar having another fantastic map. We said this could be suited to his play style. He's been brilliant. But Liquid still need to make sure they stay fully focused. Close map on our hands, just 2 rounds in it.
An exchange on mid. But FaZe have left all their utility in the hole for an execute. Maybe some extra grenades in spawn. Distributing them as necessary. Do they have something to offer to Liquid? Perhaps some lies, some half-truths. 10 on the server. Everybody max health. 1 minute on the clock. Liquid appear to be somewhat proactive. Boosting Naf onto the balcony, but how far will he go? Instant jiggle from him, no fear. He wants some information. Heading deeper into the apps. There's a pop flash as well. No lurker found. Look at how they stream towards A immediately. They've got some mollies, they've got some smokes, they've got some flashes. But it'll be down to the AKs and that AWP. Rain with the entry, Nitro down, OC with the AWP. He's got Yekindar in tow. Got to be careful about the movement here. Brokey goes straight into the angle. Karrigan going for the plant. No one's really covering enough. The plant will happen. 3 on 2 though, still advantage for FaZe. OC in CT. Naf is on B. That's going to force OC's hand. The remaining 2 don't have kits. Liquid's turn to struggle on the CT side now. Just as FaZe did.
And the way the first half went, it felt like it was always in flux. It didn't feel like either team had full control until Liquid started winning rounds towards the end of the half. But here on FaZe's T side, this feels convincing. Just the way they're winning these rounds, the way they're making these plays. It's almost business-like from FaZe in these recent rounds. No time to waste on this comeback train. There's only 1 round in it now. Even with Liquid saving a couple of guns, the rest of the players slightly short on cash. And they decide it is worth just going for a half investment into this one. Definitely capable though, and look at FaZe. Heavily grouped up around B early. Could it be another quick play for this one? Or maybe they're just going to go underpass and focus mid instead. Oh, they are going B, and there's no one on the B site itself. Elige is playing from short.
Oh, Naf just in time, traded by Rain. OC with the AWP, misses a shot for once. Wow. Rain with 2. We heard during one of the breaks that Karrigan can set up the same round in different ways, and that's one of his strengths. And perhaps we just saw an example of that. Almost some variance towards mid, but so quickly dealt with. Just the 1 frag to show for it, Liquid, as FaZe Clan look to tie the score. Nitro may hang around and try to hold on to that AWP, but I don't fancy his chances. Try to find it, in fact, in that mid position. OC being dropped on short.
Rain was pretty quiet in that first half. Ended the half with 4 kills. He's rocketed up in terms of his kill count. Up to 12 now as he got a quad kill in that round. And you saw the mid presence from FaZe drawing all the Liquid players in, just sucking them into that mid position. Even if FaZe weren't to win all the fights, they'd have got control towards B. But look at the transfers from Rain. Ends up getting 3 in this position. The flick back to window after dealing with the short player was brilliant. Took OC out of the round so quick. Liquid saved heavily to make sure this was a perfect buy for them.
I saw a few comments on Karrigan keeping everybody abreast of the economic situation on the Liquid side. Liquid have not won a round in this half yet. Max loss bonus is the only thing going their way at present. All that amazing success in the first half dissolved in the second. Ikindar still leading with 21 frags. FaZe Clan slowly catching up. We'll see if it continues in round 21.
Ooh, big nade. And Rain now in the molly, down to 28 health before seeing anyone. He's in the underpass, decides to put a smoke down. Might be the right decision, as he wants to get away.
Support flash to allow normal positions for Liquid. Elish has escaped from the underpass. Now what is the read from FaZe Clan? Rops is lurking towards A. But the heat map. The Penguins are heading towards B. All grouping up together.
Naf is completely alone, and the rotate would be so long right now. Everyone's committed to A for Liquid. The only upside is Naf has some utility, some smoke of his own to try and delay. And look at that long-range smoke into window. Keeps Team Liquid guessing, but FaZe are about to pop onto Naf.
Oh, they get stuck in the window though, and that works perfectly for Naf. He drops the smoke to try and buy rotation, but I think he smoked himself off into the door. No, he's got some kind of gap actually, he's okay. Can look onto the bin as well. Try and find some other angles. 30 seconds to plant the bomb here. Brokey committing to it. Rops has the rotation. Brokey, that was close. He walked straight into the crosshair. But Yakindar's the one who forced the Rain. Getting awkward now for Liquid. There's post-plant utility for FaZe Clan. They make it even harder with that molly. Elish creeping. Rops spots him. Just showed enough skin. It seems like Liquid will have to disengage. You saw the smoke grenades left for Rops to suggest multiple players heading towards A. Liquid sold a fake, sold a dummy, no refunds for them. Painful the end of this round as FaZe Clan proceed and take the lead.
See the value of Karrigan as an in-game leader throughout this T side. How many rounds has he called for a play where they hit just one player on a bomb site? It's ridiculous. It almost looks like he has the perfect read on Liquid in every single round, and you can't really ask Naf to do much more there. They didn't even have mid control. All he can do is get a kill and kind of fall away and try and play for retake, but it still puts FaZe in a better position. Liquid at least able to muster together a buy into this round, but they need something right now. They haven't got a single round on this second half.
This might be the response. If OC can take an aggressive angle, then they can put more people towards that A-bomb site. Again, the mollies by the back boxes, the smoke to suggest someone's there. Run boost again. Indeed it will be. Molly towards short to limit the plays from Liquid. Rops doesn't collide with the smoke grenade there. Somehow he dodges that. Nitro's in a very dangerous position, but the inaccuracy is the problem there. And now it's game on for FaZe Clan, splitting the bomb sites. They've utterly wiped him out. Twist with the taps onto Naf. There's nothing for OC to do. There's nothing for him to do. Liquid are being annihilated round after round. They still haven't won a round in this half. As good as their T side was, They cannot figure out FaZe Clan on their CT side.
Oh, Nitro shooting while on the ladder, so risky. Allowed Rops to turn on towards him. FaZe are taking over right now, and they haven't been at their best in this series. It's been close, it's been competitive, but this is where you see who's got the championship mindset. When it comes late like this, who can hold their nerve? Right now, the answer is resoundingly in favor of FaZe. Not a single CT round for Team Liquid. Something's got to give.
Money is uncomfortable for Liquid, but they could get the M4s around this AWP. What if Nitro gets this frag? How does the round play out? Inaccuracy is cruel. Elige trading the frag, but Rain swinging with the AK. Yekindar getting blown to pieces. 12-2 for FaZe Clan now. 12-10, excuse me. 4 rounds away from seats in the Spodek. The M4s are out for Liquid. They do have a goodbye. 3 incendiaries only. It'll have to be enough. OC has an excellent spawn. See what he chooses to do with it. Could hop towards short. Could go towards B. It will be into the crawl space that he goes. Up to short. Oh no, he's missed his jump.
Oh, it's a B play again. FaZe have been bombarding this B bomb site, and look at how quick this one is.
Is it a full commitment
Ooh,
though? Arrogance having a look, poking towards Nav. OC misses his shot, nervous from him, sees 2 of them. Elige awkward now, but Nitro's here to help. This could be the first one for Liquid. Suddenly it's a 4-on-3. Naf at the back of the B bomb site. Everything slows down after that explosive round, but Robs is creeping on A. Man like Robs trying to find a way back in. Nitro in connector, stuck in a corner now. Robs going for the molly. Taking too many chances, too many risks.
Oh, Carrigan creeping. But Naf ready for him. Molly will force Naf into the open. Brokey drops onto him with the Tech 9. There's still 3 more to find. The swing onto Elige. Damage done in the process. Does he feel comfortable getting that bomb down? He's looking for more info. And Team Liquid respecting Brokey here, not giving him the fights that he wants. There's still the option to wrap round to A. Liquid have to consider that. They've got Yekindar in jungle, but Brokey sticks towards B.
There are holes in the defenses here for Liquid. The more he waits, the more chance there is of an A play.
Where'd you even plant, though?
Oh, if he won that duel, then who knows? Finally, Liquid are on the board. A fast play towards B for FaZe Clan doesn't work out, and Liquid find their first round. But can they find a second? FaZe Clan are coming back on the bye, regardless of the lack of the bomb plant. And Liquid will be under pressure. Only 2 players surviving in that round. If they are to lose this, then it would be so painful.
Again, we saw the in-game leaders earlier talking about how Carrigan just always throws something slightly different at you. They fake the B play, they try and wrap back to mid, but Liquid handle it. It's back to more fast aggression from FaZe. This time, the mid control, claimed by Carrigan and Rain.
OC trying to hide behind the box, firing all the spray from Carrigan. Switches out for some more ammo. That means an AWP. 2 ops on now on the T side, showing some presence here, just trying to invite more chaos. We see the spray from Liquid. They won't land any connections, but that's information for Carrigan to use. Terrified of the connector situation. They'll hear the reloads and things start to slow down. Another explosive start on Mirage. 1 round between the 2 squads. Rops with some perfect timing. Liquid cannot afford to lose this round. There's only 3 players left, and Carrigan may have spotted 1 more.
Carrigan getting wild with the AWP. Going for all sorts of plays, but he's drawing the attention while the B play is at the ready. Naf, the anchor on the B bomb site, can tuck into Van. Do they clear it? They haven't. He's got 1 and nearly 2, but it might not be enough. Yekindar has to be the difference maker. He's brought another frag. The bomb is stuck on B without much assistance right now. FaZe need to bring other players to help here. Nitro elsewhere, Yakinda with another kill alongside Nitro. And Brokey sneaking in, it's the P250 for the first. And he's brought it to the 1v1. He knew where Nitro is. He can scope in, hard scoped on the short angle. It's such a strong position to hold with the AWP. No nades for Nitro. What is he gonna do? He waits. He tries to play with the information. Now Brokey scared of different positions. And Nitro able to close the distance slowly but surely, creeping onto the site, but Brokey holds his nerve. He struggled in the clutches, but wins one at the most important time for FaZe.
That might give FaZe Clan a free round. It might. Liquid could buy a few pistols here. We'll see what they choose to do, and that will still be dangerous. But look how both teams are fighting so deep. Tooth and nail for this round. Back and forth. Huge kill with the P250 for Brokey. So much pressure. Delivers the frag. 3 rounds away from the Spodek. There's more work to do for both squads. Liquid absolutely not out of this one yet. They're going to go for the buy. The rifles are coming out, the MP9 as well. They're going for a force buy with OC on a scout instead of an AWP.
Ouch.
That is absolutely wild. This is a big, big gamble from Liquid. How do they make this one work? You see some action on the B stream in the meantime, but there's so much happening on A right now. 2-round lead for FaZe Clan. They are so much better equipped, especially with how much OC's been doing.
Okay. Mid control could be dangerous. Carrigan holding from far back. Looks like Liquid will fall back to something more standard, but FaZe have been good with these fast plays. They've got another one at the ready this time. Nades into the A site. Not committing off the back of them though. OC playing with a scout from CT, but there should be more utility coming for FaZe if they go for this A play. Meanwhile, Yakinda gets the info. Mid is completely clear. They don't have to be concerned about a split. They can fully focus on the A site.
Topcon smoke. All right then. That's how you start off with the scout. Straight in the head. OC believes in himself, looking for another one. Carrigan, I'm scared. And I'm sure FaZe are as well. Now, in a stroke, never mind. Twist will rip his face off. Not a strong position anymore. Carrigan doesn't see Nitro. And back and forth we go. Down goes Brokey. Team Liquid, the force buy is working. 4 versus 2. Make it 1. It's Drops versus the world. Wow. He doesn't last long either. What a response from Liquid. That force buy looked terrifying. They just ran them over in that round.
It's been FaZe in control all half long. They'd only lost a single round in this second half. And then the most unlikely of rounds goes the way of Liquid. The rifles come through. A massive shout out to Nitro popping up for this quick double kill. They had enough players stacked on this site. They had 3 CTs close by. And no utility against that scout of OC who landed the first shot. And now it's actually FaZe who have some economy issues. They've won so many rounds. I didn't think this was going to come through, but they have some concerns here. Rain's got a Tech 9. Twist has a Galil. And if they lose this, it's only a $1,900 loss bonus. Huge swing round here for FaZe. They can't afford to lose this right now.
We are in the deep waters. And arms are starting to get tired. Not everyone's going to make it to shore. What a response from Liquid. I saw that buy and I was like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. But OC with the scout knows how to land a headshot. He has missed a few shots recently with the AWP. But we'll see if he's refocused now.
Do they go again? Oh, again, it's OC with an early pick before the nades. But FaZe will use that to close the distance. Use that to get on toward the bomb site. Carrigan swinging before the smoke. Taking damage in the process. They might get the bomb down here, but Liquid can absolutely play for retake right now. They've got the nades to do it.
Naf's on the flank as well. They've got to get this bomb planted quickly. Now, they may have tunnel vision on the usual CT places. Will they expect this flank from Naf? It's coming in so slowly. 3 kits on the 5 players. They've got all the positions, but Twist almost ready for it. Naf wins the duel. FaZe Clan, they have to push them now. They've got no choice, but they've lost Karrigan. Brokey and Rops have got to find 5, and now it's down to Rops 1 versus 4. He knows one's coming from the ramp, but he's not coming from the ramp. He's rotated away. He's been sold a fake Rops. So many CTs, he burst the first one, but he can't find the second. Is there time to defuse the bomb? There must be. There is. Liquid find 13. They've tied the score on FaZe Clan.
Again, they go for a similar call phase into the A site. No utility in the AWP of OC. Will take that opening pick all day long. They're happy to play retake. They don't mind it. And FaZe, even with the bomb plant, have bad money and a bad buy. If there even is a buy.
We saw the last timeout from Liquid. Now we see the last timeout from FaZe. No more stops, no more interruptions, no more coaches. Just the players on the server now. 13 apiece. Robs is invested into a scout. Desert Eagles are coming out. The money sucks for FaZe Clan. The opportunity for Liquid now to seize this game, this series, to make it to the Spodek. The opportunity is now.
25 kills for Yakinda. Again, topping the server on Mirage. It's almost unimaginable to have a playoffs of Katowice without FaZe, without the reigning champions, but it could come to life here if they're not careful.
Liquid don't give a monkeys about your reigning champions. They have ideas of their own. They've got finals to go to as well. Looking to get back to former glory, Team Liquid. They have proven themselves to be a formidable opponent versus FaZe Clan, but they have not finished the job just yet. Karrigan will be traded. The numbers dwindling now for FaZe Clan. Robson, a scout, has some work to do. If he's lucky, he's up against 1. If he's not, likely to be 2. Wherever he chooses to go. Liquid looking towards the mid position.
Naf's just pushed through B though, so I feel like now they've got to be looking back towards A, and it's Nitro with an AWP holding the cross from jungle. I don't know how the hell you clear that out.
How do you clear out Shadow?
Yeah, exactly. Too many ways to look. Ooh. Nothing doing. Nitro makes it a team ace for Team Liquid as they find 14. And this is the buy that FaZe saved for. They have to win this gun round. Karrigan at the helm. What does he call when his team need a round win the most? They are desperate for it right now.
Happy with that one. Very tough angle from Nitro.
They look relaxed on the Liquid side.
Ooh, OC.
Wow.
Looking to take some liberties now. Looking to make things real tough. Will there be a flash or will it be dry? It'll be dry and OC will deliver. How do you respond to that? That's the last thing you're expecting. OC 3 meters away, maybe 2 with an AWP.
So bold. I was asking the question, what do FaZe do when they need a round? Well, Liquid could do with this round as well, and they're the ones making proactive plays. Naf pushed into the apartments. At a minimum, he will get early information, but the rotate is far away here. Naf finds one and gets back to safety.
This could be curtains. The guillotine is getting closer and closer for FaZe Clan.
Perfectly played from Naf. That's all he needed. I don't know how FaZe get back into this round.
They've got 45 seconds to do it. They need entries. They need to avoid trades. They need a lot of things. OC has a nasty angle. And Elige is making the right play as well. They're in a trap. They surely don't survive this. Rock's looking for Elige, trying to rotate now towards the A-bomb site. Smoke is up. 20 seconds to plant the bomb. And Yakinda's in Palace. Rops in the red. 9 HP. Kills OC at the very least. But there's a trade from Yakinda. Match point. Spodek point for Liquid.
And Liquid look calm. No reaction. They know the job's not done, even though that's the hardest round to win. They don't show signs of pressure. They make proactive plays. They get up to the 5v3 and close it, and look at the buy for FaZe. They need a miracle. They need to come up with something right now. Otherwise, Katowice slips away from them. Could it be the B play? Smokes out early from Spawn for FaZe. It's a B rush.
It has to be. They've got the Tech-9s. Twist makes his way in with the Mac-10. Spots one, but Yakindar delivers, looking for a second. Rain to trade. Down goes Naf as well. They've made it onto the bomb site. They've got the bodies, but there's a molly. And he has to move. Has got to come off the plant, Rain. The HE going as well. Avoiding as much as he can, but he'll fall to the flames eventually. Someone's got to collect that bomb now. The utility's disappearing, dissipating, it's dissolving. There's a flash for Ops, and that's about it. A Tech-9, a Mac-10, and a Galil. Team Liquid trying to shut them down. 2 coming in from the market. Elige wondering what might be around him. Karrigan not in a too shabby a position. Looks to his right, dead from his left. Nitro and OC making it down to Brokey, and they've done it! Liquid make it to the Spodek, and FaZe go home.
Fuck, we're not bitches, man.
Liquid hype as hell. They come through in the clutch. They come through in the tight scenario at the end. And for FaZe, you can just feel what it means for them.
That's a broken dream. Liquid brought their A game to Mirage. Fantastic first half. Come back in the second. Broke FaZe's money towards the end. They just didn't have enough. Ran out of gas. Liquid make it to the Spodek. FaZe will have to reflect. Great series between them. Great friends on both teams as well. The level of talent on the server is unbelievable, but only one team can go forward.
Felt like it was a FaZe G2 rivalry when we saw that matchup earlier with how close they played. Liquid come in and say that is not an option. There are so many high-quality teams here. No dominant team in this era. Not anymore.
Absolutely awesome series, but that's enough from us. Over to James Banks.
We do say as early elimination here goes the way of FaZe. A tough game and a tough fight, mate, for sure. I want to just touch on this Mirage where you're down 10-5 at the first half, 70 rounds in a row. It looks like you had them on the ropes. Did you feel like you had them?
Yeah, I feel like we did some good rounds. I mean, it's rough right now. I feel like we had an opportunity, but they also played good in the end. They adapted to what we were doing, but I feel like some of the rounds we were not on point. Could also maybe have done a better job in the end calling, but I feel like we were limited as they were adapting pretty good. So yeah, it was a rough game, especially after overpass and having that tough start on CT side. Then it's always going to be tough against a good team like Liquid.
For sure, and definitely touching on that last parts of Mirage, they obviously had the force win that they got against you, and then it seemed like you were saying with them adapting, you were just trying to hit them fast. Is this where you feel like you made the wrong call?
Yeah, I mean, it's always it's easier said than done, right? Yeah. We felt like they were biting the fix pretty good, and also they were in double underground where we could have played slow, and in the end we would have maybe lost that as well. So yeah. You can always play better, right? So if we are winning the fast rounds, nobody's talking about we should have played slower. So obviously we did, or I did, or the whole team did mistakes in the end there. But yeah, rough CT side that makes it tough. At some point, the Liquid is gonna get back into the game, and that they did.
Now, looking at your Katowice as a whole, how would you sum it up? Because we spoke to you in interviews, you've said about the extra work you're putting in, the time you're putting in. We were seeing moments where we're saying, okay, yeah, FaZe looking really back, they're looking ready for it. Is this level of all the teams around us just that much higher at the moment?
I mean, the level is pretty high. I mean, D2 is playing great, and Liquid today managed to beat us, right? But we knew coming into Katowice, because of us not playing with Rain and Blast, that we are not going to hit 100%. But obviously, I wish that we would hit 95% and make it to playoff and getting that extra days of practice. And I think you saw that the 2 matches we lost here, we haven't played the last 4 days. So yeah, obviously not much we can do about the situation, and I think we could have done better under the circumstances we have. So no excuses really. I feel like we did everything we could, but sometimes not in the cards to win.
Now, you're a man that always knows how to bounce back, Karrigan. Any final words, any closing thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I just want to say sorry to all the fans, especially I wished I could play in Spodek. You never know, especially in my case, in my career, if I'm ever going to play in Spodek in 1 year. So yeah, I obviously try everything to get back to the Polish fans, and I wish you guys to have a great tournament, and hopefully we will break some viewership records.
Well, I'm damn sure we will see you again there soon, and I hope so as well, mate. Kerrigan, thank you very much. We'll go out to the desk.
Yeah, I don't think it gets much more real than that, especially coming from reigning champions in Katowice. But yeah, here's the GG moment, and I can tell you right now, that's a big one for FaZe to fall, and then a big one for Liquid to take. So however you want it, Maui, you got it.
Also, just shout out to Kerrigan there. That's one of the classiest things he could say, that that he wants the viewership numbers to still go as high as they can for the game to keep succeeding. He understands how big this event is, and in the same merit, you know that he also feels this blow harder than anybody when he's taking this loss.
How many times we've been to the city and we've seen Kerrigan with that big hat on, you know, we're like, he's ruling the crowd and everybody's having a great time. FaZe doing unthinkable things, and ultimately maybe lifting the trophy last time. Now, not going to happen whatsoever, Yanko.
Yeah, there were some tough battles over the years for Kerrigan, right? In FaZe Clan, the first time around 2017, 2018, 2 grand final losses in a row in some close finals. Finally manages to lift the trophy last year, but as he said, not meant to be this time around. You know, Liquid did a great job against FaZe. You know, it's just every match is grueling because of the amount of skill. You know, you can't be relaxed in any round. If you get relaxed, Rain gets 2 kills with a Deagle, Robs gets a kill with a Scout, and all of a sudden the round turns to its head. So, but it was Liquid actually this time around, especially on Mirage, who was winning sort of in a FaZe-esque way. You know, they lose the first pistol round, they manage to win the force in a clutch, then FaZe forces back again, another great clutch, this time from Naf, first time around from Yakindar. You know, they get the ball rolling, and I think that's what sort of set the scene, set the pace for them on this map.
Yeah, you know, we look at some of the individual rounds, because there were several moments in this series where you're like, this game's damn close, Maui.
Right. I think we have round 2 where, or no, we have round actually 25.
Well, this is the one that's towards the end. This is where Liquid decides to force. This is making or breaking their game, because if they lose, FaZe has 14. Unless they save a lot of guns, FaZe is up to 15. And they go for a sort of an A execute. Right, Twist is going to check, I don't know who this is, Naf completely. And you're thinking this is looking bad for Liquid, but Nitro with a massive play. I don't know, Kerrigan, I thought he saw him here. He did a Nitro, gets the kill on Kerrigan, gets the kill on Brokey before he gets the bomb down. And Yakindar was going for an information play. He was on that lurk very, very early on, right? But if Brokey gets the bomb down and Kerrigan gets the kill on Nitro, maybe someone's watching that and he doesn't get those kills. And that was what really kept Liquid alive. That was a big risk to go all out. Also, OC got a headshot on Rain, the first guy out with a Scout, so that was also very important in this round.
Right, Nitro coming up big in that one. That pushes the smoke. Obviously.
Massive. Those 2 kills were round winning.
Yeah,
was the stairs, right?
That's potentially game winning too. I mean, because that was one of the most important, if not the most important, to just keep economy alive and everything for Liquid. And FaZe, I think FaZe comes back if Nitro doesn't make that play.
And Maui, you said, I think I heard you just say this on the walk over here. Perhaps you're like, yeah, you know, Nick was giving, I think, Vitality a lot of trouble right there.
Yes, and you think of back to the most recent ESL Pro League when that went to like 2 overtimes, 3 overtimes, Vitality and Liquid. Nitro in that same position, he was winning clutches. I remember one specifically to take down Magisk to win the map. Like that spot seems to be his spot. Even though he's not actually a con player, he's had so much value for Liquid in the last 6 months there.
And similar to the game yesterday versus Spirit, when it matters the most, Yakindar shows up, right? Like he was leading the way on Mirage yet again. We saw that clutch in the second round. That was the 1v3, you know, like that early momentum and just denying FaZe good economy. They were able to do that on Overpass when FaZe was CT. They were able to do that on Mirage when FaZe was CT. And you could see how difficult it is. Liquid got 9 rounds as T on Overpass, 10 rounds as T on Mirage, right? That was what broke FaZe ultimately.
And, well, for FaZe, they are down. You know, they're out at this point, but I can assure you that they usually come back stronger, which is exactly what they will look to do, because their opportunities here in Katowice have come to an end. They do get eliminated in that lower bracket of Group A by Team Liquid. Navi G2 is up on the docket coming up real fast, actually. So that should be finding its way to you real soon. Now, Group B, Maui, you love this group. Why?
Because you don't know what's going to happen. What is this lower bracket run we're getting out of Outsiders and Complexity, both losing their opening matches? Now they're fighting on the B stream. trying to find that last spot in the Spodek, and there's a chance that there's 2 North American teams that make it to the playoffs. No, don't say no. Start believing right now.
Why did you say it? Now you've jinxed it. Now Complexity is going to lose and you're going to be the one to blame.
God, man.
But this game between Heroic and Vitality was already played. Heroic made quick work of Vitality, so that's already set. We have our quarterfinal. It's Vitality versus Liquid. The winner plays G2. That side of the bracket is set, and now we're waiting for the other one. Well, I said they play G2 as if that game's already done and G2 won.
Hey now.
But the winner of that plays the winner of Navi G2. So yeah, that game is coming up ahead, and they faced 2 times recently. It's going to be interesting Trace to see them play again.
How about how interesting is Complexity and Outsiders being a competitive series? That's something, isn't it, Maui?
Grim might be the best rifler in the server.
Hell yeah.
Halzerk might be the best hopper in the server. JT might be the best caller in the server.
Go to break.
Hold on, I'll try it. Go to break.
You're gonna hold my Sanji bench. I'll kill E-Box.
I'm gonna flash my gear right.
Come hold that now, Josh. Jiggling for you.
Plus it,
Post on it. Sure, cool. Nice. 3v1. Well, he has to be here. Nice! Let's go.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hey guys, this is Communication Analysis. We are sitting here with Rain and Kerrigan to talk about a round where Complexity and Astralis played against each other in a crazy overtime situation to get a different perspective on their communication. So, you guys ready to listen to the round?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let's get into it.
I think we can just start standard. You can do something outside if you want.
Yep. Hakan, you want to pre-drop with your up lower?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm already door.
Pre-drop your up lower. I'm gonna start heaven. I'll play for early upper.
I'll go side.
Could technically go top mini off the rip.
You going side, Mike? Yeah, you can go door.
It sounded a little bit chaotic out of spawn, I feel like. They were still coming up until they started like running under heaven.
Nothing out? I don't see anything. Out, door,
out, bro. Door.
One more Zippix. I don't see anything else. Care ramp.
Door,
Bomb.
How do you make rules about like how to like lessen the comms in the 5v5s?
We have like set setups.
Yeah, I think set setups, but we also I think they talked a lot on A on how they would react as like they would jump on top of Mina then after doing something, and I feel like with me and Trist we're playing a very natural on A.
Yeah.
So like we know the first guy has a set role, second guy has a set role, and then we say I'm gonna go specific position, the other guy plays off that. But I feel like that I'm going Mina, the guy's controlling what to do inside. Where I feel like when you're playing a side like that, you have to play natural. Somebody has to take care of door and take care of Mini. And as they actually just finished talking, all what they said didn't matter because it was very explosive A round. Yeah. So all that talk for 10 seconds actually didn't matter at all in that sense.
The gap's outside right now. Yeah, we're both lobby. They have time. Can I drop vent? No, not yet. 50 timings right now. I'll get it, don't worry.
One of them's 10 HP, guys.
Molly from door.
Oh, mini.
Molly, Lenny. Very random. Door.
Open door. Other unknown. But one of them still dinked.
Where are you?
In the vent.
Yeah, okay.
Is the AWP 100 HP?
Not sure.
I'm staying around. They might walk out. I have a molly for retake.
Yeah, I'm all nades, but...
Pipe one? Blue. Jumped?
Yeah, I'm coming towards A.
Outdoor one jumping. Outdoor one jumping.
I don't think he's secret.
I can molly silo for you.
Hakan has a vent.
On site.
Hit.
He's up heaven. Heaven. In heaven.
One guy is saying I think he can be secret. I think he's secret. And when the player says, I think he can be secret, it doesn't make sense on when you hear one guy A. It's more like you confuse your teammate that is not aware of heaven. You know, that's always the thing. I think all teams have that issue that if a player thinks something, it makes the other player that makes sense instead of making his own conclusion of the round.
I didn't know who was the guy who lied that said it.
Maybe it was Halzerk who was in.
I think Halzerk said he was scared of one guy's secret, so he said, I think one secret, and the guy went up heaven, not thinking at all about heaven. Where the guy stepping on A, you should, if you don't talk that round, you'll take it more carefully and be aware of heaven. That's what I think. I think all teams have that issue.
Yeah.
So what you think is not always the right thing, but when you say it, it makes other teammates play off what you initially think.
That was a communication analysis here with Rain and Kerrigan to talk about the round that we just saw with Complexity and Astralis.
Welcome back, everyone, to IEM Katowice, where we have one hell of a best-of-3 coming up between Navi and G2 Esports, featuring JKS, who is looking for the double. If we look ahead to who might win the trophy here, I'm still shell-shocked from what just happened in terms of Liquid knocking out FaZe. Now, luckily for these two, you can't go home if you lose this best-of-3, Janko, but that doesn't make the pressure any less.
You can't, and JKS, the only defending champion left, now with FaZe being out. And yeah, I think we've seen in recent times as well that this game shouldn't be taken for granted, right? You want to skip that quarterfinal if you can. You're not going to meet, you know, a weak team in a quarterfinal. So yeah, I think very much, and also Navi, just considering the recent results between Navi and G2, I'm sure they're out for some revenge and to prove, you know, that they're not G2's little...
Of course, a lot on the line. It's just mind-blowing to me that we're saying JKS is looking for the double.
Crazy.
Think about what has changed in 1 year for him. He went from being the standing, saving FaZe from a bad situation to now coming here with G2 as favorites. We see here we have some of the matchups, and you can see the tendency has definitely reversed. It's been G2 who's had Navi's number figured out quite clearly. In fact, in Blast, 4 maps to 0.
Yeah, and it was the same maps too, so you're wondering if Navi this time around, you know, might want to switch it up, pick a different map. They are still figuring things out themselves, right? The addition of MPL being recent, map pool needs some work, so we'll see what happens when we get to that.
The header of the graphic was since Nico joined G2 and the difference is there. So of course it is. He's been on an absolute tear. We have to say that for Nico in general. But how has the dynamic of the team leveled up and made that they now have a better record versus Navi?
Well, I think, you know, adding a player like Nico obviously is going to increase your chances of beating anyone. But, you know, in the games at Blast, he was insane against Navi. In both games, I think it was 1.5, 1.6 rating, you know, plus 25 KD in both matches. Like, he was really feeling it. He was really on point. Perhaps he feels comfortable against their style as well. I think he was just on a tear that tournament. And G2 is very much in form at the moment. They're feeling it. They're playing with a lot of confidence, but they're, you know, running that fine line where they're confident but not arrogant.
I know, and this is a little bit where the stakes get really high for G2 because everybody's just waiting for them to make that misstep and lose a map. Hell, lose a series. And see if everything they've built up, this confidence, is that a bubble or is that an actual very strong foundation? Because the rhythm they have right now is completely ridiculous. Like 9 series in a row, 15 map streak. These numbers are bonkers. I just checked JKS's number since Abu Dhabi. It's 115 rating. Like, what the hell is that? Where's that coming from?
It's crazy. They are so much in the zone, and you see it when they're playing, even in the FaZe match. Everything is working out.
Yeah, funny you should mention that, Maniac, because here are his stats from the moment he joined up until the World Finals, and then on the right you see them from the World Finals until now. He stepped up tremendously, having better games. And it's not about the stats, it's about the eye test on the server. He's definitely contributing, even cracking a smile here and there, right? And for me, it's the difference in a sense of he's the closer, right? And he's the anchor on CT side, so a lot of pressure, important positions, and he's been delivering for G2.
He's got ice in his veins, and I think it's so interesting because of what you just brought up, Maniac, right? The fact that he was in a position where he couldn't find a team. Then last year, that run towards the title as a stand-in, now as a full-fledged member of G2, when so many people doubted this acquisition as well.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that, because we should not just omit the fact that for a few months, hell, a good amount of months, people were just saying, why JKS? This is not working. Obviously, Katowice was a fluke. He just came in, stood in a very good FaZe team, and that's it. He was just rolling on the tide. And the first few numbers were really bleak. The first results were really bleak. But now we're starting to see it. In fact, today, he looks like a better version of Perfecto. He's the closer. He's the better anchor. He's the multi-fragger. He is everything that Perfecto used to be.
Don't put some respect on JKS's name. He
What's
was
the
like
problem with Perfecto?
he was Perfectoing people, or Perfecto was in his diaper.
When?
Well, that's a bit too far. But you
Not
know,
at all.
JKS has been around for a long time. I mean, he's played Tier 1 CS for what, 6, 7. He's played the major with Chad.
But he's never at that
That's
level.
how long he's been around. Like, that's a long time. But yeah, I mean, absolutely, he's played well. Different things that he's been doing, and yeah, I think people have doubted him as well for a reason to some extent. Him and Huxi initially, because they saw the performances, right? People weren't willing to give it time. But, you know, it seems like G2 as a team has figured it out, right? They understand the approach, they understand the timeline of their team, just like they've been saying whole tournament. We understand we should lift, you know, we need to lift this trophy. Like, everything's pointing to that, but we're taking it one game at a time.
As you should, because that's where it gets dangerous, right? If you see that goal in front of you, in fact, it is right in front of them as they are playing. And we also got to talk to the man himself, JKS.
I got JKS with me from G2, and they're about to face Na'Vi for the 3rd time this year already. This time, though, it's for if you go to the semis, if you go quarters. I want to touch on one thing, though, Justin. We spoke about it before. Your individual performance right now is crazy. You're the 4th highest rated player in the event. You're looking solid, but it's a big change from before you guys were at World Finals. What is going on with you? You just feel like your lights out again?
No, I mean, I think we're just playing really good as a team. I'm just getting more comfortable in the team. I don't think it's anything else, to be honest. Like, I'm just getting more comfortable, and I think I'm working more on my individual level, and yeah, it's paying off.
You sure it's not the swap over to the A4? You know, I've seen some classic JKS moments.
Nah, I think I was pretty good with the silencer as well, honestly, but I don't know. I like both.
You're just good. That's what you are. You're just good. Now, I want to touch on this Na'Vi game, though, because you played them 3 times. Even the second best of 3 you played against them, you got a better improvement on the result you had last time. What is it about them that makes a good matchup for G2?
I don't know, honestly. I think they're still a really good team, and I think they're only going to get better over time because they had some... I think they had some struggles when they got the new players and the roster changes and stuff like that. So I think they're going to be a lot more stronger than like today than what we when we faced them in the past.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think we have a pretty good understanding of how they play, but it could be different this event. I'm not sure.
Is there an extra motivation for the guys, though, and you in general, just to take down them over and over again?
No, I don't. I mean, for me, I don't know. For me, not really, but I don't know about the other guys. I think they've had a lot of matchups with them in the past where they've lost in the finals and stuff. So maybe for them, but right now, I think we're just focusing on like every game. I don't think it doesn't really matter like who the opponent is. Yeah.
And how much is it important for you guys to get the semi-final spot over the quarters, though? Because that's just such an extra buff.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be really good. Get more practice time, and I think we have more time to work on our own game and stuff like that. But I think at the same time, like even if we have to play quarters, I think we're ready to play whoever in the quarters or the semis. I don't think it really matters too much. I mean, of course, it's like good to go to the semis and you miss one matchup, but yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. G2 are going to go and get the win. That's what I'm hearing from JKS. That's what I think anyway. Let's see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Loving the confidence, also saying we're not underestimating Na'Vi at all, because yeah, sometimes even if you've won all those maps or if you've lost the previous, it can be completely different, just like the world ranking doesn't necessarily mean everything.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get complacent at any point against Na'Vi. I think he's spot on. They're better in this tournament than they were before. And listen, G2 is at the phase where it doesn't matter who they play, they're going to play their own style. And it's up to the other team to adjust to them and figure out a way to beat them. No one has done that for a while now. And yeah, I agree, the #1 world ranking doesn't mean anything if they don't lift the trophy. I mean, so that's what it's all about.
So let's transition into talking about their opponents as well. You mentioned Perfecto already. Why is that, and why do you think he's not doing what you want him to do right now?
I think Perfecto's issue is that he's always been the man that within the perfect system, he's going to come to the correct conclusion. Whenever the round is being played accordingly and people are doing what they're supposed to do, then he will know how to close a round. But I think Na'Vi, since there are a couple of weaknesses now, since there are a couple of issues, we'll talk about MPL for sure, we talk about the roles that have been swapping, I think he's a little bit lost. I think his blueprint, his protocol, his way of playing the game isn't working. He's frustrated. He's shown sign of frustration in Copenhagen. He was very adamant about it. And I think this could be an issue for Na'Vi.
Well, these are also the players we're focusing on in our Colex players to watch, JKS and Perfecto.
If you know me, you know I love mirrors. Whenever I see one, I like to stop and flex, much like our Colex players to watch when in the server. He's Perfecto. No, that's his name, and he's a consistent player that Na'Vi can always rely on. Perfecto by name, perfection by nature. This two-timer for Support Player of the Year is difficult to tilt unless facing the likes of G2. Playoffs have been secured, but this requires him to reach his highest form if Na'Vi are to take that speed hack into the semi-finals. Next up, the man that never smiles, JKS. The M4A4 wielding Aussie has been finding his groove within the Samurai camp. Is a mouse wheel jumper flex? JKS has positioned himself as the true difference maker for his team. Surrounded by stars and becoming the guy to do whatever it takes to secure them the win, will it be another G2-0 against Na'Vi this year? If looks could kill, the answer would be yes. Will our players to watch be capable of the heavy lifting? We'll find out who can really flex come game time.
Does he never smile? I don't know.
Sometimes when he wins.
I think I've seen it. But let's continue talking about Na'Vi because I guess when you look at Na'Vi, always you're going to, because of the pedigree for perfection that they have, no pun intended, you want to see when they get to that level. Because when they here, so far at IEM, they haven't dropped a beat, right? A 2-0 over Liquid, a 2-0 over Cloud9. So, okay, maybe this performance isn't completely up to par, but we can't say that we have to be disappointed at Katowice so far.
No, we're not disappointed because I think the gravitas of the event makes it so that how can I say, their motivation to win is greater than the frustration about the mistakes. That's what they do. If we make a mistake, I don't care. I don't care we win this round. They have this warrior spirit. They didn't have it in Copenhagen, and I think that's what makes them heavily dangerous.
And arguably, they had the toughest 2 games out of any team that's played so far. I mean, yes, G2 had to play FaZe, but they got big in the first round. Na'Vi got Cloud9, and then Liquid managed to make quick work out of both of them. I think it would be foolish to underestimate Na'Vi and like say they won't make the playoffs. I mean, a team that has Simple, Electronic, and Bit, I'm never going to say they won't make the playoffs until they don't make the playoffs.
Well, I'm happy you mentioned them because actually they are freaking fired up right now. And there is a system, there is a routine when it comes to Na'Vi winning titles, being extremely strong. That's these 3 players. Whenever they pop off, this is when you get to be scared of Na'Vi. And in spite of the issues, in spite of the mistakes here and there, sure, the protocols aren't clear, but they are currently showing up. Simple, quiet in Copenhagen, back to left. Electronic, as a leader, actually leading the charge. Best stats in Na'Vi right now. That's what scares me. They have their very long teeth right now, just ready to sink it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, people talk about Electronic, in-game leading, his individual performance. He was like the number 21 player of the year, you know, almost. He just was out of the top 20, and yes, he was higher before, but I think there's multiple reasons to that, and maybe his small drop-off of performance. I think in the end, if you can make the team work, that's the most important thing.
It absolutely is, and for them, they will want to make a mark in this match. They want to beat G2, of course, to show that this isn't going to be a trend that we're going to see all year. We're going to stop you in your tracks right now. But then they're going to have to be adaptations because they haven't succeeded yet. As we get into the video in just a second, where should they attack? Is it there that it starts? Because it's been the same maps.
No, I'm thinking maybe, you know, they don't have a lot of choice.
Yes.
They're not really a team that picks Ancient, right? Vertical's their ban, no overpass. They're not going to pick Anubis. Mirage. I feel like Mirage is the only way they could change it.
If they change, that's the issue. Because they brought in MPL, because they're still very green in this roster, I feel like they're limited tactically. They don't have a whole lot of weird map they can go for. Actually, they go for Inferno. That's what they've been doing all the time. No shenanigans when it comes to that. And Nuke, same 2 maps that they've played the last 2 best of 3s.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that you're feeling sort of cornered, right? That you don't have a lot of options, and that perhaps because you play them 2 times, you know exactly a way that you should play to change things up. And they get Mirage as the decider, regardless. So yeah, but the way, you know, also G2, the way Nico's been playing, he's the banana guy on T and CT side, constantly finding those openings. And G2, the reason why they're so good is because the players are able to react quickly and they're playing well. So even if you counter them, Big had a great game plan against G2. Tactically, they were maybe 1 step ahead, but the players were so quick to react, and some small mistakes. If you make a small mistake, you give them a little bit of space, you know, they're going to run away with the round.
That's where you test the true quality of a player. When you do a series 3 times in a span of a few weeks and you play the same maps. And Yanker is right on the money. It's not just about the game plan that you put forth. It's not just about the strategies or what your coach is going to tell you. It's about each player's ability in their own position to adapt on the fly to what's happening, to keep them guessing. And Nico can do it, and Nico will do it again.
That's why G2 are the favorites in this one, but Na'Vi can give them a run for their money. It's for a spot in the semi-finals at the Spodek. Let's get into it with our casters.
Oh, what a dream team that is. Shox, Yanko, breaking it down with Matthew. I loved it. Thank you very much. Na'Vi G2. The scene has been set perfectly. We got to hear from JKS ahead of this one, someone who's no stranger to the Katowice Grand Finals, and of course a long road to get there. But the playoffs secure. Time to find out whether it is the quarters or the semi.
Yeah, the stakes here, maybe not an elimination on the line, sure. We're going to focus in a little bit more on the details. Matthew and Yanko talking about the fact that they've played this so many times already this year. Well, last time round, G2 had a hyper-aggressive down the mid CT pistol. This time, 2 in boiler, 3 towards B. So the mind games and the change-ups beginning out the gates.
I liked what they were talking about. An ultimate test of a player and a team.
Sure, a meta within the matchup starts to form.
Yeah, the meta within the meta. Look at this one. Camouflaged behind the lamp. Nico looking to catch him off guard on their clear. Like such nuanced expectations of each other that you're looking to exploit.
Honestly, there's Julie's here at the bottom of this totem pole and a smoke. So keep this in mind if it is a B execute with the util in Na'Vi's hands. 2 smokes, a molly, and a decoy for good measure on Bit. We're at the 55-second mark. Expect this one to come in soon. Oh, Bit's actually past this boiler setup, so going to find a lot of room here over towards A.
Electronic comes a knock in. Bit out into the balcony. That will force Hunter into the fight. And Electronic down and out. Contact on B. Nico gone early, and that's the smoke down, which is disrespected immediately. Monacy, though, the flash will repel the invaders back into the smoke, and loads 2 on the dual Berettas. Nice back from Bit. Go either way as they charge. He's racing the bomb carrier, just trying to round the corner. He hasn't gotten to safety. He's going to go down unless he can fight his way out. Good luck. Have fun. Perfecto gone.
Time's a problem here, 11 seconds. Bit with no chance.
He'd like a kill. And Monacy will take another 4 from Monacy early.
Okay, that's one way to kick things off. And well, speaking of kicking things off, you've got map number 1 here between the likes of Outsiders and Complexity. This one, map number 1, Anubis, went all the way to overtime. And there's Chiron, newest edition. Outsiders will pick up that first map. And this is for the last spot in the Spodek. Liquid taking down FaZe to secure the 5th. And well, this would be for the 6th quarterfinal berth on the card here. No plant means no force buy for Na'Vi. Just a deagle in the hands of Simple. A couple of pesky P250s for Bit and Perfecto. And they'll just search here and see if anything gets offered up. But reflecting, I was going back and I was watching just the top-down view of this last matchup between the 2 of them on Inferno, just scrolling through quite quickly. And G2 always had so many different looks for openings. And even when they had the stack on the wrong side of the map, this is when the individuals would step up and get multi-kills. So I have a question, how many new looks can G2 continue to offer? And then the mind games start to build of, well, where does Na'Vi suspect G2 to be strong on that first gun round? Right, we've seen this map starting to trend more and more in the favor of the T side.
Makes that CT pistol all the more valuable.
Precisely. And a gimme like this, a round that G2 should be converting with very low investment. Just this deagle here, but it is the big man. It is the GOAT. It is Simple. Having a look.
And up against Monacy. Perfect. That's why you put the M4 on his hands. He opens the round, and it is Perfecto with 1 back. G2 happy with that one. No harm, no foul. 2-0 out of the gates.
Okay, well, no AWP available for Monacy just yet. We're way too early on in those financial decisions. Not enough accrued, but JKS will hook him back up with that drop silenced M4. We've got the rifles equipped now for Na'Vi, but looking to draw a little bit of early blood here. Simple to start things off with a deagle.
Let's have a look. Okay, dispatching 3 straight out, I say, as Hunter drops nades and runs back. Okay, well, what do I know?
They're not fighting for banana control here. Just a deep mid-smoke. Standard play. Monacy using the inclusion right there to try and find a little bit of a look for a freebie. They're mollied under the porch for now, but no pressure really applied up mid. It's Halls with 2, MPO and Bit, the duo.
Quite late to be mantling that boost, but safely set up now in their crossfire. Look how many bodies are here. NPL's going to get a rude awakening when he rounds that corner. Still gets the headshot. It's JKS that's farming up. A triple quad kill from JKS into the first gun round. He is definitely here and definitely delivering.
Oh, run and hide, Perfecto. Think he's going to be saving already. Found himself a extra piece of utility, sure. Bomb on his back, and yeah, okay. Well, he thinks better of that early call. It might be a look and see what he can find. Nico would love to get himself a rifle upgrade as they still have this full mid lockdown, but they've foregone the B bomb site. So I said save. Let's see just how far Perfecto can get here. He can waltz on in, get the bomb down, smoke off towards CT, reposition, and this man, usually fantastic in the clutch.
It's true, there is a bit of a conversation to be had about Perfecto's capacity to close, but just by virtue of not knowing, the site has been wide open. He will throw the smoke down. That's going to maybe quicken the pace of Nico's flank. And that bomb plant we were discussing, perhaps no longer a possibility. As here they come, and Perfecto, yeah. He's going to try and plant, perhaps a fake it out. Didn't quite get the sound. And Nico collects. Very happy with that one. JKS early on, laying down the law here. They come to test his sight. He's got Hunter and Monacy, and he only needs himself. Multi-kill madness.
I will just want to note I appreciate Yanko kind of face-checking Maniac on the desk there. Justin has been doing this for an awfully long time, right? Let's not forget, this kid was the star player of Renegades and 100 Thieves, a team that made it to the semi-final of a major back in 2019. Let's not act like he doesn't have the ability. This kid's got it. It's just, let's say, some interesting teammates for a period of time that maybe took away any of that star power, but turning it back on a G2, they believe, and so does he.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the team as a whole definitely growing into the whole stack, the whole roster. I think faith in Hooksy's been restored and built. I think the start of the year was huge for them. We always knew Hunter and Nico had the synergy, but in order to have all 5 on that same page, it makes them look so scary. I mean, the stats they were throwing out on the desk, I mean, come on. It's a very short list of teams that have done and had runs like G2 are having right now.
Yeah, 9 series in a row, 15 map wins in a row. Looking to make that 16 here on Inferno. Then we can talk about their nuke streak as well. You have to go to the legendary teams like the Astraluses, the NIPs to look at squads who have been posting massive streaks of rounds. G2 looking to become one of those names. They clean this up with ease. All 5 stand alive, and this is a spotless start from G2.
Man, they look so deadly.
They're looking very confident. I think that's one of the keys, right? Like you can have good players, and if they're not confident, they won't be making the correct duels. And you do have to take risks eventually in Counter-Strike. We talk about minimizing mistakes, but it's also about finding the gap to make that play, which, if you die, would be considered a mistake. But if you get that 4K, if you make that impactful 2 kills, get that bomb down, find that entry through the molly, that can change the shape of the round. And, well, speaking of changing the shape of the round, it's Blade on the mic, first timeout.
Yeah, and I think both of these teams, there's a parallel to be drawn as well in terms of the potency and necessity for scouting talent. Bit, remember we talked about their incredible find and the fact that he was winning a major in his rookie year, and then you've got Monacy, G2, really backing that horse without a single official played. They just knew he had something special. 0 officials, and you're dropping 6 figures and then some on a 16-year-old.
It's paid off, hasn't it? It is a huge risk, but to see this working, and I suppose when you come from the stable of Na'Vi, from Blade & Co., and now you see another one of those new names, MPL, just needs to be a safe pair of hands for this team. You got Star Power alongside, flashed off, and Hunter still going to make the kill. So much confidence to take that fight down mid when the AWP was flashed off, and still ready for the second mid duel is Monacy, AWP trained and at the ready. Ooh, and the AWP has been signaled to start rotating back over here. Monacy called to help out Nico and Hooksy on B. They do have the number advantage, so I'd be curious to see how much more space they're looking to take here.
Yeah, flash can be thrown at any time. Molly, actually, looked like Nico was considering going for the element of surprise behind that flame. Thinks twice. Simple and Perfecto. Isolated now into a one-on-one, and Monacy provides as well. Simple, desperate to trade into the scope. And G2, flawless.
Oof, and they've been stalled out by their own utility here. Bit understood he needed to try and take some space. They know where the AWP is, but that was their porch side molly. They were just trying to get mid-control while these 2 picks came in. So the bodies hit the deck, the util flies out, and the round with 40 seconds left is looking very difficult here. 2 of the younger names in the server today That doesn't look like they're going to leer too much more forward here. And, well, this time I think I can confidently say it will be the save.
But G2, 2-0ing Na'Vi consistently, as we've brought up on the desk. You've got FaZe who've not been able to take a map, Vitality taking one map. I mean, all of these names, these big names, unable to topple the Samurai.
And to think, you know, all the memes last year around Hooksy, like you could look at how troubled the team was, not making the major. That feels like a lifetime ago at this point. The pieces, they're all firing here. But I do want to echo the sentiments of Yanko as well. A team with Simple and Electronic, and Bit in that conversation, Perfecto when he's in firing form, how can you rule them out of anything? These guys, miracle workers in the past, absolute beasts of individuals, and they come from a team that we know has a strong coach and system. Their approach to the game here, you just have to go back to 2020. When this team won here in Katowice, sure, the world was falling apart. However, they picked the trophy up over G2 in that final, a quick 3-0 shutout. And there have been some woes for G2, especially Nico in grand finals at Katowice, so I'm sure they'd love to get themselves straight off to a semi-final, make things a little bit easier.
It's just a hop, skip and a jump to the trophy lift at that point.
Quite literally only 5 maps.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you were going to say quite literally about 25 meters. Once you're on the in the SPO deck, it's not far for the trophy.
They keep making that walkway longer and longer. Give you more time to savor that moment. But here's the 2 saved AKs and a couple of upgrades around it. Will there be an overstep here from G2? Deep banana control taken by Hooksy.
Honestly.
Yeah, Barrel will be spotted and dead. Great shot from Bit.
Brilliant. Some young gun action. Bit catches the rotation back in from alongside. And in that very moment, the whole of Na'Vi start to lean towards that bloodshed. Like sharks. Starting to circle now.
Brave from Nico there with the AK. Spamming through. They knew exactly where that was coming from. Pretty tight doorway as well.
JKS, I mean, brilliant in this first test. This is going to be harder. Flashes in, and NPL takes him down. Hiding in the site is Hunter. So many Na'Vi members. They clear their corners. The frag comes through, and a flawless response. This was on a conservative buy. A couple of rifles, sure. Bit, NPL.
Yeah, they make the most of the save right there. The fact that both of them are able to get picks on those saved AKs, great. This is why teams do it, right? And Simple gets himself a free AWP. Yet to frag short, but he'll take that upgrade right there. And Hooksy, well, just has to sit back and watch here as the bomb planted. 5-on-1 situation. And we'll call that Na'Vi drawing first blood here in map number 1. Their choice of Inferno. And good to see, right, that they can do it on these lighter buys. This is a trademark of Na'Vi over the years. A team that, you know, you just have a couple of guns thrown into the mix and they can make that magic happen. And it didn't have to be through Simple, so that's a positive too.
That's true, yeah. Bit nice contribution, taking down Monacy, and it just seemed like he just overlooked that. I think the pace by which he was making that crawl was quite forward.
Yeah, when I was watching back on I was watching on Shadow GG, just scrubbing through it, I was taking a bit of a gander thinking, okay, Apartments does feel like a place that they could try and apply a lot of pressure here because JKS gets left with Monacy or Hunter in certain setups there, and they're focused more on locking down mid and boiler than Apartments. They're more worried about Apartments if they think it's going to be, you know, an apps explode with the pistols. So it could be a pressure point that Bit and MPO want to continue to here to try and push. But it was Monacy they found this time round. No timeout taken from G2. They understand this happens, but we'll get back into the buys here. Another one of those, and then G2 will have to start questioning their purchasing power.
It's not that I don't love seeing Calf get those frags, but Jay, we can sanitize those boys for next time. NPL. Going to be joining Bit on his adventures towards the apartments, and it will be a little less manned by the defense at the start. In fact, taking that up towards the B side early. Monacy is a demon around this half wall. Like, just peek logs and jump half wall at your own peril. That's all I'm saying. This man will exploit any mistake you make. Nico calling for that flash now. He can hear them coming. Perfecto on the clear. Flashes in. Perfecto turns, but the frag comes through, and Simple down 2. We've seen it before. It's like Groundhog Day. 2 up, isolated, and Monacy catches Simple on the attempted trade.
I thought Nico was dead every day of the week right there. Can't believe he got away with that. But back to Apartments, back to the crawl from Bit. JK's under pressure, flashed again, and gone. Bit's found them space here.
There's a lot of space in there. Scarpering into the site. Hooksy saves them from a red face. Had that been the multi-kill, this round would have a very different taste. Oh, Electronic eats the flash, manages to get himself back into the apps, but you have to do something crazy, and Hooksy's the one to stop it before things could spiral. Double from Hooksy in that round.
Yeah, good stuff right there. You could see them screaming through that smoke, just understanding the situation. That could have gone either way. A 50-50 on the push. Again, that apartment's pressure coming into play. JKS blind once more. Couldn't see a single thing. And yeah, Bit did get 2, but needed the triple there. Too much to ask in this situation. Electronic down to Hooksy. Another timeout called, again by Na'Vi. So 2 burnt within the first 7 rounds of play.
Must be 2 very different things when you're kind of sitting there in your team room discussing, especially a series that you're so familiar with. You've had so many reps of, you've got so much tape to watch, and of course game experience you have under your belt. And then you get into the server, and sometimes it doesn't. I'm sure it doesn't match your expectation.
Well, this is there's a lot of things. Like, for these boys, probably not the case. But matches when you are getting blown over, the rounds feel like they've gone by so quick. Especially if you're not getting any kills, you don't feel like you've done anything. You haven't been able to go through any mental steps, and you're getting no dopamine from those frags coming through to help your boys win the rounds. But there's also that meta within the meta that's built between these teams. So right now, where Hooksy is deciding to call the strength of these CT defenses is working wonders against Na'Vi. So they're chasing their tail. They feel that they have to mix things up. And Hooksy again, hyper-aggressive down Banana, a couple of light tags. And he's ushered them away.
Nice nade damage.
Oof, if that one followed through at the same time, could have been the frag. And aggression likely here. 3 players postured deep Banana. Nico starting to rotate back now.
I really do love it when you see the team that didn't call the timeout throw something aggressive off the back of it. It seems like it's becoming more and more vogue that is the response. You kind of throw that in the bin. You know, maybe you can't execute it if you're forced to extinguish a molly and you lose a player early. Towards middle they go, denying that info, and of course no one's home. Nico, Hunter, and JKS all towards this side of the map. It's Nico on long side. Standoff with Electronic. That'll leave long locked. I say locked. Can walk through. Nico, though, housekeeping. And Bit from the apps. 30 seconds. These smokes are up. It feels like it's going to have to be one of these signature Na'Vi late finishes. Oh, my God. Nico's taking some real risks. Hoping to be overlooked, well held. Simple protects, saves Electronic, and now the bodies are dropping 20 seconds. Feels like a lifetime though. They got all the time in the world as the round falls into place and G2 fall flat.
Even with all the info right there, G2 knew there was no presence down Banana. They had Hooksy pushed, they had Monacy on the AWP. 3 players over towards A. They tried to negate that pressure. Nico trying to join the pack, playing through the fade of the smoke, but Na'Vi just won fights everywhere. So really good stuff for MPL. We really want to keep watch on him, right? It's not that this kid needs to be a star, but impact rounds like this, 2 kills on the way in. Fantastic work. And Na'Vi to grab their second. And yeah, sure, you're sitting here, you're thinking, okay, well, they're having to work hard for these. But when you're keeping all 5 alive, that's great. And then you think the other round was 2 saved AKs, and MPL had impact in that round as well. That's a real positive.
Yeah. I mean, in my personal standpoint, I think NPL is in the most unenviable position you could possibly be as a... I mean, sure, it's exciting to be representing Na'Vi. It's amazing to be paid to play the game you've been chasing. And a lot of people would bite your hand off to have the opportunity. It's just, when I say unenviable, I mean it from the sense that...
There's expectation.
There's so much expectation. Like, look what Bit did, you know? The bar's been set pretty bloody high. And every time, and we saw it, we know it exists, that, you know, Na'Vi are not going to be holding your hand through this. There will be expectations of you, and they'll let you know when it's not met.
Yeah, and I think that Blade, more tape he gets to help MPL, right, with that decision tree. Hold up, fast Banana here, a bit more aggression.
Fast.
Lots of util use. Nico still wants to fight. Flashed off for now.
Okay, but back on, the reaggress. Nico so consistently destroys upon arrival Na'Vi twice. They've fallen and collapsed at Nico's hands here on Banana. He's got more on the cards. Okay, Nico farming up Na'Vi. He's in the Combine Harvester, just chugging along. Bit will put him down. I don't blame him for going for more at that point, but perhaps his teammates will if things do go awry. It's just simple and Bit.
Can't get back now. Monacy's watching mid. JKS in second mid here, so they're going to have to fight their way forward.
JKS is locking it down. I like this. Simple, usually quite wise to that late flank T steps. Monacy spots out one, and JKS, considering his options, he should have info to protect Monacy here. And a free frag, simple trades, a nice headshot, but needs a whole lot more. Fake the jump up. Does Monacy bite the fake? Don't think so. Hooksy, good 4 at the frag. 7 already. And we were just discussing T-sides starting to look quite dominant on Inferno. G2 didn't get the memo.
Yeah, and I'm curious right now about the mind games of this, because every time Na'Vi have tried to go on B, it doesn't matter about the pace, they've been picked apart here. Monacy's AWP, now Nico on the rifle just locking them down. They've had success in the 2 rounds they've won over towards the A side of the map here. So you can sit here and go, okay, well, it seems simple, right? We should just go over towards A a little bit more. Let's not brave all the flames and fights. Yeah, it's not as easy as that, because now Hooksy can call ahead of you. He can start 3 players over towards A instead of having the 3-man standard B lane for banana control. Keep Monacy's AWP looking for picks towards boiler, halls, and mid. So this is the mind games that are going to start playing into this here. And yeah, you understand why Perfecto needs to keep going through the paces, get this control. Right, even though they consistently fight for it, we need it. This is a key part of the map.
Nice change up. So now the flash and the retake utility has been dropped instead. Can G2 weather another attempted Na'Vi fight for banana? Flash is good, and they retake control quite aggressively, spotted out on the boost.
You know he's pinned here. They're going to try and isolate the sandbag player.
Go badly. And Hooksy is going to go down. Attempted trade. Nico only the one. Advantage Na'Vi. Simple, a little hamstrung, down to 28, and Hunter's going to bury himself deep into the site. Now, G2 will be wise to the names and the positions. All it takes is a touch of the scoreboard, no bit still alive.
And G2 are flying blind here as well. They're passive on mid. Hunter calling out Util right now over towards B. This is where individuals on G2 will need to step up with a multi-kill, or this round will be very, very difficult. JKS over towards that short side on the balcony. Monacy towards long with the AWP, and Hunter trying to stall out this B play. It's so many different fights on so many different fronts, and they don't know when Na'Vi is going to hit just yet. But that decision, 25 seconds, will have to come in soon.
He's the one with the smoke as well for the second smoke of the set. Simple smoke CT, bit probably towards the coffins, and we are off with 14 seconds left. Hunter, if he could just disrupt a multi-kill as Chad has requested, Na'Vi will collapse here, and now he's been found out. The bomb's going down. He can't do anything about it. Na'Vi, smooth sailing. That clock is nothing. And Simple wants to take that AWP away. Monacy's going to fight tooth and nail to hold on to it as he does hit the quick scope and starts to moonwalk out of the sight.
Yeah, see, it was all on Hunter there to at least get a kill or two, right? And Perfecto got that blind. I think if Hunter had stayed tucked the entire time and the flashes had come through from Monacy, then he could have had the jump on them. There wasn't enough time to go for that deep clear, but they knew they could ward off and defend the plant from those deeper angles. So well handled from Na'Vi here.
So in that scenario, even though it is, you know, so tempting when you're seeing 6 seconds and you hear the plant, you're suggesting maybe play for the potential retake, an element of surprise.
Yeah, well, they're going to expect something, right? If you run into the site, you don't see anybody. He's either behind coffins, on the boost behind CT, or in the back of that site, right? So they knew the options that were available to Hunter here, and at that point, it's protect Mr. President, right? Defend this bomb. It has to go down. When you play counter, look, completely blind. That's Monacy's flash that's come through from CT spawn, so great stuff from Perfecto here to pull this one off. Important kill. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it just secures that round. Removes an awful lot of pressure and pushes G2 now into just the 2 saved rifles and a couple of upgraded pistols here. It's going to be on the likes of Monacy and JKS to find some impact with these, and more so on the young AWPer. He can scare them away from Banana with 1 kill on the AWP here, right? If he gets that frag, even if he just does some damage, it might make them investigate. Hold up. JKS over the smoke, not being given anything just yet, but peering out wider and wider. Did he spot the barrel? Well, yeah, that's easy.
Brilliant find. G2 got all of these tricks up their sleeve. There's a dialogue going on right now as to whether or not that means Na'Vi are coming A or B. Smoke's up, reaction's good. Bomb's on its way too. Just walking in, happy to take these fights. There's a lot of bodies around here.
Looks he's screwed, they know where he is.
Yeah, and Hunter hard pressed to find damage. How does he get one on the CZ? Can't scavenge the weapon, but a deagle headshot from Nico does manage to take down Simple, albeit in 2. And now Perfecto. Hard to find a way in. A recovery from G2. A boost, a double from JKS, finding the second as well. And I think Nico's got the flank, the dankest of flanks. Perfecto going wide, and bang! The round is theirs, and sick round indeed.
That's with the AWP removed from the play, right? He was over towards B. So it's the fact that they can get so much done here. And this was one of the keys when I watched back that game, is all the different opening moves for picks that G2 have, right? The individuals multi-kills are great, but JKS with a boost here, right? They've had Hunter just pick down mid before, Monacy looking for fights all over the map, different variations. And the question, maybe not in this map right now, is when are G2 going to run out of that gas to have all of those variations? Because communication has to be on point, right, to be able to pull off those moves. Situational awareness and aggression.
Love it. Hooksy commanding his troops to go for a disrespectful charge. Straight into the guts of Na'Vi. NPL all the way down second mid. Can't quite believe his luck. Just mowed down. Bit back onto JKS. Good find in the T apartments, but the bloodshed continues as Hunter's holding W. Straight towards T-Abs. Pulls the ripcord after getting electronic. No, I don't blame him, but Nico, he's trying to burrow behind enemy lines. In the chicken pit. Can sweep second mid, call it clear, and surely Hooksy's going to want to set Monacy up for this.
There's no way Na'Vi can go back. They have to go B. There's just no way they can go back towards A. There's too many unknowns.
And Monacy's taking this angle because, oh, he doesn't miss. The flash strikes for 13. And Na'Vi's hopes dwindle. He's just got those reaction speed tests. Passes the
What is going on? It looks like deathmatch.
It doesn't look like we're still in the warm-up right now. Nico just tickled down to 23. Will be run down, but Perfecto just taking weapons away at this point. And straight into Hunter. Lovely change of pace. You were just talking about running out of gas. They got full gas. Foot on the pedal. Pedal to the metal. And 9 secured. What a charge. You don't see fights like this. At 1 minute 33, you do not see fights like that. That is a ridiculous one considering how little Simple gave. And yeah, Nico just tapping heads as well.
Yeah, beautiful rounds here. And that's obviously choreographed. That's a move. That's something that they've worked on here. And they pull it out. And they're just battering Na'Vi. Like, Na'Vi are having a really difficult time dealing with this. If you can't just get your defaults going, you can't force the CTs to be passive, you're going to have such a rough time. And again, we just have to return to the proactive nature of G2. A different look once more. 3 towards top banana. Monacy and JKS dealing with A while they fortify that B bomb site. And I think taking a bit of a mental timeout on Na'Vi right now. You can see just allowing all this early utility to be burnt through.
JKS has got the bomb delivered. Express simple delivery.
I don't think he can quite believe that either. Guys, Simple just brought us a gift. Shall we lock this one down? Hunter says yes. I'll take a second smoke. Thank you very much.
Now Nico knows his role has changed. Survive and report.
I don't quite believe just how dynamic they're able to be here. It almost feels like a fever dream. Are we sure this is G2?
This is new G2. 2023, a different year and a different breed. Double peek, gets the one, bomb, still a battle for Bit, good luck, and dead. Hunter catches him through the walls, up to 10. I mean, we were just talking about how T-sides have been running away and having an absolute whale of a time on Inferno, but not here, not with Na'Vi G2.
We know the recipe in modern Counter-Strike if you want to be the best team in the world. FaZe showed us that this time last year, right? When they went on, they won Katowice, they won Cologne, they won the Major, right? They won the big ones. And to do that, they needed 4 stars, right? It wasn't just 3, it wasn't just 2, they needed 4 stars, and an in-game leader who could also step up and contribute. And G2 have found that recipe here. JKS can't just be your average support player, right? He needs to be a star player coming in clutch. That's why the reference about Perfecto, right? We know how much impact this kid can have. Well, you need to be able to replicate that. You've got Nico, sharp as attack. Hunter can do absolutely everything and more. This guy, very pliable. And Monacy, a star on the AWP. But Hooksy now, he's only got 6 kills, but the shots he's hit have been great. His aim looking on point here too.
Can't believe we didn't think of this before, Chad. Why have 1-star player when you can have 5?
Damn.
Giga Chad and 4 absolute Rocketeers, superstars in their own right. We are ready to see if 12-3 is really a potential reality.
Well, right now you can see... Oh, I thought they were trying to fortify Hooksy back over towards A here. He dropped all his Utsu and he's returning for a moment. Nico just trying to ward them off towards the top of Banana, scooping up. Yeah, there you go. Any residuals. It was actually Hooksy just... he's a delivery surface right now, so back and forth from spawn.
Inspired by Simple.
And now they're playing for top mid here. So as we mentioned, 2 of the 3 rounds that Na'Vi have won have been over towards that A site, only 1 of them over towards B, and that was in the final 6 seconds with that bomb going down.
It's crazy. I think there's 2 more smokes by Nico, so he can just keep that locked.
Such a strong mid hold here. Both boosts under the balcony.
Yep, you just can't. This is. We've seen how this goes. We've seen it twice, how this goes. They're going to try it again. Can they find a different result? Na'Vi jumping in to the jaws of G2, and it's fit to try and be the change-up. It's just 1 from the balcony. Perfecto got low. Smoke to try and grab the bomb. Nice parkour, evades the nade and rounds the corner. Still though, they are close. Multi-potential as he gets the first, and still the pressure's on him. By virtue of the roll, CTs will likely... Oh, FaZe, JKS! The ball's on this lad.
Yeah, that's the key right there. That was a 1v3 where they were offering up 1v1s. That's definitely not what you do. They're just playing such confident Counter-Strike right now, and you can understand why. 11-3. This is a blistering hot start here from GT. Looking to replicate the success they've had against Na'Vi all year. Looking to replicate the success they have had all year. Looking to extend that 15 map streak to 16.
Honestly, I think at this point, Na'Vi must be feeling like they're a bit crazy, like a bit insane. I mean, the definition of insanity, expecting a different result while doing the same thing. Every time you find yourself up mid, it's the same result.
G2 feels strong everywhere.
Yeah, it feels like they've got a couple of extra players running around, throwing the nades, spamming the smokes. They're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. This is the setup that's even more notorious. Want to see a Nico. Can they rumble on the fade? Want to see eyes of a Hawk and Orp as well. Gone in a flash is Electronic. Nico builds off. It's been very repetitive for Electronic. The poor guy has not been able to catch a break on this first half.
Well, I think they know a bit. Yeah, he did. So they now know a bit is Ender Hall. So,
even the chickens are on G2's side.
Yeah, that's one way to get a whole boatload of free information.
Yeah, okay, Lurk Smoke. Onto the hay bales with you, and JKS, everyone, nope, guessing by what we've seen, he's coming straight into the fight bit. Works it out, finds the first, maybe more to be said here. Hunter known now on the default, over the smoke, Bit will prowl, finds another. Being the hero for Na'Vi. There's a reminder of what he's capable, a triple to get Na'Vi into the A site.
G2 have to go for this last round here in the first half of play. Nico and Hooksy on the retake. 2 on 3 situation. Bomb's just gone down. And divide and conquer.
Yeah, coming in from 2 different angles of assault. Not really slowing down for anyone here. Bad flash, he's still cooking. Up short. Smoke will enable a bit of a walk as well. Nico's crawling through. Bomb half gone, Bit's present, and that's Hooksy with another frag. Na'Vi are going to absolutely pull their hair out. If they go down to Hooksy getting all the kills, Nico closes! And that's 12! 12-3, a 2v3 to take us there.
What a commanding half this has been from G2 here. Phenomenal scene, smiles on the faces. They are sailing to victory on Na'Vi's map choice. We're heading to a break, but don't go anywhere. This could be a quick one.
Yeah. Coming close. Three. 2 more. Split kite. 2. Cannot kite.
Coming 3.
4.
Nice. I'm running
Nissan. Sure. I'm playing side, okay? He has to come up and
I'm
peek
picking
on me.
up for you guys, okay?
He's still here.
He's still short, yeah?
Yeah, unless he's walking around the boiler.
I'm going around. I'm holding left side of side, okay?
Okay. Not boiler, he's not boiler, just.
You can cross it, yeah?
Go back to monkey level. I have he can go long.
Don't short. Okay.
One here? Sure.
I'll kill him.
He's up short. Yeah.
Nice! C crown, guys. Good job.
Nice. Nice. Me up. Coming close. Up.
So they save one gun.
James the Redeemer.
Yeah.
So saw how he was posed just there?
No, I was looking at the kills that we didn't see. But Complexity at least can buy up around it. Or was he doing the double fist bump where he puts both his arms out?
He was doing the double fist bump?
Yeah. He puts them out with like hands up and lets people just slap him, doesn't he, usually?
Oh, dude, I can't get over how that feels like, you know, that's rough. They try to run through the dumpster smoke. It's a move that for me was always really associated with the current Cloud9 team. They love that on Overpass, coming through the dumpster smoke, trying to use it against them. But coupled with that flash from the outsiders and the pistols, feeling like they had nothing to lose, really, already spilling up into the site. It was one step too far. Now the money is on the line for Complexity, and at this point, outsiders are on the verge of putting up a great T-side already. They win this round and go 6-3 up. There's nothing for Complexity in the next.
This is just such an annoying T-side to play against because so many of your options as CT are aggressive moves, right? Especially on A, like taking mid with Molotov, climbing up party, doing like double long pushes. But Outsiders are the perfect team to remedy this. They are so late at even getting out into playground, for example. Fang wide in connector and Flip beats him to the punch. Cole really want to force these early kills, but Outsiders will not give them the satisfaction. And a round, again, where Halzak is solo A, gives a huge gap. And of course, James managed to find it. Moving all the way up long right now. There was a flash thrown for Fame. So Halzak knows they're up long, but ooh. He saw a player. And he didn't want to move away, not yet. Molly makes him decide, and he commits to it. Nice kill for Halzak. Got to care long, though. Still getting played with as they drop back down into B. JT gets that kill, and that's going to change the game as well. Fame is so far away. Kicker's out Monster all on his own. He knows they're short, but does he know about the pit? Doesn't matter.
This is something quite special, a spectacle to behold, and I don't know how often this will happen. I mean, we know G2 are indomitable right now. We've talked about their records, the desk have outlined it, and Chad has laid it down, and this is becoming a bit of a problem for Na'Vi, a team that seems to have their number, and I mean, they have every team's number right now. G2 looking hot to trot. T, well, they don't need many. 40 rounds after a defense like no other. 12 in the bank. Electronic a single frag.
They say seeing is believing. I don't know if I believe this at all. Still, the 1x bet odds, yeah, they definitely do. Blown out in G2's favor, understandably so.
Want to add something new for me.
And you spoke about Electronic having a rough time of things. Simple as well. He's only got 4 kills to his name. It was Bit, the only one who was really finding too much impact here. MPO had a couple of rounds where he got a kill or two to help them get up to this tiny haul of 3 rounds. This is going to be a B execute. Now, last time they played, Na'Vi only had 1 B defender. They were playing retake.
He's holding a decoy, Chad.
Okay, well, that's going to try and bait out any reactive utility here from MPL.
Oh, not falling for it. No, no, no. A nice attempt. You can see MPL's already got his smoke cocked. Pin pulled. G2 with the Fnatic smoke. Molotov's cough is a different variation to try and take this B site. They're going to try and fight Ruins, run him down. Odyssey charging in, losing a lot of health as he does actually catch the nade. NPL defense is on her. Catches one back. Perfecto good onto Hunter. Electronic with the Julies. Oh, and they do get the bomb down. Damage inflicted onto Hoopsie, though. He'll run him down. And he's still got 11 bullets to spare. No problem. Na'Vi remind us that this is a 2-horse race.
Yeah, and Perfecto there with a bit of a grin on the face. That's a good one to pick up. A nice little move there from G2, but counted every single step of the way. So great work for Na'Vi dealing with that. And I think it's important as well for Electronic to get a couple kills. Right, we saw him against Liquid just the other day, right, when they qualified. It was an overtime matchup on Anubis, and he was loving it, right? Had a choice word or two for Yakinda over the fence, but he was getting fired up, extremely animated. And here, well, he's been animated on the other end of the spectrum. Frustration boiling over, represented by 1 kill within that first half of play, and this is going to feel good because if you're in-game leader, if he's having a hard time fragging, especially an impactful in-game leader like somebody like Electronic, it affects the whole team, right? He's definitely not trying to, but if you're feeling the game as someone who's entering, taking space, making the calls, it makes everybody else's life a little bit easier.
Just ask Hoopsie. As you can see, he's actually doing exactly what you've just described. Taking some initiative, taking some space. Calls for the flash and calls it clear. Sandbag's still uncertain. You can see the complexion of this buy from G2. It's a jumble sale of different weapons, and Nico, his deagle is deadly.
They needed to send him forward first in this fashion to draw out that smoke. And they have to probably draw out a few other bits of utility as well before G2 try and finish onto a site, because they only really have enough to go for one clean execute. 3 smokes, 2 mollies, a bunch of flashes. And the more that they can draw out here early, and there's another one, the better opportunity they'll have of turning this into a firefight where, yeah, Na'Vi still have the better of it. That's a nice little find here from MC. Smoke, molly, and a HE. Who's going to go scoop that up? Nobody from Na'Vi seems to be moving over just yet. But speaking of moving, Nico, he's searching right now.
Yeah, and he's the kind of player that can clear a site with just the sidearm. Perfecto, a full M4, Kevlar vest, and the sound will be heard, but in retreat. Now pressure towards the A side of things. A lot for long, smokes will bloom, and Hooksy can continue to try and forge a path into this A site. The setup is clean. Na'Vi counting on NPL. Good on the MP9. A good setup, simple. Shuts down another. With only 15 seconds left, they've got to run to their death, or perhaps not. Nico with another. Suddenly G2 in the conversation, only for a moment, as we do see that time ticking and headshots being hit. Nico goes down. NPL, another impactful round from him. We're going to keep tabs on that. A confident NPL going to be making a big splash for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and I think he might not be the flashiest or at the top of the server or anything along those lines, but you need to give credit where it is due, right? This kid getting the call-up from the academy team was brought in just to play a couple of maps with SDY. They were rotating through the 2 of those players. We've seen that before with the Flamey and Bit experiment all those years ago. And now he's been brought in full-time. So for him, his brain's like a sponge, exponentially learning going on, and the better he looks in situational Counter-Strike,
here we go.
the faith we can have.
It's going to feel good. This is going to feel real good as Electronic taking a nice jump up the scoreboard as he's getting himself $600 a pop and an ace added to the list of Katowice. Not even a smile on his face, but a round in the bank for Na'Vi.
And it is great, up to almost 7K there. So the AWP available for Simple here if they would like to bring it out within the early stages. But he's really turned things around. Sure, it's eco bashing. Someone's going to get him. Why not Electronic?
Yeah, and that's also one of the perks of an in-game leader. You know, you can set yourself up for a couple of those, and it is also a necessity, of course. You'd rather see the SMG get it than the rifle. And still some SMGs. I thought we might be seeing some upgrades, but no greed here.
That's the 15th ace of the group stage. It doesn't include the play-ins, where we definitely had a couple as well. So quite a few for a compilation for any of those movie makers at home.
Let's see. Our first taste of G2 on the guns, and oh my god, a well-placed jump from Electronic, and he just keeps running down Nico. The spray, hard to escape. Nico down.
That one probably feels better than the full eco ace, because just how cheeky it was, and the name that you've taken out of the server here. Gonna have to sit and watch for the next minute and 14 seconds as Na'Vi should be able to secure this number advantage on the bonus round. Great conversation starter for a comeback.
Yeah, not one to be ruled out. Discussion's been had about matchup specific and all the nuances that come with it. NPL spots out the pressure towards short. Crawling on balcony as Hooksy continues to show face towards B. It's leaving heads scratched at Na'Vi despite that numbers advantage. Simple got nothing to report on mid, which is valuable information at this time and stage.
If they execute B right now, Perfecto has held onto a smoke, and guess what? Well, the man you just mentioned starting to get a move on for this rotation. They're not going to block with the smoke. They're going to create a wall at the back of the site for Perfecto to play around here. Well timed.
See if Hunter can get anything done. Already getting a lot of damage through the smoke. Electronic will finish the job now. Up to 10 as he ascends, and more from Electronic. That MP9 has earned him thousands upon thousands, as well as a 7th. You talk about grounds for a comeback, a clean one like that from Na'Vi. Add that to the list.
That's beautiful there, and I love this defensive smoke back at the site when they're playing with multiple members here. This is the opener, and Nico blind, dinked. He didn't even know what happened. Where the hell did that come from? Electronic just being a buzzard in banana, and such an annoyance here on the boost. Perfecto dropping the smoke towards the back of the site. That can even be used with one-way variation. So, of course, the attention of G2 is glued, trying to look for that fight, and Electronic profits. So this is Na'Vi. A very strong case on this CT side.
Shut out in our opening.
This is an A-set piece being lined up here from G2. You can see them just jigging the util around. The fact that they've upgraded with these pistols, with this utility, it's got intent. And you like to have a pocket strat like this to pull out in a moment when the economy's not feeling fine.
We get to see how Na'Vi adapt to this one. How do they react? Not sure that's the smoke he was aiming for. Perhaps it's enough. They get them out the door. Now they just get to find a way in. Hunter onto NPL.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and Hooksy onto Simple. Okay. G2 just walk in.
Waltzing up mid, taking the space, hitting the shots, and forcing Na'Vi, who are looking brilliant out the gates. Well, namely, Electronic looking brilliant out the gates of this second half. 11 kills already. And he didn't even get a chance to be in this play. Well, that pocket strat couldn't have worked any better.
No, that's perfect. That's flawless. And what we talked about before.
Come on now, Hooksy. P250 taking that fight.
Be reasonable.
You know where they are. You can call the boys over. You don't need to overextend on your own. He will. Electronic does grab another.
But we saw Na'Vi win one of those, and now G2 match it.
Yeah, this was a bit nicer put together, I would say. Oh, warding them off for now. JKS can... Well, he's running with the Tech 9, but they'll hold on to the 2 rifles here, Na'Vi. And Electronic, with all that extra cash, right, he can now drop 2 guns if he would like, and he doesn't even need to because his teammates have more than enough money here. But that was wild, right? That mid-sight smoke that came out, the fact that Hunter just gets that opening, felt absolutely free. Here it is, MPO trying to transition into sight. JKS grabs one as well, these Tech 9s. Crisp stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hitting the first bullet, it's a damn good pistol. Demonstrated by G2. Okay, 13, a bit of a robbery from the G2 Samurai. Seems like G2 would like to ask initial questions of B.
Ooh, nice little hops there from Simple. They're not actually pushing the issue. When we saw G2 do this, they were much more proactive in looking for the top banana fight. So Simple is hoping to catch Nico on these jiggles, right? We know that Nico almost single-handedly is just a marauder up banana, one-man army in a lot of occasions, just that AK aggressively looking for fights. But this is more well put together. JKS with the standard top mid util, deep long smoke, porch molly, flash, but it will be a B hit.
And Simple. Unable to find the first. Now they're already covering a lot of ground across the pool. Perfecto caught out and in to a site. And will it be a retake? So it looks like they're backing away. Simple unwilling to question it. It's not going to be easy, maybe even impossible. And so would rather hold on to their guns.
Worried about that lurk as well, because JKS moments before, disaster on the B site, was applying a bit of pressure top mid. Now he has made sure there's no way back on down to banana. But if I'm Hooksy, might be calling a couple of lads to investigate and try and take away a rifle or 2. This is 14 secured. Na'Vi looked good in the early stages of this CT half. But how quickly the tides can change here. I know Striker, I was having a chat to him before. He was talking about this 15-map streak that G2 are on right now. And it's like, yeah, this is very impressive. You know, he's having his geeks at HLTV dig into just how impressive. Right. He was mentioning how Tyloo in China, you know, have these crazy, like, 30-game streaks. So you look at something like an Australia Greyhound that had, like, 2 20-match streaks. But this is top-tier Counter-Strike. Those teams I mentioned are from small regions. And the teams in Europe who have been fantastic at exactly that, at NIP, the 87-0, right? You have to remember that. And teams like Astralis with these streaks as well. G2 in the modern era. Let's see how long this can last. It's looking good for 16 right now.
And definitely an argument to be made that it's more impressive now, considering just how competitive Counter-Strike has gotten. There's so many teams. You know, how often have you heard players in the last couple of years say anyone can beat anyone at the highest level? For G2 to be able to find this consistency, and at the start of the year, I mean the start of the season, we've got so much to look forward to. If they can maintain this form, we'll see what it does to the rest of the best.
Could almost argue not qualifying for the last major could have been the best thing for this roster, especially if this is the form that continues.
It's certainly a nice way to encourage some hunger. Hunter calls mid clear. Smoke still up on long side, so information not quite there, but they've got plenty of time to shake this one up. The double smoke towards long side. You can see those crisscross. And a flash for good measure that will repel NPL. And Hooksy on a bit of a one-man mission here. will sweep through, spots one out towards that mini pit. Oh, and Hunter onto MPL. We've said that before. Now with Simple on the site, should be good.
Oh!
Missed the shot. Hunter doubles up. The site now surely lost, unless Bit can do anything from the pit. They know where he is, and Hunter deletes, destroys. Nico's already on the hunt. Just by virtue of his positioning, he knows they'll likely be cowering on the site. No need for them to move.
They will chase now.
Oh my God! This is bullying. Cyber bullying. The smoke just faded. You're like, okay, let's go save, and okay, double.
I was just saying, JKS is already on the way. Hooksy's in CT spawn. I didn't need either of them. It was just the cousins here. The combo.
Simple even fire. I mean, you can see these crouching through. Yeah.
I don't know how Hunter gets the better of him there.
That's mad. And the third for good measure, you know, Bit just gets his vision back. He's like, oh, I'm playing Counter-Strike again. How exciting as he loses his
This double here.
Mad, look.
Look at the transfer as well. Bosh.
Straight to the head. A cheeky smirk on the face.
Now, I will say, I did hear Hooksy just saying they have nothing, which is not true. They have an awful lot. They have an AWP again for Simple and 4 M4s. Now, Electronic, I think he had a whole bunch of money to come into this. He had over 10K for his investment.
So they're not counting on those MP9 farming frags.
But maybe Swanee just had a word there in that timeout that was called by Na'Vi, and maybe could set the record straight. Hey, boys, it's not going to be as easy as you think.
Yeah, let's see if there's any crazy maneuvers early. Well, Simple reveals his AWP, and Nico probably tucks his tongue as, yeah, that's the jig is up and jumping. Perfecto, that was very brave, or was it stupid? Hooksy for the first, Electronic for the trade, and now Banana is his. NPL set up in mid with Bit. Simple, a second frag from him. Yeah, this one definitely seems to have just slowly petered out for G2.
I wish this was my version of nothing. That one will at least rattle around the brain here of G2, unless Hunter and m0NESY pull off a 2-on-4 situation.
There's grounds for it if m0NESY wants to, I was going to say clear into the site, but he'll throw the smoke out instead. Wants to mantle over and clear that pit.
Simple's coming.
And Simple will likely finish the job. m0NESY mantles up on towards the balcony, spots the retreat towards the apartments, and there's 8 for Na'Vi. Now, the run back, it's going to be laden with pitfalls. It's not going to be easy. You've managed to muster 3 T rounds. And now, perfection required. G2. I mean, to be returning to this map, we've seen G2 get the better of them, albeit in a variety of different ways.
Yeah, well, the most recent is pretty damning, isn't it? 14 rounds over 2 maps of play here, and now they're looking to hold them to a 16-8 scoreline. Just one more required, and well, now they know that the AWP is in play here. You see a different pace. They're coming real fast, but Simple onto Nico again.
Yeah, but a different result in the sense that G2 will leave with top Banana, Hooksy holding that. Perfecto dipping into the site, Electronic to rotate back, and looks like Hooksy's calling for some setup.
Yeah, he wants a flash here. Likely the entry flash from m0NESY. This will give him the pick on towards CT spawn. And across. Oh,
and out.
Yeah, for a second. And now again, another one of these situations. And this time round, Hooksy didn't get the trade back. It will be a 3-on-5. G2 traditionally do pretty well in these type of situations, but they don't have any site control. They don't have any space. They do have 2 smokes, 2 mollies, and a flash, however, and that sounds like the recipe for a nice little B execute.
Let's see if this recipe can cook up any trouble. Simple gonna immediately extinguish, which implies to G2 it's gonna be a bit of a head-on collision. m0NESY pulls the trigger first. Okay, Perfecto has to dip off that. Will they really expect a second in the same position? Perfecto reveals himself, needs frags, gets 1, quick trade. G2 are in. The bomb's not, though. On that CT smoke, m0NESY, hard clear and a good shot to NPL. He's gotten him in. And now the 2 of them, JKS and m0NESY, going to try and take the whole round, take every frag, finish this map. He's cleared him. Oh, not far off. Just spotted the back. Where's the help? Electronic gets the frag, and m0NESY, oh, how is he alive? He just bounces. Oh! And that's a way to finish. Stunning from m0NESY to close. Salt in the wound sprinkled in. with a stylish one from the team. That's nuts.
15 maps become 16 now on the trot here for G2. Very happy with that and a stylish way to do it. The flash, the namesake. You're seeing it in play right here. But that's only map number 1. G2 delivering. They want that semi-final spot.
It's no secret that Na'Vi have been scouting out new talent, and for newcomer NPL, his integration has been gradual, from observing from the sidelines at the Blastful final to map-specific substitutions in Abu Dhabi. 2023 now marks the time to dive in as a fully fledged member of Na'Vi. It's fair to say his first showing was a baptism by fire, as indicated by his .67 rating over 3 maps. As an official member moving into the new year, NPL showed marked improvements at the opening tournament of 2023, particularly his stats on Inferno. Other battlegrounds, however, still have room for improvement. With Blade behind you, there is no room to settle for anything less than perfection, especially with Na'Vi's legacy as an org. Time for NPL to show us what he's truly made of.
Nice. One more. Perfecto kill. Perfecto kill.
Yeah, okay. I'm picking city.
Nothing. Fuck it.
Running.
It's good, Ilya, what you do.
I'm city.
One in CC.
Ruins one. I'm searching ruins.
Okay, go. Whole city for him. Team city.
Nice.
Ilya!
Sick! Woo! Indeed, it was sick by Ilya. G2 closing out the game as they have played it. Dominating, and I guess they're thinking, we beat you twice on this one already. I don't know why you keep picking it, because nothing's gonna change, Janko.
Yeah, apparently not. And, you know, G2, I think, perfectly happy. I think there's a universe in which they would have picked the map in case Na'Vi picked something else, because they didn't really struggle against Na'Vi on this map. And it was just more of the same from G2, what we've been used to, you know, get off to another good start, win pistol, convert. We've been talking about, you know, an almost historic run that they have that was broken only recently when it comes to that part of the game. But from that, it's just solid default play, denying banana control for Na'Vi and not letting them gain any economy.
Look, when you have Na'Vi who, from the get-go, try to hit you with a fast ace split and you get wrecked by JKS, obviously it's not going to make life easy. We see here a couple of the highlights when they were trying to fight banana control, not going their way. The tree of solutions from Na'Vi just got cut short, very quickly in that game, and just you could see Electronic was struggling individually, also having a hard time. Not easy to find solutions.
Yeah, Bit was the only one finding some openings, but here also, like this reaction, just running through the smoke, realizing like it's about timing, you know, before they can, don't let them plant the bomb, get into post-plant positions, even if it's, let's say, 2v4, you know, Bit and Electronic can win that, but if you run in and make it, you know, even a 2v1 and make sure that you know you have the information, this is like all rounds, you see rounds 7, 9, 11, like Na'Vi wins a round, and this is what happens the round right after, right? This is a perfectly default flash play, changing it up from the side of G2. Nico gets a double kill, right? And they get so many early advantages where Navi is just, you know, saving.
Yeah, because in this round right here, for example, Navi is trying to break the code. Like, they're trying to cross that smoke half for 130 seconds. If they survive it, that gives them a whole time to work the map, to decide what they're about to do. But they get pop flashed and they immediately wrecked. So it's G2 cutting them short. Every risk that Navi take, there's someone from G2 right there with a game plan as well.
And that's frustrating, right? If you're Navi, you're playing against G2 and it's not going too well, and then you can't even string 2 rounds together where they are always shooting him in the leg, so to say, so that they can't get the momentum going on the side of Navi, right?
And on top of that, 2 times Navi goes like, maybe do something faster mid. It's like G2 is in the bracket setup, and there's nothing you can do. First gun round, JKS gets a 4 kill.
That's a beautiful round right here. It's G2 using the only weapon they have. They boost JKS, and I don't exactly know why. It's probably a counter call from Electronic, but they get sucked in that stack that is from G2. We don't even see it, but we have Nico's hiding in the apps with the Deagle. Hunter survives the 1v1 somehow, gives the timing to Nico, who's gonna pop away, and then JKS strikes in with the M4. These are rounds that suck up the air out of Navi. It's 7-3. You have worked so hard to put G2 on that eco buy. You have only one weapon. You can just regain control of the game, and you just fall into the trap.
And it keeps happening for G2 as well, right? And I guess it's a marker of a team that is on a hot streak and just feels confidence in every play that they make, because it doesn't matter if they're on eco.
It's the balance that G2 have right now, which is scary and terrifying. They're not overstepping in complacency and overconfidence. They have the confidence. They know when they can be aggressive and in your face. They've done it a couple of times in this game, just straight up second mid. But when they know they have to pull it back and let you come to them, they are walking this fine line, and they're doing it beautifully.
And that's when the team is at their most dangerous, right? Like playing with confidence and taking fights and taking duels, but not giving away advantages once they win some of those initial fights. And you can see here, aim high head-to-head. Bit is the one. I think he had 14 kills actually in the first half. You know, so not really too much from him in the second.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that a little bit, because we talk about G2 getting a flying start. You guys outlined the stars that can align for the side of Na'Vi, but 5 kills combined in the first half between Electronic and Simple. Of course, Electronic made a run for it at the start of the second half, but that's not helping Maniac.
No, it's not helping, and I guess we can play the blame game. We can be demanding. We can be expecting more from the stars. If you're a Na'Vi fan, you're thinking, why isn't Simple stepping up right now and giving my IGL a couple of rounds? Just a clutch here and there. And I know it's unfair, and I know we ask from him more than we ask from other players. But in that scenario where G2 is in the lead 7-3 and Na'Vi lose that eco buy, why isn't Simple just flying off with an AK and just turning the situation around? Because that's what a superstar is supposed to be. That element that tips the scale just slightly in your favor. And Simple was relatively absent in that first half. There's nothing else we can say about it.
Yeah, and I think what we saw in the green room, there was a round where the reason for that is the domino effect that happens like when it's small details and small people pushing. So look at this. We can pause it right here. Pause it right here. Like you can see the Hunter gets the kill on MPL. That causes Simple to turn. Right? Like he's watching long. There's a player who's coming long. MPL dies, Simple has to turn, right? Hunter wins another amazing fight, but that allows the player on long to advance as well, to take space, right? They know that Bit is still the A player. He's like, he also smoked himself, right? And it's just everything falls apart from Na'Vi, even though they're looking like, you know, they might win this round, they might defend, and Nico ended up with a, you know, spray transfer on B, of course, still lurking.
Why not?
Rat.
And I think it's a beautiful example, because it's a reminder for us that even though there are individuals who are exceptional in the game, and Simple definitely is, to go Electronic, incredible, but still for them to express all of that talent, there needs to be some sort of logic in what's happening in the game. They're operating in a way, they're understanding the game, and they have logical trees of decision that they follow. But when MPL makes that mistake in that round, he peeks in the smoke, then suddenly Simple's view of the round changes. I cannot just hold long now.
That's
my
where the
back is open.
Danger is.
Exactly, and I turn around and he loses the timing. That could have been a triple kill. It's not. So it's really dominoing.
It's all into disarray indeed. Banks was able to catch up with G2 to get their thoughts on why it's going so well.
Shocks, this has been absolute domination once again. And I spoke to Swanee afterwards. He said Na'Vi aren't really changing too much. He says it's easy for him to play against them right now. They're just winning out in the head-to-head. They understand what's going on in the game. Then going into Nuke, he says, okay, he expects Na'Vi to have changed a few things and improved, because obviously MPL wasn't playing it before. They have changed some positions. But he's super confident in G2 getting the 2-0, and he's confident they're going to go through to the semi-finals. Full focus, full confidence. Let's see if G2 can do it. Back to you, Shocks.
That that's exactly what it looks like, and I think no one would give Na'Vi the benefit of the doubt going into this new game, but that doesn't mean they can't win it, because there are a couple of superstars on that roster. I mean, all of them in their own right, even though MPL is trying to find his way, but it is a good note. Let's talk about the second half also a little bit, because I think we focused a lot on the first one, because naturally they ran away with it, but you said, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say...
You want to jump in, yeah?
No, I was going to say, listen, like, there's always, when a team is, like, really good and in championship form, there's always an aura around them. You know, if you go to the Fnatic all the way back, then Astralis, Na'Vi 2 years, a year and a half ago, FaZe last year, right? It's just the way in which they win games and win rounds. Like, there's so much confidence, and other teams are almost like, yeah, that's just a Fnatic round. Yeah, that's just Na'Vi. That's a simple 1v3, you know. And this is just, it's starting to become that way for G2. The first round they win on T side, it's an eco, and they win and they take the site without losing a single player, right? Like,
I know.
You know, but you look at it, and that's how FaZe won rounds last year, or a clutch by Robs, a 1v3, and all that stuff. So I think that's the problem for Na'Vi. There's no easy way to figure it out.
You're dreaming a little bit.
It's not dreaming. He's awake. That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
I've stepped out of the echo chamber, and I'm paying attention.
Okay, I see. So we have 40 seconds left. Let's preview Nuke as best as we can. Maniac, and let's preview it from the angle of the team that is on the back foot in Na'Vi, who can have a fantastic Nuke, but obviously the added context of NPL finding his role.
And this added context forces me to revert back to the very old song of individuals have to show up. And that's where we are at right now with Na'Vi. There used to be a time where there was more to it to the arsenal. It wasn't just simple. It wasn't just electronic, because we thought they had an airtight game plan. They were playing the clutches to perfection. That machinery is not as finely oiled right now. There are definite gaps. We can see them. What it means is that individuals have to pop off. We need to see some remnants of what simple is. Otherwise, this might just be 2-0.
Yeah, G2 against FaZe or Nuke had a disadvantage in a lot of rounds, still managed to take them, so gonna be tough to play against.
It's going to be really hard to do so, but we'll see if Na'Vi can bring us to 3 maps, or if G2 close it out and book their ticket to the semifinals.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Odyssey on catwalk finds the timing. 8 seconds if he can drop the bomb and be everything, but it travels into the site. 1-on-2 from Odyssey now. It's sacrificial. Gives his position away. He wants Odyssey's end goal. But this man, the Shepherd staff takes down the GOAT, and he takes Simple out of the round.
Now it's Complexity calling their third timeout. 2 remain, 1 per team.
Yeah, this was really nice. And
these are the positions you want, right? These positions, the 2 positions that get multi-kills in that round, are the positions they don't have after Cole run that A attack into the B fake. It pulls everyone so much further back towards Pit, towards Graffiti. That's why it's a lot easier for outsiders to hold the B site there.
And the timing from Flit was perfect to turn and check Monster. That only happens because Jame rotates down, takes up his short angle at the perfect second to allow that kill to come in. All right. Outsiders, that's 1 on the CT side. Have they got any more? If they win this next one, they're looking to leapfrog up into the lead. That's also another round where these nades have gone in early out of Complexity but haven't found a thing.
I like that they do that on a AAA attack because it's going to look like they're heavy beat. But that's not the case, and Jame finds out the easy way. He knows that was a run boost just by how Hauser got there. What a crazy shot.
Yeah,
to hold that wide.
Yeah, right, exactly. He's holding a wide angle, expecting the run boost. That's insane. And now him and Fame just fall back into a very passive A-side setup, right? They've been running this time and time again. This time it's even better.
Goodness gracious me, we are back in business, and it seems so are G2. Business as usual, Chad, for 2023. Domination stations, Na'Vi on the receiving end, and Na'Vi being made to look meek, weak, helpless at times, and at the hands of G2. This is what Na'Vi do to other teams, and it's being done to them.
Yeah, look, this is remarkable, but apparently it is the story of 2023 so far. A whole new look G2. The World Final win last year seems to have bonded and brought this team together like never before. But Na'Vi never once to call down or out. The desk wants more from the superstar Simple. Well, let's see. He's on the defense right now. The CT side start. A chance here to stop G2's nuke streak. 9 on the trot since Hooksy has joined the team. Undefeated on this very map, which has been a home map for both Na'Vi and FaZe in the last few years.
Which is crazy to think. So Na'Vi are definitely an iconic map for them. G2, an undefeated map for them. And now we get the joy of saying, fight. And fight they shall. Hooksy's got the nade preparing for a bit of an exit towards that top site. Molly Hut on its way. Smoke main, and we're ready to play. Perfecto will likely be forced off. And it's JKS who takes down Electronic and down the vents instead. Nico lost short. And it's a 4-on-4. It's Bit on the door. Takes a heavy beating. Will be repelled from the angle. Hooksy lingering for a late ramp flank. 2 from here. JKS towards the dark position. There's 3 members of Na'Vi. Now all backs turn to that potential flank from Hooksy. Modesty just needs to live. Buy time. JKS the same and actually does find a head. Simple good for 1 as well. Modesty hoping for help. It gets awkward now. Hooksy, yeah, element of surprise is one thing, but long-range Glock shots another. Hard to hit. And Na'Vi will take that pistol.
Oh, Hooksy had a chance there to get a kill, but look where the bomb's planted. For him to be able to scoop this one up, it was going to be very, very difficult. So great entries, great plant, but Na'Vi will weather that storm and pick up the pistol round here on the CT side of Nuke. Pretty handedly, mind you. This is the opener, but as they were trying to drop down the vent, Nico got plucked from the pack. One of the heavy hitters removed here as MPL. You can see that right there. That is a tasty shot and actually a lot of impact because you mentioned only 2 players for G2 on the lower side, while Na'Vi had a lot more bodies. That forced the extremity players, Hooksy and Hunter, to be a little bit more proactive looking for those fights. And G2, well, we've seen this one before. Off the back of the plant, we'll have a pretty tidy looking force fight. Some Galils, a Tech 9, and a Scout up against Na'Vi's second round purchase.
Early descent from Electronic. Kovac Cousins alongside with Monacy, taking some yard fights, or at least looking for them. Electronic could catch a time on his secret stairs. He is worming his way up, and Monacy takes down Simple. Trade not immediate, but provided. Electronic successful to keep it level.
Nico has a lot of space, though. You can see him now starting to tighten the noose here alongside of Hooksy's push. So forcing this rotation right now. Bit Oh, spotted and does get the kill. Good shot from Bit, but traded out by Hooksy now.
Loving all the head-to-heads we're getting here. Bit out-aims Nico. Monacy out-aims Simple. Electronic feeling a little pressure towards the ramp. And you can see that things are changing hands here. So Hell, ramp, it's flying the flag of G2. NPL and Perfecto are responsible for that top site.
Hunter has to be very careful here. Traditionally, lobby push, name of the game when the CTs lose the territory, but they're actually sticking to their guns. NPL and Perfecto not moving. It'll all be on Electronic here with that MP9, which is where he started extremely strong on the CT side of Inferno's campaign.
Yeah, it's becoming a weapon. He's all too efficient. What? Look at this. He's playing a rifle position with an SMG, nearly finds Hooksy. That should open up the opportunity for a plant. Smoke towards the door, swings it open premature. Good find. Bomb lost. And Perfecto disrespects, charges the smoke. No time to win the round. JKS just hiding in plain sight. Doesn't want to die. And that was close. And Na'Vi will recover. That second round is theirs.
Yeah, you really have to turn a little bit of attention there towards Hooksy. He got ahead of the play. He went to plant backside before the smoke was up, and that got him removed. So this is them dealing with Electronic towards the back of the sight box, sure. He did a good amount of damage here, but the problem was that smoke coming in towards Decon. It was it wasn't disrespected. It was too late for what Hooksy was hoping for there. So Perfecto's pushed through, heads up Counter-Strike, denying that plan, and a little bit frustrating. I'm not sure. Hooksy was, in my mind, a little bit ahead of the play there, but regardless, it's the 2-0 start for Na'Vi and a timeout for G2.
Yeah, I think that might be one just to kind of shake off that round. You can see there was a bit of a deep sigh shared by the G2 squad after that one. I think the loss of the bomb, not part of the plan.
Yeah, maybe I'm...
Captain Obvious over here.
Yeah, there could have been a lot said in the comms there that could change that, but just from our perspective. Now, JKS will hold on to the Galil, which, unless G2 can get a plant here and be somewhat threatening in round number 3, means the first quote-unquote gun round is going to be quite limp.
I like that JKS is actually being quite aggressive with this rifle.
Flash through.
And straight in. Perfecto gone. The Galil fills the feed first. Found now. NPL on top of the hut. He's got another fight to take and successful. Na'Vi, they weather this storm comfortably. They got their feet up and they're chilling.
That's 3 rounds in a row right now where G2 have got the opening and Na'Vi have handled it. So good work from the individuals to make up the difference with the multi-kills after the fact. JKS with the biggest gun found the entry again, but everybody else overlooks MPL. And now we just get to watch the brilliant aim of Nico at work here. You can see how diligent he is with the clears in the Deagle department. But will he get any opportunities to find a banger? Well, there was one. Now the siren sounded. Everybody from Na'Vi understands the situation at this point.
And probably everyone from Na'Vi knows what it feels like to get hit by the Nico Deeg. Not an experience they're planning to experience in round 3.
He's just looking for damage here, right? Anything he can take, clutching this round. Look at this stack.
Yeah, as he rounds this corner, they've positioned perfectly, so it's only going to be one. Yeah, it doesn't matter how well placed your crosshair is, you're going down on that fight. Nice start from Na'Vi, and I think, you know, that interaction we discussed as to G2's undefeated run on Nuke since Hooksy's joined the team, and the fact that Na'Vi were, and I would have said still are until G2 started farming, the best Nuke team. I mean, they are iconic. The outside setups of Simple Electronic, this roster, obviously with NPL, there is some questions to be asked as to if they can hold that same level of form.
It almost feels like the passing of the guard with the best teams in the world. When Na'Vi were the best team in the world on Nuke, well, they were the best team in the world. When FaZe were the best team in the world on Nuke, they were the best team in the world. And
oh, hello.
Yes, is out again. Okay, another entry.
He's going to keep doing that, but there is immediate response from Na'Vi. They're trying to go straight without the smokes. Now, Electronic got a lot of info on that glance, and they're not slowing down. The util's there to slow them. I thought there might be an attempt to disrespect the smoke, but no, change of plan. Na'Vi, well reacted to. They've actually completely cancelled G2's immediate secret descent. But JKS, yeah, 2 for 2 for getting out Squeak and finding an opening. And that's Perfecto. Locks Hooksy out. He'll have opportunity for information. There's no one else home.
Look at all the bodies on the lower deck for Na'Vi. They've just left Electronic, the only man on the upper side of things right now. Bit and Perfecto crawling forward, looking for fights. Simple making sure they can't get down ramp, and Electronic as, hey boys, all clear right now. Look at the timing on this, perfect, just has to pick a target. Perfecto gets m0NESY, Trade is there, but they won't expect Bit, not at all, and he finishes off Hunter easy as you like.
That's the benefit to having so many bodies down there in response. As they recover that territory, they rip apart what remained of G2.
Yeah, not a hot start here for G2, and that's been a part of a lot of these map wins is hot starts, so yeah, very, very cool. It's going to be a 4-0 lead for Na'Vi early. And G2 also don't have their money set as they'd like. So hoping to break through with one of these higgledy-piggledy buys, no. Now they will have to be a little bit more conservative. Nico can't connect the dots. Bit will grab another. That's 4 kills for him. And no grimaces on the face of Na'Vi just yet, so that's a pleasant change as well.
But you mentioned that the G2 have been often capable of starting strong on Nuke, but what happens if you've grown very familiar with that feeling?
Precisely, right? And what's more, even though map number 1 was just domination from G2, looking fantastic on Inferno, so many different opening variations on their CT side, felt like they couldn't put a foot wrong. Just have to remind ourselves and the viewers this is Na'Vi, and you can never rule this team out. Timeout called, conversation had. AWP available for Simple here. Another one of these rounds for G2 where it's missing the trimmings. They have taken a very conservative approach with this one. You can just see a few dotted around Tech9s. But once again, if we reflect to Inferno, a round like this where they had a set piece, one of those pocket strats that we like to discuss, they were able to crack in.
Yeah, let's see if they can replicate. Smoke wall to try and spread a little bit of disinformation. Nico going to be very loud about this and very indicative of a cross. The extinguish implies his presence. And then they want to try and pop out the top. Let's see how far they get them. NPL has been caught out, dinked up, and executed by the Flame. It's Perfecto, though, that pulls in the slack and tightens up the defense. These momentary gaps that m0NESY this time did try and generate, just unable to convert. G2 try another different look, and it comes up empty-handed.
We've seen this one before. Nico with the deagle over towards Yard. This time starting to head back towards that lobby position. They are getting out, and they are able to punish the top side defense, but if Perfecto continues to mow them down, now 8-3, right, this is where the difference has to come in, is the individual ability of Na'Vi as well. When they are pushed, when they are tested, 1-for-1's not enough. Need to make sure they're shutting shop.
Yeah, every single member of Na'Vi has had a multi-kill round. And we're only 5 rounds in. I think this is Perfecto's 3rd here in round 6. So yeah, that's the flying start you'd like to see. You know, when you hear the desk. Ooh.
Ooh. That's gonna feel nice. Starting to warm up, aren't they, Na'Vi?
When you hear the desk talking about, you know, or Yanko and specifically, he mentions electronic simple bit, never gonna write them out. And then he also immediately, the next thing is and Perfecto when he's on. Well, when he's on, that might be the difference maker and maybe a bit of a record breaker for G2. 5-0, staring down the barrel of a strong start. Let's see if they can get it all going now. They've got the bells, the whistles, the trimmings, all the side salads they could require. Some early exchanges. All bang into Hut does leave Perfecto a little lower, but m0NESY posted towards the side. Not going to have anything to report. Simple responsible for the lower early.
They're looking to do a late smoke wall here, and if Simple pokes up his head, m0NESY is waiting for that.
Just like that?
Yeah, that was perfectly timed. I want to thank m0NESY for that one, I suppose. Makes me look like a bit of a genius here, but the smoke wall now up and at him, and more bodies down towards the lower deck. But do they want to hit Secret, or do they want to take Warehouse space? Find out now.
Seems like Warehouse. Electronic not going to have a look lockers. That's the fight Nico's hoping for, waiting for. Not going to be given.
Delayed towards ramp with that smoke. Nico now searching towards Heaven. 3 players down the lower deck, and that is quite the shot. Tap, tap, tap it in. Big one there from Nico. 2-man advantage here.
That was his first frag, and it's one hell of a scorching way to arrive on the scoreboard. And now we can just burrow in. Anticipating a CT reaction, JKS is cautious, but not checking his corners. Bit good for it on ramp. One back from Na'Vi. Still that man discrepancy, and the low site's lost.
Oh, looking for the save. I thought they may have been looking for a frag here. It looked like after they were able to pick up JKS, they were spurred forward for a fight. MPL just missing a glimpse of Nico as he makes his way down the vent, but Na'Vi, they know this lead that they've been able to accrue early. Why throw it away? Let's hold on to these goodies and continue to be as threatening into the follow-up rounds of play as we can.
Yeah, honestly, definitely. I mean, I'm sure he's watched a simple demo or two, as every rising star does.
Well, especially when they play each other so recently, right? And quite truly, it does get to the point here where the two of them watch each other's games. They understand the patterns of where they want to rotate, those type of fights that they want to take. And that's what you're looking for, right? We don't often see too many head-to-head AWP duels, but if you can pip your opponent at the post like this, it just seemed way too easy. Walks right in and dead. Great stuff from m0NESY here, but there's truly mind games between these players at this level, and that's something that we would never be able to dig into unless they give us that insight. And that's one of the secret sauce, so I'm not sure they're going to be giving that one away for free.
Yeah, I would hope not. Well, G2 break their silence. Get off of the starting mark. Is there more where that came from? m0NESY, good onto his opening in the previous. Now sets his sights towards Bit's hidey hole. Playing a real tight gap. Safe from the Molotov, and that's enough of a warning sign for him to bail out. Actually going to hide in his own smoke, maybe. Simple this time beats Nico, and now Bit overwhelmed. 2 to the good for G2. Heading into that low site, and it's completely unmanned. Nico probably not going to be expecting this one. Oh, just pops his head up. Recovers that AWP. Electronic at least getting something to celebrate, not only the save, but taking Nico down a peg.
Okay, well, consecutive rounds here, and similar result for Na'Vi. Hold on to the goodies, and we'll try again tomorrow. See if they wake up on the right side of the bed going into round number 8 here. It was a really nice start here, and I know it's only 2 for G2 now, but they've come quite easily with a lot of bodies staying alive. It looks easy, doesn't it? This is one of the things with Counter-Strike, and I guess it's difficult to convey this message to people who only watch as opposed to play, but when we see these guys chopping off heads, remembering 342 different variations of smokes, flashes, Molotovs, all the different strategies, the flight paths, the tendencies of their opponent, right? That all just seems very simple. Well, that's not the case. There's an intensity in Counter-Strike, first of all, with the focus on your crosshair to be able to be lightning fast with the reactions and precise with the shot. And then you have to do that with all that other information I discussed still floating around in your brain as the in-game leader tells you if, when, and maybe you need to pull out any part of it. And that intensity is, I guess Elige is a good example when he gets a little bit jump scared. That can show you just how glued and focused. This is aggressive. JKS withstands the flames for a moment. Perfecto from the grave with the trade. Then they're going to push the issue.
Yeah, Simple jumps into the site, wants to commit to holding this one at the door.
That was a cheeky little aggressive maneuver, right? Get those mollies deep in, force that squeaky player to be fighting or falling. How about both?
Yeah, well, JKS manages to remedy it with the frag at least. Electronic going elsewhere. Oh, and NPL nearly lost his life to that spray. Definitely softened up.
Full luck on the timing there, but damage nonetheless.
Yeah, and he's going to try and play hut. Hooksy's been pre-aiming this. Upon the fade, Hunter to walk out. It's Simple here as well. NPL goes down. It's really going to all fall onto Sasha. At the back of the site, just the one. As Hunter hands him some humility. A bomb to be planted. Electronic. Just going to be staring at a smoke for another 18 seconds. Bit known as the ramp player, likely Heaven, Hunter and m0NESY on the site and working it out. Catching a bit of flack from that nade, but it's m0NESY again, comfortable on that AWP. Electronic 1v3 goes, 1v2 goes a little dangerous for a moment. Nico will finish the job. Gets that info by virtue of the tracers.
And this time, nothing saved for Na'Vi. So 2 rounds, they lost. They saved some guns. Sure, it gave them an opportunity to keep buying back in with drops. But now, they do have a few issues here. Out of cash on almost all of their players. Here's the Flames coming in the way of JKS, that initial fight and trade out. But they know Perfecto's a top defender. And I think that helped Hooksy make this call. And this is great work from Hunter. You can see him using the sight boxes to shield his scale up into the site, focusing on Hut. And then pivoting onto Simple with that AWP for the second after Hooksy goes down. But MPL showing some signs of life with aggression in towards Hut. The snapping turtle, a very nice weapon for the job.
Simple just testing Nico. You like your taps? Hit this one. And a shot has been hit. You heard that. Or connects onto Simple through the container and alive and kicking, even if a scrap of health is all he has to celebrate. Nico again.
It's so cheeky from Simple.
It is he is almost taunting him.
All right, well, understanding what they're up against here. Information flowing as G2 used the smoke wall and with 4 players.
Oh.
Okay.
You just see Nico's reaction. It's almost comical. Just stands still and looks in the direction like, really?
Come on, man.
You hit that?
And Hooksy just did no man's land there on the fade. It's very cheeky here, but hoping to catch them out. Now Simple pivoting all the way back into CT spawn. Will he go overlooked here? 30 seconds. Well, 35 to be exact. Could be problems for G2 still.
Ooh, Simple. An opportunity on that scout straight to the head of Hooksy, and that's an immediate cancel.
Navi can win this. They've stacked top.
Yeah, and within 20 seconds, G2, they're going to have to do their due diligence. They're in all the right places, all the nooks and crannies to be cleared. Nico low. Perfecto hits the shot. Na'Vi, with 10 seconds, they just have to stop Hunter. Charging into the site. Berserking. NPL Hut. Can he stop the plant? Can he stop the plant? No, JKS is down. Hunter 2! NPL clutches up, and Na'Vi will win the eco. With a couple of pistols and some scout tags for good measure.
Now that was beautiful there from MPL. You can see him just surging forward in the chaos. A slap on the head from Hooksy there. You can't be dropping those. MPL even grabs that AWP on the way out. Did everything and more for his team right there. And at the start of the round, just said perfect weapon for the job. I didn't think it would play in like this. Trading efficient from G2, considering they're up against the odds, but time the biggest issue. JKS trying to cover every single angle. And he just comes screaming, doesn't stop moving. MPL, that is a big one for the young gun.
Lesser players would be going straight for that bomb carrier. JKS would have had time perhaps to slow him down and catch the frag, but he gets them both. Hunter's still fannying around trying to get his gun back out. Beautiful.
And those are the little confidence builders.
Oh yeah.
For players like MPL, feeling, hey, I can do this. Against the G2 is on a 9-map winning streak right now on this very territory of Nuke.
And Simple, gonna build upon that with Hooksy down early. The AWP posted. And successful. That was the bomb carrier as well. Nice one back, Nico. Always up for a biff and a brawl.
Feels like blink and you miss it in a lot of these scenarios. They just appear on the screen and they're gone.
JKS side by side. Oh! And Simple. JKS is talking a lot. Look at this. The restraint from JKS. Simple. Knife out. Eliminated. Can't build upon it. Perfecto adjusts perfectly, but in the meantime, Hunter's taking space and runs straight into NPL. Their top site seems like it's on lock. Honestly, gonna perhaps use the secret avenue.
Might have to, but how does Nico join the party here? If he goes from ramp and clears down, they will have to deal with Bit, who's over towards that window side. So this is the fight that will come first for Monacy, I do believe.
Yeah, they're going to be sweeping lobby, so definitely on a timer. Na'Vi will start to regather.
Monacy has to make a move shortly. Look how low the clock's getting again here for G2.
Bit might start looking, yeah, here's the utility ramp side. Now Monacy makes the move. As his attention's drawn, still considering the flank.
Steps ahead.
Loud out there. Feel the bomb, and what? Huh? What is that? Lightning quick from Monacy. And now he hears the rundown. Perfecto. Bodyguarded. Just enough time to get that bomb down. NPL, can you do it again? They plant. Nico and Monacy side by side, and Monacy closes. That's a recovery after the round. The slip up, the red face, the slap on the forehead. Now they're back in business. by virtue of Nico and m0NESY.
Felt like they stole that one there, didn't they? I know that whole JKS situation where we had all the info, we had the free kill here on Simple. It felt like it was going to cause more chaos, but then they handled it. And this here, I don't know how m0NESY hits this onto Beer. I thought he was going to overlook this, but that is quick. He even has a chance to get off that plant. Nico bodyguards, as you said, and on 7 HP, they walk away with their 4th round here. That's going to stun Na'Vi, who are going to have to be down to the pistols again. And there you go, Simple. Onto Nico, MPL, a big shot.
Oh my God.
We're throwing out some big knocks here.
Yep, this one's got a different flavor for sure. Simple immediately puts one on the floor and NPL builds upon it.
What happens if you stomach 2 of these, if you're G2? Maniac started to address that, hey, sure, things look good for G2 when they're winning. What happens when they start losing?
Isn't that the question? Well, we'll be getting answers perhaps if Na'Vi can hold this form. Smoke on Squeak. Another confidence-boosting frag as well for NPL. When you're on these partials, to be taking that hut fight, successfully taking a big frag. We've seen G2 recover these kind of rounds. Look no farther than the close on Ancient. And it was Hunter. He gave him that leg back in, but NPL with a second. What more could you ask? That flick is nasty, filthy, but not enough as we see 7 and Na'Vi will take another naughty round. They had no right into that one. Just daylight robbery, just as G2 were sailing on that high from their clutch up. They're sent right back down to earth.
Oh, decision time here for G2. I think Hooksy with the buy-in is going to signify exactly where we're headed here. Honestly, felt like he was going to hit that second shot as well. It's difficult when you have AWPers of the caliber of m0NESY and Simple in the server. You think they're going to hit everything that appears on their screen.
It's so fast.
Whoa, JKS only has a Glock here. What's happened?
Just
back at spawn. Okay, Tech 9. He does get away with something. Starting to look a bit discombobulated here because 2 of the rounds that G2 have lost so far as part of Na'Vi's tally of 7 have been rounds where they had the firepower advantage, actually had all the advantages in the world.
m0NESY and JKS have won every opening duel they've taken, 4 and 3 respectively on this T side, but as we've highlighted and as we've seen, those openings are very short-lived against Na'Vi. Simple. You can see the restraint from JKS. Even at the highest level, we've noticed players can sometimes not let that smoke pop. Simple, for such a forward position, anti-flash on forward, hold, and NPL holds fast. 1 and done. Nico with a double up, straight into the site. JKS up close and personal with Perfecto. It's the trade that matters. Simple in the vent. We know he likes to go for some cheeky no-scopes around that ladder. Now sneaking into the site, lets one go. And it's only one back from Bit. Nico trying to get the troops motivated with a 3K delivery. A full team effort, everyone contributing for G2, 8 for m0NESY, JKS, and Nico. But just as these rounds come in from Na'Vi, these heroics, and immediately G2 seem to always have a response. Let's see how this goes.
This is crazy, right? Because both teams don't have loss bonuses. So as we continue to trade blows like this, it's what's left at the bottom of the barrel to try and make it work. And this is really fighting tooth and nail. This is just really good individual prowess from G2 and some great trading on top of things. And again, Perfecto dropped an ult for Simple here. Can Simple do it once more? They're in towards A. They're opened up the site, and maybe they can take a breath.
Ooh. Yeah, that alligator, not the perfect weapon for the job for Bit now.
Because they did force all in here again. Like, look at Perfecto, he has no armor, right? He had just enough money to drop Simple and AWP. Last time they were in this complexion, Simple got the pick on towards Nico, and I think they've had enough of testing the waters outside. Brute force in towards A again. MPL this time removed. Well, not just this time, we've seen him go down a couple of times, but his impact on those lower buys for Na'Vi was truly felt. And I think it's just this persistence of G2 not to relent, right? The fact that they were able to lose a really bad round, be frustrated, but then bounce back, right? So we've done the hard work. Most teams are going to capitulate mentally here.
Well, you said take a breath, and they've had the opportunity. You know, for the last 30 seconds, they haven't been worrying about losing a round, which is a nice gift. But that puts them up to 6. And you talked about scraping the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, I mean, managing to get the AWP in Simple's hands, just not successful this time, but they do get a second taste now. Save successfully. m0NESY providing that opening. Let's see, from NPL's perspective, he's just just about got his vision back from the flash, starts to move and loses his head. Blade on the mic, first call out, or rather timeout called from Blade into our second map of play.
Could be doing some calling out here as well. Hey boys, started well. Let's finish as we hope to go on here.
Swanee, new job.
Yeah, I got the promotion. But that's the thing with the recipe at the moment. You're winning. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Why do you need a new coach when everything seems to be working fantastically well? And, well, Swanee must be contributing something or they wouldn't be keeping him around. Now, Simple with this saved AWP, it feels like more often than not, he's able to find that impact. He will be the X factor again here. But as we move into the final 2 rounds of the half, I don't know if he will get another AWP in his hands if they don't convert this one.
He's going to try and force the round. Oh dear, he meets Nico's spray, a veteran of the yard, and a veteran of fighting against Simple's AWP. Electronic, the recovery mission complete. A clear priority for Na'Vi, but 7 for G2, the equalizing round on this T side. You can see m0NESY just waiting for the call from HooXi. And a re-aggress, Electronic the AWPer coming into clear out an aggressive trophy, but HooXi just goes and takes the top site. Hunter will back away. They're going to pincer in. Perfecto, offense, best defense, he says, as nothing to report for that shotgun. Nice bang into HooXi on the box, but this would be very impressive if Bit can get anything done with that shotgun. They're going up on top of the hut.
They're going to try and boost her as well. I think they want to hunt, but no one's considering Bit already being here. He's gotten more room than I think he imagined. It's like somebody should be checking me, and well, here's a kill.
And Electronic and Bit can isolate JKS as well. m0NESY and HooXi now getting a little bit uncomfortable.
The Terminator right there. Bit just seeing how much more he can take.
Electronic's played a perfect round as well in terms of the high value. HooXi's desperate to try and take it away, but he's hiding all the way in lobby.
Well, they weren't going to be able to afford an AWP. This was the only way they were going to be able to bring it through here. You can see with the cash stacked up on the other side. Oh, I tell a lie, actually. Bit ruined that because he got kills with the shotgun.
He didn't calculate.
So I didn't think that Bit was going to get multiple kills with the alligator.
Yeah, not bad, actually. Good, all in a good day's work, $1,800.
This is so fun. Like, this shotgun on a map like Nuke, actually super strong.
I use it a lot. It's not gonna lie, and it's fire at mid-range. As long as you click it on the head twice, it's pretty damn dangerous.
More shotguns, please.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the Mag 7 needs to make a comeback as well. There was a period where we got a whole lot of Mag 7 when the Swedes were on top.
Pretty good recovery here from G2. They were 5-0 down at one point. So only 2 rounds since that portion for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it must be quite nice to feeling new tests, new rounds. Ooh, Simple. He caught a flash. Of the flash, 4 members of G2 are there. Gonna try and look over on the railing, but perfect smokes, a fired shot, and a flash over the top for Electronic. Goes up, and m0NESY so prepared. G2 well drilled. Opening again for G2. Can they close with a win? And a 1 T-half. Simple wants to argue against it. Only the 1 before Nico finds him. Now hell is lost unless Bit can hold on to this one. Just knocking on the door is Nico. And Perfecto wrapping around for the secret stairs. This we've been waiting for Nico. Down to 1 HP, a dink exchange, but the AK stronger. m0NESY, he's just got a read, hasn't he? Perfect hold. Delivers for his squad, just the 1 frag to stop this 8. And you were talking about that start from Na'Vi. Yeah, what a recovery from G2. NPL onto m0NESY, and down he goes. Smiles at the end of the half. G2, they were getting a bit hot under the collar at the start of things, but we've got a competitive one here on our second. It's a battle for the bye. Will you get that semi-final spot in the Spodek, or will we see a third map? G2 making a strong case.
Frag, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Final day of the group stage. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right, the Spodek was running out of seats at the table. Na'Vi and G2 already there. They're playing for the semis. You can see Simple last round here up against m0NESY.
Yeah, the timing on this one here, they didn't give Simple any room. That's one of the keys, right? You can see Nico just swarming in. He's stuck over towards the single box, and that kind of felt like a lot of these rounds, especially if we reflect on Inferno, which was pure domination. But you can see G2 getting fired up now.
Fired up. Inferno, I will remind you, second stream as well, has gone to 3. Sorry if there's a spoiler warning required, whatever. Check it out if you've got a second screen. Outsiders and Cole duking it out for a spot in the Spodek as well. Right now, Na'Vi and G2. This has been quite a lovely recovery from G2, and you can see the odds favoring them, but Nico on yard with a lot of bodies his way. Hunter with him. I love it too. The cousins side by side, and m0NESY gone. NPL finds the frag. Simple equipped with that P250. Nico might be his next victim. Long range engage. Okay, Simple. Gives Nico a bit of his own medicine there.
Yeah, just isolated, knowing that they could take that fight and hit an absolute banger. Now it's HooXi and JKS. Maybe an unlikely duo in the clutch. And Na'Vi can just allow this one here to simmer as JKS, he's trying to find out where they've gone. Spotted one jumping behind Red, would have to hit some absolute bangers to make this possible, but that's information for Na'Vi. They know where at least one player of the remaining 2 are.
JKS does actually find a clean duel. Reposition, Simple catching flak as well from HooXi. That will be a huge frag to post. He's been absent in the feed for the majority, and JKS, he's got 2 on his plate, needs the fresh mag, and HooXi good for the frag as well. JKS gets the bomb on the floor, and Simple already wounded. How did this fall through Na'Vi's fingers? This felt like a guarantee. And now all HooXi has to do is just hold his push, play it safe from the rafters. The bomb is not in Simple's grasp.
He's going around the world here as well. Time is going to start becoming an issue here. About to hit 25 seconds. And JKS, considering the fact he could come late out squeaky. This is heard now from Simple, knows where one of the 2 are again.
Oh, HooXi, he's not considering this at all. Simple playing a masterful game of Counter-Strike on the low HP. The 1v1, can JKS hold his nerve with 8 seconds left? Simple's going to have to plant, gets the info. JKS has to run him down. Simple off the bomb, gets the info. Can he get around the corner? He can and will secure the round. JKS with impact. G2 take the pistol, and it's daylight robbery. Na'Vi will not be happy with that.
Oh, you can see the smiles on the faces of the G2 players right there, toying with Simple, right? The devil himself, forcing him into a very, very awkward clutch right there. But the issue is what the hell was going on with the rest of Na'Vi? You knew that JKS was on the floor of topside. You knew that Hooksy was up towards the heavens, and they still forced themselves with so much time on the clock in towards this A site. They could have gone towards Secret, right? They could have gone... I guess they were worried about the Heaven player. That's why they were...
Oh, mate, the door closed and the little strafe around.
He was styling on him right there.
He was.
He just made Simple look foolish. There's not too many people in the world who can say that.
Nice work from JKS as well, rewarding himself with an M4 for good behavior.
And that's it. He's so comfy in the clutch. Simple again almost catches someone sleeping, but Hunter wide awake.
Eyes are peeled, and so are heads. Na'Vi, one by one, tries to work it out. Process of elimination solves it, and Nico does too. Hunter, wow, puts the nade on his face, gets a smile out of his bro, and we are cooking.
Oh, okay. Something's going on the other stream.
What was that?
I'm not sure. I think it sounded like it was in English.
It sounded positive. It sounded loud. That's all I'll say.
Definitely loud.
Yeah, we'll leave it there.
Can confirm
loud.
It was loud.
Yes, indeed. Hope you've got 2 screens. Let's see what Nico's going in for this engagement on Yard. Something he's going to have been studying, a nade actually destined for Electronic. He knows where you like to hide. I love this. I love the layers, and I love that. Monacy throws some aggression into the mix. Take that AWP into Hut. Take that first body down. A nice weapon now for Simple in the round, but still limping. And Hooksy forward. Normally, that's not something you go for alone. He has opted to do so.
And Nico and JKS are both down here. So if they push down Secret, they will find Nico, sure, but JKS... they're going to hide him, tuck him in. That might lull them into a false sense of security, but that's assuming Na'Vi decide to finish. And, well, they've all backed off completely here. Hooksy with a lot of space in this position, probably good for 1, maybe 1.5, 2. Nico getting information back again, just G2 so happy with this number advantage to still search for info. And Simple, does he clear his corners? Yes, he does.
An easy way to find the 4v4, I guess. Simple. Makes light work of Hooksy. You can see ramp now obviously wide open. JKS will get the smoke down. And MPL goes down. Hunter finds it through the smoke. Well-placed bullets. Monacy somehow onto Electronic. On that hut position. Oh, Simple's going to be unhappy. Nico from behind. Bit's got nowhere to go. And he makes a path. Get out of there. Oh! JKS! Another one of those. We've seen him do it to Simple before, and he does it this time to Bit, takes the gun away.
Yeah, Justin still remembering the days of 1.6 when he was about 10 years of age.
Yeah.
I've got this, well, Gomez has this classic picture. Maybe you'll get it out on the internet. I know Juzzy doesn't love it, but he definitely loves a good wall bang here. Grew up in the type of nuke we were talking about the other day where everything was paper thin, and this is just cheeky, isn't it? Okay, well, that was a buy. And Simple, very, very frustrated here. This is not going Na'Vi's way whatsoever. Not only are G2 playing confident Counter-Strike, those little details that they nade the toe of Electronic, right? They've done their homework.
And you know how good it feels when you've done your homework and it pays off. Just like that, MPL down on the cross. Nico collects. Na'Vi. Don't forget how this started as well with a promising pistol, and now they're just feeling deflated.
Yeah, a little detail in this round. I think G2 also forced a gap in that smoke wall. You could see the cluster of smokes outside, so Na'Vi trying to get down Secret quickly here. They can't even get away with that.
Just as we're talking about, you know, G2 being able to profit from their homework, well, there's another example of something that they've executed perfectly, as Hunter does take another one down. 12 rounds in the bag, semi-finals, 4 rounds away for G2.
And this, after their strong performance towards the tail end of the first half, is 8 on the trot here. Blade taking the second time out of Nuke so far for the Na'Vi side, and this would be some of the last opportunities Na'Vi have to try and make a dent here. Loss bonus is maxed out, great, but you need to be looking to convert some of these rounds. Now, sure, only 4 have gone past in this second half, and Na'Vi actually got off to a 5-round lead on their CT side. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the end of the world, but just in the way that a lot of these scenarios are going down here, G2 seem to be swelling with more and more confidence and getting away with absolutely everything. So this was just a lighter buy. They've dealt with a pistol, 2 well, an eco and a lighter purchase, and then one, it wasn't even a full gun round, it was definitely missing a couple of upgrades, that's for sure.
Doesn't get fuller than this, though. Simple absent a single nade, and we're all ready to rock into Na'Vi's first full gun round. Let's go and see. Now that first engagement is likely Hooksy. Hooksy, how does he know? It's wide open! Perfecto down, gets the instantaneous trade, and lobby is theirs. That smoke should lock him out. They got no way in.
They did this on Inferno, an aggressive CT maneuver, barreling down mid into second, being an absolute nuisance, and having lobby control with so much time. I'm curious how long they want to stay here for. The trade would be Na'Vi taking all this yard space, but Nico's tucked in towards the top of Secret. So your best bet would be trying to wrap Heaven, but JKS is dealing with that right now. So
sick hold.
They will likely be able to isolate Hooksy here, but that's assuming m0NESY misses.
One-way dropped as well. Bit. We put a couple of pre-fired bullets through, but won't have vision on Nico. So m0NESY's trying to support Hooksy, but he will fall off after the miss. Will happily send his in-game leader down the river. And still hits the shot onto Electronic. A re-smoke. Oh my god, they're going to have to respect it. Mollied him out. Smoke will cover. Spray finds nothing. Nico, though, just as Bit looked away. Everything going G2's way.
This is some cocky Counter-Strike,
right?
But it's well put together. It's not
calculated, but cocky.
Yeah, it's not your FaZe games where the guy who plays 400 hours of deathmatch is just holding W. This is well considered, but they know when they can take the fights, and well, Simple's finally found one. MPL heard he's going to be dead any second now, removed by Nico, and now Nico gets the final fight, but Simple for the clutch, 1 on 3.
Got this one, JKS to deny, and perfect. Absolutely perfect. G2's pace changes, they always hit you a little different. Hooksy, you could see how cavalier he was. Straight out main into Squeak. Look at the timing, 1:45, the door is off, and he's in. And it's just Perfecto, they take contact and trade. At that point, the round, with m0NESY hitting shots like these, I mean, you can count on him to hit those, then you can take over the world. G2, 13, 3 rounds away as this countdown continues.
I think you can only sit here and be in awe of the level of performance that we've seen from G2 here today. And I know that this is consistent, right, for them this year, but it's baffling that it continues. You know, there's such thing as too much of a good thing. And when will that day come for G2? Well, right now, it doesn't even look possible. Na'Vi, third time out, maybe to cool off or maybe to discuss this somewhat forced buy. Couple of Tech-9s, a Mac-10, a Deagle, and MPL into a Galil. He actually shoved all in, did MPL. I mentioned earlier, max loss bonus in play, and no plants within these first 5 rounds, which means no extra cash injection. G2 looking here like they're going to secure their 10th nuke in a row. Undefeated on nuke since Hooksy and JKS have joined, and I don't think that's going to change here today.
Certainly showing no signs of slowing. Neither was Bit, as it's actually Perfecto, catching the nade into the top side. Bit and him combine as Hooksy and Hunter repel. Trades favor G2. m0NESY hits the last, and that is a round done. How quick was that? So many frags. 7 frags in about 10 seconds.
Everybody dead. That happened so quick. Okay, well, doubled the score now. 7 to G2's 14. And
very intrigued as to the call from Hooksy there. I just picked up on give me org, give me org. Does that imply a different setup that means the AWP's going elsewhere? Is he going to be doing the job that prefers the scope? We'll see and investigate the G2 setup as this indomitable nuke, as you said, looking for their 10th in a row. Here comes Hunter versus Perfecto, a big one for the opening. Evades the spray and gets down the vent, a big frag as he just tried to hold on to that vent hole. Didn't quite deliver on the lethality, and around Perfecto's making him nervous. He's hearing doors, smokes, forces the rotate, has to acknowledge the presence, and he's already disappeared. Perfecto just trying to weaken the numbers on that top side. Nico's still responsible for yard. It's between him and Bit as it currently stands. And honestly, versus Simple, a head-to-head, I'm sure Simple wouldn't want to look at the figures.
Well, Nico has yard control right now. It's going to be on JKS. If they can deal with him, and well, Nico's dealing... Oh, should have been dealing with that. Don't often see him miss those type of shots.
He's been using the M4A4. I think he's just not used to that A1S.
And they've... Oh, I thought they gave up ramp. Hooksy's still here, remember?
He does deliver. Can he get away safely? The answer, a resounding yes, and that's if he wants to. He's got JKS to count upon. It's only a pistol and the bomb. Oh, great shot from NPL. Maintains the advantage, but could lose the bomb here. JKS flashed and not dead. Somehow he gets away with that one, and the impact is felt as a 1v1 between two of the smartest in the server, m0NESY and Perfecto. Bomb and time against Perfecto. So he scooped up the bomb, and he's heading towards that top site. m0NESY, he had an early glance decon. I think he's solved the mystery now. With 10 seconds left, if he's silent about this. Gets the sound. Safe plant. m0NESY will crawl. Closes the gap. One bullet. One single bullet to the center of mass for 15. Flash. And frag. Safe as houses. As 15 secure m0NESY, and G2 will not relent. A flawless CT half.
This is beautiful stuff right here. The fact they haven't dropped a single round. That was the first time Na'Vi have gotten the bomb down in this second half of play. That was the closest round they've had thus far. And it was easy as you like for m0NESY there. 21 kills for the young gun in the grand final last year, alongside Hunter and Nico. But they couldn't get it done this time. They're just going to fly straight through to that semi-final in 1 round's time. 10 nukes in a row. 10 series in a row.
I mean, it's flawless in every single way you cut it. And let's see if they can end it with a flawless CT half. G2 look untouchable right now. Na'Vi look completely out of their depth, and that is not something I've said ever. Smoke wall established and successful. Nico's around, and a flash to set him up. Doesn't have to take the fight upon it, but has a little glance. It's Bit versus Nico, and the first frag is G2's. Just a smoke to reposition. Play upon the fade. Lovely angle he's got here. Nico, a master of his craft. And he wants more. Electronic. Simple, but damage inflicted. A good one back from Na'Vi. m0NESY refuses to let them leave with an advantage. Catch is simple. Electronic slipped, only for a moment, and it's Na'Vi about to concede. G2 to do it. 10 nukes in a row. 17 maps in a row. They are untouchable until NPL gets the craziest clutch of his life. I don't think so. m0NESY can end at any moment he wishes. Waits for JKS. From the lobby, NPL distracted. Not the 1v4. Not at all. G2 stay perfect, stay untouchable, and sail to the semis of Katowice. The Spodek will see G2 once more. 17 maps, sure, but 10 series in a row. That semi secure. G2 one win away from the back-to-back grand final appearance.
Who is going to touch this team? Heroic on the other side of things, looking unstoppable as well. A fantastic performance against Vitality today. 2 heavy hitters still here in IEM Katowice, looking shell-shocked in Na'Vi. What a performance from G2.
I mean, JKS was here last year in a different jersey. Now, he's in his team, he's in his element, and so are G2. You talk about Heroic, you're right, the way they play, it has similar echoes to what it looks like in G2 in the server as well. They look so good. Imagine seeing them intersect and interact. Hoopsy gonna be feeling great about the start to the year he's having, leading Titans of the game to great success against Na'Vi, no less. 2-0 and a happy Nico. We're going to be hearing from him shortly, I'm sure.
Well then, G2 has Navi's number and we're victorious again. We've got Hunter here to talk about it. Was this one different than the previous nukes you played against them?
Yeah, I think it was different because we started really bad. They were leading 5-0, but we knew that we did the mistakes in those 5 rounds, and because of our individual mistakes, we lost a couple of them, but we didn't give up and we just kept fighting, and we knew that we'll bounce back because confidence is everything. We have it now, and hopefully we'll have it in the future more.
I mean, you say confidence. I think that's the key word. You guys look amazing right now. How do you make sure you don't become overconfident and you don't slip? How do you guys make sure of that?
I mean, we are adults, everyone except Monesi, obviously. We have experience, and we have experienced players in the team who went through a lot of things. And we know what we should do to not get overconfident, because we know and we are aware of it, that it can be dangerous for us if we do it. So step by step, game by game, and yeah, we are only thinking about who is the next opponent.
Right, and speaking of opponent, do you feel, or how do you feel like the opponents react around you right now, guys? Do you feel like you have an aura? Do you feel people fear you, play different against you?
Maybe not fear, I don't know, maybe they do, but I don't think players like Simple, Electronic, or anyone from FaZe Clan, they are fear of us. It's just like, I think they respect us, and obviously when you beat them a couple times like in a row in just 1 month, and especially 2-0, of course it's different, but we know that everyone wants to beat us now. We are, since yesterday, top 1 team in the world on HLTV rankings. We won all games this year, and it was all of them 2-0. So of course everyone wants to beat G2 or even take a map. So we know that, and we are aware of it, as I said. So yeah, we respect all the opponents. Like, of course we cannot underestimate Navi or FaZe or any team in the world. And yeah, step by step, as I said.
Well, FaZe isn't here anymore. They got knocked out, unfortunately, so you won't have to underestimate them. When it comes to being in the game, watching it, we were watching it in the green room, and you kind of feel like you're watching a team that is in on a hot streak, obviously. Like, everything seems to work. How much fun is it to know that everything just works with the team? Because I feel like you can try a lot more than you usually would, because it seems to work out.
Yeah, I mean, when I sit and play here, I feel like I'm playing practice. Like, there is no pressure at all. I mean, CS is game of confidence, and we got it since Abu Dhabi when we won Blast World Finals, and we are just like working on top of it, and we are trying to always improve, to fix our mistakes. Even though we win like pretty easy some games, we are always trying to see what we did bad, what we can do better for the next time. And yeah, I mean, I have great teammates around me and great players individually, so everything is easier when everyone is shooting really good. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
You guys seem to be able to convert any hard situation, any 50-50 situation, 10 seconds on the clock, it feels like everything is going your way. How have you gotten to that point? Have you practiced it in a specific way? Is it a matter of confidence?
I think everything is confidence. Like, if we are now winning everyone and winning 2-0, it can happen that tomorrow we can lose 10 games in a row. It can happen, because there's a lot of teams in the world right now, and we shouldn't be overconfident, as I already said. We shouldn't be like, okay, we are the best team in the world right now. We just won 1 event. We are doing so far good this year, but we need to, and we can show a lot more.
All right, to end up the interview then, let's talk about the Spodek a little bit. You booked your ticket now to the semi-final, and yeah, it's always a great experience for any CS player to play in that arena. How much are you looking forward to showing the play that you have, but doing it in front of all the fans in the Spodek?
I mean, I was always enjoying Spodek. I was playing 2 times there, like 2 years in a row, kinda, like when we don't count COVID era. But first time I played without crowd, so it was a bit strange. Second time, it was last year, I was playing in front of crowd, and I was feeling amazing, honestly, and I was always having good games on stage, so hopefully I will continue my individual level, and of course now with my really good teammates, hopefully we will keep going. But yeah, I mean, stage is something different. It doesn't mean anything comparing to this thing now when we play like just in studio. So yeah, I'm looking forward, because I know Spodek will be full, and we'll have a lot of fans who are supporting us throughout the years. We didn't have that many trophies to make them happy, but yeah, nowadays I think everyone is looking forward to see us on stage and to see us playing against everyone.
Okay.
Fair enough.
We're certainly looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Hunter.
Thank you,
We're gonna let you go, and you can go that way.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Always nice to hear from Hunter and just G2 in general. And confidence, we heard it over and over and over and over, and I think it really just boils down to that.
Again, it's a balance. It's a balance between confidence, but also being aware that just because you've won 15 maps doesn't mean you're not going to lose the 10 next. And I think that is something that is keeping them straight, keeping them focused, and also helping them fight back. I mean, he alluded to it in the interview. Nuke didn't have a good start for them. They were 5-0 down, losing a couple of silly rounds, but somehow they found it to win these rounds, to change the momentum. And I do wonder what's going on over there. I think, oh, did it come shouting around? See, Holzark? He's haggling them. He's going at
That's
them.
a third map between
It is a third
Outsiders
map.
and Complexity for that Spodek. Crazy.
know,
I kind of
something's
want to go
crazy
watch
might
it.
be happening. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Complexity knocking out the major winner?
I mean, Team
Let's go.
Liquid knocked out FaZe earlier, so anything can happen. I feel like when we started these last couple of days, we had the inclination that the playoff bracket might be kind of all the usual suspects and maybe the best one that we could have had, you know. And today, a lot of those dominoes got knocked over because FaZe is not going to be there. Perhaps our major winner won't be there. It's interesting.
FaZe is the obvious surprise, a disappointing surprise, of course, for them. They won't have the chance to fight for the Intel Grand Slam. Harsh reminder that just because the story leads or points towards you making it to playoffs, that's not going to be enough if the gameplay isn't here. So FaZe will be missed in the playoffs, that is for sure. Liquid, on the other hand, is a great story, great redemption as well. But here, Outsiders, you know, people had a bit of a hard time knowing where they're at after the major. They made the change, bringing in Chiron, but they're a slow starting machine. They're a diesel, and the closer you get to the end, the closer you get to the playoffs, the harder they become to beat. Put in the 16th is always the hardest. So I know Campus is shouting.
I think they're showing something. Why people were shouting the last round, but we can't see it.
Guys,
so.
you have to tell us. You have to hashtag IEM. Was that a good round?
Let us know if it was worth the screams or not.
I see just a beautiful
And it's over. This is great.
Yeah.
Also, we have a lot of time, apparently.
We have a lot
I would
of time.
actually rather redirect the people to the other stream to make sure that they find out how that ends because it's not over
Well,
yet.
there is another stream, or you can stay with us.
Or you can
time.
stay
Talking
with us,
about the
which
game.
we enjoy as well. And about the bracket. So,
yes.
Your gut feeling. I'm sure your gut feeling is telling you G2's poised to win this title, right? How can you not? But it's a tricky one.
I have to say, although Vitality obviously looked very, very weak today against Heroic, I still think the Danes have a card to play here. I think a best of 5 potential, G2 Heroic, all the 5 maps, that could just be an absolute firework. Somehow, this is a game that maybe we wouldn't have thought about when it comes to a grand final, but it would deliver massively.
I mean, when you look at kind of Heroic and how they unfortunately missed the mark back in Rio, they'll be hopefully happy if they can get it to another final as we take a look at Group B as well. But yeah, not everything is played out the way it should. But then again, it has because the teams that were stronger have won their individual matches, right? You can't hold anything against Team Liquid.
No, absolutely not. Look, the game against FaZe had a true braver value to it. The fact that Liquid has this good start on the third map, they go to 10-5, and then they move on to the CT side, and then they get dictated against by FaZe. We're suddenly just having this wave of round on the T side, right? And I could physically feel the tension in Liquid's play. I think OC had a moment where he disappeared from the game, started peeking, dying, giving away first kills, and I put my hands on my face thinking, oh my god, this game is getting away from them. They're letting it go, they can feel it. And somehow Nitro with a couple of moments, OC fighting back, redemption, a lot of people asking for his head to roll in Liquid. That was such a beautiful story for them to bounce back and obviously contrasted by, you know, the disappointment of FaZe Clan. But I think Liquid truly earned it.
They absolutely did, and they can get to high highs if everything is working, and maybe this was the watershed moment that they needed for OC to be continuously activated to make those things happen. I am a dreamer. You are a realist.
Am I?
But I think so, because
Okay,
I'm
fair
usually
enough,
like
fair
glasses half full, but you're definitely a realist, but not when it comes to Vitality. So do you dare dream that they have more in the tank? You said the Danes have a card to play for Heroic, but maybe the same can be said for some of the Danes there?
I think today was so weak that a whole lot of people had their expectations reset when it comes to Vitality. I knew that they would pull up in Katowice as potential for the playoffs, but I thought they were over this draw that we've just witnessed now. I think the
Really
game
bad.
against Fnatic, I even talked to them after that moment when they qualified for the playoffs, and they themselves were not happy about it. I think they were aware that a lot of tension, miscommunication, bad decisions, very scrappy game. We barely passed through. And then against Heroic, I'm sorry, but there was no game. It wasn't a game. There were leagues of difference between Heroic and Vitality. This got me very scared for the playoffs. I know people can rise up to the occasion. I know when you have a roster like Vitality and you step on the big stage, then individuals can just maybe dig into the wealth of experience they have. You know, people like Magisk and Dupree can step up massively. Zaiwu is always delivering. So I'm not going to write them off. But today's performance, or lack thereof, really got me worried for Vitality.
Yeah, you do bring up a good point, right? The atmosphere of being on a big stage, we didn't see it from them often, and a lot of players react very differently and very well to being in that environment, and I do count a couple of the members of Vitality to that. But Yeah, it's a far cry
They
from
will
what we
need more.
wanted.
They'll need
They will
more.
need more. Indeed.
100%.
Yeah, and that will almost be it for us. I think we're going to take a look at the schedule as well, because we are back on Friday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all best of fives. We already know what our first quarterfinal is. It is Vitality versus Liquid. And then the other one will be Na'Vi versus whoever ends up winning from Outsiders versus Complexity, which... yeah.
You said all best of five, probably just the final?
Oh, sorry, just the final. My bad.
For a second, I was like, oh,
I'm
man,
sorry.
Long playoffs. You're absolutely right. Quarterfinals Friday, best of threes, semi-final then, and best of three as well, and the grand
final is the best of five. Sorry.
And we have G2 and Heroic waiting in semi-finals. They'll be comfortably installed in their chairs, watching on Friday, seeing, okay, who's going to come at us? Let's make all our preps, all our homework. Well, you know what? They've earned that advantage. They've made it through.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and hopefully the playoffs will deliver as much as the groups have in terms of upsets and maybe, hopefully, very high level of play throughout. As you said already, best of threes into best of fives. That will be it from us here on the A stream. Of course, you can check out the B stream because they are still playing, but not before we send you off with a little treat. In fact, a preview of what you'll be seeing at the Spodek.
Yanko, would you believe how beautiful this saucer looks where it is right now?
Absolutely, Trace. I feel like this saucer, this is actually the vessel in which G2 arrived to this tournament, Trace, because they're playing like they're from a different planet. They look unstoppable, haven't dropped a map yet. Yeah. They're straight into the semi-final, much like their counterparts from Denmark. Heroic.
That's very true, especially with that G2 side. Love seeing what JKS is doing. Most importantly, I do kind of get the vibe that I really am in sort of like Roswell, New Mexico, but it is actually Katowice, Poland because of the spaceship. Nonetheless, yeah, G2, they came here to frickin' play, man, and there's no doubt in that whatsoever.
A lot of interesting teams. Team Liquid knocking out the defending champions, FaZe Clan, ruining their chance to complete the Intel Grand Slam at this event. Liquid still searching for a trophy with Yekindar. And also we have Vitality, who are going to be facing them in the quarterfinal. Another team that's looking for more trophies. Zywu has been on point, but the rest of the team, they need to step up, Trace.
Yeah, you know, I got a lot of faith in my North American comrades over there on the side of Liquid. I'm really hoping that between, you know, at least their side of things, they can take care of it in an expedited fashion. But I know better than to hold my heart to that because, let's be real, sometimes it ain't worth the heartbreak, ladies and gentlemen. Nonetheless, we do have an entire thing of playoffs here, Yanko. We've been here multiple times, the two of us. This is special.
It is indeed, Trace. We've been in the Hall of Heroes. We're going to move from Spodek after this. And can we please go? I'm freezing my tits off! Please!
We were caught in the fire. Our fate was left out in the open. Saw the fear rise as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, wanna buy another. Darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fight it as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill.
did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Complexity spearhead the charge at the end of this first half. They take 8 rounds consecutively before Outsiders are able to find results. We have 4 Spy Wars to open up. It looked like it was going to be back and forth, but it was anything of the sort. Complexity now move on to the T side versus a wounded-looking Outsiders. A very different vibe on this third map to how this series started. And now Outsiders are the ones having to dig deep and come back.
Wow, they've done that before at least, but it does feel like Cole truly know what they're up against. They did what felt impossible on a T side of Overpass. And they break James' system apart. But can he piece it back together again is the question. Started 4B. And still might be 4B. Chiron cheats back. He hears them in Banana. And it's going to be a full exec. Cole throws smokes. They throw mollies. They throw flashes. But they need to throw hands as they come into this site. Chiron through the smoke with the Julies dies. And JT gets that kill. But they still haven't cleared a man off the boost as Fame peppers away. Jame rather falls off. Flit. Oh, they clear him from atop the box. And there's no bomb plant yet, but there's no hurry. Smokes will fade soon and Kickett's here. But Cole wait for kills. And Outsiders, this is unlike them to jump the gun.
Oh, Jame gets involved. That one. The 3v2 gets away from Complexity, and Jame taking scalps. Now Kickert's arrived on the scene.
Wow.
Floppy can't do it. It looked like Complexity were going to break apart the B stack. A 4-man hold, but Outsiders will see it through to the end.
I've seen Outsiders in so many positions like that where because the bomb isn't planted, they just won't face. They won't do anything. They'll wait till a player has their hands down on the bomb, and then they'll go for the fight together. Instead, they're just taking dry peeks, and they win it out. It's exactly what Complexity were ready and waiting for, but it still surprises them. Big pistol out of Outsiders will close the gap very quickly, but Cole, who have elected to eco after losing their pistols in this series, finally throw in a force. They won it in the first half when they did the same. Even though that ended with a little streak of rounds for Outsiders off of their own Deagles. Cole now need to do just as much.
And I gotta say, man, it's scary because, you know, with how this game's been, with how Inferno is as a map, they know that if they get these kills in the right place convincingly enough, They've got the round, so they try to all-in B. They try to run it down into this side of the map where Kicker puts on a bit of a show, but only for a moment. 2 in the round, and he's out of it. Plant now found. This time Complexity have got that bomb to play with. Nades far too late. Up through Banana. Fame is late to this retake. It's 2 through the ruins. Chiron, gotta find this opening. Gotta find this opener. Pressured, and they run at him. Jame will get the trade. An 8th round found as they stave off that force buy from the Complexity ranks.
Oh, but do you buy again is the question. And JT's got to come up with the answer, right? 3 kills, a bomb plant. Could be a few AKs and Galils. It could be tempting. Certainly, it'll be better than the last round buy, and look what they did with it. Important kills for Jame right now in these retaking rounds and back-to-back. Making sure they don't quite slip through outside his fingers. I think more eyeballs on him than ever. They will buy. Outsiders getting ahead of it with a timeout. Probably expecting this exact move as well, because look at what they've got behind it. 3 AKs, 2 Galils, and barely any util. It's going to be another NA round. Full focus, full fight. I just think about that streak on the CT side after they got in outsiders' heads with the bomb on the porch and the screaming. They just started running such aggressive rounds. Got to pull back to that now. No other choice with a buy like this.
This is a Complexity that's confident. That's what this buy screams. They really want to try and flex and take this early control. Kicker up and over and into